My name is Su Hai, and I was born into a typical scientific research family. My father is a top researcher in the field of aerospace engines. My mother is a senior executive at the Rocket Research Institute, and our family is truly a high-level intellectual family. However, in such a family full of geniuses, I became synonymous with bad student. In my parents' eyes, I have nothing to do with being a genius. Because I failed the college entrance examination twice in a row, my father still held out a glimmer of hope and planned to let me repeat my studies. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I had done another big thing? At first, I used hacking skills to secretly embezzle the tuition fees my father gave me for repeating my studies. Immediately afterwards, he purchased a large amount of mysterious materials through the internet and finally even bought a dilapidated repair shop. When my father found out, he rushed over, but what greeted him was a battlefield, like scene. I was working day and night with several workers, and the clanging noise in the repair shop made the surrounding residents miserable. The matter quickly escalated into a big deal. Residents in the surrounding area reported the incident one after another, which resulted in the explosive disposal team, the serious crime squad, and the local police being called to the repair shop. Researcher Sue, please don't get angry. The child is young and doesn't know much. Police officer Lao Zhang stepped in to mediate, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just scare him. If you really beat him up, it will be illegal. Su Changtian, who was stopped, was gasping for breath, and only then did I stop. Dad, can't you just trust me for once? I said seriously. I'm not kidding. I'm really researching high technology. Having said that, I ran back to the factory, and after a while I took out a remote-controlled aircraft that looked like a certain brand of drone and excitedly showed it off. Look, this is the result of my research, a supersonic water-fueled drone. Su Changtian looked at the results in my hand, and the anger on his face dissipated a little. Instead, he showed some curiosity. Oh, you are worthy of being my son. You are quite smart. Here, bring it over so I can take a good look. This is the scientific research result of our eldest son. I handed the drone over proudly, and at the same time explained earnestly, Dad, let me tell you, this drone is absolutely a groundbreaking technology. It doesn't use traditional batteries, but is equipped with a water-fueled engine. It can fly just by adding water. In comparison, aviation fuel has to stand aside. I paused and said with increasing confidence, the current top speed can reach Mach 8. Once the subsequent materials are upgraded, it will be easy to break through Mach 10. Before he finished speaking, the smile on Su Changtian's face instantly disappeared. He raised his hand to push Lao Zhang away and took off the pair of Seven Wolves leather shoes from his feet. Then, he took the size 43 sole and threw it at me mercilessly. Fuck. Do you know what a water-fueled engine is? A fucking supersonic water-fueled engine. I dodged. I was agile and dodged my father's angry attack cleverly. Su Changtian was furious. You can't even get into college, yet you're talking nonsense. Do you know what Mach 8 means? The top fighter jets in the country can't even reach Mach 3. A drone that can reach Mach 8? Wouldn't the airspace of the whole world become your backyard? Dad, calm down. I said seriously. If you really hit me, I'll be furious. I want to see how you turn against me. Su Changtian gritted his teeth in anger. The future, Dad, I said confidently. With my skills, I can definitely become an academician and maybe even a meritorious scientist. When the time comes, when reporters interview you or leaders confer honors on you, don't blame me for not taking you with you. Researcher Su, why don't we take him to the hospital? Old Zhang couldn't help but speak. He heard that repeaters are prone to brain problems when they are under too much pressure. Su Changtian pursed his lips, feeling a little scared. No matter how you look at it, my words and actions are not like those of a normal person. A drone that was obtained from nowhere was claimed to be a supersonic water-fueled drone. Either he was seriously ill, or he was stimulated by something. Oh, Su Changtian sighed, and his brows were twisted into a knot. He thought that it must be because he and Yili often discussed aerospace technology, and his son had the idea of becoming a scientist after listening to them. Unfortunately, the blow of failing the college entrance examination twice completely broke Su Hai's mentality. Su Hai, let's go. Dad won't hit you anymore. Su Changtian tried his best to comfort his son with a gentle tone, trying to calm me down. Dad, and Officer Zhang, give me a few minutes and I'll fly over to the scene and show you. I obviously noticed that there was something wrong with my father's tone. I thought he wanted to subdue him by luring the enemy, so I decided to demonstrate it on the spot and let the facts speak for themselves. Without waiting for Su Chantian and Lao Zhang to respond, I acted quickly. I took out an unopened bottle of 1.5 liters of mineral water and found a thin funnel. I skillfully aimed the funnel at the refueling port of the drone, then unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and poured the water in. After filling it up, I threw the mineral water bottle and funnel aside and clapped my hands, appearing to be decisive. Researcher Su, are today's high-tech products so down-to-earth? Old Zhang couldn't help but tease, his eyes full of mockery. Su Chantian's mouth twitched, and his heart was completely cold. He could almost conclude that his son's mental state was problematic and seriously ill. What kind of operation is this? Even if it is just connecting an oil pipeline, he can still find some technological content. But the funnel is still filled with mineral water. If he believes this, he will have to register for a psychiatric appointment tomorrow. Dad, Officer Zhang, don't blink. The time to witness a miracle has come. I carefully placed the drone on the ground in the middle of the yard, picked up the remote control, and set the flight radius. Look what he is doing. Before Lao Zhang finished his words, he saw the drone gliding quickly, followed by a blue tail, flame suddenly spurting out. In just a few breaths, the drone took off into the sky. In midair, the blue tail flame actually formed a ring-shaped pattern, like light and shadow, dazzling. Mach loop, Su Chantian exclaimed. His legs went limp, and he fell directly to the ground. Old Zhang quickly stepped forward to help him up and asked curiously, Researcher Su, what is a Mach loop? Why are you so shocked? Su Chantian opened his mouth blankly, his expression as stiff as a sculpture. Only rocket engines and scramjet engines can produce Mach loops. He spoke in a hoarse voice, almost mumbling to himself, and they must be powered by matching high-grade aviation fuel. At this point, he looked up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. But he poured mineral water in it. If there is enough money and materials to make the aircraft bigger, we can hear the legendary sonic boom and see the sound barrier. I sighed and looked at the drones shuttling back and forth in the sky. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. Click, click, I fiddled with the remote control. The drone in the sky suddenly adjusted its trajectory and dived freely towards the ground with great momentum. When it was less than a few meters from the ground, the drone stopped steadily and hovered in the air. Whoosh! With a slight sound, the drone rushed forward like a wild horse, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. A cloud of white mist suddenly filled the front and surroundings, as if it was surrounded by clouds. As expected, the huge noise alarmed the residents near the repair shop, and people ran out of their homes one after another. Comrade police, check it out quickly. Someone is sabotaging us. Dozens of men and women rushed into the repair shop angrily, describing their experiences in their homes. What was that sharp and strange noise just now? My window glass is all broken, whose fish tank also exploded. Old Zhang slowly turned his head and looked at Su Chantian with a complicated expression, his eyes full of helplessness and accusation. What are you going to do with the noise your son made? Su Chantian took a deep breath and finally spoke. You bastard, take back your broken plane quickly. Stop messing around here. Although there was anger in his tone, there was also a hint of doubt, as if he had other guesses about the drone's engine. This thing has some stuff, but it's definitely not water-fueled. Dad, I'm not kidding. I'm showing you my results. I explained with a wronged look on my face and started to talk about science. Did you see the hovering in the air just now? What is hovering in the air? Lao Zhang looked confused. In a broad sense, hovering means that an aircraft is stationary in midair. Usually, only helicopters can do this. As for fixed-wing aircraft, only the F-35 fighter jet of the United States can hover briefly, but not for long. Zhang seemed to understand what he heard, but he thought it was amazing. He thought to himself, if a person can stop suddenly while running, how can a plane stop suddenly while flying so fast? It's really not easy. The residents watching were confused, but I was not discouraged and continued to introduce, don't be fooled by the simple appearance of my drone. The engine installed inside is world-leading technology. In addition to using water as fuel, it can also release Mach loops similar to rocket engines and scramjets. I pointed to a bottle of mineral water I picked up from the ground and said proudly, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water can allow my water-fueled engine to run 200 kilometers. Tap water is also fine. Anyway, remember 500 milliliters equals 200 kilometers. And with the power of this engine, the drone can reach a maximum speed of Mach 8. If I get some precision parts, Mach 10 will be a piece of cake. I became more and more excited as I spoke, not noticing Su Changtian standing next to me. His face was getting darker and darker. "You rebellious son. There must be a limit to your nonsense." Su Changtian looked around, his face livid, and his tone was filled with hidden anger. He warned his son to stop, but he felt more helpless in his heart. The more this little bastard talks, the more outrageous it gets. If he could really invent those technologies, how could he not even get into university? Even if he could develop one of them, the country would have already recruited him to a top university of science and technology. Su Changtian gritted his teeth secretly. Even Chun Haisher, deputy director of the Aerospace Engine Research Institute and Academician, may not be able to do it. Crowd gradually gathered around, talking about it. What is this guy talking about? It sounds so advanced. It sounds like a major technological breakthrough. TSK, using water as fuel? Isn't this just a foolish dream? All these words reached Su Changtian's ears, and he felt his old face flushed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although he was not afraid of losing face, as a person with a certain social status, he still had to save face. "I'll deal with you when I get back." While scolding his son for talking nonsense, Su Changtian reached out to pull me away. As for the issue of compensation, let's put it aside for now. However, at this moment, Su Changtian, stop it! An octogenarian with gray hair squeezed into the crowd. Su Changtian looked up and was shocked. Just when he thought of Chen Haisher, the old man actually appeared. "If you dare to deal with Xiao Hai, I, an old man, will deal with you first." Chen Haisher glared at Su Changtian, then took out his ID and showed it to Lao Zhang next to him. "Academician Chen, why did you come here in person?" Seeing the eye-catching words Academician on the certificate, Lao Zhang immediately stood up straight and saluted with a standard police salute. The police's actions instantly caused an uproar among the onlookers. This old man is Chen Haisher, who was awarded the Medal of Merit by the head of state himself. A young man wearing glasses recognized Chen Haisher and revealed his identity. There was an uproar at the scene. "Grandpa Chen, why are you here?" I ran over excitedly. Chen Haisher is not only a meritorious academician, but also an old neighbor of my family. He has watched me grow up and loves me like his own grandson. "Stop talking about this and tell Grandpa Chen quickly. Did you make this drone yourself, or where did you get it from?" Chen Haisher asked impatiently. "Of course I made it myself," I said proudly. "I even installed the screws myself." I started talking about the technical highlights of this drone. The most amazing thing is its engine. This engine does not use fuel, but water. As long as there is water, it can fly. I pointed to an empty bottle of mineral water not far away and continued. There are more than 60,000 engine parts, most of which can be purchased on domestic shopping websites. A small number of core parts need to be processed by myself. The total manufacturing cost is about 8,000 yuan. "Wait," Chen Haisher interrupted me in shock. "You use civilian materials to make engine parts?" "Yeah." I nodded as a matter of course. I can't buy the special parts, and I can't afford them even if I could. The tuition for repeating the exam, plus the accommodation fee my dad gave me, is only over 20,000 yuan in total. Chen Haishi's heart was churning, and he was extremely surprised. How much advanced technology did this drone incorporate? He caught a glimpse of an old cutting machine in the repair shop. Following his gaze, I continued, "Grandpa Chen, you have a good eye. This cutting machine is my main helper, and the secondhand machine tool I bought from the Rural Agricultural Machinery Station also helped a lot." I added with a look of grievance. "Please judge for yourself. Is the drone I designed considered high-tech?" When my dad heard that I was working on high-tech, he actually took out his belt and wanted to beat me. Chen Haisher glared at Su Changtian angrily. "You are not even as good as a child. You have lived to such an old age in vain." After that, he took out his cell phone and made a call, saying excitedly, "Yiming, I want to recommend a genius to you. Office of the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Theater Command. The genius that the teacher discovered is indeed extraordinary." Liang Yiming, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the theater, was overwhelmed with joy when he received a call from Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen was not only his mentor in college, but also the cornerstone of the country, and he respected him very much. He modified the drone to make it go faster than Mach 8. It can easily create a sonic boom and break the sound barrier. What's even more amazing is that the fuel for the engine is actually water, which is found everywhere in our lives. He even mastered the technology of hovering in the air. As Chen sighed, he recounted what he had just seen and heard, and was full of expectations for Liang Yiming on the other end of the phone. All of this originated from an accident 20 minutes ago. When visiting relatives, Mr. Chin passed by a repair shop and accidentally witnessed a shocking scene. A fixed-wing drone actually hovered vertically in mid-air and achieved an incredible high-speed flight. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. As a leader in the field of aerospace, Chin knows that to achieve all this, a powerful flight control system and supercomputer support are needed. What shocked him even more was that this drone had the ability to break the sound barrier. Therefore, he believed my Mach 8 speed without hesitation. Mr. Chin told Liang Yiming all this in detail. However, the smile on Liang Yiming's face gradually disappeared. He frowned and asked in disbelief, "Teacher, is this true? A drone with a speed of Mach 8? It can also hover? A water-fueled engine? These don't sound like something that can be achieved with existing technology." He added carefully, "Teacher, have you taken your medicine on time recently?" Elder Chin was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this and raised his voice. "I am in better spirits than ever before. I order you to immediately lead the military research team to the repair shop on Beifong Street in the old city of Jingxi. The genius and his drone are there." "But, teacher," Liang Yiming tried to explain. But Mr. Chin's tone changed. "Liang Yiming, I am not talking to you as a teacher. I, Chin Haisher, guarantee with the reputation of Longwa meritorious academician that every word I say is true. Come over here and verify it immediately." Hearing this, Liang Yiming was stunned. He had known Mr. Chun for more than 30 years, and he had never seen his teacher so determined. After hesitating for a moment, he solemnly replied, "I understand, teacher. I will personally lead the team to the acceptance inspection." After hanging up the phone, Liang Yiming picked up the red confidential phone next to him and began to plan the operation. Afterwards, Old Chin shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "You stinky boy, you don't even believe what I say." Inside the repair shop, Mr. Chin smiled bitterly and shook his head, not really blaming Liang Yiming. After all, such a technological breakthrough is indeed like a fantasy. However, the impossible was achieved by me. He knew that to verify all this thoroughly, a thorough inspection was needed. This was why he contacted Liang Yiming as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard a noisy voice coming from outside the yard. Looking in the direction of the sound, he found that the nearby residents had gathered in a large circle. Mr. Chin suddenly realized the problem and shouted loudly, "Oh no!" He quickly found Lao Zhang, the person in charge of the repair shop, and sternly ordered, "Contact the police immediately and dispatch police to evacuate the crowd." "Mr. Chin, if we disperse the crowd without a legitimate reason, I'm afraid." Old Zhang looked embarrassed. "This place will soon be designated as a military restricted zone. Is this reason enough?" Old Chun said in a deep voice. "Military restricted area." Lao Zhang was shocked. Then an idea flashed in his mind, and he quickly took out the walkie-talkie to contact the bureau. On the other side, Old Chin put on a kind expression and walked up to the Sioux father and son. "Grandpa Chin, who were you talking on the phone just now?" I asked curiously. "It's adult's business, little brat. Stay out of my way." Su Chantian was about to scold him. He got kicked hard on the butt. "Academician Chin, why did you kick me?" Su Chantian looked miserable. When he saw that it was Mr. Chun, his expression became even more helpless. "I kicked you because you really do act like a father," Chun Lao said angrily. "Xiao Hai is such a genius, but you didn't even notice it. You only knew how to scold him every day and didn't pay any attention to his research. You almost killed such an important invention in the cradle." Hearing this, Su Chantian's face was full of grievance, but he didn't dare to argue. "Xiao Hai, don't be afraid. If your father scolds you again in the future, tell Grandpa Chun, and Grandpa Chun will teach him a lesson for you." Grandpa Chun patted my shoulder. "Thank you, Grandpa Chun." I smiled brightly, then lowered my head and said nervously, "Actually, my dad didn't scold me much. It's just that when I rushed into the workshop just now, I stepped on 2 spare parts and broke them. It's quite troublesome to repair them. Academician Chin, why did you pick it up? Put it down quickly, or you will hurt your waist." I looked up and almost burst out laughing. Old Chin was waving a 7 Wolves leather belt in his hand and chasing Su Chantian with great vigor. Old Zhang, who had just finished reporting, was completely stunned. He saw Old Chun swinging his belt and chasing Su Chantian around the yard, while the latter ran faster than a rabbit. This scene looked so familiar. It was not until Mr. Chun was exhausted that he gave up. He sat on the chair that Lao Zhang brought and said, panting, "Xiao Hai, Grandpa Chun just thought of a question." "Grandpa Chun, please ask." I responded quickly. Can your drone only be controlled by a remote control, or are there other ways to operate it? Grandpa Chin, you are really an expert. I gave a thumbs up and explained, this drone can not only be controlled by a remote control, but can also be programmed with command codes to achieve automatic flight. It has a high-precision chip inside that can receive code commands and has global positioning capabilities. Based on the preset goals, it will choose the best flight route, avoid bad weather, and maneuver around high-altitude obstacles. After hearing what I said, Mr. Chun was stunned, and the police officer Lao Zhang stared at me as if I were an alien. Isn't this alien technology? Lao Zhang muttered to himself. If this drone is enlarged to the size of a fighter jet, wouldn't it become a 6th-generation fighter jet? The 10th-generation aircraft are enough. Su Changtian, who was hiding in the corner, added weakly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, several large helicopters slowly flew over from a distance. Is this science or metaphysics? More than a dozen military researchers fell into a strange silence. Time goes back to 1 hour ago. A helicopter carrying scientific researchers and testing equipment landed in an open space near the repair shop. At first, the experts thought that Mr. Chun was old and confused, and actually asked them, the top aerospace experts, to inspect a drone that looked like a child's toy. However, as the inspection progressed, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed from indifference to shock. The fuel in the drone engine is actually water. That's right, there is not a drop of fuel. What is even more incredible is that the materials used for the body and engine of this drone are all common metal materials on the market, with no black technology at all. Su Chantian and I were arranged by Mr. Chun to have dinner in the workshop. The scene was ordinary, and there was no trace of high technology. Can you confirm? There is really no fuel in the engine. Liang Yiming asked in a deep voice, with uneasiness in his tone. The scene outside the repair shop had changed dramatically. The crowd of onlookers had been cleared out, replaced by special police wearing black special combat uniforms and fully armed military guards. After witnessing the shock of the drone flight, Liang Yiming immediately reported to the garrison and implemented level 1 martial law within 10 minutes. Reporting to the commander, after testing, it is found that the fuel of this engine is indeed water. And performance tests show that the engine can reach a speed of Mach 8, an expert reported excitedly. As soon as this statement came out, the expert's expressions completely changed from shock to enthusiasm. No matter who the inventor of this technology is, as long as he is a dragon countryman, it is enough for them to be proud. Teacher, who invented this drone? Tell me. Liang Yiming was excited and ashamed. His earlier doubts about the teacher now seemed ridiculous. After all, even the superpowers such as the Eagle Sauce and the Russian Bear cannot achieve this technology. Seeing this, Mr. Chin smiled mysteriously and said, You top experts, why don't you guess for yourself? Whose masterpiece is this drone? Liang Yiming pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, Teacher, could it be the work of the Research Institute team? As soon as he said this, he denied it. If it was really invented by the Institute, Mr. Chun would never be so excited. Another expert followed up. Could that be the result of the Longwa Aerospace Research Center? Someone immediately retorted. We just went there for exchanges last month. Their scientific research level is at most slightly higher than ours. It is absolutely impossible for them to make something like this. They mentioned all the engine and aerospace research institutions in Longwa, but without exception, they were all denied by Mr. Chun. Teacher, please don't keep us in suspense. We really can't guess it. Liang Yiming smiled and lowered his head with a bit of pleading. Mr. Chin cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Xiaohai, have you had dinner? Come out and show yourself after you finish eating. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Su Chantian and I walked out of the workshop. Old classmate, it's you. A familiar voice sounded. An expert who was a classmate of Su Changtian stepped forward and hugged him tightly with excitement. The surrounding experts also gathered around. I said back then that you were a genius in the engine field, and I was right, someone said with emotion. Comrade Su Changtian, thank you for your contribution to the country. Liang Yiming stretched out his broad hand and shook Su Changtian's hand warmly. Old Su, tell us how you use water instead of aviation fuel. These words suddenly made the atmosphere lively. However, Su Changtian's expression became extremely awkward. His lips kept twitching, as if he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The unlucky classmate actually mistakenly thought that all these credits were his. If he really had this ability, he would not be just an ordinary researcher but an academician long ago. Haha, Mr. Chen on the side suddenly burst into laughter, even laughing to the point of tears streaming down his face. Teacher, what are you laughing at? Liang Yiming looked puzzled. Old Chen smiled and waved his hands, taking a deep breath before saying, Today is truly the most joyful and shocking day I've ever seen in decades. You top experts actually mistook a fake for a real. Afakalikui. Liang Yiming's body shook violently, and he turned around and asked, Teacher, could the owner of the drone be this young man? Mr. Chen nodded, wiped away the tears from his eyes, took my hand and said, Come, let me introduce you formally. This young man is Su Hai, Su Chantian's son, and the child I have watched grow up. The drone was invented by him. As soon as I said this, everyone's eyes fell on me. My heart was pounding, and everyone's shocked expressions were like thunder. This young man in front of me actually developed such advanced technology. Liang Yiming said with emotion, Good boy. Uncle Liang is proud of you, and the country is proud of you too. You are indeed the descendant of a scientific research family, and a good father will have a good son. However, his words made Su Changtian's face flush red. He knew that all this had nothing to do with him. Liang Yiming turned and said seriously, Xiao Su, the technology on this drone is a core technology that the country urgently needs. I wonder if you are willing to hand it over to the country for in-depth research. I scratched my head and said a little embarrassedly, Actually, this drone was originally intended to be handed over to the country. Liang Yiming was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded repeatedly with excitement. I said solemnly, My teachers have taught me since I was a child that only with a country can you have a home. Without a strong national defense, others will bully you whenever they want, without any reason. Only when the country is strong can the people live the good life. I invented the drone because I want to do my part for the country. If the country needs it, just take it. Old Chen's eyes were filled with tears after hearing this. Liang Yiming also turned around and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He sighed and said, My dear child, I am deeply moved by your patriotism. The country will never let the people suffer. If you have any needs, please let me know. Uncle Liang will do his best to meet them. At this moment, Su Chantian was already ecstatic. The future glory of the Su family seemed to be within reach. His son would become an expert and be promoted to an academician, and he, as a father, would also be able to enjoy endless glory. However, I suddenly laughed and said, Uncle Liang, actually my father's biggest wish is for me to get a bachelor's degree. Do you think this drone can help me get a bachelor's degree? As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was speechless, and their expressions were wonderful. After making such a great contribution, you actually told me that you just wanted to upgrade your junior college? Dear Academician, are you kidding me? Su Chantian, who was standing aside, was filled with regret, his expression extremely complicated. It's all my fault. He was very upset. You may have been promoted to a university, but how can I, your father, keep my title of Academician? Good kid. Liang Yiming smiled and patted my shoulder, his face full of emotion and satisfaction. After achieving so many scientific research results, you still remember to study and constantly improve your knowledge reserves. With your ability, you can go to school with the title of Academician. Liang Yiming's admiration was beyond words. He mentioned that the materials used to make this drone all came from ordinary hardware stores, and the tools were shockingly rudimentary. Second-hand machine tools, ordinary cutting machines, electric welders, wrenches, and screwdrivers. Under such conditions, he managed to complete a groundbreaking superfighter. Not only the engine and hovering technology, but even the performance of the internal chips is amazing. Liang Yiming said with emotion, This is of great significance to the promotion of Longwa's science and technology. The scientific predecessors of the time also worked hard under such harsh conditions to achieve great achievements such as satellites, nuclear bombs, and intercontinental missiles. In comparison, your efforts are admirable. Everyone nodded in agreement. I was so excited that I could hardly contain myself. Dad, I can finally go to college. All my hard work on research has finally paid off. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Chantian. Su Chantian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Son, you studied this drone just to get into college? Yes, I answered without hesitation. Didn't you say that if I could get into college with my grades, you would never use 7 wolves to teach me a lesson again? Before anyone could react, Old Chen roared, Catch that bastard Su Chantian. Upon hearing this, a group of experts rushed forward like the wind and grabbed Su Chantian's arm tightly. Elder Chen walked forward angrily and asked coldly, Su Changtian, you actually used domestic violence against Xiaohai? It's unfair, Su Changtian said innocently. I was just trying to scare him. I never really hit him, not counting the one today. It turned out that he was terrified after learning that the police had made a false report. In addition, Su Hai had used the tuition fees to buy a repair shop without telling his family, which completely angered Su Changtian. So he mobilized 7 wolves. Showing off the belt is considered a violent tendency. Old Chin was still indignant. Xiaohai has never shown his talent. He was just scared by you. I quickly defended my father. Grandpa Chun, my father is usually very nice to me, but he likes to contradict me. He just doesn't believe that I can get into college. When they heard that I had participated in the competition and won the Youth Science and Technology Gold Award, they suddenly realized it turns out that he developed these cutting-edge technologies just to go to college. Su Changtian immediately regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Based on his current achievements, the country can arrange for him to be an academician or even a senior researcher. Going to college? Isn't that a waste of talent? He looked annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have kept nagging him about going to college every day. He thought that if his elderly parents knew about this, they would probably kick him out of the house. Repenting his mistake, Su Changtian secretly vowed that he would never look down on his son again. I asked, Grandpa Chun, you used to be a professor at a university. Can the drone I invented help me go to university? Old Chin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this, and shook his head and said, Silly child, with any of the technologies on your drone, let alone going to college, even if you want to go to the moon for sightseeing, the country will find a way to arrange it for you. Liang Yiming nodded in agreement. That's right, Xiao Su. If you really want to go to college, you can choose any military academy. He went on to say, your major and grade are not a problem. If you want to be a freshman, you can be a freshman. If you want to be a senior, you can be a senior. We can even arrange for you to study for a doctorate directly. Before he finished speaking, Elder Chin made a rare joke. We can carry you into the university without any problem. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. As long as I continue to do research for the country, it won't be a problem for them to carry me to college, let alone carry me. A new expert in the field will come to guide me every month, and my life is so comfortable. At this time, an old classmate of Su Changtian said with a smile, according to Xiao Su's research and development capabilities, going to university is a waste of time. In my opinion, the place he should go to is the top scientific research institution in China. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. I thought to myself, that's true. Instead of wasting time going to university, I might as well go to a research institute for further study. As long as I maintain my current research and development level, becoming an academician in the future will be a piece of cake. Liang Yiming turned to me with a smile and said, Xiao Su, are you interested in furthering your studies at the Military Research Institute? Su Changtian, who was standing by, immediately smiled and winked at me, signaling me to agree quickly. He had obviously begun to think about his future as an academician. I asked curiously, will the institute give you a bachelor's degree? Liang Yiming nodded hurriedly. Yes, of course. As long as you enter the institute, you can easily get a doctorate degree. Hearing this, I nodded. Okay then. Although I cannot experience university campus life, I can obtain a doctoral degree without taking an exam, which is worth it no matter how you look at it. Seeing this, Liang Yiming leaned over to Chen Lao's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Chen Lao nodded repeatedly and turned to ask me, Xiaohai, if you were given enough equipment, funds, and a team, can you expand the technology of this drone into a real fighter? I answered without hesitation, of course you can, but it's a bit wasteful. When I said this, everyone was stunned and looked at me as if they understood something. I smiled and explained, this drone is just a practice piece for me. It's mainly for competitions to get a special admissions quota for the university. The competition venue can't accommodate a large airplane, right? While everyone was still digesting my words, I dropped another bombshell. However, I have a more cost-effective and hassle-free solution. Just give me a real fighter jet. Although I can't guarantee other aspects, the maximum speed will definitely exceed Mach 10. As for the stealth coding and anti-detection technology, I can develop it now. These words shocked everyone, and the atmosphere froze instantly, and even breathing became rapid. The Northern Military Research Institute is a highly confidential unit affiliated with the Northern Theater Command, integrating research and development, manufacturing, and improvement. Decades ago, Russia, the former good neighbor, suddenly turned against China and arrogantly demanded that China open its territorial waters and airspace. Not only that, they also proposed to build a military base and a long-wave radio station in Longwa, and even lease a military port for the Bear Fleet to be stationed. These unreasonable demands were all rejected by Longwa, causing the relationship between the two countries to quickly fall to a freezing point. The northern border was shrouded in war clouds, with millions of troops deployed by both countries. Against this backdrop, the Northern Military Research Institute came into being. A large number of advanced weapons and equipment were produced here, greatly alleviating the internal and external military pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. This is not the history of the Research Institute. It is simply the history of Dragon Country's difficult development over the past few decades. In the office area, in an office with a sign that read Senior Researcher, I was sitting on a large office chair, concentrating on looking through the Institute's internal documents. Who would have thought that I was just a poor kid who failed the college entrance examination twice and was chased and beaten by my father with a Septual's belt yesterday, but now I have become a senior researcher who eats the government's food. Life is really like a play. It all depends on... Bah! This is not acting. It's obviously technology. I put down the documents in my hand, picked up the work badge that represented my identity, and couldn't help but wipe it again and again with satisfaction. At this time, the door was pushed open by Mr. Chun, who was holding a few fragrant lunch boxes in his hands. "Xiao Hai, you must be starving after reading the information for so long, right?" "Wow! Braised spare ribs, lion head, shredded pork with fish flavor. All my favorites." I couldn't wait to open the lunchbox, smiling happily. "Grandpa Chun, the Research Institute is a confidential unit. How come there is a restaurant nearby?" I asked curiously. "Silly child, what kind of restaurant is this? I asked the canteen to make these especially for you." Old Chin said dotingly, "Eat them while they're hot. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work." "Thank you, Grandpa Chun." I picked up the chopsticks without hesitation and devoured the food. Mr. Chin stood aside, watching me eat while muttering, "That brat Liang Yiming doesn't even give me face." In my opinion, Su Hai should have applied for the title of Academician directly after coming to the Institute, but he insisted that he had not made enough contributions and could not apply to his superiors. In the end, both of them took a step back and gave me the status of senior researcher. "Grandpa Chun, are the things I want ready?" I asked while eating. "It's been prepared for a long time," said Mr. Chun with a smile. If anyone dared to say that I had no contribution to the country, he would be the first to hit that person on the head with his cane. At 6 o'clock this morning, Chen Lao, Liang Yiming, and I arrived at this highly confidential unit by military helicopter. As soon as I got off the plane, I gave them a big gift, a handwritten engine manufacturing formula. As a result, Mr. Chun and a group of experts could not understand a single word, as if they were reading a book from heaven. But this did not affect the value of the information, because the content was beyond their understanding and was completely black technology. 10 minutes later, I was full and satisfied, so I leaned back in my chair and burped. Mr. Chin said with a smile, "Xiao Hai, how about going out and taking a look at your new working environment?" "Okay." I stood up from my chair excitedly and helped Mr. Chun to go to my own modification workshop. "Grandpa Chun, you are so awesome," I said excitedly, my eyes full of surprise. The moment I entered the workshop, my eyes were instantly attracted. This is simply a paradise in my dreams. Compared with the previous repair shop that was almost a black workshop, this is undoubtedly a brand new world. All research equipment is available and the supporting facilities are first class. A fighter jet is parked in the center of the workshop. My eyes widened, my gaze fixed, and I almost drooled. Seeing my expression, Mr. Chin couldn't help but secretly shook his head and sighed in his heart. A child is a child. No matter how high his IQ is or how great his scientific research level is, he is still just an 18 or 19-year-old boy after all. Although the aircraft in front of him was not high-end, it was of great significance. It was the second-generation fighter jet developed by Longhua in the 1960s based on a certain fighter jet of the Russian Bear, the J7 fighter jet. Old Chin's eyes fell on the J7 fighter jet, and he thought of Liang Yiming again. He complained again in his heart. This student is good in everything except his cautious personality. Su Hai is so outstanding, it's not too much to directly promote him to an academician. Why did they give him an old J7 to upgrade? Wouldn't the J20 be more suitable? At this moment, I could no longer contain my excitement and could not help but cheer. We are rich. With so many precision machine tools and processing parts, there is nothing we can't make. I walked under the J7 fighter jet, touched and looked around, and then ran towards a precision machine tool. I wiped the sweat off my hands with my clothes and stroked it gently, my eyes full of desire. In his mind, the various black technologies given by the system emerged clearly. As long as there are enough materials, funds, and manpower, space fortresses, star-killer battleships, space single-soldier combat mechas, none of them are a problem. Modifying a fighter? This is easier than eating a meal. However, I also know that we have to take one step at a time. No matter how ambitious our goals are, we have to keep our feet on the ground. The space fortress is the ultimate goal, but for now we have to move forward step by step. Just as I was thinking, Mr. Chin's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, chatted briefly for a few words, and then said to me, "Xiaohai, you stay here and study slowly. Grandpa Chun has to go back to the Engine Research Institute." "Grandpa Chun, won't you stay and study with me?" I asked reluctantly. Old Chin patted my shoulder kindly and said, "Good boy, Grandpa Chun still has a few projects to explain. Also, I'd like to let your parents know that you are doing well here. Don't worry, I'll be back in 3 days." Afterwards, Mr. Chin asked the staff to arrange a helicopter to leave. As a meritorious academician of the country, his time is extremely valuable. This time, he has applied to join the Military Research Institute as a senior consultant to fully assist me in my scientific research. But before that, he had to hand over the affairs of the Aero Engine Research Institute before he could concentrate on the new task. After seeing Mr. Chin off, I logged out of the system without hesitation. System immediately analyzed the performance of this fighter and provide the most advanced modification plan. The next second, a light screen appeared in front of me that only I could see, and it was filled with dense data. I stared at the screen carefully, nodded frequently, and was full of anticipation. After accepting the modification plan proposed by the system, I began to carefully check the materials in the workshop. Most of the materials were easy to find, but a few were a bit of a headache. These materials are not available ready-made, so I have to do it myself. If there are no conditions, then create them. After encouraging myself, I immediately started operating the high-precision machine tools to carry out deep processing on the existing materials. In order to achieve the transformation goals given by the system, several materials are essential, such as graphene and special high-energy molecular materials. This busy process lasted from noon to evening. After several hours of focused efforts, the materials were finally processed. Just as I was about to sit down and take a rest, footsteps were heard from the workshop door. Turning around, I saw the door of the workshop was pushed open and a group of people came in. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with thinning hair and black-framed glasses. "Uncle Lin, why are you here?" The visitor is Lin Bo, the leader of the aircraft R&D and design team of the Military Research Institute and also a senior researcher. I met him when I started working this morning. Lin Bo had a cold expression and said, "I passed by here after dinner. I heard that you were modifying the J7 fighter jet, so we came here to visit and learn." Although the words were polite, Lin Bo's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. He thought to himself, what on earth were the superiors thinking to allow a young man of 18 or 19 to join the top military research department and directly serve as a senior researcher? Not only that, since this morning, my superiors have prepared a large number of new materials and mechanical equipment for me, and even specially dispatched a J7 fighter jet for my experiment. Even Lin Bo himself has never enjoyed such treatment. Even the top scientific research institutions in the country have never had such treatment. But I didn't realize what Lin Bo was really thinking. I thought he was really here to visit, so I smiled and greeted him warmly. "Welcome, welcome. You're most welcome. Uncle Lin, would you like me to tell you about my transformation ideas?" "Okay." Lin Bo glanced at the research team behind him. Everyone looked indifferent and seemed not to be optimistic about me. They heard from the archives that my highest level of education was only high school. A high school student modifying a fighter jet? This seemed completely a fantasy to them, simply absurd. Even though the J7 is a second-generation aircraft that is about to be fully retired, it is still a fighter jet after all, and it is not something that a high school student can easily modify. However, my superiors not only gave me the power to conduct independent research, but also allowed me to report directly to Liang Yiming, the deputy commander-in-chief of the theater, and all the materials needed for the research could be supplied in unlimited quantities. The people Lin Bo brought were all experts in the field of aircraft. Despite this, they were always skeptical about whether I could further modify the J7 fighter jet that had been in service for decades. The J7 fighter has been in service for many years. and the room for improvement has long been exhausted. An expert muttered softly, "This young man is probably the nephew of a big shot, and he came here to make trouble during the summer vacation." Linbo asked, "Xiao Su, how are you going to modify this J7 fighter?" I answered without hesitation. My first modification is to strengthen the fuselage. The aluminum fuselage of the J7 is already several generations behind the world's advanced fighter jets. I plan to use graphene to strengthen the toughness of the fuselage and apply a special coating on the surface to make it stealth and shield it from all detection methods. Graphene? Linbo widened his eyes full of disbelief. He questioned, "Xiao Su, do you know what graphene is?" I answered without hesitation, "Of course I know." Then I explained in detail the characteristics and applications of graphene. Although my explanation was very reasonable, Linbo's face became more gloomy. He knew that no matter whether it was the Russians or the Americans, the current research on the application of graphene in aircraft was only in the laboratory stage. The technical difficulties of completely extracting and preserving graphene have not been overcome, let alone applying it to fighter jets. What I said was nothing but a fantasy. Linbo suppressed his smile and said perfunctorily, "Okay, then it depends on your performance." I looked confident. "The modification will be completed in 3 days. Uncle Lin, if you are interested, you are welcome to visit us in the next few days." Linbo looked helpless, but shook his head secretly. This kid is either naive or dreaming. He and the experts exchanged a few perfunctory words and quickly left the modification workshop. Outside the workshop, a short-haired researcher couldn't help but say, "Team Leader Lin, is it really okay to let him mess around like this? If he keeps doing this, maybe only parts of the fighter plane will be left in a few days." Linbo sneered. If he really disassembles it into parts, he would be considered quite capable. Another researcher chimed in, "If he can come up with graphene, I can create controlled nuclear fusion tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. However, I ignored these doubts for 3 days. I lived and ate in the modification workshop and worked overtime to give Mr. Chen a surprise. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's recommendation, I would have no chance to become a senior researcher, let alone a future doctoral degree. At 6 in the morning, I jumped off the fighter plane, clapped my hands, and said excitedly, "Mission accomplished." 2 hours later, Mr. Chun, Liang Yiming, and members of the aircraft, our D team, arrived at the workshop together. I went up to him enthusiastically, took Mr. Chen's hand, and said, "Grandpa Chun, I have finished the modification. Come in and take a look." Liang Yiming followed me in with a smile on his face and great curiosity. He had heard that I had hardly left the workshop for the past 3 days. In contrast, Linbo and his companions watched coldly, with a look of disapproval on their faces. What Liang Yiming is looking forward to is how much advanced technology one can inject into this old fighter. Linbo and others were waiting to see what kind of joke I would make. "Xiaohai, what are you doing?" After entering the workshop, Mr. Chun was stunned when he saw the plane in front of him covered tightly with red cloth, and then he showed an expression that was neither funny nor sad. Liang Yiming stood aside and shook his head helplessly. He didn't understand where I got such a large piece of red cloth and used it to cover the fighter plane like a bride getting married, without revealing its true appearance at all. "Grandpa Chun, this modification is my contribution to the country, and it is also a gift to you," I said solemnly. "When I was a child, every time my father scolded me, you stood up and spoke for me. Although you are not my biological grandfather, I have long regarded you as my own grandfather. Please unveil its mystery with your own hands." After hearing this, Mr. Chen's eyes were slightly red, and he patted my shoulder with emotion. "Xiaohai, you are such a rare kid with strong scientific research ability and such a delicate heart. Teacher, Xiao Su is so filial. You can't refuse." Liang Yiming interrupted with a smile. Old Chen nodded, walked slowly to the fighter plane, reached out and grabbed a corner of the red cloth and slowly peeled it off. The red cloth slipped off, and the full picture of the fighter jet appeared before everyone. Linbo's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but take a half step back. He stared at the plane in front of him with wide eyes, almost suspecting that there was something wrong with his eyes. "Is this the same J7 fighter jet from a few days ago?" Linbo muttered to himself. "The fighter in front of me has smooth and beautiful body lines, and the body is painted in deep black, giving off a strong sense of oppression." If he didn't know that I hadn't left the workshop for the past few days, he would have thought that I had replaced the original J7 with another plane. "Team leader, Why does Su-hai want to install turbines on both sides of the wings? A researcher asked curiously. Lin Bo shook his head, looking puzzled. He also wanted to know the answer. Compared with the original J7, the wings of this aircraft are significantly longer and narrower, with 2 turbines suspended on each wing. Just looking at the appearance, there is only one word to describe it: handsome. Adding a few words is the most handsome boy among domestic fighter jets. As an authority in the aerospace field, Mr. Chun has already noticed some clues. He called Lin Bo over and raised his hand to point to the wings of the plane. The design of Shanghai should be to reduce wind resistance. What do you think? Lin Bo lowered his head and thought for a moment, nodded and said, if analyzed from this perspective, the air resistance during flight can indeed be significantly reduced. He recalled that I had mentioned a few days ago that a special coating would be applied to the fuselage, which would be able to block all reconnaissance methods in the world today. Could it be that this black paint is actually invisible paint? As everyone was discussing, I couldn't help but proudly say, Grandpa Chun, Uncle Liang, I have made a comprehensive transformation of this J7 fighter. Not only the fuselage shape and paint, but the internal changes are too numerous to count. I was so excited that I revealed my youthful nature and started to show off. Uncle Lin, do you know what the most advanced fighter jets and bombers in the world are? Hearing this, Lin Bo was stunned for a moment and blurted out, of course it's the B-2 stealth bomber of the Eagle sauce and the latest F-35 fighter jets in service with the Army. All correct. I snapped my fingers and continued to explain. However, this J7 fighter not only has top-notch air combat capabilities, but also has extremely high stealth performance. Its technological level has surpassed all of the United States aviation technology. This black coating is the stealth paint, right? Lin Bo asked tentatively. That's right. I scratched my head and couldn't help complaining in my heart. Do middle-aged people have such a bad memory? Didn't I make it clear 3 days ago that this plane would be modified to be stealth? Liang Yiming, who was standing by, became more and more excited as he listened. He quickly walked to the fighter plane, climbed up the ladder, and looked down at the cockpit from above. At first glance, his eyes were firmly attracted. The cockpit is completely new and full of technology. Whether it is the joystick or the instrument panel, they have all been replaced with the latest design. Although Liang Yiming is not from the Air Force, as a former Air Force commander, he is quite familiar with the internal structure of the J7 fighter. This transformation is too thorough, Liang Yiming said with emotion. He noticed that even the windshield seemed to have disappeared, so transparent that you couldn't see the existence of glass at all. After looking for a while, he slowly turned around, lowered his head, and asked me, Xiao Su, did you also modify the cockpit seat? Of course. I nodded seriously. The original seat design was too anti-human, so I simply dismantled it and redesigned it, replacing it with an ergonomic seat. Hearing this, Liang Yiming smiled bitterly, and Lin Bo was speechless. I asked you to modify the plane, but you didn't even let go of the seats? The uncomfortable seats in fighter jets are not a new problem. The cabin is small, and the seat design can barely meet the functional requirements. Besides, fighter jets are weapons, and strong firepower and high speed are the key, and comfort is not considered at all. In the early days, the design of Longwa's weapons and equipment has always followed the pragmatic line of the bear, emphasizing durability, strong firepower, thick armor, simple maintenance, and low cost. As for other details, they can all be ignored. At this time, Mr. Chen suddenly said, Shanghai, this plane uses a water fuel engine, right? That's right, Grandpa Chen, I replied. Do you have any other questions? Mr. Chen's expression suddenly became ecstatic. He was very excited. The successful application of the water fuel engine meant that this technology had fully matured. Not only fighter jets could be equipped with this engine, but other fields would also benefit from it. He imagined, in the future, whether it is cars, airplanes, or ships, they will all use water fuel engines, which will have a huge impact on world science and technology. Thinking of this, Mr. Chun could not hide his excitement. In order to cope with the fuel shortage problem, Longwa has vigorously developed the new energy industry in recent years, and even encouraged people to buy new energy electric vehicles through various preferential policies. However, the technology is not yet fully mature, and gasoline vehicles still dominate the market. Now, the emergence of this engine may completely change this situation. Chapter 9, the next highlight. Relying on these technologies, the development of the Air Force will be unstoppable. Whether it's the Russians or the Americans, even if they were given another 50 years, no, 100 years, they would never be able to reach the level of technology we have now. Liang Yiming climbed down from the hanging position and expressed his feelings. Liang Yiming is in his 50s, almost 60. Happy like a child. The J7 fighter jet is an outdated model and will soon be retired. Suhai was able to perform so many big moves on the J7. If you were given a J20, teacher, I estimate that after the modification, one J20 could defeat 1 or 2 Air Force squadrons of the United States or the Russian Bear, maybe even more. Yiming, your vision is too short-sighted. Chen Lao suppressed his excitement and said, 50 years, 100 years, you think too highly of them. Their technology used to be considered high-tech, but now it can no longer be ranked. After saying that, Mr. Chun waved his hand with a look of disgust. Fighter jets equipped with water-fuel engines are more than capable of defeating the fighter squadrons of the two superpowers. It would be no problem to defeat their entire country. Yiming, think about it. The surprise Xiaohai brought us is more than just this plane itself. What effect will be achieved if invisible coating is applied to bombers? Chen Lao asked with a smile. Of course, you can come when you want and leave when you want. Liang Yiming said without hesitation. If stealth coatings can really block all current detection methods, other countries' radars and space satellites will become blind. Block these two detection methods, and our bombers will be like ghosts, coming and going without a trace. All types of anti-aircraft missiles have become useless. If they can't detect aircraft, what can they use to attack them? Elder Chen nodded and said, the drone designed by Xiaohai, equipped with a water-fuel engine, can fly at Mach 8. After this modification, the Mach speed of this fighter will be increased by at least 1/3. Even half of it, I think it's possible, old man. Mr. Chen first explained from a military perspective how these technologies would help Dragon countries' national defense. Then the subject changed. If the water-fuel engine is civilianized, it can also break the hegemonic monopoly of the two world powers. The two superpowers, Russia and the United States, both have huge oil reserves. And it also has a firm control over the world oil market. They manipulate oil prices and suppress the development of manhwa through high oil prices. Teacher, you are right, but Liang Yiming pulled Mr. Chun to a secluded place. Teacher, I could deeply admire your concern for the country and the people. Students like you also want to apply this technology to the civilian field, but once they do so, it will touch the core interests of a large number of people. Hearing this, Mr. Chen's face turned serious. Replacing fuel engines with water-fuel engines is a great thing for both the country and the people. But then again, not everyone has such a high level of awareness, especially those interest groups that became rich because of oil. Changing to a water-fuel engine would be equivalent to destroying their jobs. Once these representatives of capital go crazy, they can do anything, even those who have never been to school. As long as you understand the operating principle of the water-fuel engine, it is not difficult to understand what kind of help it will bring to human development. There will be earth-shaking changes in agriculture, transportation, military, and education. To some extent, this water-fuel engine is equivalent to a disguised perpetual motion machine. Water is the most common resource in the world. Suhai designed this water-fuel engine, which is not picky. Any kind of water can be used as fuel. Cargo ships or warships sailing on the sea can continuously obtain seawater as engine fuel. Trucks tasked with transporting goods only need to carry a few barrels of water on board. The cost of running 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers is only a few dozen dollars. Switching to tap water would cost almost nothing. Uncle Liang, Grandpa Chen, why don't you watch it? The two men walked aside and said that this was a major matter concerning the country's economy and people's livelihood. Suhai called the two over to continue the tour. After looking at the appearance and internal structure of this fighter jet, there is another highlight to come. I was so busy talking about other things that I forgot the main point. Mr. Chun temporarily put the pros and cons of bringing the water-fuel engine to the market on his internal strength. Signaled Liang Yiming to arrange a test pilot immediately. Test fly this latest fighter jet. Half an hour later, a military vehicle stopped at the door of the workshop. A man in military uniform got out of the car. He jogged all the way and stopped in front of Liang Yiming. He put his legs together and gave a standard military salute. Liang Yiming raised his hand in return and said, Teacher, Xiao Su, let me introduce you. Major Li Wei is the best test pilot in our Northern Theater Command. The fighter jets that were improved, developed, and deployed to the troops by the Northern Military Research Institute were all tested by him. Li Wei is experienced and has excellent adaptability. I suggest that he fly the plane. Mr. Chen said, Comrade Li Wei, the fighter jet you are about to test fly is a modification of the J7 fighter jet model. But during the test flight, you must not test fly it in the same way as the J7 fighter jet. Except for a few similarities, it is completely different from the J7 fighter in terms of control system and other aspects. Yes. Li Wei saluted again. Ask about the aircraft's operations. Old Chen laughed and said, "You're asking the wrong person. Xiao Hai, come and talk to Major Li Wei about the precautions during the test flight." Li Wei's attention has always been focused on Liang Yiming and Mr. Chen. I didn't notice there was a teenager at the scene. Oh, Unklali. This J7 fighter jet I modified has all the characteristics of a supersonic fighter. When it starts, the turbines on both sides of the wings will make a loud noise, so don't be nervous. It wasn't a problem with the aircraft, it was just some minor changes I made to the engine. Immediately, Suhai explained from all aspects how to control the J7 fighter jet that he had modified. When the plane starts, the turbine will make a deafening explosion. There will also be strong airflow at the tail of the aircraft. Li Wei, who had test-driven more than a dozen fighter jets, was completely stunned. The layman couldn't understand what the strong airflow Suhai was talking about. Li Wei knew it all too well. It means that this engine is a 4-engine engine. What a magical equipment this is. Move the bomber's engine to the fighter. What exactly are you going to do? No wonder Mr. Chen said that he should abandon his previous experience in test flying. If he hadn't listened to these precautions, Li Wei's heart would have jumped out of his stomach as soon as the plane started. As Su Hai's narration deepened, Li Wei's initial shock turned into excitement. Chapter 10, Flying Actions That Defy Physics. Li Wei doesn't care who modified the plane. I just want to go in and test fly right away. Technical issues are the responsibility of scientists. As a test pilot, Li Wei has only one mission: fly the plane into the sky and fully demonstrate its various performances. Drive it back safely. It took an hour to explain in detail the various control systems of this aircraft. Su Hai added, "When the plane is preparing to take off, no one can be within 200 meters. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of life being in danger." Even if Su Hai didn't say it, everyone knew it. A supersonic fighter takes off if there is someone nearby. Not to mention whether you will be blown away by the airflow generated by the plane. The sonic boom produced by a supersonic fighter is enough to break a person's eardrum. If not handled properly, it may directly shatter the brain nerves and internal organs. After a while, the tractor towed the plane from the workshop to the Institute's dedicated test flight runway. All staff members are assigned strictly limited positions, standing 200 meters away and watching. After completing the pre-flight evacuation of personnel, Liang Yiming and Mr. Chen looked at each other. Their simultaneous appearance cannot be concealed, and their joy and anticipation cannot be concealed. Just looking at the appearance, the two were shocked beyond words. What kind of shock will this plane bring when it soars into the sky? The two of them really couldn't have imagined it. I dare not even guess. Team leader, is Su Hai a genius or a monster? Hearing the sighs of his subordinates, Lin Bo wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's not that Su Hai has a hole in his brain, but that these people have holes in their brains. I was so foolish as to think that my superior did this for some kind of vested interest. Let Su Hai mess around here. They're not just fooling around. The most advanced technological innovations. Inside the cabin, Li Wei, wearing a helmet, was receiving the flight countdown from the command center. Li Wei, who has test flown a large number of new aircraft. I've never been as nervous as I am today. Every technology in Su Hai's introduction to this aircraft was cutting-edge technology that Li Wei had never seen or heard of before. I never thought that one day I would feel nervous because of test flying the J7 fighter jet. As the countdown ends, the plane made a deafening scream. Blue flames spurted out from the tail of the plane. The Mach loop, which is unique to supersonic aircraft, takes off as the aircraft takes off, appeared in midair. Except Liang Yiming, Chen Lao, and Su Hai. The researchers at the Research Institute who were watching the test flight were all stunned. Open your mouth wide. Lin Bo can be sure that the engine installed in this fighter jet is definitely not manufactured with domestic technology. Lin Bo is familiar with all types of engines for domestic aircraft. You can tell the speed of this engine just by listening to the sound. It has reached the world's top level. Oh my God, is this still our J7 fighter? Compared with the latest F-35 fighter jet of the Eagle sauce, it is also inferior in many aspects of technology. So handsome, so handsome. I never thought that our country would be able to develop such an advanced fighter jet one day. Lin Bo squeezed out of the crowd and found Su Hai, who was talking to Mr. Chen. Researcher Su, I apologize for my previous rudeness and ignorance. Lin Bo bowed to Su Hai and apologized with a guilty conscience. Su Hai was startled and quickly asked, Uncle Lin, what are you doing? You didn't do anything to me. Lin Bo's face turned red after hearing this. Researcher Su, I know you're giving me face. I really want to slap myself for doubting you. Su Hai couldn't understand it, but Mr. Chun made a rough guess. Shaolin, now you know what it means that there are always people who are better than you, right? No, Lin Bo said self-deprecatingly. Compared with researcher Su, Lin Bo, have lived for more than 40 years in vain. Then Lin Bo asked a big question that had been weighing on his mind. Researcher Su, what is the thrust of the fighter jet you modified? The Military Research Institute has collected some information about the Eagle Sauce F-35 fighter. According to the data above, after upgrading and modification, the maximum thrust of the F-3 fighter has exceeded 23 tons. The J7 fighter jet modified by Su Hai obviously has more thrust than the F-35. Su Hai said, a single engine is 60 tons and a twin engine is 120 tons. Lin Bo's brain buzzed. My legs went weak, and I almost fell to the ground. Ordinary people have no idea what 120 tons of thrust means. Any one of those people who specialize in studying aircraft can give an accurate answer. The engine thrust installed on this fighter is comparable to that of small and medium-sized rockets. Team leader, look here. Not far away, a researcher let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Bo looked up. This time he really collapsed to the ground. This modified version of the J7 fighter jet performs various difficult maneuvers in the air. Then he did something that subverted everyone's cognition. Hovering high in the air, the staff of the Research Institute on the scene cheered loudly. The fixed-wing fighter jet was able to hover at high altitudes, something that only a helicopter can do. It is no longer leading technology, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Use high-altitude hovering when flying at the speed of sound, equivalent to a world-class long-distance runner. While running at full speed, he stopped in an instant. Stand firmly, without moving or shaking. Am I seeing right? Who's gonna pinch me? Damn it, is everything I learned fake physics knowledge? I feel like Newton's coffin is about to fall apart. Everyone was talking about it, and they all felt like their brains were about to freeze. Is this science or magic? Lin Bo patted his head. Not only was Newton's coffin lid about to break, his brain cells were also about to be burned dry. In the sky, the show continues. Complete the difficult high-altitude hovering. The fighter jet began to accelerate. This fighter jet flying at the speed of sound once again made a move that subverted common sense in flying. From hovering motionless in midair to directly accelerating into flight. There is no buffer time in between. Then there was an aerial drift. An angle of 180 degrees, turning directly in midair. And it's not flying backwards, but a real high-altitude turn. Not to mention airplanes. Even cars traveling at high speeds dare not perform such dangerous actions. In movies and TV series, we can often see cars drifting on the road. But this is subject to certain conditions. The car must remain decelerated in order to perform a drift. If you drift at full speed, you will definitely flip over. The fighter plane makes a turn in the air. Not only could it cause the aircraft to disintegrate, the pilot may also faint directly. This set of movements has completely disregarded all known principles of physics. After all, what is flying in the sky is a fighter jet, or an alien spacecraft. Chapter 11: Two Mysterious Gifts from Liang Yiming. Half an hour later, the fighter plane flew back to the runway. The cockpit opened, and Li Wei, trembling all over, climbed back to the ground along the ladder. As soon as his legs touched the ground, his body involuntarily fell to the side. Call an ambulance. Seeing this, Liang Yiming immediately gave orders to the guards. Su Hai was startled. Although he only spent 3 days on the modification, the performance in all aspects is excellent. During the flight, there is no possibility of problems with the internal pilot. Why did Li Wei collapse on the ground as soon as he came down? Chun Lao took 2 quick steps to Li Wei and asked hurriedly, Shaoli, what problems did you encounter during the test flight? I have no problems. Li Wei lay on the ground, gasping for breath. My collapse had nothing to do with the plane. It was me being me. Hearing this, Mr. Chun was even more confused. Test pilots must undergo a rigorous physical examination every few months. Ensure that there will be no problems during the test flight. The sound of an ambulance was heard not far away. At the same time, Li Wei also got up from the ground. Uncle Li, were you too excited during the test flight and consumed too much energy? Su Hai scratched his head and asked uncertainly. Li Wei said embarrassedly, "That's what happened." When these words were spoken, Liang Yiming and Mr. Chun were both shocked. This isn't the first test flight. How could Li Wei not even be able to control his own emotions? At first I felt everything was normal, but when the plane started flying at hypersonic speed, the blood in my body rushed to my brain, and I became excited. I feel like the planes I tested before were all old cars. Only this one can be called a real plane. The speed was so fast that it made my scalp tingle and my blood boil. I wanted to break through the atmosphere and fly into the universe. What Li Wei said sounded a bit childish, but everyone understood what I wanted to express. Although Li Wei repeatedly stated that there was nothing wrong with his health, Liang Yiming still ordered him to go to the hospital for a checkup. The ambulance took Li Wei away from the test flight field. Chun praised. This test flight was 100% successful, and this was just a modification of the J7 fighter. If you switch to the J20 or other aircraft, God knows what big moves you will make. Xiao Su, the military expresses its sincerest gratitude to you. Liang Yiming held Su Hai's hand tightly. His expression was extremely excited. This test flight brought them so much. A comprehensive understanding of Su Hai's modification technology will have far-reaching value both in military and civilian applications. Uncle Liang, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Su Hai was a little flattered. Xiao Su, can Uncle Liang make another request for you? Uncle Liang, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Su Hai immediately pulled his hand back. I wanted to salute, but I felt that I was not a soldier, and it would be a bit out of place to salute. Liang Yiming asked urgently, "Can you modify 2 more J7 fighters?" Of course you can, but why not upgrade to a newer model? Su Hai asket kudiosili. Liang Yiming sighed and said, "You may not know yet, but the J7 fighter jets in service in the Air Force will be fully retired in a few months. If we can give them a second life through modification, wouldn't it save a lot of money? Every penny of this funding will be spent on you." Since its founding, Longhua has always lived by calculating. Back then, we were extremely poor and had to tighten our belts to develop science and technology in national defense. Now that I have money, there are more things to do. If all the J7 fighter jets were converted into this new type of fighter, it can save the country a lot of money. All the money saved was used on Su Hai. Through Su Hai's hands, more advanced weapons were developed, forming a virtuous circle. So that's how it is? I understand. I promise to complete the task. This time, Su Hai did not hesitate and saluted in a proper military manner. Yes, he is a potential soldier. Liang Yiming showed approval. Take a rest first, and then make the 2 fighter planes tomorrow. When these 2 fighter planes are modified into new aircraft like this one, Uncle Liang will give you 2 mysterious gifts. What gift does Uncle Liang want to give me? Su Hai asket impatinti. If I tell you now, the mysterious gift won't be a mystery anymore. Go and rest. Liang Yiming patet Su Hai saam. Order the guard to send Su Hai back to the dormitory to rest. These days, Su Hai has been busy in the modification workshop day and night. I guess the little guy must be very tired. Not long after Su Hai left, Old Chen said, "Yiming, are you planning to give him this?" As he spoke, Mr. Chen nodded his shoulder. Liang Yiming said with a smile, "Although Xiao Su is young, he has a strong patriotic heart. Teacher and I are very clear about this. He always delivers on the country's demands, and as his uncle, I cannot treat him unfairly. I think Xiao Su wants to join the army, so I'm going to fulfill his wish." "That's fine." Mr. Chen nodded. Today, society is full of material desires, and all kinds of strange things happen. When he arrives in the army, Xiao Hai can be guided by the correct values. After all, Su Hai is just an 18-year-old boy. Liang Yiming praised him highly and promised to give him 2 mysterious gifts. Su Hai became more motivated. I went back to the dormitory and had a good sleep. I got up the next morning and went straight to the modification workshop. All materials are ready. 2 identical J7 fighter jets were towed into the workshop by a tractor. With the experience of the first modification, the 2 aircraft were completely modified in just over 4 days. On Monday morning, 3 J7 fighter jets appeared at an Air Force base. 3 modified J 7 fighter jets will conduct a test flight today. Then we will proceed to group battles and other content. Same as last time, the test pilots of the 2nd and 3rd J7 fighter jets were also ace test pilots. After several hours of testing, all tests achieved excellent results. As the 3 fighter jets flew back to the runway, Liang Yiming also took out his 2 mysterious gifts. Wow, I really became a doctor. After receiving the first mysterious gift, Su Hai was overjoyed. This is a degree certificate, Doctor of Military Equipment. As for the second gift, Su Hai felt it was a little hot. Uncle Liang, isn't the second gift a bit too heavy? Su Hai said cautiously, I'm only 18 years old. I'm afraid I'm not even qualified to be a second lieutenant, let alone a major. Su Hai has a wide range of interests besides studying. He was very clear about the ranks in the army. Young men of his age probably haven't even graduated from military school yet. Even if you graduate, you will only be a second lieutenant. The appointment letter Liang Yiming gave him clearly stated that he was Air Force Major. Chapter 12. Military tricycles can be turned into supersonic vehicles. This is an honor you deserve. You helped the Air Force improve its aircraft and provided the country with a large amount of advanced technology and reference experience. Welcome to become a member of the military. Liang Yiming salutes Su Hai. Su Hai quickly returned the gift. Uncle Liang, thank you for these 2 gifts. I like them very much, and I will always cherish these 2 honors. If I have to say thank you, it should be me thanking you. Liang Yiming was filled with emotion. The military and even the country should thank you. Without your selfless dedication and scientific research achievements, our national defense would not be able to become stronger. The reason why Liang Yiming asked Su Hai to continue modifying the J7 fighter jet based on the original one, in addition to conducting various comprehensive tests on their performance. I also want to build up combat effectiveness in the shortest possible time. After all, a J7 fighter jet is somewhat weak. 3 fighter jets can form a 3-plane formation. Relying on hypersonic speed, all foreign reconnaissance aircraft will be expelled from the country. During this period, the hands and feet of the Eagle Sauce have become more and more dirty. From the beginning of this year to now, a total of 27 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft have been dispatched to the territory of Manhwa. Their performance is ahead of Dragon Country's aviation technology. When the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft was discovered entering the country, the Air Force immediately dispatched fighter jets to drive it away. But they will soon be left behind by these planes. The enemy planes may have risen to a height that the Dragon Kingdom fighter jets could not reach. Swagger continues the spy reconnaissance mission. The J7 fighter jet modified by Su Hai appeared. It is both an experimental product and a sharp sword to strike against external forces. Old Chen smiled and said, Yiming, the 2 gifts you gave Xiao Hai were given on behalf of the country and the military. Where's your own gift? Liang Yiming smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, how do you want me to express my gratitude? Old Chen joked, Su Hai likes delicious dishes the most. Why don't you pay for a good meal for Xiao Hai to reward him for his hard work during this period? That's what the teacher said. Liang Yiming nodded and said, Xiao Su, Uncle Liang will take you to the city tonight. You can choose any restaurant you want. Eat whatever you want, Uncle Liang will pay for it. Even if you think it's dragon liver and phoenix marrow, Uncle Liang will find a way to get it for you. Su Hai samai seto li. There is no such thing as dragon liver and phoenix marrow in the world. Liang Yiming is exaggerating. By the way, Xiao Hai, what do you think this new type of aircraft should be named? Mr. Chun changed the subject. It was suggested that Su Hai give these 3 aircraft a new name. The 3 modified aircraft were derived from the J7 fighter, but apart from their size, they are very different from the J7 fighter in all other aspects. It is no longer appropriate to continue calling it the J7 fighter. Su Hai blurted out, How about calling them Ghost Fighters? Ghost Fighter. Liang Yiming said Su Hai's name twice. Okay, let's call it Ghost Fighter. Liang Yiming smiled and said, All 3 fighters have the invisible coating you designed. They come and go without a trace. Calling them ghosts is indeed worthy of the name. Liang Yiming and Mr. Chen both thought that Su Hai called the 3 planes Ghost Fighters because of the stealth coating on them. Little did they know, the more Su Hai looked at these 3 planes, the more they looked like fighter planes in a game. That fighter plane was called the Ghost Fighter. Liang Yiming said he would invite Su Hai to dinner at a big hotel in the city, but in the end they did not go. Before departure, Liang Yiming received an emergency notice. Rushing back to the war zone to answer a confidential call. On behalf of Liang Yiming, Mr. Chen took Su Hai and the 3 pilots who participated in the test flight to the institute cafeteria. Neither Su Hai nor the test pilot had the habit of drinking. Therefore, no alcohol was prepared for the celebratory dinner in the evening. Mr. Chen used tea instead of wine and first toasted the 3 brave test pilots. Asked in detail about their high-altitude test flights. In addition to feeling excited, are there any other feelings? Li Wei, who participated in the test flight for the second time, did not have the excitement and thrill of the first time. Start by answering Mr. Chen's questions from a professional perspective. Flying to an altitude of 50,000 meters, Li Wei activated the automatic driving function according to the driving method taught by Su Hai. Next, start observing aircraft radar and other data. Keep in touch with the other 2 fighter jets at all times. At an altitude of 50,000 meters, very few fighter planes could detect them. The aircraft is coated with stealth paint, so there is no need to worry about being locked by high-altitude satellites or ground radars. If you ask me, there are only 2 words to describe it. Another test pilot interjected. Which 2 words? Mr. Chen said with great interest. Boring. Chen Lao frowned and said, how can flying a new fighter be boring? Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that the plane was boring, but that I was bored. He also turned on autopilot. In addition to watching the radar and control system data, just keep in touch with the other 2 test pilots, Li Wei and Lao Sun. The rest of the time, I either look at the clouds or the sky. It can be as visually tiring as it can be. Tell me, can I not be bored? Ha ha! After hearing this, Mr. Chen burst into laughter. Flying at such a high altitude, thanks to the aircraft's own superior performance, there is really not much for the pilot to do. Apart from collecting various data, the rest is just to enjoy the scenery. My biggest feeling is just one word: awesome. Test pilot Lao Sun said. Ever since the Eagle Sauce upgraded its F-35 fighter jet, it has been praised as miraculous both online and among the public. It seems that with this fighter, the Eagle will always be the overlord of the sky. Our Phantom fighter has emerged. In front of it, the F-35 is just a younger brother. Not a younger brother, but a grandson and a great-grandson. This may sound a bit arrogant, but from a different perspective, it is also the truth. The Phantom fighter crushes the F-35 fighter in all aspects. Everyone would have the same idea as Lao Sun if they had the opportunity to test fly this leading aircraft. Mr. Chen said, I understand everyone's joy, but we can't be arrogant because of it. We have powerful aircraft, but it's not enough. In terms of other weapons and equipment, we are still far behind the Russians. After this statement was made, the 3 test pilots expressed their deep agreement. Under attack from both sides by the 2 powerful countries, Longwa's development speed is very difficult, especially in terms of weapons and equipment. In many places, they are not as good as the Russians and the Americans. The Air Force's leading position does not mean that Longwa has truly surpassed the 2 superpowers in overall military strength. Su Hai listened carefully and felt that what Mr. Chen said was absolutely right. Leading in aircraft technology does not mean leading in overall military power. Elder Chen said earnestly, let's not talk about other things. Let's just talk about the systematization of equipment synthesis. Western countries, led by the United States, have developed a variety of leading military capabilities. Xiao Hai, whether you can catch up with them or not, the future all depends on you. Don't worry, Grandpa Chen. I'll take care of it. Su Hai patted his chest and made the promise. With sufficient funds and equipment, he guarantees that Longwa's weapons and equipment will improve day by day. Give him a year or so. Even a small military tricycle can be turned into a supersonic tricycle by Su Hai. Chapter 13. Gradually Strategic Air Force. The 3 test pilots couldn't help laughing out loud. The so-called military tricycle is actually a meme on the internet. It refers to the kitchen team and the human-powered tricycle used to buy vegetables. Although Su Hai's words were a bit exaggerated, they liked to listen to them. After eating a few bites of food, Mr. Chen asked again, Xiao Hai, do you have any ideas about the weapons of the fighter jet? There are no outsiders here. If there are, you might as well tell them for everyone to hear. Su Hai immediately put down his chopsticks and said, this is what I think. In the next stage, I plan to develop air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles suitable for the Ghost Fighter to maximize their accuracy. And Su Hai became hesitant. Old Chen encouraged him, Xiao Hai, this is not your character. Just say whatever you want to say. Grandpa Chen is not your father. He will not glare at you. Then I'll tell you. Old Chin bit his lip and said, "Conventional missile technology has been almost fully researched by countries around the world. I want to design a nuclear missile for the Ghost Fighter." Nuclear missile? Mr. Chin's eyes suddenly widened. The three test pilots who were chatting with each other seemed to have their acupoints pressed, standing there motionless. The chopsticks in Li Wei's hand fell directly to the ground. Su Hai is really bold in his thinking. It jumped from aviation technology to nuclear weapons research. Xiao Hai, in addition to your research on airplanes and engines, are you also good at nuclear physics? Old Chin stuttered. In addition to the things in high school textbooks, I have studied various other fields. Nuclear physics, aerospace, energy biology, there are too many to count. Su Hai said seriously. Again, if you give me the time and equipment, I can make the tricycle go supersonic. This is incredible. This is incredible. If Su Hai hadn't been with Mr. Chun since he was a child, I'm afraid Mr. Chun will think he's an alien. This time Mr. Chun was really surprised. Su Hai either doesn't say anything, or once he does, it's enough to scare people. Nuclear weapons are not only the ticket to becoming a great power, but also the foundation for maintaining national strength. After Mr. Chun finished his meal, he went to find Liang Yiming. Tell the other party about Su Hai's idea in this regard. See if we can send a few nuclear physics experts over to test Su Hai's ability in nuclear physics. After the celebratory banquet, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. After the three pilots left, Mr. Chun took Su Hai for a walk with him. By the way, related and physical content. After walking a few steps, Mr. Chin's phone rang. "Yiming, your call came at the right time. I just had something to tell you." "Teacher, are you with Xiao Su now?" "Yes, we were taking a walk together." "From your tone, did something happen?" Liang Yiming's tone was very serious on the phone. "Teacher, please bring Xiao Su to the War Zone Command Center right now. In another hour, the War Zone will hold a top-secret meeting." "Okay, I'll take him there right away." Mr. Chun found the security personnel and prepared a helicopter for them. Send him and Su Hai to the War Zone Command Headquarters more than 100 kilometers away. It was Su Hai's first time at the Theater Command Center, and he was curious about everything he saw. At the same time, I was a little nervous. The Theater Command was on high alert. Soldiers standing guard and patrolling can be seen everywhere. "Xiao Hai, you are a member of the military now. You may have to come here more often in the future. Stand up straight, there is nothing to be afraid of." Feeling that Su Hai was a little restrained, Mr. Chin comforted him with a few words in a friendly manner. "Yeah, I'm a major now. Why are you so nervous?" Su Hai imitated the patrol soldier and followed behind Mr. Chun with his head held high. Step by step into the Theater Command Center building. There was a meeting room on the 3rd floor, and it was packed. The theater commander went to headquarters for a meeting, which was chaired by Deputy Commander-in-Chief Liang Yiming. There were more than a dozen generals sitting on both sides of the conference table. There is a dazzling golden star hanging on everyone's shoulder. "Teacher, Xiao Hai, please sit down." As the two came in, the meeting officially began. Liang Yiming cleared his throat and picked up a file bag from the conference table in front of him. 2 words written on it: "Top secret." Now I announce the headquarters order. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so generals on the date looked at Liang Yiming with serious expressions. After research by the head of the headquarters, Comrade Su Hai is appointed as a major senior researcher at the Northern Theater Military Research Institute. Has the privilege of participating in all weapons research and development work at the institute. Liang Yiming paused and continued reading. Su Hai's modified Ghost Fighter has passed various tests and is ready for use in actual combat. The superior leaders decided to use the Northern Theater as a pilot project. Establish a strategic air force. Putting down the documents in his hand, Liang Yiming sat back in his chair and said to Su Hai, "Xiao Su, the reason I called you here is to hear your opinion. The Northern Theater is about to form a strategic air force, and all of its aircraft will be made up of Phantom fighters. You are solely responsible for the modification of the Ghost Fighter. Can you give me an exact time now? How long will it take to convert 24 Phantom fighters? 24 aircraft are equivalent to a flying squadron, which is enough to produce a certain degree of strategic deterrence." It was the first time in his life that Su Hai came to such an important occasion, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Uncle Liang, no, General Liang, about a month." Liang Yiming said seriously, "I will give you 1.5 months, 24 Ghost Fighters, not one less." "Clear." Su Hai saluted. Liang Yiming waved at Su Hai with a friendly expression, indicating that Su Hai need not be nervous. The construction of the Dragon country's air force has always been based on national defense. With the Phantom Fighter's test, the Air Force's strategy will inevitably have to be adjusted to a certain extent. From national defense to both offense and defense. Keep the enemy out of the country. The Ghost Fighter has the ability to block all means of detection. It is also a powerful aerial weapon that can fly at hypersonic speeds and has a nearly unlimited mileage. Using it only for national defense is really a waste of talent. A few hours ago, the commander-in-chief of the theater, who received the news, took a special plane to the headquarters to attend a relevant meeting. After research by the heads of the headquarters, it was determined that the Ghost Fighter will take on other tasks in addition to national defense in the future. Once a war breaks out, the Ghost War Zone will be the first to be deployed. Seize air superiority, support ground forces, and carry out strategic strikes. In normal times, it will also undertake strategic cruise missions. The Mach speed of the Ghost Fighter is equivalent to that of a ballistic missile, capable of attacking anywhere in the world. After expert analysis, the performance of the Phantom Fighter far exceeds that of the F-35. What also surprised the heads of headquarters and experts was the cost of modifying this fighter. According to Suhai, the J7 fighter jet will be converted into a Ghost Fighter. Including materials, the total cost is only 80,000 yuan. Chapter 14, Double Happiness. Discovery of a Chromium or area. You heard it right, it's 80,000 yuan. 80,000 yuan is probably not enough to buy a civilian car, let alone modify an airplane. Manhwa is equipped with a large number of old J7 fighter jets. The retirement of all these fighter jets will cost a considerable amount just for their storage and regular maintenance. Modified by Suhai can save a lot of money, and in a virtuous cycle, it can be invested in the modification of other fighter jets or land combat weapons. After hearing Liang Yiming's arrangements, the generals were all excited. Over the years, the military strength of Dragon Country in all aspects has been severely suppressed by the two powerful countries. The Air Force was the first to achieve a breakthrough. I have to say, it is a very gratifying thing. Does anyone have any questions? After finishing the main content of the meeting, Liang Yiming looked around at everyone. A general in a blue uniform said, reporting to the deputy commander, if the Phantom Fighter is responsible for the Strategic Air Force mission, what mission should our newly equipped J-20 perform? Liang Yiming smiled and said, regarding the future mission of the J-20, the head of the headquarters has already considered it. The Phantom Fighter performs Strategic Air Force missions, and the J-20 performs second-rate missions. In other words, all difficult air missions will be handled by the Ghost Fighter. Below, this is the mission of the J-20. After answering the general's question, Liang Yiming sorted out his thoughts and said, don't just focus on your own little piece of land. Look further ahead. You have already fully understood the capabilities of the Ghost Fighter before the meeting. Manhwa has always adhered to the foreign policy of not offending others unless they offend me. But you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Everyone knows that the United States has been the world's hegemon for decades, and their aircraft are spread all over the world. In the past decade or so, the United States has begun to claim that it has the ability to quickly strike and deliver weapons around the world 24 hours a day. During the Desert War, the Eagles confirmed this. They are indeed able to do it, quickly strike and deliver in a short period of time. Now that we have the Ghost Fighter, we have completely surpassed the Eagle Sauce in terms of rapid strikes. We have our advantages. What we need to do now is to magnify these advantages and be more forward-looking. Once other countries show hostility towards us, the Ghost Fighter will be a sword hanging over their heads. Having said this, Liang Yiming took out a cigarette and lit it. Having a sword in your hand, but not using it, and not having a sword in your hand are two completely different things. Everyone nodded. Suhai, who was trying hard to be invisible, suddenly remembered a joke on the internet and blurted out, the Eagle Sauce accused you of having weapons of mass destruction. You better really have them. Huh? The serious meeting room burst into laughter at Suhai's words. Indeed, when the United States accuses a country of possessing weapons of mass destruction and uses this as a reason to impose sanctions on that country. If not, a catastrophe awaits the country. If weapons of mass destruction really exist, the accusations made by the Americans will only remain lip service forever. Dare not take further action. The Dragon Kingdom not only possesses nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs, but also has long-range, medium-range, and short-range missiles to deliver them. It is enough to compete with the Eagle Sauce and the Russian Bear to a certain extent. With the addition of the Ghost Fighter, The situation where the eagle is strong and the dragon is weak will soon change the offense and defense. Ha 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 ha. Happy events are coming. Good things come in pairs. As the meeting was coming to an end, Mr. Chen laughed out loud without caring about his image. Many participants looked at Mr. Chen with confusion. Su Hai, who was beside old Chen, whispered, "Grandpa Chen, what are you so happy about?" "What a great thing. What a great thing." Mr. Chen put his cell phone on the table. "What our ancestors said is so true. This is called good things come in pairs and happiness continues." "Teacher, what good thing happened?" Liang Yiming said excitedly. When he was young, Mr. Chen was a serious person. As we get older, our mentality begins to develop towards that of an old child. Seeing curiosity written all over everyone's faces, Mr. Chen once again kept the secret. "Let me test you. What is the most lacking thing in our country?" "Teacher, this is a huge range." Liang Yiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The generals attending the meeting included those from the Navy, Army, and Air Force. From a military perspective, Longwa lacks a lot of weapons and equipment. "Grandpa Chun, please stop keeping us in suspense and just tell us the answer." Su Hai shook Liang Yiming's arm. His curiosity has been completely aroused by Mr. Chun. If it was something about weapons and equipment, Mr. Chen would not be so happy. With Su Hai around, any equipment can be upgraded to the world's leading level, or even surpass modern technology. "I just received news that our oil drilling team in the Kingdom of Naray has discovered a large amount of metallic chromium." As soon as the words fell, everyone in the venue was overjoyed. Metal chromium is so important to the Dragon Country that it has risen to the national strategic level. I didn't expect that the drilling team going abroad to explore for oil would be so powerful. Lots of chromium metal found. Chromium is the hardest metal, bar none. It can be used in tanks, missiles, and other weapons and equipment. The application areas are more extensive. The metallic chromium resources in Longwa are almost scarce. Nearly 100% of the metallic chromium used is imported. The meeting ended in a joyful atmosphere. After returning to the research institute, Su Hai went into seclusion again. Prepare for the next fighter squadron. As for Mr. Chun, he led the relevant personnel and flew to the Kingdom of Naray the next day. The Kingdom of Naray was located on the edge of the tropical continent, adjacent to the sea. The location is at the intersection of two oceans. There are dozens of countries of all sizes on the tropical continent. These countries have never been vassals of the Western world. He is the younger brother of Eagle Sauce. Only the Naray Kingdom was an outlier. I am very disgusted with the hegemony of the Western world. As soon as the Long Kingdom was established, the Naray Kingdom became a diplomatic ally of the Long Kingdom. They took the initiative to set aside a piece of land on the seashore and provided it to the Dragon Kingdom as a military base, anchored to supply passing merchant ships and warships. The Long Kingdom reciprocated the favor by investing a large amount of manpower and material resources to help the Naray Kingdom with infrastructure construction and work with the country to develop domestic oil. Good intentions are rewarded. Oil drilling in progress. The drilling team discovered a rich chromium or area. Alas, being a big shot is not as good as it looks. Grandpa Chun is so old and still has to run around every day. A few days later in the evening, Su Hai finished his work. After eating in the cafeteria, I returned to my spacious dormitory. Ding dong, ding dong. The video connection sound came from the tablet computer on the bedside. Su Hai pressed the accept button without hesitation. The next second, a familiar picture appeared on the screen. Chapter 15. Sending out an aircraft carrier battle group, the Eagle Sauce is about to cause trouble. The living room of Su Hai's house. "Dad, Mom, have you missed me these days?" Su Hai kept waving at the camera. "Xiao Hai, put on your military uniform quickly and take out your doctorate certificate. Dad wants to take some screenshots for you." "Ah." Hearing this, Su Hai looked depressed. "Dad, you sent me a video so late. Is that because of this? I'm your son, not a mascot. It's been so long since we last met, and you don't even bother to show your concern for me. You have Academician Chan protecting you, so why should I care about you?" Su Chantian urged. "Hurry up and bring out your military uniform and doctorate certificate. Dad has to show off this time. Those people always say that if you can't get into college, you will definitely have to rely on your parents for support in the future. Now, my son not only eats government food, but is also an officer with a doctorate degree. They are so envious." Su Chantian was very proud and prepared to show off his big son. "Grandpa Chin must have told you that." Su Hai opened the wardrobe, and put on his new Air Force uniform. He took out the epaulets from the drawer. He suddenly became the youngest Air Force major. "Son, you are so handsome." Mother Yi Li kept praising Su Hai, saying that he had the same charm as she did in her youth. "As expected of my son, he has a promising future." Su Chantian followed suit and boasted about his good genes. "Dad, please go to the balcony and take a look outside." "To the balcony?" Su Chantian asked. "Why are you looking outside?" Su Hai smiled evilly and said, "Before, when I was at home, you always said that if I could succeed, our family would be doomed. Go outside and see if there are any ghosts hanging around in the air." Su Chantian almost couldn't breathe. The brat has been bad-mouthed since he was young. Afterwards, Su Chantian, like a photographer, directed Su Hai to pose in numerous positions that he thought were very handsome. Every time a move was made, Su Chantian would take a screenshot immediately. "Son, you have a government job, an officer, and a doctorate degree, but you never asked the higher-ups whether they would give you a wife." "Dad, what are you thinking? Do you think the army is Doraemon's treasure bag, giving you whatever you want?" Su Hai was completely speechless. It is common for companies to allocate houses to people with different job titles. Does that unit also have girlfriends? If such a unit really existed, the door would have been broken down by the crowds long ago. It doesn't matter if we don't break up. With your qualifications, you can find any girlfriend you want. Su Chantian asked, "Wife, how is the new female graduate student assigned to your unit?" "Although she is 3 years older than our son, she looks good. A girl 3 years older than her husband is bound to bring wealth. Just barely a good match for our Xiao Hai. Honey, you don't have a fever, do you?" Yili glared at Su Chantian. She finished graduate school at the age of 21 and even participated in a beauty pageant held by the national TV station. "I won the second prize, and you call it barely enough?" Not only Su Haida was speechless, Yili also started rolling her eyes. "My son is a pillar of the country and a future academician. He cannot be careless about important matters in his life." Su Chantian was daydreaming. As long as Su Hai does not make any mistakes in principle, it will be just a matter of time before he becomes an academician. The smoke from the Su family's ancestral tomb will grow higher and higher. From then on, the Su family became a scientific family. Eugenics must be considered. I want to find a girl for my son who has a matching IQ and isn't too bad looking. You also need to consider how many children you want and how to raise your future grandchildren from an early age. You are really my father. I am only 18 years old, and you have even started to consider what kind of kindergarten your grandson should go to. Su Hai was completely convinced by his eccentric father. "Dad, you want me to be an academician, and you also want me to find a girlfriend and have children. What should I do?" "Son, don't listen to your father's nonsense. A man should focus on his career. Your father got married too early, so he is only an ordinary researcher now." Yili said lightly, "Your beautiful, gentle, and generous mother is barely the fourth in command in the unit." "Mom, you are not only the fourth in command in the unit, but also a master of Versailles." Su Hai complained about his mother's self-centeredness. "My mom is amazing. Longhua Rocket Research Institute, deputy director of Liangbei branch. It is not only a national unit, but also a first-level confidential agency. There are thousands of employees inside. The fourth in command is just barely adequate. If this isn't Versailles, then what is Versailles?" After chatting for a while, Su Hai discovered that in the corner of the living room was a suitcase that Su Chantian used specifically for business trips. "Dad, are you going on a business trip?" This brat is not good at anything else, but his observation skills are top-notch. Su Chantian smiled and said, "You are right. Dad will go to the Naray kingdom the day after tomorrow. The plane they leased from our country had engine problems. Your father will be in charge of the repairs." "Ah, you are going to the kingdom of Naray too. What a coincidence." A few days after Mr. Chen passed away, Su Chantian was about to follow him. "Why? Do you know anyone in the kingdom of Naray?" "Grandpa Chen went there a few days ago. You might run into him." Su Hai explained. "Maybe. We'll tell you when the time comes." Su Chantian passed over the matter and told Su Hai to work hard and get elected as an academician as soon as possible. Chromium metal can be used to make missiles, as well as a range of weapons, including armored vehicles. In Su Hai's black technology system, there are so many related technologies that they are too numerous to count. Su Hai contacted Liang Yiming the next day. "Uncle Liang, I want to go to the kingdom of Naray to do, or testing to see if I can use some of the chromium metal in the subsequent aircraft research." Liang Yiming did not doubt him and immediately agreed to Su Hai's request. Arranged for someone to take him to the airport. After more than 10 hours of flight, Su Hai arrived at the tropical continent at noon the next day. Su Hai wearing a floral shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops. At this moment, I am drinking happy water and sitting with my legs crossed in the office of the Dragon Kingdom Embassy in the Kingdom of Naray. Come here a day early and go to the airport tomorrow to give Su Changtian a surprise. Enter the village secretly and don't shoot. It's guaranteed to give Su Changtian a scare. Xiao Hai, pack your things now and return home immediately. Before I finished drinking the happy water, the office door was pushed open. As soon as Mr. Chun, who was wearing camouflage clothes and desert boots, came in, he ordered Su Hai to pack his luggage immediately. Take a plane back to Longwo immediately. Grandpa Chun, why did you chase me away as soon as I got here? Su Hai said aggrievedly. I'm here to do scientific research, and traveling is just a side job. Xiao Hai, it's not that Grandpa Chun wants to drive you away, but you came at the wrong time. Mr. Chun looked anxious. At midnight yesterday, the United States joined forces with several neighboring countries to conduct a 7-day maritime military exercise. Directly mobilized an aircraft carrier battle group. In recent decades, countries around the world have reached a consensus. Once the Eagles want to cause trouble, the first to be dispatched are their aircraft carrier battle groups. Whenever an aircraft carrier battle group appears where it shouldn't be, no matter what excuses the Eagle sauce uses, it cannot cover up one fact. They're going to cause trouble in the area. Chapter 16. Learning to show off your muscles. Grandpa Chun, I still don't quite understand. Su Hai seemed to understand what he said, but not quite. We know that every time the Eagle sauce sends out an aircraft carrier battle group, it means they're going to cause trouble in the region. But what does this have to do with me? Xiao Hai, the international situation is complex and changeable. It's normal that you don't understand. Old Chin took the water handed to him by Su Hai and moistened his throat. Su Hai said that he came here to do scientific research, and he could hide it from others, but he could not hide it from Mr. Chun, who had watched him grow up. Ever since I learned that Su Changtian will come to Nalai Kingdom on a business trip tomorrow, Mr. Chun understood Su Hai's idea at the first moment. I guess he wanted to give Su Changtian a surprise. He deliberately showed off in front of his father how much the country values him. Unfortunately, this child came at the wrong time. I encountered such a complicated thing just after I came here. Grandpa Chun, please don't keep me in suspense. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm stupid. Just tell me. Su Hai asket positen. Well, I'll tell you about it. Su Hai is now a member of the military, and he cannot be completely ignorant of the international situation. Immediately, Mr. Chun put the glass of water on the table. Grandpa Chun, let me test you first. Over the years, Eagle Sauce has been stirring up trouble in the East and West. Why is that for? Of course, it is to demonstrate their world hegemony. Su Hai said without thinking. Then what? This, Su Hai wants to or not, reminded me of a song I heard at a certain station. To steal oil. The corners of old Chin's mouth twitched. What Su Hai said was really direct. But it's true. The Eagle Sauce is fanning the flames all over the world and undermining the peace and stability of other countries in various ways. On the one hand, it is to consolidate its own world hegemony. On the other hand, it is also for resources. Oil is just one of them. All kinds of strategically important resources are their targets. Immediately, Mr. Chin started talking to Su Hai from the beginning. Hundreds of years ago, the tropical continent was a colony of the Western world. After the founding of the United States quickly became the overlord of the Western world. Treat the tropical continent as their own backyard and an inexhaustible source of replenishment. For this purpose, the Eagle Sauce went specifically to the tropical continent. A theater command was established. 90% of the countries in the entire tropical continent are more or less influenced by the Eagle Sauce. Only the Kingdom of Naray is not afraid of the hegemony of the Eagle Sauce at all. Not only has it repeatedly refused their permission to build military bases in its country, it also strictly monitors American resource companies in the country. Prevent them from stealing or directly robbing your resources. After hearing this, Su Hai probably understood something. Grandpa Chun, is the Eagle Sauce organizing this naval exercise aimed at the Kingdom of Nalai? To be precise, they are supporting the rebels of the Naray Kingdom. Mr. Chin sighed. The Naray Kingdom was a small country and had repeatedly failed to give face to the Eagle Sauce. How could the Eagle Sauce swallow this? Plus, it has rich resources. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. A few years ago, the Eagle Saw supported a rebel army and tried to overthrow the Kingdom of Naray, provide a large amount of weapons and equipment as well as personnel training. Fortunately, the Naray Kingdom still has an ally, the Dragon Kingdom. With the help of the Dragon Kingdom, the military construction of the Naray Kingdom made rapid progress. The rebels were defeated one after another, and the weapons were upgraded. Not long ago, a group of rebels appeared again in the Naray Kingdom. He successively conquered several important cities within the kingdom. After analysis, Mr. Chun and the embassy believed that it was the Eagle Sauce that was behind this again. By supporting the rebels, the pro-dragon faction headed by the king and the prince was eliminated. The kingdom of Naray was included in the sphere of influence of the Eagle Sauce. Take the old-fashioned way of looting. The oil and mineral resources of the Naray Kingdom were exploited on a large scale. The Eagle Sauce is so bad. No wonder netizens say that only the dead Eagle Sauce is a good Eagle Sauce. Suhai said angrily. The kingdom of Naray had just discovered a large amount of metallic chromium, and Eagle Sauce sent his aircraft carrier battle group here. In order to grab resources, they don't even care about their dignity. No, it's not shameless. I guess he just threw away his underwear and prepared to go into battle naked. Xiaohai, now you understand why Grandpa Chun let you go. Chun Lao said bitterly. The kingdom of Naray and our Dragon Kingdom have always been friendly neighbors, and both of our countries are thorns in the eyes and flesh of the Eagle Sauce. This military exercise led by the U.S. is more of a threat than a show. According to insider information, the Eagle Sauce has deployed 3 squadrons of F-22 Raptor fighter jets in the neighboring countries of the Kingdom of Naray. The intention is already clear. Once the rebels they support suffer setbacks in ground combat, or when the battle situation is unfavorable, the Eagle Sauce may have to take to the battlefield himself. Overthrow the king's family at all costs. The diplomatic policy of the Kingdom of Naray changed from being pro-dragon to being anti-dragon. Become part of the Eagle Sauce global power network. In order to stop the development of Dragon Country, the Eagle Sauce has always tried every possible means. Military, economy, and all other fields strike the Dragon Kingdom from all sides. A huge sum of money was also allocated specifically to bribe the online trolls in Manhwa, a group of sanctimonious experts, attempting to cause internal sabotage. The Eagle Sauce was about to take action against the Naray Kingdom. I heard that a large amount of metallic chromium ore has been discovered in the country. How is it possible to allow these strategically important resources to flow into Dragon Country continuously? I guess this is the purpose of their sending an aircraft carrier battle group. Is there nothing we can do? Suhai asked unwillingly. There's not much that can be done. Old Chin rubbed his tired forehead. The Eagle Sauce has various attack capabilities in the tropical continent. Due to international law, the Eagle Sauce cannot directly participate in the war for the time being. However, it can increase the rebels' combat effectiveness through various channels. After training with the help of the Dragon Kingdom, the King's Guard of the Naray Kingdom has become powerful enough to defeat the rebels. But let me be frank. In modern warfare, the army is never the one fighting, but it is an integration of land, sea, air, and space. Suhai suddenly said, Grandpa Chun, I have an idea. Do you have a solution? After hearing what Suhai said, Mr. Chun was stunned. What can Suhai, an 18-year-old boy, do? Suhai sat down next to old Chun and said seriously, Didn't you just say that the army of the Kingdom of Naray can beat the rebels? Just worry about the threats from the sea and from the sky. Could it be? Elder Chun suddenly came to his senses and said, Are you going to help the Naray Kingdom rebuild its air force? It's definitely too late to make changes now. I suggest transferring our 3 ghost fighters over here. Suhai said seriously, Let's fly a few laps in the sky and let the Eagle Sauce and other countries see the strength of our aircraft. After seeing how powerful the Phantom Fighter is, the Eagles will probably have to think twice before sending out the Air Force again. Xiaohai, is this the solution you came up with yourself? Old Chun said in surprise. Suhai said embarrassedly, I've seen news online before. Whenever the Eagle Sauce wants to show off its muscles, it will publicly display some new weapons. On the one hand, it intimidates other countries, and on the other hand, it attracts other countries to buy. Why don't we follow their example and display the Wraith in public the way they do it? Chapter 17. Renting a Phantom Fighter. Suhai believed that the Phantom Fighter would be known to the Americans sooner or later. It is better to know it sooner rather than later. A show will be made in the next 2 days to scare their planes so that they dare not move. Xiaohai, you take a rest first. Grandpa Chun is going to do something. Although Suhai's method is a bit fanciful, it does not mean that it is impossible to implement. The performance of the Phantom Fighter is enough to defeat all types of fighter jets currently in service around the world. Using the excuse of leasing, 3 Ghost Fighters were temporarily loaned to the Kingdom of Naray. Enhance the opponent's air defense capabilities. Offset the threat from the American Air Force. Bring the war to a conventional ground war. Mr. Chen firmly believed that the ground forces of the Naray Kingdom would definitely be able to defeat the rebels. This group of rebels was defeated, and it would be difficult for the Eagle Sauce to organize a third wave of rebels in the short term. The aircraft carrier battle zone that has been stationed off the coast of the Kingdom of Naray for a long time has become useless. If they continue to stay, Longwa will condemn the Eagle Sauce internationally and conduct military exercises indefinitely. It poses a serious threat to the surrounding security. Soon, Mr. Chun came to a confidential room in the embassy. The military headquarters and the Northern Theater of Operations were contacted through the equipment. 3 Phantom Fighters are now in service with the Air Force combat units in the Northern Theater. They need to be coordinated with the headquarters before they can be transferred over. The entire plan must also be improved by military advisors. There should be no reason or excuse for the Eagle Sauce to target the Dragon Country. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Chun returned to the lounge with a smile on his face. In his hand was the domestic food specially prepared for Suhai by the embassy chef. Wow, I didn't expect to be able to eat such authentic Chinese dishes in a foreign country. Suhai picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it in his mouth full of fragrance. Xiaohai, after you finish eating, Grandpa Chun will discuss something with you. Grandpa Chun, please tell me what you want to say. As long as you ask, I will agree to anything. Kid, you are such a good kid, Grandpa Chun said so. According to the plan proposed by Suhai, the military headquarters made further improvements. The military has agreed that 3 Ghost Fighters will head to the Kingdom of Naray. At the flying speed, we should arrive tomorrow morning. Tomorrow at noon, the embassy and the Naray Kingdom military will hold a press conference at the base airport. Public information: lease 3 fighter jets from the Kingdom of Naray. After telling Suhai about tomorrow's arrangements, Mr. Chin told him apologetically. After introducing the various performance features of the Ghost Fighter, it will also be mentioned that it was developed and manufactured by the Dragon Country Military Research Institute. Suhai's name will not appear in the middle. It is not that the country has forgotten Suhai's achievements, nor does it want to steal Suhai's credit. This is done for Suhai's safety. Once Suhai's identity is exposed publicly, the Eagles, the Russians, and the spy agencies of Western countries, they would stare at Suhai like flies that could fly anywhere. An 18-year-old boy developed an advanced 6th-generation fighter jet. For Longwa, Suhai is a rare genius in a century. To other countries, Suhai is a huge threat, once the authenticity of the message is confirmed. According to the practice of foreign intelligence agencies, they would make contact first and try to bribe Suhai. If bribery fails, assassination is the only option. Suhai put down his chopsticks and said in the same serious tone, Grandpa Chun, I understand everything you said. The country didn't put me on stage because it was for my own good. I understand that. I am willing to follow the arrangements of the country, and I am even more willing to follow the arrangements of you, Grandpa Chun. Xiaohai, Grandpa Chun is so happy to hear you say that. Suhai was too sensible and almost made Mr. Chen cry. Young people have the mentality of young people. Most young people like to show off and be in the limelight, but Suhai is not like that. Suhai, who has a genius IQ, is still as well-behaved and sensible as he was when he was a child. After finishing the ideological work on Suhai, Mr. Chen told him one more thing. Tomorrow, Su Changtian will not come to the Naray Kingdom. Given the crisis situation in the Kingdom of Naray, the Kingdom of Long has suspended civil aviation flights to the Kingdom of Naray. The Dragon Kingdom expatriates living in the Naray Kingdom also received notices to relocate at any time. Move to the capital of Naray Kingdom to avoid the war. Before dawn the next day, 3 fighter jets appeared over the Dragon Kingdom's military base in the Naray Kingdom. A minute later, the plane landed on the base runway. Old Chun, who had been waiting here for a long time, took the initiative to extend his hand to greet him. The pilots flying the Ghost Fighters are none other than their test pilots. Li Wei, Lao Sun, Xiao Huang. The 3 men shook hands with Mr. Chen one after another, put their feet together, and saluted. Reporting to Academician Chen, After a day and night of flying, the three Phantom fighters did not experience any performance or data failures. The flight performance was perfect. Very good, Mr. Chen nodded heavily. Next, it's his turn to take the stage. Near noon, a convoy drove in from outside the base. In front were several military jeeps, followed by 2 buses. The car was filled with reporters from all over the world. In the military vehicles in front, except for some guards, the remaining people were military generals of the Naray kingdom. The time reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The head of the Long Kingdom's embassy in Nauru made the announcement publicly to the news media. In order to help the kingdom of Naray strengthen its air force, Long Kingdom, as a friendly neighbor, will short-term lease 3 newly developed 6th-generation fighter jets. Ghost Fighter. Wait until the domestic situation in the kingdom of Naray stabilizes. The 2 parties formally signed an agreement to purchase 6th-generation fighter jets. The reporters were shocked. What was surprising was not the lease, but the 3 Phantom fighters placed on the airport runway. Many journalists who are familiar with the military can bet that the 3 fighter jets are definitely not the fighter jets currently in service in the Dragon Kingdom. The commander-in-chief of the Naray Kingdom Air Force, Major General Kasami, and 2 assistants walked under an aircraft to observe. According to the Long Kingdom, the 3 aircraft are 6th-generation fighter jets, possessing world-leading technology. Although the Naray Kingdom was a small country, it attached great importance to education. Commander-in-Chief Major General Kasami holds a doctorate in military science, studied in Longwa for many years. He has a good understanding of Dragon Country's weapons and equipment. Kasami had never seen or even heard of these 3 fighter jets. Countries around the world are trying every means to break through technological barriers and strive to be the first to develop the 6th-generation fighter jets. In this regard, Longwa lags far behind the United States and the Bear. Now, they claim to have taken the lead in developing the 6th-generation fighter jet. No matter how you think about it, it's unbelievable. General, why is its shape so strange? A deputy hesitated. The aircraft has neither drop tanks nor weapons rack systems. Is this really a 6th-generation fighter? The subordinates couldn't understand it, and Kasami was also confused. At this time, it was Mr. Chen's turn to appear. As an academician, Mr. Chen acted as an introducer. Introduced this 6th-generation high-performance fighter independently developed by Longwa to Major General Kasami in detail. Chapter 18, The Impossible 6th-Generation Aircraft. After listening to Mr. Chen's detailed introduction, Kasami said with a serious expression, "Academician Chun, can you let your pilot fly this fighter at a low altitude?" It gave me a better understanding of the performance of this fighter. Of course. Mr. Chun waved at Li Wei with a smile on his face. Reporting to Mr. Chun, Test Pilot Li Wei is here to report. Xiao Li, General Kasami, wants to see the performance of this fighter. Show us a low-altitude flight. Yes. Li Wei climbed onto the Ghost Fighter without saying a word. Be proficient in starting the control system. As instructed, perform a low-altitude maneuverability demonstration. This plane can maintain such a high speed while flying at a low altitude. What are our scientists in the United States doing? How can we let the Dragon Country take the lead in developing the 6th-generation fighter jets? There is no way this aircraft is a 6th-generation fighter. They don't have the intelligence to do that. Most of the reporters on the scene are from the West. Except for a few people, most were shocked by the aircraft's low-altitude flying performance. The vast majority of Western journalists believe that this is a fake 6th-generation fighter. Out of stereotypes, Western journalists have a consensus. In terms of weapons and equipment, science and technology, Longwa is far behind them. One day, the 6th generation of fighter jets appeared. It must also appear in Ingjiang's home, instead of Dragon Country. After the low-altitude flying show ended, Mr. Chen spoke to the reporters on the scene with a solemn expression. My fellow journalists, as you have seen, the aircraft that just performed the flight show is the 6th-generation new fighter jet independently developed by our country. This 6th-generation fighter, called the Phantom Fighter, will greatly enhance the strategic security of Dragon Country's national defense. Strengthen air-to-ground integrated strikes to safeguard the national defense security of Longbo itself and friendly countries. After the voice fell, a foreign female reporter said, Mr. Chun, as far as I know, with the technological level of Dragon Country, it took many years to break through the technical barrier of the 5th-generation fighter. Not long after, you produced the 6th-generation fighter jets. Where did your technology come from? Did you use a lot of Western technology? I can clearly tell this reporter that we in Long would never do anything sneaky or shady. We will never be like some countries that act as world thieves for their own selfish interests. Mr. Chen sternly refuted the female reporter's implied meaning. The Ghost Fighter is independently developed and manufactured by Longhua. Every part is made in China. It has nothing to do with the Western world. It is not only a fighter jet, but also the guardian of the Dragon Country security. Even so, Western journalists did not give up. A Western male reporter asked, "Sir, can you tell me a little bit about the design ideas and relevant data of the aircraft?" After hearing this, Mr. Chen seemed like a different person. Chun Lao said with a smile, "This reporter friend should know that fighter data is top secret." "Excuse me, can you keep it confidential?" "Of course I can keep it a secret." The male reporter was overjoyed. He can keep it a secret, but other reporters at the scene cannot. As long as Mr. Chun says a little bit, the whole world will know. You can keep a secret, and so can I. After hearing this, the foreign reporter was furious. After talking for so long, it turned out that the old guy was playing tricks on him. Old Chin glared at the other person with disdain, thinking that he was really old and confused. Don't even think about telling them such important fighter data. Even among the people of Dragon Country, few are qualified to know. More than half an hour later, relevant information and photos appeared on the desk of Mike Miller, commander of the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Strike Group of the United States. "Gentlemen, tell me what you think." In the aircraft carrier command room, Mike Miller crossed his arms. He looked at the staff officers and generals around him calmly. A man with the rank of brigadier general stood up and said, "Based on the existing intelligence, Longhua has seen through our strategic intentions, and they have taken corresponding countermeasures. The so-called 6th-generation fighter jets are a fraud they have implemented." "I share the same sentiment as Commodore George," a rear admiral said. "In the entire tropical continent, Dragon Country has only one ally, the Kingdom of Naray. If we lose the Kingdom of Naray, the Dragon Kingdom will completely lose its foothold in the tropical continent. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom will do everything it can to help the Naray Kingdom stabilize the situation. It is also possible that they could commit fraud and mislead our strategy." Several other generals had the same idea. In any case, they did not believe that Longhua could produce a 6th-generation fighter. It must be some kind of modification of a 5th-generation aircraft. This is to confuse the Eagle Sauce's Air Force. You are the best generals of the Eagle Sauce family, and you quickly saw through the tricks that the Dragon Kingdom was playing. Mike Miller mocked Longhua with a wry smile. They can only resort to such crude, fraudulent means. Unless the Dragon Kingdom obtains alien technology, even if they are given 100 years, they will never be able to surpass the Eagle in terms of technology. General, although we have seen through the Dragon Kingdom's fraud, this incident also serves as a reminder to us. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely intervene in the internal conflict of the Naray Kingdom." An adjutant said, "So what? How could our great Eagle Sauce family be afraid of the weak Dragon Nation? We have theater commands on the tropical continent, as well as a large number of military bases. What does Dragon Country have? Just a small supply base." Mike Miller shouted wildly. "The rebels' fighting power this time is far different from the last time. All are equipped with the latest individual combat weapons. We also got the Army vehicles currently in service in the United States. The firepower is advanced far beyond that of the King's Guard of the Naray Kingdom." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was certain that the final victory would belong to the Eagle Sauce. Although the rebels are just a bunch of rabble, they are equipped with the land combat weapons currently in service in the United States. A mob can also become superheroes. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, the Eagle Sauce is bleeding heavily this time. The rebels were equipped with 10 M1A1 main battle tanks, and a certain number of Paladin self-propelled artillery. No one doubted it. The Kingdom of Naray will soon become a vassal state of the United States. Get rid of the unruly outlier Naray Kingdom. The entire tropical continent will be completely controlled by the Eagle Sauce. The rich oil and mineral resources contained in the Naray Kingdom will also be in the hands of the Eagle Sauce family. At the same time, the country's topography is of great importance. Located at the confluence of 2 oceans, it is a natural golden waterway. Complete the subversion of the Naray Kingdom. The power of the Dragon Kingdom will no longer exist. If Dragon Kingdom wants to help Naray Kingdom turn the tide, it must have the ability to deploy globally. But is this possible? There are only 2 countries in the world that have global delivery capabilities. Chapter 19. Even if the monkeys are equipped with weapons, they are still stronger than them. One is the Eagle Sauce family, and the other is the Russian bear. As for Longhua, it is far from being ranked. Mike Miller shouted, "Gentlemen, let's celebrate the upcoming victory." Celebrate the victory. Everyone picked up the red wine at hand and drank it all. There is an entire aircraft carrier battle group on the sea. The Eagle Sauce Theater Command on the tropical continent has entered a state of combat readiness. Multiple flying squadrons are in combat readiness. For a time, the situation in the Kingdom of Naray attracted attention from all over the world. This small country located on the tropical continent used to make international news either because of the discovery of certain mineral resources in the country, or maybe some kind of cooperation was reached with Longhua. Apart from this, there is no other opportunity to show up. Just as the Eagle Sauce's 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group arrived off the coast of the Naray Kingdom, the 7-day military exercise officially began. Online media and television broadcasts from all over the world have been reporting extensively on the situation in the Kingdom of Naray. To fight back against Longhua's alleged fraud, the Americans then held a press conference. It was publicly declared that Longhua's so-called 6th-generation fighter jet was simply a joke. A stern warning was issued to Longhua that it is not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries under any pretext. Following the Eagle Sauce press conference, Western mainstream media immediately followed suit. One-sided sarcasm against Longhua's fantasy. Various reports were full of ridicule and contempt. The 6th-generation warfare developed by Longhua has become synonymous with madness. Mr. Chen called the Phantom Fighter a 5th-generation aircraft, and the Western media would not mock it like that. After all, Longhua has really overcome the technical difficulties of the 5th-generation aircraft and produced a large number of J-20 fighter jets. With the emergence of the term 6th-generation aircraft, Western media have become flies that smell blood. Even a technologically advanced country like the United States does not have a clear plan for the 6th-generation aircraft. What should the future 6th-generation fighter jets look like? What standards should be used for R&D and design? Even the world's most powerful country, the United States, is like this. How could Dragon Country be able to produce and develop the 6th-generation fighter jets? In this wave of public opinion, it was not only the Naray Kingdom that became the focus of public opinion. There is also the 6th-generation fighter jet that Longhua mentioned. Neither the Dragon Kingdom nor the Naray Kingdom made a public response. Fight back against Western media with silent resistance. Grandpa Chen, these Western media are all the same, a bunch of idiots. The cyber trolls and keyboard warriors in China are the worst kind of idiots. We should really check their 3 generations of ancestors. If it's not rare, it's spineless. Inside the embassy, Suhai saw all kinds of smears and ridicules on the internet. Many of them come from certain forums in Longhua. Chen Lao said calmly, "Our country has always adhered to the strategy of not offending others unless they offend us, and has focused its main energy on economic development. When people eat too much, they tend to throw their chopsticks and curse. This is not uncommon." The public opinion reactions from the outside world were all within expectations. Once the Eagle Sauce deploys its air and sea forces to participate in the internal conflict of the Naray Kingdom, the 3 ghost fighters will definitely slap them in the face. Let the arrogant and domineering Eagle Sauce family experience what it means to be overjoyed and then suffer. The international situation is turbulent, and the whirlpool of public opinion continues to ferment. It did not affect the rebels' attack at all. The rebels, equipped with a full set of American equipment, relied on mechanized transportation and the guidance of the American Advisory Group to avoid several large cities held by the King's Guards. By means of a surprise attack, they detoured to the capital of the Naray Kingdom, prepared to attack Huanglong directly and wipe out the king's family in one fell swoop. The capital, which had been peaceful for nearly a decade, was once again shrouded in war. The rebels attacking the outskirts of the city used self-propelled artillery and tanks made by Eagle Sauce, continuously attacked the defense line of the Naray Kingdom Guard. The overseas Chinese of Long Country, who received the notice in advance, began to move towards the embassy. In just 3 days, the embassy has gathered nearly 1,000 overseas Chinese. Charge! I will kill anyone who dares to retreat. On the outer positions, the King's Guards in camouflage uniforms fought back against the rebels' fierce artillery fire. Although the rebels have the advantage in firepower, they are ultimately just a mob. Once they were out of fire coordination, they were immediately shot in the head and fled away by the King's Guards. A bald black man, nearly 2 meters tall and with a scar on his face, kicked down one of his fleeing subordinates. He pulled a pistol from his waist and shot him dead on the spot. No one is allowed to run away. Come at me. Come at me all. The rebel leader roared through gritted teeth. The capital is in front of us. If we capture this place, the kingdom of Naray will be ours. In order to boost morale, the rebel leader made a lot of promises. After breaking into the city, it is allowed to rob property. After overthrowing the king's line, everyone can get a high position. You will also receive support and friendship from the Eagle Sauce. No matter how many benefits are promised, it cannot change the fact that the rebels are a motley crowd. They had neither the training nor any will to fight. Several charges were repelled by the king's guards. During the battle, the king's guards took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. A large number of the rebels' ammunition trucks were destroyed. Half of the artillery pieces were destroyed in one company. If it weren't for the support of 10 M1A1 main battle tanks, the rebels' offensive would have collapsed long ago. God, I have never seen such a useless army. Even if the monkeys are equipped with weapons, their combat capability is far superior to theirs. Once the main battle tanks we provided leave the battlefield, these rebels will not hold out for half an hour and will probably scatter in a few minutes. Several white advisors used all the dirty words they could think of to curse the rebels for their inability to accomplish anything and their excessive attempts to cause trouble. The king's guards were merely poorly trained, but were inferior to the rebels in both weapons and numbers. If it were the Eagle Sauce soldiers, they would have already broken through the outer formation. Maybe they have already occupied the king's palace. Thousands of rebels were blocked outside the city by the king's guards, which consisted of less than 1,000 people. The ammunition truck was destroyed by the enemy. More than half of the self-propelled artillery was also destroyed by the enemy. It's absolutely bizarre that the battle turned out like this. Mr. Tom, this can't go on. A consultant said worriedly. The rebels have been fighting with the guards for several days, but have not achieved any results. They are on the verge of collapse. Without further progress, morale will hit rock bottom. I know everything you said. It seems necessary to notify the aircraft to participate in the battle. Several people in the advisory group believed that relying on the strength of the rebels themselves was enough to accomplish the strategic intentions of the Eagle Sauce. Now it seems that it was just wishful thinking. The fact that the rebels did not scatter in panic was an exceptional performance. It is better to hope that the sun rises from the west than to expect them to defeat the king's guards. As night fell, the rebels ended the chaotic fighting. Radio waves were transmitted to the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the United States. Chapter 20. In 3 minutes, the Eagle Sauce lost 12 carrier-based aircraft. That morning, the Eagle Sauce publicly called on the king's side and the rebels to exercise restraint. Send aircraft into the airspace of the Kingdom of Naray to protect its expatriates. Once attacked by someone, we will fight back resolutely. A few hours later, a group of fighter jets took off from the aircraft carrier and began to circle over the capital of the Kingdom of Naray. The excuse is to protect overseas Chinese and supervise both sides to exercise restraint. The actual situation was that just as they flew over the capital of the Naray Kingdom, several positions of the King's Guard were bombed one after another. The air-to-ground missiles that fell from the sky blew up the positions. Protecting overseas Chinese turned into transforming and joining the war. The Western media, which have been clamoring like mad dogs before, have tacitly remained silent on this matter. Unwilling to be humiliated, the Naray Kingdom dispatched its only 8 fighter planes to fight. As soon as it took off, it was locked by the Eagle's phased array radar. Before the 8 aircraft reached the designated airspace, they were attacked one after another by carrier-based aircraft. Immediately afterwards, the Eagle Sauce claimed the Kingdom of Naray and launched a brazen attack on the Eagle Sauce. From this moment on, the Eagle Sauce will destroy the entire air force of the Naray Kingdom. Ensure your own safety. Grandpa Chun, isn't our plane taking off yet? Suhai was extremely anxious. The air force of the Naray Kingdom was defeated by the Eagle General's carrier-based aircraft as soon as the battle began. At this time, if the 3 ghost planes continue to remain motionless, the rebels will capture the capital in minutes. If God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. Mr. Chin was also extremely angry. But no matter how angry you are, some things have to be done bit by bit. The reason why the Ghost Fighter was not sent to take off first to fight was, on the one hand, to paralyze the enemy when the first battle. On the other hand, it is also to make the Kingdom of Naray more closely rely on the Dragon Kingdom. The Naray Kingdom's air force was completely destroyed, and in the future, it must closely follow the Dragon Kingdom in its reconstruction. Only if the Eagle Sauce fires the first shot will the three ghost fighters leased by the Dragon Kingdom to the Naray Kingdom have enough excuse to take off and fight. The Eagle Sauce is shameless, and Longwa can never be like him. From ancient times to the present, the Dragon Kingdom has always insisted on having a legitimate reason when fighting. The time is ripe, it is time to fight back. The class, 3 ghost fighters parked at the base, took off into the air like real ghosts. Turn on the stealth system and fly at the speed of sound. The Eagle will set up radar stations in neighboring countries and carry its own radar on carrier-based aircraft. An aircraft carrier radar. None of them noticed the 3 ghost fighters gradually approaching the carrier-based aircraft group. Boom! 12 carrier-based aircraft were attacked without any preparation. By the time the Phantom fighters were seen clearly, the missiles had already destroyed 7 carrier-based aircraft. The remaining 5 carrier-based aircraft rushed to respond. 3 ghost fighters seemed to appear out of thin air, and there was no signal from them on the radar. Then, the aerial battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Relying on the stealth system, the ghost fighter quietly approached the carrier-based aircraft group and took the initiative in attack. After destroying more than half of the carrier-based aircraft, Li Wei led 2 ghost fighters and began to fight in a tactical formation. Destroy the remaining carrier-based aircraft one by one. The whole army was wiped out. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, Flagship Command Room. Commander Mike Miller seemed like a madman, banging his hands on the table. All 12 new carrier-based aircraft were destroyed, and no one knows how many enemy planes were dispatched to destroy them. The entire air battle started suddenly and ended in a short time. The radar can only see the signals of its own carrier-based aircraft and watch them lose contact one by one. Commander, according to the information reported by our spies planted next to the king, the air force of the Naray Kingdom has been completely destroyed. They can no longer take off and fight. Unless... You mean 3 Wraith fighters? How is that possible? Mike Miller looked like he had seen a ghost. The 6th-generation fighter jet, boasted by Longwa, is even a 5th-generation aircraft in disguise. It is also impossible to destroy 12 carrier-based aircraft in such a short time, and blocked all radar detection. Commander, I know this is hard to believe, but apart from these 3 planes, the Kingdom of Naray can no longer find any other combat aircraft. The intelligence officer who came to report had all kinds of incredible thoughts in his mind. But even though it is incredible, we must respect reality. 12 carrier-based aircraft were all destroyed in just 3 minutes. Analyzed from a conventional perspective, the number of the enemy's aircraft fleet is at least twice as many as ours, and the performance of the models should be almost the same. Otherwise, the battle would not have ended so quickly. If the conventional explanation is unclear, we must analyze it from other perspectives. The neighboring countries surrounding the Kingdom of Naray all have troops stationed by the Eagle Sauce family. If other countries send fighter jets to participate in the war, it will be impossible to hide it from the Eagle Sauce's intelligence network. Besides, they only have a few planes. Report this matter to Washington immediately. I want to get all the information about the ghost fighter in the shortest possible time. As a commander, Mike Miller knew that anger would not help. Now we must treat the ghost fighter as our main opponent. Whether it is a 6th-generation aircraft or a 5th-generation aircraft is no longer important. The important thing is that all 3 fighter planes must be destroyed. The presence of the 3 fighter jets poses a serious threat to the Eagle Sauce's air power. There was no air power assistance. It is impossible to break into the capital with just that group of rabble. A few decades ago, Mike Miller wouldn't have had to worry at all. No matter how advanced the performance of the ghost fighter is, the Americans can rely on their numerical advantage to strangle them. But each time is worse than the last. The air combat mode at that time was close-range combat. The main attack weapon is the aircraft gun. In modern times, aircraft guns have long been replaced by missiles. The emergence of air-to-air missiles has changed the mode of close-range air combat. Due to their usual arrogance, neither the United States nor other Western countries have made any effort to collect intelligence about the Phantom fighter. Mike Miller is facing an unprecedented challenge. How to destroy these 3 ghost fighters without any intelligence to refer to. Late at night, Mike Miller held a military meeting. It was decided to lure out the 3 ghost fighters by luring them out, attract them into the designated airspace, and then delay the 3 aircraft from leaving. Send the most stable F-22 Raptor fighter squadron to act as a killer. Attack the Wraith from the rear. In the morning, more than 10 carrier-based aircraft took off to perform bait missions. The Eagle Air Force Base in the neighboring country of the Naray Kingdom. The F-22 Flight Squadron, fully fueled, is making final preparations before takeoff. Once the decoy locks on the target, the F-22 Fighter Squadron will take off immediately. Rush to the battlefield as quickly as possible to restore the damaged face of the Eagle sauce. Chapter 21. The killing net set up for the Ghost Fighter. In order to defeat 3 Ghost Fighters in one battle, the aircraft carrier commander Mike Miller really put in a lot of effort. The number of carrier-based aircraft acting as bait is not too large, but it is enough to delay for a while. At the same time, in order to attract the Ghost Fighter to the predetermined ambush circle, the carrier battle group launched 3 more aerial refueling tankers, dedicated to refueling carrier-based aircraft. Carrier-based aircraft are not allowed to return to the carrier until the Ghost Fighters are lured out. Everything was ready. Mike Miller stared at the radar and listened to the reports from the staff. In the air, carrier-based aircraft are circling continuously. 2 latest model tankers followed behind. The neighboring country's 3 fighter squadrons are ready to take off at any time. In addition, a squadron of F-22 fighter jets began to take off. The fighter squadron's mission is to catch any fish that have slipped through the net. What if a Ghost Fighter escapes from the Eagle Sauce's air encirclement? The mission of the fighter squadron is to strike hard at the fallen dogs and destroy any fish that have escaped the net in the air. Because nothing is known about the performance of the Ghost Fighter. Even though he felt that everything was ready, Mike Miller did not underestimate the enemy at all. Give orders to the F-22 fighter squadron flying in the air to stay as far away from the ambush circle as possible. Avoid being locked on by the Wraith radar. More than half an hour later, Mike Miller ordered a cup of coffee. While drinking coffee, he asked the staff if they had spotted the Ghost Fighter. No trace of the Ghost Fighter has been found yet. It has been such a long time. It is impossible for the Naray Kingdom's radar to fail to detect the position of the carrier-based aircraft. Mike Miller frowned and said to himself, could it be that the last air battle caused damage to the Ghost Fighter? Or maybe the number of weapons they brought was not large? Thinking of this, Mike Miller felt it was very likely. 3 Ghost Fighters flew in from Dragon Country. The long flight consumed a lot of the pilot's physical energy. Various reasons may affect the combat of the Ghost Fighter. Another hour passed. Still no trace of the Ghost Fighter was found in the air. A staff officer walked into the office and saluted. General, after gathering intelligence from all sides, we have determined that the Ghost Fighters will not appear today. Can we allow the carrier-based aircraft to return to the aircraft carrier? Wait a little longer. Mike Miller said seriously. I have a feeling that the Ghost Fighter will appear at an unexpected time and in an unexpected place. Tell those boys, whoever destroys the Ghost Fighter first will be the hero of the Eagle Sauce family, and I will personally award him a medal. Let them hold on. The Wraiths must be testing our patience. As a professional soldier, although Mike Miller is a little arrogant, he has not lost the rationality and calmness that a professional soldier should have. After a while, Mike Miller thought of something. Major Donald, did the 2 pilots who were rescued provide any valuable intelligence? After a night of searching, the 2 pilots survived. He was sent back to the aircraft carrier for treatment overnight. Major Donald, who is in charge of intelligence, said, according to the intelligence they described, the Ghost Fighter manufactured by Longwa uses a new type of power system. This power system is extremely advanced and has super strong flight capabilities that no other known aircraft has. And the time it stays in the air is much longer than our F-22 and F-35. The Ghost Fighter's combat radius is very large. Donald described the 2 pilots' reports in detail and gave his own judgment. The Dragon Country's Ghost Fighter has achieved leadership in all aspects. Belongs to the 6th generation, McDonald said in a complicated tone. In other words, the Ghost Fighters manufactured by Dragon Country can take off in advance without having to take off temporarily when receiving combat missions. General, you may think so. Donald nodded. According to the Intelligence Department's calculations, the Ghost Fighter stayed in the air for at least 10 hours. So long. Mike Miller was shocked. The fighter jet can stay in the air for 10 hours without refueling. What kind of engine did Longwa install on this fighter jet? What kind of fuel is used? If it were aviation fuel, it would be impossible for a fighter jet to stay in the air for such a long time. A fighter jet is not a reconnaissance aircraft, nor is it a bomber. The volume is limited and cannot hold too much fuel. And through public intelligence, we know that the Phantom Fighter does not have auxiliary fuel tanks. A fighter without auxiliary fuel tanks can stay in the air for more than 10 hours. It's simply a devil in the sky. The combat power generated is even comparable to that of a devil. Only the devil can destroy 12 new carrier-based aircraft assigned to an aircraft carrier in 3 minutes. While deep in thought, Mike Miller noticed Donald and looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Major Donald, do you have anything else to report?" Donald said. In addition to providing this information, the two rescued pilots also gave a judgment. What judgment? They believe that no matter whether it is the F-22 or the F-35, or even the latest fighter jets of the Allies, it is impossible to defeat the Phantom Fighter. Unless we win by numbers, but the Ghost Fighter is too fast. If you are not injured, you can easily escape the encirclement. Donald's identity is an intelligence officer. He had no knowledge of relevant air combat and simply repeated the judgments of the two injured pilots. In his opinion, this judgment was too horrible. It is terrifying enough to affect the morale of all the pilots in the United States. The United States Air Force strength has always been the best in the world. Someone once did a statistics online and found that the strongest Air Force in the world is the Eagle Air Force. The second most powerful is the Eagle Sauce Navy. Tell the two pilots that some words, once said, will bring you into big trouble. Mike Miller was unhappy. If these judgments were to get out, not only would the morale of the Americans be reduced to a low point, the Allies in the Western world will also be shocked. This will lead to a series of adverse reactions. Like a domino effect, it will destroy the United States' global strategic system, relying on powerful weapons of war and control over oil. All enemies who opposed the Eagle Sauce were eliminated or suppressed by the Eagle Sauce. If the three Ghost Fighters fail to appear, this advantage will continue. The news that 12 carrier-based aircraft were destroyed had a huge impact. It might seem that losing a dozen planes in a battle is not a big deal. But don't forget, there were only 3 enemy planes that destroyed the 12, and it was completed within 3 minutes. Neither Mike Miller nor Major Donald expected it. The Ghost Fighters have already been dispatched, located at an altitude of more than 50,000 meters. Chapter 22, Prey Becomes Hunter. The Ghost Fighter has the most advanced stealth coating, which is enough to block all detection methods in the world, whether it is satellite in the sky or radar on the ground. Until the wraiths recover from their cloaking state, they will all be blinded. Eagle Sauce really has bad intentions and has set up an ambush here. Li Wei discovered the carrier-based aircraft below through radar. It is not difficult to judge from the tanker behind the carrier-based aircraft. In order to attack them, the Eagle Sauce family set up a series of plans. Use these carrier-based aircraft as bait first. Li Wei led 2 other Ghost Fighters to fight against them, and received an F-22 fighter squadron from a distance, which would join the battle as soon as possible. If things go wrong, there may be more F-22s surrounding us. Lao Sun on another fighter said, "Lao Li, we have seen through the enemy's plot. Shall we follow the established plan and attack the F-22 fighter squadron? Carry out according to the predetermined plan." Commander Wilps, who leads this F-22 fighter squadron, is under no less psychological pressure than any other pilot. Their mission is to mop up the battle at the end and catch any fish that have escaped. But after so much time, the battle has not yet started. Wilps suspected that today's visit was a waste of time. How could it be? The next second, Wilps' eyes widened. The Ghost Fighters that were supposed to attack carrier-based aircraft actually appeared in their airspace. The reason why he recognized the Ghost Fighter was because there were 3 planes attacking him. It matches the number of Ghost Fighters exactly. Radar showed that the enemy plane had reached an altitude of 30,000 meters. Wilps acted decisively and ordered all F-22 fighters to launch missiles immediately. C'est a favorable attacking position. Like Wilps, the experienced Li Wei also chose to climb up, but in completely opposite ways. The way the F-22 fighter jet does this is by climbing at an angle. The Ghost Fighter adopts a 90-degree vertical climb. To do this, the engine thrust must be at maximum. In an instant, the 3 Ghost Fighters climbed upward using standard tactical moves. The water fuel engine manufactured by Suhai performed at its best at this moment. Helped the 3 Ghost Fighters climb to higher altitudes. The maneuverability of the Ghost Fighter is brought into full play. My God, is this a flying machine that humans can build? Wilps and a dozen pilots watched the scene in amazement. They would never believe that the performance of the Ghost Fighter could be so powerful. The instantaneous acceleration has reached a point where it is impossible to speak or act. For the first time, the arrogant American pilot felt what it meant to be out of reach. The Ghost fighter climbed to a higher altitude and easily escaped the capture of the air-to-air missile. Begin the attack on Wilp's fighter squadron. Only a few seconds passed. Including Wilp's, more than a dozen F-22 fighter pilots were all scared out of their wits. A sixth-generation fighter with superior performance, coupled with 3 skilled pilots. As soon as the battle began, the F-22 fighter squadron was directly knocked down to the bottom. Call for reinforcements immediately. Call for reinforcements immediately. I watched helplessly as one F-22 fighter jet after another was blown up by missiles in the air. Wilp's heart was trembling. The powerful fighter now looks like an unarmed native, slaughtered by an enemy armed to the teeth. If the battle continues, the entire squadron will be wiped out. The fighter squadron led by Wilp's encountered a Ghost fighter. In the command room of the aircraft carrier, Mike Miller's eyes widened and his heart was in his throat. Wraith doesn't play by the rules. Instead of attacking the carrier-based aircraft acting as bait, it went straight to the fighter squadron responsible for mopping up the enemy. And as soon as the firefight began, they achieved complete suppression. Immediately mobilized 3 F-22 fighter squadrons to rush to the airspace where Mike Miller is located to provide support. The order was conveyed immediately. The fighter squadron at the airbase quickly took off. Nearly 40 F-22 fighter jets roared towards the direction of the Ghost fighter. At this time, the 3 Ghost fighters led by Li Wei had achieved a complete victory. And there is no loss of any kind. Launch missiles launched surface-to-air missiles. Mike Miller was so angry that he no longer cared about the so-called international law. Order the military bases in the neighboring countries surrounding the Kingdom of Naray to launch surface-to-air missiles immediately. He just didn't believe that the 3 Ghost fighters could escape unscathed from the attack from both ground and air. The order to launch the surface-to-air missile was issued. Mike Miller still can't get enough. Electronic warfare aircraft were also sent out. As long as the 3 Ghost fighters can be destroyed, any price paid will be worth it. Where is our support? Although the F-22 fighter squadron has taken off, it will still take some time to reach the combat airspace. During this time, Wilp's losses continued to mount. 8 F-22s have been shot down. If the reinforcement planes don't arrive, the remaining F-22s will all be destroyed in 2 or 3 minutes. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. Mike Miller, anxious, personally gave orders to Wilp's. Order him to return to the airbase immediately with the remaining F-22s. General Mike Miller, we must not let them withdraw at this time. If we withdraw, all our previous efforts will be in vain. At the critical moment, the chief of staff of the aircraft carrier raised objections. Wilp's fighter squadron had lost more than half of its fighters. Having paid such a huge price, retreating now would be tantamount to wasting all our efforts. General, I know you want to save the few remaining planes, but this is war. War means losses. The chief of staff said with a serious expression. The loss of 12 carrier-based aircraft has already brought shame to our Eagle Sauce family. If we retreat now, we will once again become the laughingstock of the whole world. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the officers around him changed color. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. As long as the Ghost fighter can be destroyed, it would be worth it even if an entire fighter fleet was sacrificed. Wilp's mission has changed from picking up the fish that slipped through the net to becoming bait. And it was also a discarded bait. Even if his squadron was riddled with holes, he had to hold back the Ghost fighter, waiting for the arrival of other support aircraft. Come on, kill them all. Naray Kingdom Air Force Command Center. Suhai looked at the Ghost fighter signal on the electronic screen and kept cheering them on. Your Majesty the King and our military will always remember your selfless help. Major General Kasami expressed his sincere gratitude to Mr. Chun and Longhua. When the Naray Kingdom's air force was completely destroyed, the 3 Ghost fighters from the Dragon Kingdom played a role in turning the tide. First, 12 carrier-based aircraft were destroyed, and then an overwhelming advantage was gained in today's battle. Chapter 23. The Destruction of the F-22 Fighter Squadron. As Suhai expected, the remaining few F-22s would soon turn into fireworks in the sky. General Kasami, you are too polite. Our 2 countries are friendly friends. You have been shamelessly attacked. We will certainly not stand idly by. Mr. Chun said with a smile. When Major General Kasami learned that all 8 of his fighter jets were destroyed by the Americans, his first feeling was that it was all over. It's completely over. Without air power, The Eagle Sauce's planes can operate with impunity and provide all kinds of air fire support to the rebels. That group of rebels, composed of a ragtag group of people, could capture the capital in the shortest possible time, even if they did nothing. Complete the subversion of the kingdom. Unexpectedly, just when Kasami was on the verge of despair, the three ghost fighters demonstrated surprising combat strength. In front of the electronic screen, Suhai firmly believed that the ghost fighter would win this battle. In order to help the Naray kingdom fight against the Ingjiang family, Suhai almost raised his heart rate. It took a lot of physical and mental effort to modify three ghost fighters, and now they're all here. Naturally, we have to give the Eagle Sauce a slap in the face. In the past, Suhai's overbearing attitude towards the Eagle Sauce family was mostly seen through the internet and television media. When he came to the kingdom of Naray, Suhai personally experienced why the United States was called the cancer of the world by netizens. They brazenly invaded another country's airspace and didn't even bother to make up an excuse. Attack other countries' military targets without scruples. Compared to them, the bandits are gentlemen. At least the bandits know that there is a code of conduct for stealing. At this time, the head of the embassy walked in. General Kasami, we have just received a phone call from the highest authorities expressing our deep concern about the conflict in your country. After the conflict ends, we will provide a series of funds to help your country with post-war reconstruction. Thank you, thank you. Kasami had tears of gratitude in his eyes. Yeah. Suhai clenched his fists and jumped up. Everyone gathered in front of the electronic screen and looked at it, and everyone was delighted. Three ghost fighters destroyed the last F-22 fighter, prepared to return home. Yesterday, it destroyed 12 carrier-based aircraft, and today it destroyed an entire F-22 fighter squadron. The results of the battle are not inappropriate. This has had a huge deterrent effect on the hegemony of the Eagle Sauce family. Mr. Secretary, is this how your military repays taxpayers? Washington, the capital of the United States. The current commander-in-chief of the Eagle Sauce family almost vomited blood when he saw the report sent by the Minister of Military Affairs. The 80-year-old commander-in-chief was already in poor health. I saw in the report that it was clearly written that 16 F-22s were destroyed by three ghost fighters from Dragon Country. Suddenly I felt dizzy. The military minister said with a frustrated expression, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, the three ghost fighters participating in this battle are the latest sixth-generation aircraft. They are both powerful and... That's enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. The Eagle Sauce commander pushed the Minister of Military Affairs aside, pointed at his nose, and said, Even if Dragon Country really researched and manufactured the sixth-generation aircraft, it only has three of them. Each F-22 is worth $300 million, and they lost nearly $5 billion in one go. They're just burning taxpayers' money. During this period, the leader of the Eagle Sauce family was in a very unhappy mood. The F-35, which cost hundreds of billions of dollars to develop, encountered various problems as soon as it entered service. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the pilots below. For this reason, the Americans can only upgrade the F-35 again and again. The F-22 is still the main fighter. If that were all, that would be fine. The current situation is that China has already developed the sixth-generation aircraft, while the fifth-generation aircraft of the United States is facing constant troubles. The battle taking place on the other side of the world proves that China's sixth-generation aircraft has left the United States far behind in terms of speed, attack capability, stealth capability, etc. The F-22 is not fit for use, and the F-35 is even more of a waste. Could it be that the United States, which has been great for hundreds of years, is going to completely lose its dominant position in the air? Your Excellency, the Great Commander, I have ordered the Air Force to dispatch several squadrons of F-35 fighter jets to the military bases around the Kingdom of Naray. It will definitely be able to change the unfavorable situation. It would be better if we could actually do it, the Eagle Sauce leader said angrily. During this period, there have been voices in the country calling for a reduction in military spending. If the great Eagle Sauce Air Force continues to suffer defeat after defeat, the first thing to cut is your military expenses. Do you understand? The Minister of Military Affairs nodded. No one would have dreamed that the powerful Eagle Air Force would suffer two consecutive all-round defeats in the air battles over the Kingdom of Naray. If only a few planes were shot down, they could still find a way to cover up the scandal. 2 squadrons were annihilated, and there was no way to hide such a disastrous defeat. If the Air Force cannot win, destroy 3 wraiths. Not only the U.S. military is affected, but also their global strategic layout. There will be many different voices on the tropical continent that has been treated as an iron wall by the Eagle Sauce family. Once these voices expand, one day in the future, it is very likely that the Eagle Sauce family will lose the tropical continent, lost this valuable resource supply area. Even if the Eagle Sauce leader did not make any harsh remarks, as the Minister of Military Affairs, he would not be able to end this air battle easily. In the following days, Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, military base near the Kingdom of Naray. There are a lot of planes taking off. There is only one mission: find the Ghost Fighter hangar by any means possible and destroy it. The result was that they did not find the Ghost Fighter. Every time we go out, the Ghost Fighter always seizes the best fighting opportunity. After 10 days of fighting, the Eagles lost more than 70 fighter jets. Not to mention finding 3 Ghost Fighters, they didn't even get a scratch. After hiding in the air raid shelter for so many days, I can finally come out and get some fresh air. Early this morning, Suhai walked out of the underground air raid shelter in high spirits. They were worried that the Eagle Kingdom would become so desperate that it would attack the Dragon Kingdom's base in the Naray Kingdom. A few days ago, the embassy, overseas Chinese, as well as Mr. Chun and Suhai were all moved to the underground bunker. With the continuous loss of aircraft, even a wealthy country like the United States is starting to feel the pain. There was a brief lull in the air battle. Grandpa Chun, before the war, the Kingdom of Naray must have been very beautiful, right? Under the protection of a large number of military personnel, Suhai and Chun Lao walked on a street. Old Chun said, "This street is the most prosperous street in the Kingdom of Naray." When Grandpa Chun came here before, he could see all kinds of shops on the street, and the pedestrians with this smile on their faces. But Mr. Chun sighed. The streets are littered with ruins, and only occasionally can a few pedestrians be seen. And they were in a hurry, without stopping for a second. "Grandpa Chun, will the war be over soon?" Suhai asked. Chun Lao smiled calmly and said, "Looking at the current situation, Eagle Sauce doesn't have many cards to play." Chapter 24. Means of Breaking Sanctions. With the Phantom Fighter winning victory after victory, the Eagle Air Force can no longer bear such losses. Large-scale air combat will not take place until the United States develops its own 6th-generation aircraft. The rebels were already showing signs of disintegration. I guess it will completely collapse in a few days. Without the support of the Eagle Sauce Air Force, the rebels will collapse. If I had to describe this conflict in one sentence, it would be that the Eagle Sauce did not win. The Naray Kingdom did not lose either. Suhai suddenly said, "Grandpa Chun, I want to go back home." Chun Lao was stunned for a moment, touched Suhai's head, and said, "Why? Are you scared?" "Not afraid," Suhai said seriously. "I want to return to China to develop more high-tech equipment. We will use them to protect our peaceful life and never let the tragedy that happened in Naray Kingdom happen in our Dragon Kingdom." "Good boy, Grandpa Chun was right about you. Let's go back. Grandpa Chun will contact people in China to pick you up." At noon the next day, a civilian airliner flying from the Dragon Kingdom landed on the runway of the International Airport of the Naray Kingdom, which had been urgently repaired. Tomorrow, Suhai will take this plane back to China. In addition to picking up Suhai, this plane also brought a large number of official personnel from the Dragon Country. The mission of these people is to help the Kingdom of Naray rebuild their homeland, provide a variety of financial support. At the same time, mining in the metal chromium mining area must be resumed as soon as possible. Longwa's demand for metallic chromium is enormous. It is indispensable in both national defense and civilian fields. The earlier it is mined, the earlier it can be used in related fields. After more than 10 hours of flying, it was 2:40 in the afternoon. The civilian airliner stopped on the airport runway. The military vehicle that had been waiting here for a long time picked up Suhai and returned to the Military Research Institute. As soon as he entered, Suhai saw many familiar faces. "Uncle Liang, I'm back." Suhai took 2 quick steps, came in front of Liang Yiming, and saluted him. Liang Yiming patted Suhai on the shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "Xiao Su, you must have learned a lot on this trip, right?" "I have indeed learned a lot. I have a better understanding of the shamelessness and arrogance of the Eagle Sauce," Suhai said seriously. In the past, his knowledge of Eagle Sauce came from the internet. This time I saw it with my own eyes and completely understood what kind of people they were. After listening to Suhai's report, Liang Yiming smiled and said, "Go and have a rest first. Don't forget that your work is not yet finished. I guarantee it won't be delayed. Suhai always remembered that he owed Liang Yiming a ghost fighter brigade. Go back to the dormitory and have a good sleep. Starting from the next day, Suhai plunged into intensive work. The Ghost Fighter Squadron will be responsible for the Strategic Air Force mission of Dragon Country. With them, they are enough to scare the Eagles out of their wits. 3 Ghost Fighters sent to the kingdom of Naray. Without destroying a single aircraft, we achieved a great victory by annihilating more than 70 enemy aircraft. If the Americans knew that Dragon Country had an entire fleet of Ghost Fighters, they would probably be scared to death. Suhai really wanted to see whether the 80-year-old leader of the Eagle Sauce family would be so angry that he would be sent to the funeral home. After 5 days, the situation in the Naray kingdom was completely stabilized. The American Air Force is afraid of the 3 Phantom fighters and no longer dares to take off and fight at will. Without their support, the rebels scattered. The King's Guards recovered the lost ground at swift speed. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the fact that Manhwa has recently been constantly challenging the bottom line of security of countries around the world and brazenly manufacturing various weapons of mass destruction. As the guardian of world peace, we, the Eagle Sauce family, now announce the imposition of comprehensive sanctions on the Dragon Nation. It's 7 p.m. at Eagle Sauce time. News of various sanctions spread from the United States to the world. The excuse is that the Dragon Kingdom is engaged in some kind of military competition. It poses a serious threat to world stability and peace. The U.S. has drawn up a long list of banned exports, from engines and oil to chips. It has also imposed sanctions on more than a dozen internationally renowned and influential Chinese companies. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Countries around the world have not yet recovered from the conflict in the Naray Kingdom. The Eagle Sauce family has dropped a bombshell again. Among the long list of prohibited export items, chips are undoubtedly the most eye-catching. The United States and the Western world have long controlled the technology of lithography machines. This will fundamentally strangle China and other underdeveloped countries that need chip technology. Ban the export of chips. Military Research Institute. Suhai was furious when he heard the news. After completing the transformation of 24 Ghost Fighters, Suhai will next make mechanical armor. Improve the fire control and guidance devices of land combat tanks. Once the chips are banned, things become somewhat troublesome. Lin Bo, who came to inform the news, said indignantly, "Xiao Su, can you, with your talent, make a photolithography machine?" The Eagle Sauce family is such a bully. Over the years, they have been setting up technical barriers and strictly prohibiting the flow of lithography machine technology into our country. They have been raising the prices of leading-edge chips again and again, and now they have completely cut off the supply of chips. They are basically trying to paralyze our country's technology industry. In addition to chips, there is also oil. Lin Bo became angrier as he spoke. "I wish I could catch the Eagle Sauce leader and give him a couple of punches." Suhai knew without guessing how a man in his 40s could be so popular. Others must be even angrier than Lin Bo. Isn't it just hurting each other? Who wouldn't do that? Suhai rolled his eyes. "Uncle Lin, call someone right now to take me to the War Zone Command Center. I have something to discuss with Uncle Liang." "Okay, I'll prepare a helicopter for you right away." Dozens of minutes later, Suhai appeared in the office of the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the theater. "Uncle Liang, I suggest that the water fuel engine be used in the civilian field immediately." Liang Yiming, who had just finished a phone call with the head of headquarters, was stunned when he heard this. He and Mr. Chun have always had this idea, but they were limited by many restrictions. It has not been implemented yet. Unexpectedly, Suhai would take the initiative to bring it up. Liang Yiming smiled and said, "Xiao Su, why do you have such an idea? Have a good talk with Uncle Liang." Suhai said without hesitation, "Uncle Liang, I just learned that the Eagle Sauce has restricted the export of a lot of important technological products in order to deal with us. They do it on the first day, and we do it on the 15th. The Eagles have a monopoly on the world's oil dominance, so let's cut off their dominance from the root. Water-fueled engines can run as long as there is water. They can fundamentally replace oil. Half of the countries that follow the Eagle Sauce as their younger brothers are because of oil or other technologies. In addition to wielding the stick of war, the Americans will also use economic and industrial means to suppress other countries. The most obvious point is that the currency of the United States is directly linked to oil. Chapter 25. Continue to slap the Eagle Sauce family. Use water-fired technology to replace petroleum fuels. Even if we cannot kick the Eagle Sauce off the throne of world hegemony, At least I can beat him until half of his body is paralyzed. Xiao Su, have you ever thought that if you launch this technology, you will become a thorn in the side of oil capital? Let's not talk about domestic issues for now. Let's just talk about foreign issues. Liang Yiming said seriously. Those Western capitalists who made a fortune from oil will definitely try every possible means to get rid of you as soon as possible. I'm not afraid, Su Hai said loudly. As long as we can break the world hegemony of the eagle sauce, a little bloodshed is nothing. Grandpa Chen has been telling me stories about our ancestors since I was a child. They sacrificed their lives for the Dragon Kingdom, and now it is the turn of us young people to serve our country. After waiting for a while, there was no reply from Liang Yiming. Su Hai was a little anxious and said, Uncle Liang, as long as you give me a nod, I can use one night to transform the water fuel engine used in fighter jets into a car engine used in the civilian field. One engine can break the oil monopoly of the eagle sauce, even if it costs me money. Okay, well said. Liang Yiming felt very relieved. Who says young people are the lost generation? Who says young people dare not shed blood for their country? Su Hai in front of us is the best example of patriotism. Go and modify the engine first. I will report this to headquarters. In the next few days, the heads of all major automobile manufacturers across the country were summoned to the capital for a meeting. Su Hai's eye drops for the Eagle Sauce family go far beyond this. At the same time, the bigwigs from various automobile companies gathered in the capital for a meeting. A secret study is being prepared at a military research institute. The research had such a great impact that even Mr. Chen was shocked. I hurried back from the kingdom of Naray to attend today's meeting. In the conference room, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were looking at Su Hai. There was a plan drawing in front of everyone. The content of the drawings was not that much, but none of the experts attending the meeting could understand them. Why is everyone silent? Su Hai spoke. Do you think there is something wrong with my design? Hearing this, Mr. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Xiao Hai, to be honest, none of us knows if there is a problem with your design. The others nodded. If they could understand it, they wouldn't have to stare at Su Hai's design drawings all the time. There are 8 words written at the top of the design. Design drawing of the new lithography machine. Since you don't understand, I'll explain it to you again. Su Hai was very confused. I've made the design drawings clear enough, so why can't these experts in various fields understand them? There was no choice but Su Hai walked to the whiteboard in front of the venue. Take a pen and draw the design on it. In response to the all-round export restrictions imposed by the United States, I decided to manufacture our own lithography machine for our country. My lithography machine, both in size and performance, far exceeds the lithography technology owned by the Western world, led by the United States. At the beginning, Su Hai did not think about producing lithography machines immediately. Based on the principle of doing one thing at a time, Su Hai Deshan focused on the civilian projects of water fuel engines. When he learned how backward Longhua's lithography technology was, he decided he could not wait any longer. The Longhua chip can only be called a circuit board. It can also be used in small household appliances. The gap between the lithography technology mastered by the United States and the United States is dozens of times. The gap between China and the United States in the field of aircraft carriers is even greater than that between China and the United States. After 2 or 3 decades of research, very little progress has been made. My dear uncles and aunts, I have finished talking about my design ideas. Next, I will talk about my own thoughts. Su Hai cleared his throat. He told everyone what he saw in the kingdom of Naray. The United States dares to trample on the sovereignty of other countries with impunity while holding the leading weapons of war in one hand. On the other hand, we firmly control cutting-edge technology. Just having more weapons and equipment than the Americans is only one aspect. Only in the civilian sector. Especially only by defeating them in the field of civilian science can the Dragon Kingdom be protected from bullying forever. Walala! After Su Hai finished speaking all his ideas, Mr. Chen stood up and applauded. The others followed suit and applauded. After the applause stopped, Mr. Chen asked a key question. Su Hai just told everyone that he wants to manufacture lithography machines, but it didn't say how many nanometers it was. Su Hai said seriously, as far as I know, the lithography machine of Eagle Sauce has now reached 3 nanometers, and the new lithography machine I want to manufacture will be 1 nanometer. The U.S. company recently announced that it has broken through the 3 nanometers process. Grandpa Chun, uncles and aunts, if I dare to say it, I will definitely be able to do it, Su Hai said in a resounding voice. The 1 nanometer lithography machine will definitely be born in our dragon country, and it won't take long. If you don't believe me, go to my dorm. There are design drawings and data on various photolithography machines in the room. I have even completed the 3D modeling, and the parts drawings for each part are also available. Xiaohai, stop talking. Stop talking. Old Chen rushed forward and covered Su Hai's mouth tightly with a speed that was inconsistent with his age. None of you are allowed to leave. After saying this, Mr. Chen dragged Su Hai out of the meeting room. Su Hai said that he wanted to launch a project to conduct research on lithography machines. Mr. Chen guessed that the lithography machine he was going to design should be based on the existing technology in the United States. Can be infinitely close to 3 nanometers. Who could have expected that the precision of the lithography machine Su Hai mentioned was 1 nanometer? Other supporting facilities are already prepared. If these contents were to get out, it would be enough to poke a hole in the sky. In less than 10 minutes, the small building where the meeting room was located was surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. There are also many tanks like giant beasts on the periphery. There were several armed helicopters flying in the sky. As for Mr. Chun and Su Hai, they had already arrived at the theater command office by helicopter. After listening to Su Hai's report in detail, Liang Yiming glanced at Mr. Chen. Elder Chen said, "I believe in Xiao Hai. If he says it, he can definitely do it. Now it's up to you." "Done." Liang Yiming slapped the table and said, "I will report this to the higher-ups right away. Xiao Su, if you can develop a 1 nanometer, no, a 3 nanometers lithography machine, I will credit you with a great achievement. Then I will give you another mysterious gift." "Uncle Liang, you underestimate me. You just say 1 nanometer is 1 nanometer." Su Hai hated being questioned the most, so he signed a military order on the spot. The 1 nanometer lithography machine technology is left to him. If it is larger than 1 nanometer, Su Hai is willing to be punished. "Xiao Hai, you don't have to be so excited. Uncle Liang believes that you can do what you say." Liang Yiming picked up the red phone and said he wanted to report on the lithography machine project. Chapter 26, I feel like I have become Tang Sung. An extremely rare scene occurred in the airspace of Dragon Country. 4 ghost fighters appeared around a civilian airliner. After an hour's flight, the civil airliner slowly landed. Stop at Longdu International Airport, the capital of Longhua. There are a large number of tanks parked on the airport runway. A large number of fully armed soldiers. Grandpa Chen, isn't this a bit too much of a fuss? After getting off the plane, Su Haidong looked around and felt a little surprised. There are at least hundreds of soldiers deployed at the airport, not to mention the dozen or so infantry fighting vehicles on guard nearby. "Xiao Hai, this is what you deserve." Mr. Chen patted Su Hai on the shoulder. Memories go back to yesterday. Since Su Hai issued a military order, he guaranteed to design a lithography machine belonging to Longhua in the shortest possible time. The precision is far beyond the 3 nanometers lithography machine of the Eagle Sauce. All relevant departments were mobilized. In order to verify whether Su Hai is really capable of making a 1 nanometer lithography machine, the relevant information and drawings he placed in the dormitory were all classified as confidential. Under heavy military escort, it was sent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences overnight. Experts from various fields were busy all night. The conclusion is that they can't understand it. Dozens of experts in the field of lithography and chips, as well as heads of various research institutes. No one could understand the contents of Su Hai's information and design drawings. Even if you don't understand it, many aspects of it that people have analyzed are feasible. For this reason, Su Hai and Chun Lao were urgently summoned to Longdu. After leaving the airport, the security outside was even tighter than inside. Under the protection of a large number of military vehicles, Su Hai and Chun Lao took a car and entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Damn it, why are those old guys here too? As soon as he got off the bus, Old Chen's face was longer than a donkey's. There are a few ordinary cars parked in the parking lot of the Institute of Science. The car's styling is unremarkable. What catches the eye is the license plate. "Xiao Hai, wait a moment." Elder Chen called Su Hai and said in a friendly manner, "Xiao Hai, have you regarded Grandpa Chun as your real grandfather since you were a child?" "Of course." Su Hai looked at Mr. Chun in confusion. "Grandpa Chun, why do you ask?" "Good boy, your words are enough." Old Chen's complexion returned to normal, and he even smiled a little. He took Su Hai's hand and strode towards the conference building with his head held high. "Hey, isn't this Old Chen? I haven't seen you for so many years, and you're still in good health." Knowing that he came here this time to answer questions and resolve doubts for the experts, Suhai guessed that the conference room must be packed. Who would have thought that there were only 7 or 8 old men in such a large conference room? Look at their age. They are almost the same age as Mr. Chen. The old man who was speaking was so thin that he looked like a stick that would fall down if blown. Chen Lao smiled wryly and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be old Han. I haven't seen you for so many years, and your figure hasn't changed at all. As thin as a monkey. I can't help it. The Institute has to do a lot of research every day. As the director, I have a lot of things to worry about. It's not like you who have an easy life. I say, you two, why do you always quarrel whenever you meet? You quarreled all the time when you were young, and now you are already several decades old, and you are still being sarcastic." A tall old man came over and greeted Mr. Chun and Mr. Han. Old Chen joked, "Lao Gao, your name is really right. Others become more hunched as they get older, but you are more energetic than when you were young." "Ha ha." Hearing Mr. Chen's teasing, Mr. Gao laughed and said, "Old Chun, don't make fun of me anymore. Why don't you introduce the little guy next to you to everyone?" Hearing the word little guy, the other old men's eyes lit up and they stared at Suhai. The way Mr. Han looked at Suhai was as if he was looking at a delicious dish. In an instant, Suhai felt like he had become Tang Monk. The people in front of him are all kinds of monsters on the journey to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. That's enough. Stop trying to take advantage of Xiaohai. Old Chen stood in front of Suhai. He is my adopted grandson. Do you still have any shame to try to steal his grandfather's favor? It's not like we're close. If you can get close to Xiao Su, why can't we? I don't know who said this, and several old people gathered around. Xiao Su, from now on you will call me Grandpa Han. Grandpa Han is the director of the Military Research Institute of the Southern Theater Command. Our scientific research conditions in the Southern Theater Command are the best in the country. Mr. Han boasted, although the Northern Military Research Institute was established the earliest in terms of scale, personnel, and advanced technology, we are still the best. Next, Suhai encountered unprecedented treatment. This group of old people, whose combined age is almost 1,000 years old, were arguing like children. There is only one goal, which is to recruit Suhai under his command. Suhai was stunned by all the benefits. Xiaohai, as the saying goes, you should get married first and then start a career. I heard that you don't have a girlfriend yet. Fortunately, I have a granddaughter who is only 1 year older than you, and she is so pretty. I think you two are a good match. How about I introduce you to each other?" Mr. Gao, who had been silent the whole time, went straight to Suhai's weak spot as soon as he opened his mouth. Grandpa Han also has a granddaughter. Although she is still in high school, she will graduate soon. You two can try to get in touch with her. Old Han, do you still have any shame? Your granddaughter is a minor. What do you want to do? Do you want Xiaohai to make a mistake? An old man with a square face pushed Mr. Han away. Xiaohai, Grandpa Zhao, is from the Navy. Are you interested in joining our Navy? Every man should have a great ideal of bravery. As long as you come, you can deploy the Navy resources at your disposal. There were several old men in the room, including those from the Navy, Army, Air Force, and the highest research institutions. In their eyes, Suhai was not just some little guy, but a rising star for the development of Long Country. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Take the Ghost Fighter designed by Suhai as an example. 3 Ghost Fighters destroyed more than 70 of the most advanced F-22 and F-35 fighters of the United States on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Naray. But this one item has completely overturned the United States' dominant position in the Air Force. At the same time, Suhai mastered the technology of water fuel engines. It can also be applied to the 3 armed forces and civilian fields. Mr. Zhao from the Navy was more anxious than anyone else. Use water-fueled engines on ships. Not only can it save the country a lot of money, but it can also give the ship unlimited endurance. The United States is a leader in nuclear energy research. It has a large number of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and nuclear-powered submarines. The endurance generated by nuclear power allows the Eagle Sauce Navy to cruise continuously in the world's oceans. The Dragon Kingdom Navy is equipped with water fuel engines, which can offset the Navy's power weaknesses. Ahem. A low cough was heard in the conference room. Several elderly people turned their heads to take a look, then returned to their seats with sullen expressions. Suhai was surprised when he saw who made the coughing sound. I didn't expect that this old man would preside over the meeting. Chapter 27 Photolithography Machine, RD Project. Zhang Weigua, the second in command of Long State. Xiaohai, let's go sit down too. Old Chen shook Su-hai. Su-hai followed Mr. Chun and sat down at the seats where their names were written. Zhang Weiguo looked around and said with a smile, "You are all experts in your respective fields. We called you here for a meeting today to discuss the issue of lithography machines, but you turned this place into a vegetable market. Xiao Hai is so young. How come he has never seen such a scene before? If he gets scared, who among you can take the responsibility?" All the big guys lowered their heads, like primary school students who had made a mistake and dared not say a word. Zhang Weiguo looked at Su-hai and said in a friendly manner, "Xiao Hai, the country has never forgotten the contributions you have made to the country. I called you here this time because I hope you can make new contributions to the country. Strengthen the comprehensive strength of our dragon country in all aspects." "Commander, I understand all of this." Su-hai stood up and expressed his determination. "The technology of photolithography machines has been mastered thoroughly. As long as he is given the corresponding team and production equipment, he will definitely be able to make the lithography machine." Zhang Weiguo smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand to signal Su-hai to sit down. "Grandpa Zhang is well aware of your deep patriotism. The country has already found the personnel you need. The talents under these experts on site will help you produce a 1 nanometer lithography machine as soon as possible. But technically, they still have a lot of questions and need you to answer their questions and solve their doubts." "No problem." After learning about the identities of these elderly people, Su-hai began to explain the issues they did not understand. Su-hai has already mastered the technique thoroughly. In-depth and concise explanation of some difficult issues. Give the best answer. The meeting started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening. The heads of various scientific research institutions had no idea how to enter the field from the very beginning. By now, I have almost reached the point of having only a vague understanding of it. Zhang Weiguo, who was not a technical person, understood some of it. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. In order to produce precision lithography machines, Longhua has invested a lot of money and scientific research personnel in recent years. Countless experiments were conducted. The experimental data alone could fill up several rooms this large. However, despite all efforts, we were unable to overcome several major technical difficulties. Now, we have Su-hai. The difficulties that had been plaguing them began to be solved one by one. It's getting late. If you have any questions, please ask them tomorrow. I declare this meeting adjourned. As he listened, Zhang Weiguo noticed that Su-hai's voice became hoarse. As for the experts on both sides, they all looked as if they were still not satisfied. If he continued talking, Su-hai's voice would become hoarse. Upon hearing the order to adjourn the meeting, Su-hai cast a grateful look at Zhang Weiguo. Just as Zhang Weiguo thought. If he continued for another 10 or 20 minutes, even if Su-hai's voice wasn't hoarse, it would definitely become sore. "Grandpa Chun, why do you want me to accompany you to the toilet?" After the meeting, other experts went to the cafeteria to eat under the guidance of the staff. Su-hai was about to go over with them, but Mr. Chun said he had a stomachache. Fei dragged Su-hai to the bathroom. In the bathroom, old Chin acted like a thief, looking at Su-hai seriously. "Those old guys have no good intentions. You must be firm in your determination. Don't be fooled by them." "Grandpa Chun, I'm already 18 years old. I'm not a child anymore," Su-hai said with a smile on his face. "I promise you, I'll go wherever you go." "Good boy, really good boy." Mr. Chin was very happy after hearing this. I had prepared a lot of things to say, but I didn't expect Su-hai to be so sensible. Make a firm promise to yourself. It was worth it that I loved this child so much when he was young. Su-hai is such a kind and righteous child. Mr. Chun is not only a key senior executive at the Rocket Engine Research Institute, he also serves as a special advisor to the Northern Military Research Institute, whether it is out of personal feelings or other ideas. Old Chun didn't want to see Su-hai go somewhere else. Having watched Su-hai grow up, Old Chun has long regarded him as his own grandson. Seeing his grandson so sensible, Old Su was not only in a good mood, but also had a better appetite than before. Under the stunned gaze of several old friends, Mr. Chun ate 3 bowls of rice by himself. "Oh my God, let me go." Su-hai buried his head in the quilt, woke up his phone, and checked the time. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. The knocking on the door has never stopped since I came back. These uncles are so persistent. After a while, someone else would knock on the door. Keep going, and don't be afraid of not being able to get up tomorrow. The knocking on the door continued until late at night, and Su-hai fell asleep in his bed in a daze. At around 7 in the morning, Suhai was pulled out of bed by Mr. Chun. Wash up and eat breakfast in a daze. When I arrived at the meeting room, I was completely awake. There were less than 10 people in the conference room yesterday, but today the number has increased by more than 20 times. Except for some participants who looked like scientific researchers. There were also many generals and officers in military uniforms. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Weiguo walked into the conference room and announced the suspension of the meeting. After research, the relevant departments decided to set up a photolithography machine research and development team. I will be the team leader, and Suhai will be the deputy team leader. The funds needed for the plan are approved as soon as they are submitted, and there is no upper limit. The state will also fund the construction of industrial chains and industrial parks related to this plan. In a word, if you need money, give it to me. If you need people, give them to me. Everything revolves around the lithography machine plan. The emergence of 1-nanometer lithography machines will lead to innovation in the global chip industry. It will also allow dragon countries' science and technology to reach new heights. Whether for civilian or military use, it will have far-reaching value. Suhai has stated more than once that he has fully mastered the manufacturing and R&D technology of 1-nanometer lithography machines. All that is required of everyone is to do the auxiliary work well and provide Suhai with all convenient conditions for production and research and development. Then, Zhang Weiguo continued to announce the main participants of the program, as well as the logistical support personnel. Although Mr. Chen only got the status of an ordinary team member, it still makes him so happy that he doesn't know what to do. There are not many people in the team, and each of them is a leader in related professions. Mr. Chen's research areas are engines and aerospace materials, not related to chip technology. Mr. Chen knew very well that he could join the R&D team. It's all thanks to Suhai. After the meeting, Zhang Weiguo called Suhai to his office alone. You don't have to be so restrained. Grandpa Zhang asked you to come in because he wanted to ask if there will be any problems in the subsequent research and development that even you can't solve for the time being. Absolutely not. Suhai is full of confidence. Reporting to the commander, Uncle Liang and I have issued a military order before. We can definitely manufacture a 1-nanometer lithography machine. Here, I'm also giving you a military order. There won't be any technical problems. Please trust me. The country has given me so much assistance. If I still can't develop a 1-nanometer lithography machine, you can do whatever you want with me. Suhai said in a loud voice. Chapter 28, Borrowing the Navy for 20 days. Zhang Weiguo smiled and said, You are serious when you say that, but since you are so confident, just do it boldly. If you have any questions, you can come directly to Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Weiguo then asked Suhai, The project team's research location should be placed here or elsewhere. Suhai thought about it and said, Let's put it here. After all, this is the top scientific research institution in our dragon country. There are inherent conveniences in terms of equipment and materials. Then we will set up the R&D center here. After Suhai left, Zhang Weiguo made several phone calls in a row, implement various matters of the R&D center, arrange Suhai's life and safety. After getting up in the morning, Suhai yawned and went to the bathroom to wash up. After everything is done, we are ready to go to the cafeteria for dinner. A man in his 30s, wearing a military uniform, stood in the corridor. Are you waiting for me here? Suhai asked. Hello, Deputy Team Leader Su. My name is Lei Jun, and I have been ordered to serve as your assistant and security guard. Lei Jun raised his hand and saluted. Take out the appointment document and hand it to Suhai. Seeing that the appointment letter was issued by Zhang Weiguo, Suhai hurriedly said, Brother Lei, you don't have to be so polite. I'm going to have dinner now. What do you think? My job is to assist you with various matters and to protect your personal safety. Okay, let's go together. On the way to the cafeteria, Suhai chatted with Lei Jun for a few words. I learned that Lei Jun is not only an experienced Special Forces soldier. It will also serve as a bridge connecting itself with various departments. After finishing his meal, Suhai went to the office assigned to him. Start preparation work for project development. According to Zhang Weiguo, it is not enough to just produce a 1-nanometer lithography machine. It is necessary to establish relevant production lines and supporting industrial parks. All of this takes time to prepare. Taking advantage of this time, Suhai started programming in advance. The chips produced by the lithography machine cannot be used immediately. It must be accompanied by precise and complex procedures. If you want to take the lead in the chip field, You must first solve the programming problem. It was said to be a problem, but in Su Hai's hands, the difficulty was equivalent to reinstalling the system on a computer. Researchers need to test programming systems tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. Su Hai completed everything in just 2 days. After lunch, Su Hai prepared to ask about the progress of the industrial park. As soon as I walked out of the cafeteria, I ran into Mr. Zhao. "Xiao Hai, you are here indeed," Mr. Zhao said happily. "Grandpa Zhao, are you here specifically to see me? How about we go to your office to talk?" "Good." Su Hai didn't say much and led Mr. Zhao to his office. Elder Zhao asked, "Xiao Hai, Grandpa Zhao heard that you have completed all the preliminary preparations and are now just waiting for the industrial chain and related supporting facilities to be in place, right?" Su Hai said without hiding anything. Grandpa Zhao is right. The photolithography machine project involves many aspects. Although the team has been formed, it will take some time before we can start research and development and manufacturing. "Very good." Mr. Zhao slapped his thigh excitedly. Su Hai looked at Mr. Zhao with confusion. The lithography machine cannot be put into manufacturing and research and development for the time being. How can it be solved? Knowing that his meaning was misunderstood by Su Hai, Mr. Zhao quickly explained. "Xiao Hai, Grandpa Zhao didn't mean anything else. You are temporarily free now. Can you go on a business trip and visit our Navy?" Su Hai thought for a moment and asked, "Grandpa Zhao wants me to help the Navy rebuild the warships?" "Yes, that's why I came here." Seeing that Su Hai was so smart, Mr. Zhao directly stated his intention. Since Su Hai helped the Northern Theater Command to develop the 6th-generation fighter. Later, he won a series of victories in air battles over the Naray kingdom. The military pressure from the Eagle Sauce family began to gradually shift to the Navy. Before developing its own 6th-generation aircraft, the dominant position of the Eagle Air Force fell to the freezing point. How could the Americans let it go after losing face? During this period, the United States has been conducting military exercises in the open sea continuously, playing their other trump card, the Navy. The size of the Eagle Sauce Navy is so huge that it can almost top the world's naval rankings. 2nd to 10th, and let them fight together. Our Navy has been trapped in the island chain set up by the Eagle Sauce family, and it is difficult to get out. Can you help our Navy find a way to break the blockade? Old Zhao said with a frown. Although the Navy already has its own aircraft carriers, it is far behind the large number of aircraft carrier battle groups in the United States. It will be difficult to surpass the Eagle Sauce restaurant in a short period of time, both in terms of quality and quantity. Grandpa Zhao, you are right. The naval strength of the Eagle Sauce is indeed very strong. Su Hai echoed. Their dominance in the world also relies on the Navy and Air Force, but speaking of this, Su Hai looked embarrassed. "I'm the deputy leader of the lithography machine research and development team. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to leave easily." Mr. Zhao said, "I will do the work of my superiors. As long as you are willing to help our Navy to transform and upgrade the ships, that will be fine." Su Hai said without hesitation, "As long as the leaders agree, I will have no objection. The Navy's business is my business." Okay, Shai, I'll leave everything to you." Mr. Zhao couldn't help but walk out of the office. Half an hour later, Mr. Zhao came back with a happy face. The superiors have agreed to loan Su Hai to the Navy temporarily. But there are only 20 days. After 20 days, I must return to the lithography machine, our D team. Otherwise, Zhang Weiguo will go and get the person in person. Without further ado, Mr. Zhao immediately contacted the naval helicopter. Su Hai was taken from Longdu to a naval base in the south. Naval Commander Sun Qianjin personally received Su Hai. He went straight to the point with the same urgency as Mr. Zhao. Asked Su Hai whether he will manufacture directly or modify existing marine vessels. Su Hai pondered for a moment and said, "Grandpa Zhao, General Sun, I'm going to tell you the truth. My previous focus has always been on engines, aircraft, and other civilian fields. I don't know much about naval warships. Can you take me on a tour of this military base first? Learn about the various types of ships." Sure, Xiao Su. I'll be your guide." Sun Qianjin took Su Hai to the naval base dock. Detailed information on the various vessels moored at the pier. "I want to try my hand at this." It took an hour to visit the various military ships on the dock. Su Hai raised his hand and pointed at a destroyer not far away. Mr. Zhao was puzzled and asked, "Xiao Hai, why did you choose it?" Su Hai said embarrassedly, Like I said before, I have never been involved in warship modification. If we start with those advanced ships, I'm worried that it will affect our current combat effectiveness. Chapter 29. Dismantling a Destroyer. I see. Well, you can start with the destroyer. According to Mr. Zhao's idea, he would bring Suhai directly to the aircraft carrier and make drastic changes to the aircraft carrier's power system. But since Suhai chose the destroyer, let him practice with this first. I heard that the Ghost Fighter was also modified from an old fighter. I hope that this old destroyer can be converted into an advanced weapon by Suhai. Mr. Zhao has a different feeling towards this destroyer than others, because this destroyer was designed by him personally. Mr. Zhao is the director of the Naval Equipment Research Institute, and most of the Navy's weapons are designed by him. Mr. Zhao has participated in the research and manufacturing of most warships. Brother Lei, do you have anything to say to me? Revisiting the destroyer, Suhai felt that Lei Jun, who was protecting him, had an expression as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated to speak. Lei Jun said, Deputy Team Leader Su, when you have time in the future, can you also help our army modify its equipment? Sure. Suhai Ivet Vidili. In fact, after completing the modification of the J7 fighter, Suhai thought about modifying the land combat weapons. It's just that plans don't change as fast as they should. He was transferred to the lithography machine research group. Don't worry, once the chip is developed, I will start helping the army to transform its equipment. Lei Jun is an Army Special Forces soldier, and he violated discipline because of his relationship with the army. I implore Suhai to help the army. Now, Suhai agreed so quickly. Lei Jun was moved and secretly made up his mind. If Suhai encounters danger, he will protect him at the risk of his own life. This is not only a mission, but also an honor for Lei Jun. The destroyer chosen by Suhai was named Lunting. The production was designed 30 years ago. Among the many naval ships, some are about to be retired. There were about 500 sailors on board, and the warship was very backward in all aspects of performance. Suhai spent half a day observing the inside and outside of the Lunting. The next day, Suhai made a decision that surprised everyone. The hull of the Dragon City was preserved. In addition to this, remove all equipment above. At the dock, Navy Commander-in-Chief Sun Qianjin asked in a complicated tone, Mr. Zhao, is this okay? If you take everything off the ship, isn't it just an empty shell? If Xiao Hai says it's okay, it will definitely work. Mr. Zhao is full of confidence. If someone else said this, Mr. Zhao would fight him to the death immediately. I believe Xiao Hai will be able to give us a new type of world-leading destroyer. As they were talking, the radar, torpedo, and missile systems were dismantled and carried away. Sun Qianjin couldn't bear to look at it and turned his head away. It is said to be renovation, but what is the difference between this and new construction? Only one hull remained. Suhai dismantled all kinds of systems. That evening, the power system was also dismantled. The launching destroyer became a complete empty shell. Sun Qianjin couldn't bear to look at it, but Mr. Zhao was full of confidence. As a scientific researcher, he knows Suhai much better than Sun Qianjin. I know that Suhai has the power to turn decay into magic, even if it is not possible to bring new technology to the ship in terms of firepower. As long as we can make changes in terms of power, it will be a great achievement. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Suhai got off the boat and prepared to return to the temporary dormitory to design a plan. Mr. Zhao, who had been waiting for a day, came over and said, Xiao Hai, the destroyer has been completely dismantled. What kind of modification plan are you going to design for it next? Grandpa Zhao, let's talk while we walk. Suhai was in a hurry to eat, so he talked about his upgrade plan while walking. The launching destroyer is too old. What Suhai could not accept the most was its anti-missile system. Not only is the startup time very slow, it's as slow as an old ox pulling a cart. The firing speed is so slow that it is outrageous. There is no need to upgrade this thing anymore. Therefore, Suhai had it dismantled and prepared to rebuild an anti-missile system. Mr. Zhao smiled bitterly and said, What you said is all right, but after all, the technology is here. According to the technology of our Naval Research Institute, the missile thrust system can only go so far. It's too difficult for us to tackle this problem. Suhai explained, Grandpa Zhao, don't be angry. I don't mean to blame you. I just feel that the anti-missile system above cannot adapt to modern military development. Let's just install the electromagnetic gun system on it all at once. Although Mr. Zhao was mentally prepared to a certain extent, He was still shocked by Suhai's words. Electromagnetic gun technology is one of the most advanced technologies in the world today. As early as more than 10 years ago, the Eagle Sauce family had begun research in this area. However, after so many years, there has been no progress in the research of the Eagle Sauce family. It is equivalent to Longwa's research on photolithography machines. Mobilize a large number of personnel and invest a large amount of funds. After spending countless years, not even half a step forward has been achieved. As Suhai walked, he said, "I've read a report online that said that although the Eagle Sauce's electromagnetic cannon technology is just getting started, it is already far ahead of other countries in the world. Aren't we upgrading our naval vessels just to target the Eagle Sauce family's repeated provocations? It feels the best to hit them in the face from a technical point of view. Well, you young people still have ideas." Mr. Zhao suppressed his surprise and said, "Tell me, how many supporting personnel are needed and how long will it take to design the electromagnetic gun?" "I don't need too many supporting personnel. I just need to be given enough equipment and materials, mainly discrete coils. Without them, there is no way to generate enough thrust for the electromagnetic cannon." Suhai said seriously, "If everything goes as I wish, it will take about a day and a half." "A day and a half?" Mr. Zhao looked Suhai up and down as if he was meeting him for the first time. "I know Suhai is a monster, but no matter how evil a person is, there should be a limit, right? In a day and a half, they conquered and manufactured the electromagnetic gun. Suhai definitely got alien technology. What the Eagle Sauce family had spent more than 10 years to accomplish, Suhai only needed 1.5 days. At this moment, Mr. Zhao felt that he and Suhai were not on the same level at all. During the meal, Suhai wrote down the various accessories he needed on a piece of paper in front of Mr. Zhao. Holding this light piece of paper, Mr. Zhao felt like he had found a treasure. He rushed into Sun Qianjin's office in a hurry. Sun Qianjin heard that Suhai only needed 1.5 days to produce the latest electromagnetic gun. "I almost choked to death on the tea in the cup. I was also shocked at first, but since Xiaohai said so, I think he can definitely do it. Hurry up and call the various departments and ask them to send the relevant materials over. I guarantee Xiaohai, if you can't figure it out in a day and a half, I'll bring my head to you," Mr. Zhao urged. Chapter 30. Expanding the hull and launching a new ship. "Mr. Zhao, it's not that serious. I'm just saying this in passing." Sun Qianjin smiled. "I'm not doubting you, nor am I doubting Suhai's research and development capabilities. I'm just wondering, just yesterday, you said you didn't know anything about naval vessels. My goodness, they're going to come up with an electromagnetic cannon right after this, and you still say you don't understand? If ordinary people could understand the minds of geniuses, our country would have been full of geniuses long ago." Old Zhao waved his hand and mentioned again that Suhai was recognized as a remarkable man by the entire army. "Don't forget, even the second-in-command regards Xiaohai as a peerless genius. What reason do we have not to believe him? Cooperating with his work is the greatest contribution to the Navy. I'll call the various departments right now." In the end, Sun Qianjin was persuaded by Mr. Zhao. Using a confidential, dedicated line, the spare parts Suhai needed were transferred from various naval research institutes and material warehouses. After getting these things, Suhai spent half a day thinking about it. The rest of the day was used to make the electromagnetic gun barrel, the corresponding launch device. In addition to the electromagnetic gun, Suhai spent another half a day adapting engine technology to suit naval use. Since the Navy sent so many resources, the remaining resources could be used to complete the transformation of the water fuel engine. On the morning of the 4th day, Mr. Zhao, Sun Qianjin, and relevant personnel arrived at the dock. It took half a day longer than promised, but as long as Suhai can really make the electromagnetic gun, not to mention half a day, even half a year will do. The sea area ahead has been cleared, and the electromagnetic gun test firing experiment will be carried out next. A training bomb for the exercise was placed into the electromagnetic gun under the command of Suhai. What a fast speed! As the electromagnetic gun fired the training projectile, Mr. Zhao immediately looked down at the test results in front of him. The muzzle velocity of the electromagnetic gun's training bullets reached a terrifying 18 Mach, equivalent to the speed of a ballistic missile. Sun Qianjin, who was standing aside, was stunned. "I can't say a word. The speed at which an electromagnetic gun fires a ballistic missile. Is this equipment something the Navy can have? Xiao Sun, do you know what this means?" Mr. Zhao was as happy as a child and kept patting Sun Qianjin's shoulders. Sun Qianjin, who was in a state of confusion, said blankly, What does it mean? Not only do we have the ability to strike the enemy from a distance, but we can also be invincible in naval battles. Mr. Zhao described it excitedly. Just think about it. The shells fired by the electromagnetic gun not only have a speed of 18 Mach, but also have another ability. If a missile is launched, the range will be greatly increased. It means that once we find the enemy, we can attack at a very long distance, and the enemy will not be able to hit us. The missile range will be greatly increased. Wouldn't that make us invincible? While the two were talking, Suhai directed people to conduct several tests. After completing the data acquisition, Suhai did not bother to greet Mr. Zhao and Sun Qianjin. On to the next modification work. Next, Suhai obtained the microwave weapon modification technology from the system. Microwave weapons are specifically designed to attack enemy ship control centers. The communication control system is equivalent to the eyes and ears of a ship. Destroying them would be equivalent to destroying the ship's command nerves. 2 days later, radar and new sonar equipment appeared on the Lunting destroyer. Suhai only has 20 days of vacation this time, so he has to make every minute count. Do everything possible to give this ship the best combat capabilities. Although he was a little tired, Suhai was happy despite being tired. General Sun, Grandpa Zhao, I have completed the task you assigned to me. On the 13th day, Suhai called the two of them to come on board. He excitedly introduced to them his various modification achievements. It was not until this time that the two realized that Suhai had not exceeded the 1.5 days he had promised. It took half a day longer to complete the modification and installation of the power system. Hearing the various data given by Suhai, Sun Qianjin opened his mouth exaggeratedly. Xiao Su, if I had known that the power system you installed was so horrible, I should have gotten you a bigger boat. The launching destroyer has a displacement of only over 8,000 tons. You installed such a large power system on it. Isn't that like a big horse pulling a small cart? Sun Qianjin joked. Suhai said seriously. The destroyer Lunting was originally 8,000 tons. Next, I will ask the Navy's supporting shipyard to expand it to 20,000 tons. 20,000? Sun Qianjin looked at Suhai in surprise. What is the concept of 20,000 tons? Just slightly smaller than an aircraft carrier. After Suhai said so, Sun Qianjin immediately did as he was told. Expanding the hull is a very simple task for the shipyard. Prepare the corresponding special steel and manufacture the deck materials. Just carry out welding assembly. All the above systems have been completed by Suhai. All that was left for them was the simplest of tasks. With 3 days left before the end of the holiday, a completely changed launching destroyer appeared before everyone. Today, the launching destroyer completed its overall modification. A sea trial will be carried out. The dock was placed under martial law early in the morning. Without a special pass, even sailors cannot enter the martial law area. Being unable to enter did not affect the soldiers who stood and watched from a distance. Is this still the old launching destroyer? Why does it look like a small aircraft carrier? Who among you can believe this? It only took more than half a month from disassembly to modification. Does anyone know what kind of power system that the modified launching destroyer uses? I guess it should be powered by electricity. It's impossible for it to continue to burn oil. The sailors looked into the distance and talked among themselves. From a distance, the modified launching destroyer looks majestic and powerful. The size of the launching destroyer has increased, and the number of sailors has soared from more than 500 to 1,100. There are 1,100 people, and each one has been selected through multiple rounds of selection. Loyalty and personal skills are used to pass levels. On the deck, Sun Qianjin, Zhao Lao, and Suhai were looking at the sea ahead. In a little while, the launching destroyer will start its official voyage. In order to cooperate with this trial, starting last night, various maritime units received notifications one after another. Today, the Navy will conduct a small-scale exercise at sea. All vessels are required to exit the exercise area. The spy satellite in the space of the Eagle Sauce obtained relevant information. During this period, the life of the Eagle Sauce family was as miserable as it could be. The rebels that had been supported with great effort disappeared into thin air. The F-22 and F-35, which were regarded by the Americans as being 20 years ahead of other countries in the world, were successively defeated in the Naray kingdom. Now, a new destroyer of long state will be tested today. All kinds of news added together. Joseph, the commander-in-chief of the Eagle Sauce family, has held a military meeting for the umpteenth time this month. Chapter 31 Sonar Detection Test. Report to the commander. All officers and soldiers of the launching destroyer are in place. The ship is ready to set sail at any time. An officer with the rank of major and wearing a white military uniform appeared in front of Su Hai and the other two. He saluted the three people with a quick movement. Xie Feiyang, captain of the launching destroyer. I've been commanding this old destroyer for 8 years. Half a month ago, Xie Feiyang was ordered to take the sailors on the ship back to land for vacation. I heard from the grapevine that the launching destroyer will undergo a drastic transformation. For this transformation, Mr. Zhao, a veteran expert at the Naval Research Institute, personally invited a top weapons expert. At this moment, no one on the destroyer was more anxious than Xie Feiyang. I was thinking about witnessing this old destroyer and seeing how it would come alive after being modified. Early this morning, Xie Feiyang took the sailors on board to familiarize themselves with the structure inside. Every piece of equipment in the destroyer seemed so unfamiliar, especially the power equipment in the power compartment. No one can understand it. Through the operation manual compiled by Su Hai, Xie Feiyang and the sailors had some understanding. But it is limited to understanding. Whether it is the same as written in the operation manual needs to be confirmed through formal navigation. At the dock, the launching destroyer was making final preparations. On the other side of the world, Joseph, the commander-in-chief of the Eagle Sauce family, was also making intensive tactical arrangements. These damn dragon people thought they could challenge our great Eagle Sauce family just because they had mastered some cutting-edge technology. This is a delusion that only a madman would have. The elderly Commander Joseph spoke passionately. The staff and military generals kept nodding in agreement. Although the Eagle Sauce family suffered heavy losses in fighter jets in the air battle with the Kingdom of Naray, but it does not mean that they are really lagging behind Manhwa in the field of science and technology. The Eagles are not only the overlords of the sky, but also the kings of the sea. The Navy Intelligence Rear Admiral reported, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, the Navy has sent a large number of submarines and drones into the waters near Dragon Country. Very good. Commander Joseph looked pleased. In addition to sending a submarine, it's time for the 7th Fleet to take action. Hearing this order, Admiral Johnson, the Navy's chief commander, said, Your Excellency, will this make too much noise? I just want to make a big noise. Commander Joseph said gloomily. In terms of aircraft research and development, Dragon Country is only slightly behind our Eagle Sauce country. It is acceptable for them to surpass us temporarily. But on the sea, we are the eternal king and overlord. The 7th Fleet is equal to the entire combat strength of the Dragon Navy. This is both reconnaissance and deterrence. The Eagles must make the Dragon Kingdom understand that even if they are given 100 years, they will not be able to seize control of the ocean. An elderly staff member said, I also think that sending the 7th Fleet would cause too much of a stir. After all, Dragon Country has a large number of Phantom fighters. Once they deploy a large number of Phantom fighters, we will not be able to defeat them with our current carrier-based aircraft capabilities. Don't worry, my friend. No one knows Dragon Country better than I do. Commander Joseph was very proud. In areas where they have a leading edge, Manhwa may dare to go against us, the Eagle Sauce family. But in the backward areas, they will never make excessive provocations. Besides, the 7th Fleet is only operating outside their territorial waters. The sailing range belongs to the high seas. What's the problem with the fleet anchoring on the high seas? If the Dragon Nation's ghost fighters fly over our heads, it would be tantamount to a war provocation. By that time, we can dispatch more fleets. It has formed an absolutely overwhelming advantage over Dragon Country. The 7th Fleet stationed at the island nation's naval base soon received a mobilization order. The entire fleet set sail and rushed to the outer edge of the sea trial route designated by the Dragon Navy at the fastest speed. This is a threat of force by deploying troops on the border. Xie Feiyang didn't know yet that his launching destroyer would cause such a big stir. The 7th Fleet is about to arrive at the outskirts of the trial sea area. On the sea, the launching destroyer is testing the latest power system. Experts are experts, and their level of modification is really amazing. It's more than amazing, it's like changing a ship. After driving for such a long time, I didn't feel any vibration at all. The modification is really perfect. On the deck, the sailors were overjoyed. 40 minutes have passed since we left the dock and drove here. Everyone stood on the deck as if they were standing on flat ground. The ship's speed is maintained at 50. A speed of 50 knots is equivalent to a car speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Despite the fast speed, the crew on the deck showed no sign of being surprised. Skyfire was so excited that he could hardly control himself. To be on the safe side, Skyfire increased the speed to 50. According to the operating manual written by Suhai, the maximum speed of this ship is 200 knots. Seeing this number, Skyfire almost fell to the ground. At the command center at the dock, a large number of scientific researchers systematically collected various data of the launching destroyer on the water through computers. Suhai held a bottle of happy water in one hand and a hamburger in the other, leisurely watching everyone working. Sun Qianjin and Mr. Zhao didn't know what words to use to describe their feelings. At a speed of 50 knots, the sailors on the ship were not affected by any turbulence. This is just the beginning. The speed of the launching destroyer began to gradually increase. The crew only felt a slight bump. A moment later, the speed of the launching destroyer was increased to a maximum of 200 knots. The water fuel engine is perfectly demonstrated, giving this destroyer a leap in speed. Half an hour later, a technician reported the collected data to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao nodded repeatedly as he watched. Xiaohai, the speed test has been completed. What test should we do next? Suhai finished the burger in his hand and said, let's test the sonar system. Good. Mr. Zhao gave the order decisively. Order Skyfire to start testing the sonar system. Several ships went out to sea last night for this test. A large number of submarines and torpedoes were dropped in the trial area for testing. The sonar system will scan these experimental equipment, determine their location and number, in order to achieve the most perfect test results. Mr. Zhao even placed a large number of submersibles on the seabed. Whether it is a submarine or a mine, it can cause fatal damage and threats to surface warships. Can we detect them in advance and avoid or destroy them as quickly as possible? The role of sonar systems is of great importance to warships. Chapter 32, Ultra-Large Range Sonar System. If the sonar system lags behind a little, it may miss a torpedo or a submarine. What awaits this ship will be a catastrophe. Radar shows that the launching destroyer has arrived at the designated area. Begins sonar detection. Immediately afterwards, various messages continued to be passed back. The sonar system will be deployed on mines in the test area, test submarines, and submersibles located in the deep sea. Not a single one was missing, they were all swept out. Wow, this speed is really fast. Elder Zhao was surprised and said, I arranged all of these myself. Not only are the locations secret, but the range is also wide enough. Xiaohai, how wide is the coverage of your improved sonar detection device? Mr. Zhao said with a curious look on his face. Sun Qianjin didn't know what to say. As a naval commander, he is very familiar with sonar systems. Even with the most advanced sonar system, the maximum detection range is only close to 100 kilometers. The experimental equipment placed by Mr. Zhao himself is more than 200 kilometers away from the launching destroyer. Suhai chuckled and said, the sonar system I designed has a maximum detection range of 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers? Sun Qianjin's mind went blank. It is certain that this is something that human technology can produce. Not from aliens. The range of 500 kilometers can no longer be described as against the will of heaven. It is simply an insurmountable gap. But this gap that no one could cross became flatter than the ground in front of Suhai. It only took a few steps to get there. Commander, there is an enemy. A technical officer received the message from the launching destroyer with an expression full of disbelief. Sun Qianjin asked, what enemy situation? Reporting to the commander, the launching destroyer sent back intelligence that their sonar system has discovered the Eagle Sauce's detector. Did you discover the detector from the Eagle Sauce family? Sun Qianjin came to the command desk, picked up the intercom, and said, Skyfire, this is Sun Qianjin. Report again now. Have you found the Eagle Sauce detector? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the sonar system shows that there are a large number of Eagle Sauce's detection devices around our ship. Salvage immediately. After giving the order, Sun Qianjin turned around and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid that the Eagle Sauce family is targeting us during this trial voyage. It's not fear, but certainty. Mr. Zhao said with a stern face, maritime power is the cornerstone of the Eagle Sauce family. Compared to the air, they pay more attention to the Navy. Our trial voyage this time has definitely aroused the high vigilance of the Eagle Sauce family. That's why a large number of new unmanned probes are placed in the test area. But they could never have imagined that the sonar system designed by Xiaohai for for the launching destroyer had such a wide detection range. Our technological level is far superior to theirs. Mr. Zhao is a naval military expert. He immediately analyzed that the unmanned detector dropped by the Eagle sauce into the sea must be their latest developed one. When it was first announced to the public, the American military made a high-profile statement. This new type of sonar detector can ensure that it will not be detected by any sonar system other than that of the United States within 10 years. Only 4 years later, the unmanned sonar detector that was praised to the sky by the Americans is like a child's toy in front of the launching destroyer. The location was discovered easily. As the salvage began, Anderson, commander of the 7th Fleet, received the corresponding intelligence. Damn it, this must be a ghost. Anderson was stunned. What kind of sonar detection system is installed on this warship of Manhwa? How is it possible to discover the Eagle sauce's secret weapon in the sea? Anderson was puzzled. More and more detectors are being found. Contact with the aircraft carriers was lost one after another. By the time the last probe was salvaged from the sea, Anderson was exhausted. Not only are these detectors leading the way in performance, but their prices are also astronomical. In just 2 hours, the total value of the detectors salvaged exceeded $1.5 billion, equivalent to 10 billion Dragon Country currency. Anderson couldn't accept such a huge loss. The Eagle Sauce Navy headquarters couldn't accept it either. The 7th Fleet was dispatched to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom. The purpose of placing a large number of unmanned detectors in the sea is to understand the performance of the launching destroyer in all aspects. The plan had just started when a huge loss of more than 10 billion occurred. Commander Joseph, you really can't take it anymore this time. The Eagle family's intervention in the Naray kingdom failed. The voices calling for cutting military spending are growing louder at home. It took a lot of effort to suppress this voice. Now, the detector worth $1.5 billion has been salvaged. This time it really didn't end well. Immediately afterwards, the launching destroyer conducted a firepower test. At the moment of the test, problems occurred in the entire 7th Fleet's power system. The weapon launched by the launching destroyer was an electronic pulse magnetic explosive bomb. It has the ability to paralyze the command center and destroy the electronic system. The 7th Fleet that the Eagle Sauce family spent a lot of money to build has now become deaf and blind. In the Naval Command Center, Su-hai laughed happily. One electronic pulse bomb can paralyze the entire fleet. If a few more are launched, these ships will become scrap metal. Repair it quickly and restore contact with other ships immediately. Admiral Anderson was covered in cold sweat. The command center was paralyzed and the radar system completely failed. Sir, we are already repairing it, but it may not be completed in a short time. After listening to his subordinate's report, Anderson was shocked, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, his flagship aircraft carrier was at anchor and its nuclear power source was not activated. Once it starts, the consequences are unimaginable. Anderson received unfavorable news one after another. In addition to his flagship aircraft carrier, the electronic systems of other ships in the fleet suffered devastating disasters one after another. Only a small number of electronic devices can be repaired, but about 85% of them have been declared scrapped. At this moment, Anderson is faced with a huge problem. The entire power system was paralyzed. How could his 7th Fleet get back? Without the support of the power system, the radar cannot be used. Even the orders could not be passed on. If the Dragon Kingdom suddenly declares a war, the 7th Fleet doesn't even have the ability to defend itself, let alone fight back. They will all become sitting ducks on the sea. Allow the opponent to attack at will. I really didn't expect the ending to be like this. Mr. Zhao said in shock. Just one electronic bomb was used to paralyze the entire 7th Fleet. Hai, you have not only made a significant contribution to the Navy this time, but also helped us master the magic weapon to restrain the opponent's aircraft carrier battle group. Su-hai said modestly, Grandpa Zhao, you are too kind. I'm actually not as good as you say. My research is also the result of everyone's hard work. Without the various resources and equipment provided by the Navy, I would not be able to do research and development even if I wanted to. Chapter 33. Paralyze the entire 7th Fleet. Hai, modesty is a virtue, but excessive modesty is pride. Mr. Zhao praised Su-hai's contribution in a joking tone. Your contribution will never be forgotten by our entire Navy. Next, if you have anything unexpected, bring it all out. It's no wonder that Su-hai really has something that Mr. Zhao and Sun Qianjin couldn't have imagined. A missile launch system installed on board a ship. Following Su-Hai's order, an unexpected scene occurred. The missiles on the launching destroyer were like dumplings. One shot after another soared into the air. The speed was so fast that it was hard to keep up. It's so enjoyable. It's so enjoyable. I didn't expect missiles could be used this way. It only took a dozen seconds to shoot it all at once. That's nothing. There are so many advanced technologies on our ship that it's hard to count them all. I saw in the manual that the missile can be launched so quickly because it uses an electromagnetic propulsion device. This is not a missile launch, it's just a machine gun firing. On the warship, the sailors laughed heartily. The command center was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Regarding today's sea trial, both Mr. Zhao and Sun Qianjin were extremely satisfied. On the Lunting, a variety of advanced performance has been verified. Mr. Zhao was so excited that he could hardly control himself. The launching destroyer has not only undergone a complete transformation, and the combat capability generated is enough to match that of an entire aircraft carrier battle group. Use it as the flagship and incorporate it into other warships. It's exciting just thinking about it. An old destroyer can be converted by Su-Hai into such a terrifying existence. If the aircraft carrier or the latest warships were handed over to Su-Hai, Mr. Zhao believed that he would receive more surprises. Unlike the joy-filled command center, the 7th Fleet was shrouded in despair. Admiral Anderson tried every possible means, but could not get his fleet back into action. Sir, this is bad. The Dragon Nation's destroyer is heading towards our location. After receiving the news, Admiral Anderson and his staff quickly came to the deck of the aircraft carrier. The Lunting destroyer approaching from the front can be clearly seen with the naked eye. Thinking about the entire fleet, it was left with no way out because of this destroyer. Anderson wanted to tear the Dragon City in front of him apart with his bare hands. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Among the major fleets of the United States, the 7th Fleet, the most powerful, is now unable to move. Let the Dragon Kingdom warships show off their power in front of them. After a moment, Anderson ordered, "Send a flag signal. I want to negotiate with their captain." After a while, the destroyer launching used flag signals to agree to meet. Anderson, along with several guards, slowly approached the Dragon City in a speedboat. Without electricity, the speedboat cannot move. Everyone used the most primitive method, using the speedboat as a kayak. Xie Feiyang stood in the command room, as if watching a farce, looking at Anderson and his group slowly approaching this side. After rowing for an unknown amount of time, Anderson finally reached the destroyer launching. Anderson was the first to climb up the ladder thrown down from above. "General Anderson, why did you meet with us?" Xie Feiyang came to the deck and asked Anderson why he came with a smile. Anderson said with an awkward expression, "Captain, I am here to seek your help." After saying this, Anderson wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. His fleet was immobilized by this ship. Now, we have to actively seek help from Manhwa. I have lost all my face. How can my destroyer help you? You are the most powerful 7th Fleet, Xie Feiyang said with a wry smile. Captain is right. The 7th Fleet is the most powerful maritime force in the world. However, no matter how powerful a maritime force is, it will encounter certain problems. Anderson suppressed his anger. "Unfortunately, my fleet is in trouble. There were some malfunctions with the fleet's power system, which prevented us from sailing." "It's really surprising," Xie Feiyang said sarcastically. "Your scientific research ability is really not commendable." Anderson was so angry that he wanted to strangle Xie Feiyang to death. There is an old saying in Long Country, "Don't hit people in the face." Xie Feiyang not only slapped Anderson hard in the face, it even crushed the entire 7th Fleet, along with the Eagle Sauce family, to the ground. Calming down his anger, Anderson said, "I would like to borrow your communication system to contact us. Send personnel and ships to repair the 7th Fleet. I beg you to help me." Xie Feiyang said calmly. "Why bother? I have a solution. This place is very close to our port. Otherwise, we can help you pull the 7th Fleet back to our port. Help you with the repairs." "What did you say? Pull it to your port?" Anderson wondered if Xie Feiyang was crazy. Pulling the 7th Fleet to the Manhwa port is not just maintenance. Basically a prisoner. Once Anderson agrees, he will be court-martialed. Even if he is an admiral of the Eagle Sauce Navy, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Xie Feiyang shrugged and said, "General Anderson, if you are unwilling to accept our help, we won't say anything. Please go back. I have to greet reporters from my motherland later." "Captain, you've gone too far," Anderson said angrily. How could a reporter appear on a warship? You did this on purpose. Look at what you said. How could I do it on purpose? The launching destroyer you are on is the latest modified new destroyer of our country. The sea trial of such a leading destroyer in all aspects must be publicized through the media. This is a normal process. You Eagle Sauce people should be familiar with this. CF Fayong smiled and said, I heard that your 7th Fleet often invites reporters to visit the ship. If you can do it, why can't we do it? Anderson said angrily. Captain, you called the reporters here at this time so that they can take pictures of our miserable and embarrassing situation. General Anderson, I really don't mean that. Okay, please go back. CF Fayong sneered. Captain, one day you will pay the price for your recklessness. Anderson made a harsh remark and immediately returned to the speedboat. Before they could catch their breath, they rowed the speedboat back. Before Anderson and his team arrived at the flagship aircraft carrier, the reporters who were brought in by transport ship had already begun to board the ship. Chapter 34. Conquer the photolithography machine. Oh my God, what happened to the 7th Fleet? Are they confronting the Dragon Nation's warships? Look, there seems to be a general sitting in that speedboat on the sea ahead. Yes, it's the general of the Eagle Sauce family, and he's an admiral. They were in a speedboat. Why were they paddling with oars? In addition to reporters from Manhwa, there were also many reporters from foreign countries on board the ship. There are many branches of foreign news agencies in Manhwa. Upon learning that they could enter the warship to film, the Western reporters ran faster than each other. When they boarded the launching destroyer, it was not the destroyer that attracted them, but it was Admiral Anderson at sea and the immobile 7th Fleet. Before boarding the ship, the sailors gave each reporter a telescope. Through the telescope, you can clearly see Anderson and several followers rowing a speedboat. It's simply a strange story. Another strange thing is that the 7th Fleet was motionless, as if someone had cast a spell to freeze it. Captain, what's going on? Western reporters, puzzled, gathered around CF Fayong. Ask Admiral Anderson why he did such a weird thing. How could the 7th Fleet remain motionless at sea? CF Fayong said with a smile. Reporters, please be quiet. I will answer your questions one by one. First of all, the 7th Fleet was not engaging in a tactical confrontation with us. The real situation was that there was a problem with their operating system. The entire fleet is paralyzed. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shocking these Western journalists as if they were struck by lightning. What a joke! There are so many warships in the 7th Fleet, even if there is a malfunction, it is impossible for the entire fleet to be paralyzed. My fellow journalists, I don't believe it either, but this result was said by Admiral Anderson, the commander of the 7th Fleet. Aren't you all curious as to why he is at sea in such a strange way? I can tell you now that not only did the control system have problems, but even the lifeboat on their ship had problems as well. Before you boarded the ship, Admiral Anderson came to me and hoped to get our help. Perhaps because of his arrogant temper, Admiral Anderson suddenly rejected our offer after we expressed our goodwill. Western journalists are well known around the world for their love of stirring up trouble. Not only do they often interfere in Longwa's affairs, but once something big happens in the Western world, they will also use it to stir up trouble. One unbelievable piece of news after another reached their ears. It seemed as if these Western journalists had engines installed in their hands, taking a lot of photos of the 7th Fleet in the distance. The entire 7th Fleet was paralyzed, and the commander rowed to the Dragon Kingdom warship for help. Related news and posts are flooding major online forums and social circles. My fellow netizens, ahead is the most powerful naval fleet of the United States, the 7th Fleet. A reporter from Longwa started a live broadcast on the spot. Adjust the phone's focus to maximum. The logistics personnel of the 7th Fleet must have taken kickbacks. What kind of power system is installed? The entire fleet is at anchor. It's more than just taking kickbacks. I think they're going to eat up the 7th Fleet until there's nothing left. Either the whole fleet is paralyzed or it is not. If a war breaks out, everyone will become a sitting duck. Haha, this is so funny. The once-soaring 7th Fleet probably never dreamed that it would be in the situation it is in today. It's what they deserve. Relying on their powerful ships and guns, the 7th Fleet has caused a lot of trouble. This is called retribution. Reporter, I don't believe the 7th Fleet is paralyzed unless you take me closer to see it. I don't believe it either. +1 for not believing it. Netizens have been making fun of the paralyzed 7th Fleet. Many people beg the anchor to find a way to make the destroyer move forward. This way you can see more clearly. Maybe you can even see the frustrated expressions of the crew members of the 7th Fleet. In the evening, the destroyer Lunting began to return. Today was a very fruitful day. Not only did it test various cutting-edge weapons on the destroyer, I also ate the 7th Fleet's melons all day. Following the reporter's reports, the Eagle commander finally learned that something had happened to the 7th Fleet. A large number of helicopters and ships were urgently dispatched from the island country for rescue. The other warships were fine, except for the flagship where Anderson was. This is the latest type of nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with a tonnage of over 100,000. Ordinary ships simply cannot pull it. The Eagle sauce can only temporarily dispatch aircraft carriers from other aircraft carrier battle groups to serve as trailers. On the 20th day, Suhai waved goodbye to the naval officers and soldiers reluctantly. Leave the Navy command on a special plane. Even if I wanted to stay in the Navy for a few more days, I couldn't. All supporting facilities related to the lithography machine are in place. After returning to the RD team, Suhai immediately plunged into the intense work. Although the scientific research team has only dozens of official members, there are tens of thousands of related supporting personnel. We succeeded. 10 days later, lithography machine laboratory. Suhai jumped up and started celebrating. The last step of lithography machine design has been completed. As Suhai danced and laughed, other researchers also joined in. Soon, our Longwa will be able to manufacture its own lithography machines. What does it mean that soon, as long as we use a 3D printer to print out the sample, we can immediately put it into production? The laboratory was filled with sounds of celebration, cheers, and exclamations. Suddenly, Suhai's body softened, and he fell to the ground. Deputy Team Leader Su, what's wrong with you? The team member closest to Suhai immediately helped him up. Suhai seemed to have fainted, with his eyes tightly closed. Someone tried to feel Suhai's pulse. The pulse is normal, and the breathing is also normal. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. Suhai was exhausted. These days, Suhai has devoted all his energy to the lithography machine. The daily rest time is less than 4 hours. He is only 18 years old. Working like this all day long, I've exhausted myself. Zhang Weiguo was shocked when he received the news that Suhai had collapsed from exhaustion. Go to the hospital immediately. Mr. Chun, who was guarding the hospital, had an extremely complicated expression. Although the doctors said Suhai was fine, he was just too tired. You will recover after a few days of rest. Mr. Chen still couldn't let go of the worry in his heart. Grandpa Chen, where am I? On the hospital bed, Suhai slowly opened his eyes. He looked around the room blankly. Xiaohai, don't move. I'll go call the doctor and nurse right away. Soon a large group of medical staff came in and performed various examinations on Suhai. Grandpa Chen, why are you crying? Suhai smiled and comforted him. I was just too sleepy, so I fell down. Now I'm really not okay. Presumably, Suhai reached out and wiped Mr. Chen's eyes. He began to ask whether the lithography machine samples had been manufactured during the 2 days when he was away from the laboratory. Yes, it has been manufactured, Mr. Chen said with a joyful tone. Chapter 35. The patent holder of the lithography machine, Longwa. Grandpa Chun, I'm hungry. After the inspection, Suhai asked Mr. Chun for 2 favors. Suhai planned to confirm it by calling the RD team. Subsequent work of the lithography machine. Then drink a bottle of happy water and eat something delicious. Okay, Grandpa Chun will arrange it for you right away. After finishing his meal, Suhai couldn't help but feel that he had regained some strength. If we want to break the technology monopoly of the United States, we must continue to work on lithography machines and chips. Thinking of this, Suhai came up with an idea: product upgrade. An hour later, a large group of people rushed into the ward. Deputy Team Leader Su, we succeeded. Huang Gang, a member of the Chip Research Institute, held Suhai's hand with tears on his face. Behind him are the researchers from the team. Looking at the touching scene in front of him, Mr. Chen secretly wiped away his tears with his handkerchief. A lithography machine made using a 3D printer. All the values are better than the same products from Eagle Sauce. The first independently developed lithography machine in Longwa was born. Xiaohai, you are a hero of Dragon Country and the pride of Grandpa Chen. Mr. Chen choked up. Our research was successful. We have produced a sample. The technological chains that were around our necks have been completely removed, and all the values of the lithography machine are higher than similar foreign lithography machines. The researchers present here can attest to this. Olchen turned around and looked at everyone, including Huang Gang. Dozens of researchers who came over nodded heavily. The 1 nanometer lithography machine is not the end. It can continue to be upgraded to become a more advanced lithography machine. What? 1 nanometer lithography machine is not the end. Except for the doctors and nurses, all the scientific researchers present widened their eyes. In order to develop the 1 nanometer lithography machine, the country has invested a lot of money and talent. It took a lot of money to make significant progress before Suhai appeared, let alone 1 nanometer. The 3 nanometers lithography machine of the United States has become an insurmountable mountain. 1 nanometer lithography machine technology. No one dared to even think about it, because this is simply an impossible task. It's because of our incompetence that you can't even recover properly. Huang Gang said ashamedly. Deputy Team Leader Su, you were so tired that you were hospitalized and you were still thinking about the lithography machine. I spent a lot of time before, but I couldn't even get started with photolithography machines. Mr. Chen comforted him. Xiaohai, you have done enough. Listen to Grandpa Chen and stay in the hospital to rest. Leave the rest to us. Mr. Chen only hated that he didn't understand the relevant lithography machines and chip technology. The title of a team member is just empty talk. Nothing can help Suhai. If he could do his part, Suhai might not be so tired. Grandpa Chen and all the seniors, please don't blame yourselves. Suhai said slowly. Overcoming scientific difficulties is never achieved overnight. It requires the hard work of countless people. Without your cooperation, I would not be able to develop a finished lithography machine. Give me my computer. The success of the lithography machine is just the beginning. The chips produced later will also need to be equipped with a programming system. The country invested huge amounts of money to build an industrial park and a supporting production chain for Suhai's lithography machine research. None of this can wait. Suhai wants to develop the lithography machine and put it into production immediately. Only in this way can the monopoly of the United States and the Western world be completely broken. No. You absolutely cannot be working right now. The attending physician was the first to stand up and object. Suhai needs rest now. So many adults are making an 18-year-old child work so hard. The attending physician really wanted to ask them, did these experts by their qualifications? Deputy Team Leader Su, we all know you want to help the motherland, but your health is also important. Only if you have a good body can you work better. At this point, everyone was already ashamed. Tell the truth. These arrogant experts had some opinions about Suhai, a young boy, being the deputy team leader. Indeed, Suhai understands technology. But they also understand. Seeing that Suhai still did not forget to work even though he was tired, everyone felt more than just ashamed. Still regretting my narrow-minded thinking. What a good child. He is still thinking about contributing to the country's scientific and technological work. Mr. Chen had mixed feelings. The same is true for other researchers. There was nothing but guilt in everyone's eyes when they looked at Suhai. There is an extra layer of respect. Respect this young talent who has devoted all his efforts to the country. Grandpa Chen, please give me the computer. Seeing the longing in Suhai's eyes, Mr. Chen finally stood up to get the computer. Huang Gang quickly stopped him and said, Mr. Chen, how is Deputy Team Leader Su? I watched the child grow up. No one can stop this child from doing what he wants to do. Besides, he just finished eating, and his mental state has recovered quite well. Chen Lao smiled bitterly and said, it should work for a while. Grandpa Chen is right. I've been unable to sit still since I was a child. The more idle I am, the more likely I am to get sick. I just feel dizzy due to lack of sleep. I don't have any terminal illness. Everyone, please stop talking about separations and deaths. It makes me feel creepy. While joking, Suhai asked Mr. Chen to go to the dormitory to get the computer. After getting the computer, Suhai started typing on the keyboard. The data has been sorted out, and the corresponding modules and data are in this file. The relevant personnel immediately started working and copied the chip programming content in the computer. Deputy Team Leader Su, you can rest here, and we will return to the laboratory immediately. Huang Gang said this and was about to leave. As soon as everyone left, Zhang Weiguo appeared in the ward with his entourage. Just like before, Zhang Weiguo was in a heavy mood. Fortunately, Suhai was good at livening up the atmosphere, so the house did not become dead and dull again. Xiao Su, your contributions to the country and the people will be remembered forever by all scientific researchers. Whether it is the lithography machine or the chip, their honor will belong to you. Zhang Weiguo made a promise. All the research results related to lithography machines are attributed to Su Hai. No one objects or questions this. This is the honor Su Hai deserves. For this research and development project, Zhang Weiguo thought about various aspects of the problem. But I didn't expect that Su Hai would fight so hard. Exhaust yourself to death. Su Hai said with a grin. Chief, I would like to designate a patent signatory. Okay. Tell me, who do you want to designate as the patent signer? Your parents? Zhang Weiguo asked hurriedly. Su Hai shook his head. The successful development of the lithography machine is inseparable from everyone's efforts and the strong support of the country. I want to designate the patent for the lithography machine as Longhua. All technical patents will be handed over to the state free of charge. Chapter 36 Dragon Plan. Qingshan Town, located 20 kilometers away from Longdu, is an ordinary town. The town has a permanent population of more than 10,000 people. The vast majority of adults work in Longdu. Since more than 20 days ago, residents of the town who were working outside have returned home. The reason is simple. Qingshan Town started building the Longwood Chip Industrial Park. A large number of construction machinery and building materials have moved in. Anyone can see that Qingshan Town has huge development potential. With the groundbreaking of the Chip Industrial Park, Longwood's speed was once again demonstrated. In just over 30 days, the industrial park has begun to take shape. Various supporting workshops, factories, and corporate office buildings have sprung up. Today, Qingshan Township Industrial Park has once again attracted the attention of countless people. Early in the morning, dozens of reporters were waiting at the entrance of the industrial park. Everyone held their heads high, as if they were waiting for some important person. Everyone get ready, the convoy is coming, someone shouted. Some listless reporters immediately perked up. He picked up the camera and camcorder in his hand and filmed the convoy in the distance. Cars drove in one after another. The passengers on the bus have one thing in common: the heads of Longwood Technology Enterprises. When the last car drove into the industrial park, the reporters' enthusiasm for interviews reached its peak. The person sitting in the car was Guo Yuhang, chairman and president of Longwood Xingdou Group. Everyone knows Xingdou Group has the largest chip R&D team in Longhua and related R&D supporting facilities. Among private enterprises, its chip research and development capabilities are second only to the Scientific Research Institute. Early this morning, reporters from various newspapers and news media received the news one after another. A group of bigwigs will appear in Qingshan Township Industrial Park in the morning. With the emergence of Guo Yuhang, reporters speculated that this meeting will affect the future policies and trends of Longwood's chip industry. The interviews conducted after the meeting provided enough news material for several months. The heads of 10 companies drove to a newly built building. They greeted each other and walked in together. The newly renovated conference room still smells of paint. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at him. I know nothing about the content of this meeting. A middle-aged So walked up to Guo Yuhang and said with a smile, "Boss Guo, our superiors asked us to come here to attend the chip meeting. We don't know what the specific content is yet. You are very close to the higher-ups, so can you give us a heads-up before the meeting so that everyone can be prepared? Mr. Guo, your group is the leader among our high-tech enterprises. Most of the chips used in domestically produced mobile phones and computers come from your group. You must know what the subject of this meeting is." As the middle-aged man spoke, the other CEOs gathered around. "You and I have something to say. Please ask Guo Yuhang to give them a heads-up in advance." The superiors summoned the heads of important domestic technology companies. It is obvious that the content of this meeting will be very important. Everyone felt a little unsure as they held a meeting without knowing anything. Guo Yuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Everyone, you think too highly of me. I received the notice just like you guys last night." He just told me to come to the meeting and didn't say anything else. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Guo Yuhang spread his hands helplessly. "Guo has known you all for more than a year or two. If I knew the specific content of this meeting, how could I not tell you? Everyone should put their minds at ease. Our superiors have asked us to come to the meeting, so we just need to listen." Talp, talp, talp. Just then, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Everyone turned to look at the door. A few seconds later, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Seeing the old man coming in, more than a dozen CEOs gasped. It turned out that he was the one who presided over the meeting, Wang Anping, president of Longwu Academy of Sciences. the first generation of meritorious academicians. At the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China, we resolutely gave up the superior life abroad. He withstood all kinds of difficulties posed by the Eagle Sauce family and returned to Dragon Country to devote himself to national construction. Whether it is the achievements he has made or his character, he deserves the title of patriot. The meeting was chaired by Wang Anping, and the standard was ridiculously high. While everyone was speculating, another person walked into the meeting room. When they saw this person, strange expressions reappeared on everyone's faces. This time it wasn't shock, but confusion. Who is this little guy? At his age, he should still be in school, right? Logically speaking, the meetings chaired by Mr. Wang are usually top secret. What qualifications do young people have to show up? Could it be Mr. Wang's guard? That makes sense. Several business CEOs who have good relations with each other gathered together and whispered. Guess the identity of the young man. Either he is Wang Anping's personal bodyguard, or he is responsible for some special mission. Anyway, he was sent by the higher-ups to protect Wang Anping. Everyone is here, please take a seat. Although Wang Anping is old, he is very energetic. With a smile on his face, he waved to everyone to take a seat. The young man who came in with Wang Anping also sat down with everyone. He was sitting next to Wang Anping. This made everyone even more guessing. The young man should be a secret guard, specializing in protecting political leaders and cutting-edge talents who have made significant contributions to the country. A moment later, more than a dozen company CEOs sat in the seats with their names written on them. He looked at Wang Anping without blinking. Wang Anping put away the smile on his face and said seriously, I'm sure you are all wondering why your superiors suddenly called you to a meeting. You don't have to guess privately anymore. I'm going to tell you the answer now. After discussion and research, the country decided to launch the Lunting project to manufacture high-precision chips for our Dragon Country. This project requires the participation of a large number of scientific researchers. Each of you is the head of a technology company, with numerous talented people under you. As an old man, I suggested the country that while using official scientific researchers, we should also select some outstanding R&D personnel from private technology companies to join the Lunting project. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized the core content of the Lunting project is chips. The country called them here for a meeting because it wanted to remove a group of people who specialize in chip research and have relevant achievements from these people. Gui Yuhang was the first to speak. No doubt, when Xingdo Group encountered technical difficulties, I went to the Academy of Sciences to ask you for help, and you gave me selfless help. This time, it's time for me to give back to the country. I will take as many chip developers as the country needs. Even if they are all transferred away, I won't say a word. Wang Anping looked relieved. Gui Yuhang is not only a leading figure in private technology companies, but also has a strong patriotic heart. Sure enough, I didn't let myself down. Chapter 37, he is the project leader. With Gui Yuhang taking the lead, other company CEOs also expressed their opinions, willing to provide a certain number of talents to the country. After everyone finished talking, Wang Anping said, over the years, the Western world, led by the Eagle Sauce family, has continuously used various means to suppress our Dragon Country. In addition to military suppression, the most common ones are in the economic, scientific research, and industrial fields. Relying on the most advanced photolithography and chip production technology in their hands. Once our Dragon Country does something that displeases the Eagle Sauce family, they will immediately use the so-called technological weapons to sanction us. The Dragon Plan aims to break the technological monopoly of the Western world. Everyone looked emotional. Not long ago, Long was secretly developed the 6th-generation aircraft. As soon as the Ghost Fighter appeared, it attracted a powerful counterattack from the Eagle Sauce family. There is a long list of prohibited exports. The most fatal thing is the chip. These technology companies have all developed based on chips. If the Americans cut off their chip exports, it would be like strangling them. These past 2 days, all business owners have had a very difficult time. They fully support the country's desire to make breakthroughs in the chip field. A 50-year-old company CEO stood up and said in a resolute tone, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. You are in charge of the overall situation of the Lunting project. We believe that this project will be successful. I will call the Human Resources Department right now and notify all the research institutes in the group. Gather all the researchers who can research chips. I will send them to the Academy of Sciences this afternoon." Wang Anping waved his hand to interrupt the other party and said with a smile, "Mr. Chun, thank you for your support for my work, but you are wrong about one thing." "What?" Mr. Chen was puzzled. In the Dragon Sword project, I'm only a consultant. Someone else is in charge. There was an uproar among the crowd. Judging from the current situation, the Lunting project is the highest-level scientific research plan for the next 10 years. When it comes to the most cutting-edge fields, who else can be the general manager besides Wang Anping? In an instant, everyone went over the experts in the field of chips in Longwa in their minds one by one. These people have different abilities. When it comes to being highly respected and able to command the overall situation, no one can compare to Wang Anping. Xiao Hai, please introduce yourself to everyone formally. While everyone was still discussing, the young man next to Wang Anping had already stood up. Su Hai said politely, "Hello, CEOs. My name is Su Hai, and I'm the person in charge of this Dragon Sword project. In addition to managing the entire project team, he will also serve as the chief designer." Everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. Today is not April Fool's Day. Why is Wang Anping playing such a joke on them? Wang Anping has always been rigorous in his work and seldom jokes with others. Even if you want to joke, you shouldn't tease them about this kind of thing. Everyone thought Su Hai was Wang Anping's personal bodyguard. That's why you were qualified to enter this meeting room. Now, Wang Anping told everyone in public. The young man in front of him was not a guard, but the general manager and chief engineer of the Lunting project. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. This is outrageous. Either Wang Anping was wrong, or there is something wrong with our ears. Gui Yuhang couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "Mr. Su, how old are you this year?" Su Hai said, "I am 18 years old." Damn it. A curse word popped up in Gui Yuhang's mind. He became chief designer at the age of 18. Even TV dramas don't dare to write like this. Mr. Chun, who had spoken earlier, had a complicated expression. "Mr. Su, how many years have you been researching the chip field?" "Well," Su Hai thought about it and stretched out 2 fingers. "I dared to become a chief designer in 2 years." Mr. Chen almost fell back into his chair. Su Hai explained, "Not 2 years, more than 2 months. Mr. Wang, I understand. You must have wanted to liven up the atmosphere by asking the guards around you to joke with you and liven up the atmosphere." One person spoke up. "Boss Li, there's no need to guess anymore. Xiao Hai is neither a guard, nor was he brought here by me to liven up the atmosphere. He is indeed the general manager and chief architect of the Dragon Sword project. Next, we will assign scientific researchers to be under his management." Wang Anping said seriously, "Mr. Wang, if you are not joking, I really can't understand it." Mr. Li said, "Although my Hongguang technology group is not as good as Mr. Guo and Mr. Chen's group, it is at least a leading enterprise among domestic technology groups. I have at least 300 relevant researchers under my command, if not 500. Even the youngest researcher is no younger than 25 years old. Mr. Su is only 18 years old and has been researching chips for 2 months. You want him to be the general manager?" Wang Anping said expressionlessly, "For confidentiality reasons, I cannot tell you the specific situation. You just need to know that Xiao Hai was not appointed by me, but was appointed by the state, and he is the general manager of the Lunting project, which is a well-deserved decision. You don't need to have too many doubts. Just follow Xiao Hai's arrangements." After saying that, Wang Anping gave Su Hai an encouraging look. Led by Su Hai, the 1 nanometer lithography machine has been successfully produced. Next, it's the chip's turn. Although the chip and the lithography machine are integrated, they actually have many differences. The successful design of a 1 nanometer lithography machine is only the first step in breaking the United States' technological monopoly. Chips are an indispensable aid in smashing the technological monopoly into pieces. The manufacturing difficulty of the chip module alone is no less than sending people to the moon. With the assistance of the genius Su Hai, chip module and other related chip circuit problems can be solved in a short time. But Su Hai is only one person after all. If we want to break the technological monopoly as soon as possible and catch up in chips, we need the cooperation of countless people. Therefore, the Lunting project was born. Feeling the encouragement from Wang Anping, Su Hai took a deep breath. "My dear bosses, I can assure you here that the Lunting project will be a perfect success in the near future. The chips that emerge from this plan will far exceed any chips you can see on Earth today. And I can guarantee that in the next 20 years, this chip will never be surpassed by anyone else. If it is surpassed by anyone else, it will be because I have surpassed myself." No one knew who gave Su Hai the courage to brag. If we are not surpassed in the next 20 years, it is not just arrogance, it is simply madness. After looking at the reactions of the people around him, Gui Yuhang said, Don't be offended, Mr. Su. I have two things to say. Although we are businessmen, we have been making high-tech products for so many years, so we can be considered half scientific researchers. Do you have any data to prove the guarantees you mentioned? Everyone looked at Su Hai aggressively. Chapter 38, we are willing to wait and see. Yes, but I can't show you. Su Hai explained. The Lunting project is a top-secret project. All unrelated personnel have no right to know the actual content of the project. To be honest, even my parents don't know. After that, the researchers I choose from your group must sign a series of confidentiality documents before they can gradually understand the specific core of the Lunting project. Before coming, Su Hai received an hour of confidentiality training. The level of secrecy surrounding the Lunting project is comparable to that of the development of nuclear weapons. Don't tell your parents, and don't tell your relatives or friends. Even my wife and children are not qualified to know. It's not enough to just not tell others. Su Hai's identity must also be kept strictly confidential. There are only two things I can reveal. Su Hai is the general person in charge and chief designer of this project. The meeting place fell into silence for a short while. Su Hai gave them nothing and instead transferred a large number of people from these enterprises. He boasted that no one would be able to surpass his technology within 20 years. There has to be a limit to bragging. Boasting such outrageous things. Do you really think these bosses are 3-year-old children? Mr. Wang, I'm leaving to give you face. The boss who was closest to Wang Onping bowed to him with an apologetic look on his face. He picked up his briefcase and walked towards the door of the meeting room. This person's departure had a chain reaction. Most of the dozen or so CEOs in the meeting hall left within a short period of time. Only 4 companies remain here. One of them is Guiyuhang's Xingdou Group. Su Hai didn't expect things to turn out like this, and looked at Wang Onping with a bitter face. Wang Onping seemed to have anticipated this, and was not disappointed. Xiaogua, why didn't you go with him? Wang Onping said calmly. Guiyuhang smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Wang, let me tell you the truth. The reason why I don't want to leave is that the academy you lead has done a great favor to my Xingdou Group. Even if it's just to repay a favor, I will stay here. Secondly, I believe the country must have made this appointment after careful consideration. Although I still don't know what Mr. Su is capable of, I am willing to wait and see. Wang Onping nodded and looked at the 3 other CEOs. The 3 of them either smiled bitterly or sighed. Expresses the same meaning as Wang Onping. They didn't believe Su Hai, but were willing to believe Mr. Wang. Believe in a country. You will be proud of your choice today for the rest of your life. Wang Onping stood up and said, although there are only 4 companies left, the situation is much better than it was back then. When we were extremely poor, our country tightened its belt and still developed various advanced equipment, which was in no way inferior to foreign science and technology. Today, we are going to create another miracle. An hour later, Wei Yuhang and others left the meeting room. They took the bus back to their respective groups and began the intensive work of personnel transfer. The chip industrial park has been completed, but it will take some time to install the corresponding supporting facilities. The laboratories and research institutes of the Lunting Project RD team are temporarily located in the Longwus Science Research Institute. Once the research institute equipment within the chip industrial park is assembled, the RD project team will be transferred there immediately. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a large number of vehicles parked in the parking lot of the research center, an office building about 10 meters away from the research center. Wang Onping accompanied Su Hai and looked at the vehicles that were coming in an endless stream. Su Hai smiled and said, Grandpa Wang, will these people listen to my management? If they don't listen, they don't deserve to stay here. Wang Onping said with a straight face, others may not know your achievements, but Grandpa Wang knows them clearly. Once the project officially starts, don't worry about anything. Put all your energy and talents to solve the chip problem once and for all. If someone disobeys your management or creates trouble for you during the research process, Grandpa Wang will help you solve these problems as soon as possible. As a consultant to the project team, one of Wang Onping's jobs is to provide protection for Su Hai. This time the plan is top secret. Some things may never be known to the researchers involved in the research and development. Without knowing the inside story, it was inevitable that Su Hai would be questioned and misunderstood by others. Those who know Su Hai's strength and true identity are limited to top figures in the military and scientific community. Zang zang zang. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Gang walked in from the door. Huang Gang is Wang Aping's last student and also the most capable one among his many students. He has participated in the lithography machine project and will serve as Su Hai's special assistant, coordinate and handle contacts between various departments. Wang Aping said, "Xiao Huang, are all the people on the list here?" "Teacher, everyone is here." Huang Gang immediately said, "I have asked someone to bring them to the auditorium. I will make arrangements in advance for you and Chief Engineer Su when you are ready to go there." "Let's go now." Hearing this, Huang Gang immediately went over and opened the door. Not all the personnel selected this time will join the project team. A second selection is required. Who stays and who leaves depends mainly on whether Su Hai nods. The auditorium, which is often used to host large events, was packed tonight. Hundreds of scientific researchers transferred here, gathered in groups of 3 or 5. While talking about his excitement, he wondered if the project leader would be Wang Anping. In my opinion, even if the project leader is not Mr. Wang, he is still a top academician in the country. Yes, after participating in this project, my resume will probably be much more valuable. When I go home during the holidays, I will definitely go to the ancestral graves to pay my respects. If it weren't for the blessings of my ancestors, how could I have gotten such a good opportunity? As a scientific researcher, I still believe these things. On the left side of the auditorium, several young scientific researchers gathered. Everyone was talking and laughing about this project. All scientific researchers who are able to participate in the project will reap huge benefits from it. Work on a project with meritorious academicians. This resume can be taken to any company in the country. The company will open its doors to them. A person walked in from outside the auditorium. Huang Gang said, "Everyone be quiet, the chief engineer is here." Wang Anping is the collective idol of everyone present. 70% of the scientific researchers graduated from major domestic science and technology colleges. There are also many who graduated from Longhua University of Science and Technology, which is affiliated to the Longhua Institute of Science. In terms of relationship and seniority, he is considered as Mr. Wang's disciple. Everyone remained respectful and welcomed Wang Anping's arrival. "Who is this boy? How can you be so rude to actually walk in front of Mr. Wang? Why didn't Mr. Wang come in? Isn't he the chief architect? What a joke. If he were the chief designer, I would be a meritorious academician." What happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 39. Conflict at the meeting. I thought the person coming in would be Wang Anping. Who would have thought that he was a young man who was many years younger than them? There was a hint of childishness on his face, and he was wearing a suit. He thought that the entourage didn't know the rules and came in first, stealing Wang Anping's limelight. But after a few seconds, no one came in. Being stared at by hundreds of eyes at once, Su Hai felt somewhat nervous, complaining that the call came at the wrong time. Just as he was about to arrive, Wang Anping received an urgent call. He sent Su Hai here alone and went to deal with other things himself. "Let me ask you, where is Mr. Wang?" When everyone was puzzled, a young researcher walked out of the crowd. "Mr. Wang has something to do, so he can't come." "Who are you?" Su Hai asked politely. "You don't even know me?" The young man was stunned for a moment and raised the ID card on his chest. Su Hai took a closer look and found that the young man's name was Liang Guodong. He is 28 years old this year and comes from the largest private technology group in Longhua. Star Group. "Hello." Su Hai smiled and stretched out his hand. "You really don't know me?" Liang Guodong was stunned by Su Hai's actions. How could anyone not recognize him? Liang Guodong, 28 years old this year, is a genuine academic master. I completed my undergraduate course at the age of 20 and then went on to complete my master's and doctoral degrees. I was sent abroad to study chip technology. He is the most representative figure among the younger generation of scientific researchers. "Why do I have to know you?" Feeling that the other party's attitude was a bit arrogant, Su Hai began to become unhappy. "I'm not a scientific researcher. I don't want to waste my time talking to you." Liang Guodong rolled his eyes. Next, Liang Guodong seemed like a different person and asked Huang Gang questions with a smile on his face. Huang Gang is Wang Anping's favorite disciple and an expert in the field of chip research. "Dr. Huang, since Mr. Wang is unable to come due to some matters, can I ask if he is the person in charge of this project?" Huang Gang shook his head. "The project leader is someone else." "Then it must be you." Liang Guodong took the initiative to approach and said, "We graduated from the same university. In terms of relationship, I am your junior. You are the head of the project team. Can I have the honor to be your assistant?" Huang Gang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You want to be my assistant? Xiao Liang, don't be ridiculous. Even I have to be someone else's assistant. You're working as an assistant for someone else? Who is the person in charge of the project team? Liang Guodong became more and more curious. Apart from Mr. Wang, who else could make Huang Gang his assistant? Of course it's me. Su Hai's voice came from behind Liang Guodong. You. Liang Guodong turned around, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Little brat, what are you bragging about? Go away, don't make trouble here. Liang Guodong didn't believe at all that Su Hai would be the person in charge. Think the little brat is talking nonsense here. Want to attract the envious gazes of others. Liang Guodong, watch your attitude. Huang Gang frowned and scolded. The person standing in front of you is the chief person in charge and chief engineer of this project, Chief Engineer Su Haishu. Huang Gang's voice was not loud, but it made the whole audience feel as if they were struck by lightning. What's wrong with this world that I have to work for a little brat? Anyone can see it. Su Hai had a childish look on his face. Generally speaking, only high school students and young people who have just entered college have this immature look. Liang Guodong was stunned and asked, is he really the person in charge? This project is of great importance. Do you think I would joke with you about this? After saying that, Huang Gang invited Su Hai to the stage. Now I declare that everyone should sit down. Huang Gang stood beside Su Hai, picked up the loudspeaker, and ordered more than 100 scientific researchers to sit on chairs according to their numbers. You are not allowed to walk around casually or make loud noises. Next, Su Hai will speak to everyone. The scene was temporarily quiet. Su Hai took the microphone and said with a smile on his face, hello everyone, my name is Su Hai. In the next period of time, we will work together. As for who can stay, it depends on your ability. Liang Guodong interrupted. Which university did you graduate from? What achievements have you made in the field of chips? Liang Guodong. Huang Gang said word by word. I have repeatedly talked about the venue discipline. When Chief Engineer Su is speaking, others are not allowed to interrupt at will. This is the last warning. If you continue to interrupt Chief Engineer Su, please leave here. Dr. Huang, discipline is discipline, but reason cannot be ignored. Seeing Huang Gang defending Su Hai again and again, Liang Guodong also became angry. In front of Huang Gang, he questioned Su Hai about his achievements in the field of scientific research. If you have any, please show them to everyone. Another researcher who was not convinced said, Liang Guodong is right. The scientific research field emphasizes seeking truth from facts. As long as you can produce scientific research results that convince me, we are all willing to follow your instructions. Soldiers have their own pride, and scientific researchers have their own temper. Even if an academician was randomly assigned to lead them, no one would say a word. Unfortunately, the person in charge sent by the higher-ups is a very young man. No one can tell his exact age, but one can guess it. Certainly not more than 20. Before this, no one had heard of the name Su Hai. This once again deepened their dissatisfaction and doubts. Due to confidentiality reasons, I cannot tell you my research results. But you will soon witness my research and development capabilities. After getting over the initial nervousness, Su Hai told everyone what he had prepared. Next, I will select you, and those who pass the selection will be able to work side by side with me. During the work, you will understand my abilities and resolve the confusions and doubts in your hearts. But now, no matter what you ask, I have no answer. Do you have nothing to say? Or do you simply not have any evidence that can convince us? Liang Guodong further said, this project is related to the future chip development of our Longhua. How much do you know about chips? Definitely more than you. Su Hai said calmly. Now please return to your seats and prepare to take the test. Hearing this, Huang Gang took out the walkie-talkie and called the staff. Distribute the questions given by Su Hai to everyone one by one. The exam deadline is 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Only after passing the exam are you eligible to join the project team. Those who are not selected must leave immediately and sign a confidentiality document. Even if you fail to be selected, you must not leak the Lunting chip plan. After receiving the test papers, everyone left without even looking at them. Standing in the dessert auditorium, Huang Gang said in a deep voice, Chief Engineer Su, I suggest that Liang Guodong be disqualified from taking the exam. Chapter 40. Of course it was researched by Chief Engineer Su. Forget it. After all, I didn't tell them anything. It's only natural for them to doubt my identity. Su Hai shrugged. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If Liang Guodong is really capable, Using privileges to kick him out of the team would be a loss to the project. Well, Huang Gang sighed and said, Chief Engineer Su, you have a good heart, but not everyone can appreciate your kindness. Liang Guodong was the first to start the trouble and almost caused a commotion in the whole stadium. Just for this reason, it is not an exaggeration to kick him out of the team. This plan is of great importance, and any unstable factors cannot exist. Huang Gang is both Su Hai's assistant and a chip expert. Any factors that undermine the chip plan will not be tolerated. I'm not angry at all. Look how angry you are. Your face is all red. Su Hai smiled and said, How about we make a bet? What bet? Huang Gang asked in confusion. 7 days. I promise that within 7 days, these people will obey me completely and will not question me at all. Since Su Hai said so, Huang Gang could only follow his advice. Don't take action against Liang Guodong for the time being. After leaving the auditorium, Su Hai returned to his dormitory. He turned on the computer and tapped on the keyboard, using the ready-made programming system to quickly finalize the chip solution. The next morning, Su Hai called Huang Gang to his dormitory, made some arrangements for him. After listening to Su Hai's instructions, Huang Gang said with a strange expression, Chief Engineer, Su wants to use the most sophisticated robotic arm technology to let these people understand your RD and technical capabilities. That's about it. Please do it as soon as possible, no later than midnight. Everything needed for the assembly line must be in place. Understood. I will go and coordinate with the various departments now. After Huang Gang left, Su Hai sat in the chair and stretched. The chip he programmed was hardly sophisticated. It is a technological product with low technical content in the system. Even so, in Huang Gang's eyes, it is the most technologically advanced robotic arm on the market. In terms of flexibility, it reaches an astonishing 180. The arm flexibility is 3 times higher than that of a normal person. Even the robotic arms of the Eagle Sauce are still not as flexible as human arms. Just based on this point, Su Hai's technology has reached the leading level. Chip technology and programming technology have already been mastered by Su Hai, and what remains is manufacturing and production. With the appearance of this mechanical arm, everyone's doubts about Su Hai should all disappear. That afternoon, a large number of freight trucks appeared in the study area. In addition to cargo trucks, several helicopters also appeared in the sky. The researchers who were busy answering questions in their respective rooms walked to the window, look up at the sky or into the distance. Soon, the helicopter landed on the ground. The passengers who came out were all soldiers in military uniforms. The items they were moving were not ordinary items, but the first batch of lithography machines specially prepared for Su Hai. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. The researchers gathered by the window have already guessed that what's in the box is most likely a photolithography machine. Thinking that this was a lithography machine that the country had spent a lot of effort to obtain, hundreds of scientific and technological personnel dropped what they were doing and ran out of the dormitory building at the same time. The soldier guarding here immediately made a stop gesture. No one dared to move forward and could only stay where they were and watch from afar. Liang Guodong, how high do you think the precision of the lithography machine in the box can be? I can't say for sure. Hearing the question from his companion, Liang Guodong shook his head and said, Before the United States issued the sanctions list, it was already difficult for us to obtain the corresponding technology and prototypes. I think these lithography machines in the box are old-fashioned ones obtained from secret channels. The accuracy shouldn't be that high. Both the United States and the West regard 3 nanometers lithography machines as strategic weapons and guard them strictly. Everyone nodded after hearing this. The country certainly cannot get the most sophisticated lithography machine. However, even old-fashioned lithography machines are treasures for Longhua. Due to technical limitations, Longhua's lithography machines have been slow to make progress in research and development. Why did you come out? Su Hai came over to sign for the lithography machine, and as soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw the scientific researchers gathered in the distance. If you can come and watch the fun, why can't we come? Liang Guodong shouted from afar. There are still 10 minutes left before the exam ends. Have you finished answering all the questions? Su Hai said seriously. Many people looked embarrassed. Liang Guodong still had that arrogant look on his face. I have finished answering the questions. Although they are quite difficult, they are still a piece of cake for me. The officer in charge of protecting the lithography machine came to Su Hai at a trot and saluted him neatly. Commander, all the lithography machines have been delivered. Please check them. Suhai thought about it and ordered the leading officer to open the boxes on the spot. All researchers, whether selected or not, will sign a confidentiality agreement. Out of kindness, let everyone see it. In this way, even if you fail to be selected, it can be considered an eye-opener. Yes. At the command of the leading officer, the soldiers immediately opened the box. Is this an old-fashioned photolithography machine? Why does it look to me like the latest type of lithography machine? It's so beautiful, and the design is so textured. The 1 nanometer lithography machine, designed by Suhai, has excellent precision and external details. All have reached leading levels. Everyone can tell the quality of a lithography machine at a glance. It cannot be determined from the appearance of the lithography machine that it is definitely not an old-fashioned one. Liang Guodong looked ahead thoughtfully. It can be said that the overall design of this lithography machine is completely different from the 3 nanometers lithography machine of the United States. Liang Guodong once saw some data on 3 nanometers lithography machines. The latest 1 nanometer lithography machine has arrived. Huang Gang ran out from somewhere and rushed to the lithography machine as if he saw a beautiful woman. I wanted to touch it, but I was afraid that my hands would dirty the lithography machine. 1 nanometer. When Liang Guodong heard Huang Gang call the lithography machine a 1 nanometer lithography machine, his mouth opened wide. I felt like I was hallucinating. The expressions of other researchers were not much better than Liang Guodong's. Everyone asked Huang Gang how he knew this was a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Huang Gang glanced at Suhai. Suhai smiled and nodded. With Suhai's authorization, Huang Gang said, "Everyone listen carefully. These lithography machines you see are 1 nanometer lithography machines secretly developed by our country. They have passed the test, and the subsequent chip manufacturing will be completed by them." If Suhai said this, no one would believe it. When Huang Gang said this, everyone fell silent. They dare not even think about the 1 nanometer lithography machine. Now it has not only been successfully developed, but is about to be put into use. Liang Guodong stammered, "Dr. Huang, which team researched and manufactured the lithography machine?" "Of course it's the team led by Chief Engineer Suhai." Liang Guodong's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 41. The broad mind that scientists should have. Seeing everyone standing there in a state of stunned silence, Huang Gang felt secretly angry. They actually doubted Suhai's R&D capabilities. If you tell them that the chief engineer of the 6th-generation fighter Phantom Fighter is Suhai. Moreover, the entire project was completed by Suhai alone, which might surprise them. Liang Guodong thought he was a top student and looked down on everyone. He talked behind Suhai's back with disdain. Huang Gang hates people who become arrogant after achieving a little success and think they are the boss, second only to everyone else, and he is third. The achievements of the country's top academicians are all great scientific research results that benefit the country and the people. These academicians and experts have made outstanding contributions. While they have achieved great results, each one is more humble than the other. Never consider yourself a hero, nor will they think that others are inferior to themselves and make sarcastic remarks about others. Liang Guodong, are you still not going to apologize to Chief Engineer Su? Huang Gang said coldly. No. This can't be true. Liang Guodong roared. Dr. Huang, everyone knows what a 1 nanometer lithography machine represents. How old is Suhai? 18 or 19? You told me that he led a team to overcome the technical difficulties of lithography machines and produced a 1 nanometer lithography machine that surpassed the 3 nanometers of the Eagle sauce. How can I believe this? Liang Guodong, who has studied abroad, somewhat underestimates the level of scientific research in China, especially in the field of lithography machines. He believed that Longwo would be able to develop a photolithography machine, but it would never be able to surpass the technology of the Eagle country. Now Huang Gang told him that Longwo not only had lithography machines, but their precision far exceeded that of the United States. Liang Guodong couldn't believe it no matter what. No matter how brilliant your mind is, you can't be a great researcher. Huang Gang pointed to his heart and said, "You think it's impossible and insist on not believing what you see. This mentality will greatly affect your future scientific research achievements. I'm telling you clearly now that each of these lithography machines has a precision of 1 nanometer. They will be the biggest boost to the development of our Dragon country's science and technology sector, and will also provide us with the foundation for the success of having our own independent chips." Suhai is broad-minded and will not bother with these people, but Huang Gang is different. Huang Gang, who personally participated in the lithography machine R&D team, was convinced by Su Hai's R&D capabilities. Seeing that many people still looked unconvinced, Huang Gang said loudly, "To become a qualified scientist, you must not only have a smart IQ, but also a broad mind. Uncle Huang, let's not talk about this for now. It's not a good idea to keep so many lithography machines here. Let's move them in quickly and start installing them right away." Su Hai spoke up. Upon hearing this, Huang Gang immediately arranged for soldiers to transport the lithography machine to the laboratory. After everyone left, the mood of the scientific researchers who remained on the scene was extremely complicated. Until now, they have not yet digested the shock that the emergence of lithography machines has brought to them. I can't even believe that Su Hai would be the father of domestic lithography machines. I was wrong. I was really wrong. After a long time, a researcher said, "Dr. Huang is right. We were too self-righteous and thought that Chief Engineer Su was too young to be involved in scientific research and development." Well, another researcher said, "Everyone stop standing here and finish that paper." After hearing this, everyone returned to the dormitory and hurried to write the test papers. Everyone has a fire in their heart, filled with excitement. They had begun to believe that Longwood truly had its own lithography machine. It has far surpassed the United States in technology. Everyone is extremely excited when thinking about the chips made by 1 nanometer lithography. The only one standing outside was Liang Guodong. Liang Guodong felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped dozens of times. Su Hai, whom he despised, turned out to be the core person who overcame the difficulties of the lithography machine. How could he believe this? Thinking of the words that had mocked Su Hai before, Liang Guodong's face became hot again. On the other side, the soldiers had moved the lithography machine to the laboratory. Under Su Hai's command, the lithography machine completed assembly and operation. Huang Gang said, "Chief Engineer Su, I have completed what you asked me to do. Shall we start production next?" Su Hai smiled and said, "Uncle Huang is right. The photolithography machine has been installed. Now it's time for the main event. But before that, I have to look at the results of other R&D personnel." Huang Gang nodded. Chip production is a complex task that requires a large number of people to cooperate. Although the country has sent relevant scientific researchers, the number is limited after all. Relevant scientific researchers from major technology companies must also contribute to this project. Although Liang Guodong has a bad temper, he is still very capable. More than half an hour later, Huang Gang collected everyone's papers and placed them in front of Su Hai. Su Hai flipped through the papers one by one, and the papers of the people he chose were placed on the left. The papers of those who failed are on the right. It didn't take long for Su Hai to select 60 people from hundreds of scientific researchers. Among them is Liang Guodong's name. "Uncle Huang, please help me with the next matter." Su Hai glanced at his watch and said, "Those who were not selected can be notified to leave. As for those who were selected by me, let them go to the cafeteria to eat first and gather in the laboratory in an hour." Good. Huang Gang stepped out of the laboratory and informed everyone of the results one by one. An hour later, dozens of selected scientific researchers entered the laboratory with joyful smiles. Liang Guodong's face was gloomy, as if someone owed him 1 or 2 million. Looking at Su Hai, who was the focus of everyone's attention, Liang Guodong felt extremely complicated. On the one hand, he was shocked by the lithography machine produced by Su Hai. On the other hand, there were 100 people who were not convinced. They were all young people, and Su Hai was 10 years younger than him. How can he make a photolithography machine? Because of this mentality, Liang Guodong felt increasingly unbalanced. Then, Liang Guodong asked inexplicably, "Chief Engineer Su, since you have already produced a 1 nanometer lithography machine, what type of chip are you going to develop next?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless eyes turned to Liang Guodong. Is this guy sick? From his tone, why is he still mocking Chief Engineer Su? Alas, he has been a genius since he was young. I guess his mentality has collapsed. Chief Engineer Su has shown enough goodwill by letting him stay, but he not only doesn't appreciate it, but also speaks ill of us at this time. If I were Chief Engineer Su, I wouldn't keep him no matter how talented he was. Everyone was talking about it, pointing the finger at Liang Guodong, who was stirring up trouble. Chapter 42. Watch carefully. I will only teach you once. Su Hai looked at Huang Gang, who had no expression on his face, and said sternly, "Liang Guodong, Chief Engineer Su hasn't spoken yet. Why are you in such a hurry? You are just an ordinary member of the project team. Chief Engineer Su is the overall person in charge. Whatever arrangements he makes, everyone just has to follow them. Hearing this, Liang Guodong said unconvincedly, Dr. Huang, we are indeed just ordinary members, but I am also a scientific researcher. I'm curious, but don't I even have the right to ask? You are so blatantly asserting your authority. Aren't you afraid that it will affect Chief Engineer Su's reputation? Liang Guodong mocked Huang Gang with a fake smile, suppressing everyone's studious spirit. Liang Guodong was about to explode when Su Hai said, I guess everyone has this curiosity in their hearts, right? Now I'll tell you about it. Soon, I will start mass-producing chips for use in robotic arms. What? A chip used in a robotic arm? Liang Guodong laughed and said, Chief Engineer Su, I admit that you are an absolute genius in the field of developing photolithography machines. But you don't have to be a genius to make chips. The areas that robotic arms are involved in are very complex. The sensitivity alone is extremely difficult. When Liang Guodong heard the words robotic arm, he was overjoyed. While studying abroad, he happened to come into contact with related content and has a very good understanding of robotic arms. You may not know that the robotic arm has very high requirements for the level of chips. Without a matching high-level chip, even if the robotic arm can be used, its sensitivity will be shockingly low. Liang Guodong said this while demonstrating with his hands. Even the eagle sauce family can achieve a sensitivity of about 40 by controlling the robotic arm through a chip. However, this sensitivity is far from the sensitivity of human arms. According to data, the sensitivity of human arms is about 60. As soon as Liang Guodong finished speaking, Su Hai applauded. Researcher Liang is right. The human arm sensitivity is indeed around 60. As for the eagle sauce family, if they are given a few more years, they can probably conquer 40 and approach 50. But they are them, and we are us. I now officially announce that the next chip produced will be mounted on a robotic arm, and the sensitivity can reach 180. 180? As soon as Su Hai said this, everyone at the scene was stunned. Although everyone's understanding of robotic arms is not as good as Liang Guodong's, after Liang Guodong's explanation just now, they have already understood the general theory. The human arm is 60% sensitive. The 180 that Su Hai mentioned is equivalent to 3 times the sensitivity of the human arm. What the hell is this? The accuracy of the lithography machine is 3 times higher than that of the United States lithography machine. They hadn't fully digested it yet, and now Su Hai told them that the next chip would be installed on a robotic arm, and its sensitivity would also be 3 times that of a human arm. It's a joke. Liang Guodong came back to his senses and sneered. Chief Engineer Su, your joke is not funny at all. Although science emphasizes boldness and exaggeration, there is a sentence behind it that needs to be carefully proved. The photolithography machine has just been delivered, and you said next that you want to make a robotic arm chip. And they said that its sensitivity could be tripled. I would be the first to express my doubts. It's normal to have doubts. Once the chips are produced, everyone's doubts will be dispelled. Su Hai clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Uncle Huang, please send the work manual I compiled to everyone. Yes. Huang Gang opened the cabinet in the laboratory, took out a manual from it, and motioned for everyone to come and get it in turn. After receiving the manuals, the on-site researchers immediately started flipping through them. The more I looked at his expression, the more shocked he became. All the contents written in the manual are about robotic arms. The problem is that a robotic arm that is 3 times more flexible than a human arm is simply beyond the reach of modern technology. While everyone was shocked and puzzled, Su Hai had already arrived in front of his computer. Sitting on the chair, Su Hai controlled the computer with both hands. In order to let everyone have a clearer understanding of chip programming technology, the computer has been connected to the projector in advance. Every action and every value will appear on the projection screen. Su Hai's hands seemed like mechanical arms, so fast that it was unbelievable. In just a few minutes, a large amount of programming content appeared in front of everyone. Oh my God, Chief Su's hand speed is too fast. It's impossible for him to have such fast hand speed without more than 10 or 20 years of single experience. Stop kidding. Hurry up and memorize these programming codes. They know me, but I don't know them. Programming code is easy for Su Hai himself, but it is extremely difficult to make others understand it. The programming code is divided into several stages. The first thing that came out was the algorithm. Just the algorithm itself is enough to overwhelm the Chinese people. What happened next was so frustrating that everyone's brains froze. What is this? You're just using a bunch of code that no one can understand to fool people. Liang Guodong rolled his eyes and said, Everyone. Who among you can understand the content of the code? Everyone shook their heads. Either Su Hai was in a different dimension from them, so no one could understand the content. Or maybe these contents are just made up at random. Brother Zhao, you're the chief software engineer of Xingdou Group. Can you understand it? The researcher, who was called Brother Zhao, smiled bitterly and said, If I could understand it, I would have explained it to you a long time ago. I'm still dazzled by what I see now. Su Hai didn't hear a word that was said by the crowd. At this moment, Zheng Hong seemed to have entered a state of meditation. In his world, there is only the keyboard at his hands and the screen in front of him. Everything around him was automatically blocked by Su Hai. Seeing this scene, Huang Gang couldn't help but recall the situation when he was developing the lithography machine not long ago. Every time when it came to a critical stage, Su Hai was like this, sitting in front of the computer and working selflessly, turning a deaf ear to what was happening around him and spending a lot of time on developing lithography machines. This resulted in Su Hai only having 4 or 5 hours of sleep, which caused him to faint and be hospitalized. Every time Huang Gang thought of it, he couldn't help but feel deeply guilty. If the staff of the RD team could be a little more helpful, Su Hai would not be so tired. The same scene appeared before his eyes, and Huang Gang secretly swore that no matter what he said this time, he would not let Su Hai get too tired. If Su Hai fainted again due to working so hard or anything else bad happened, Huang Gang would be the first one who would not forgive himself. Everyone be quiet. Hearing the crowd's voices getting louder and louder, Huang Gang shouted harshly. For Su Hai, who can analyze the calculation formula of a 1-nanometer lithography machine, chip programming is simply child's play. Chapter 43, How Could I Know There Are Geniuses in the World? Time passed by minute, and soon, Su Hai typed in the last number. Su Hai stood up and stretched, looking a little tired. Huang Gang said with concern, Chief Engineer Su, how do you feel now? Do you want to take a rest? Su Hai stretched his neck twice and said, I feel fine. I'm only working for a few minutes. I don't need to rest. After saying that, Su Hai looked at everyone. Everyone has seen it clearly. Now everyone is in position and ready to build the structure. Liang Guodong said bluntly. Chief Engineer Su, you are clearly playing tricks on us. In 5 minutes, you wrote such a long paragraph. Let's not talk about whether we can read it or not. Even if we can understand it, it will take some time to comprehend it. Just understand it first. Su Hai thought about it and went back to the computer. Entered a string of control codes. Then, something unexpected happened. The various numbers and codes in the projection disappeared, replaced by a simulation image of a robotic arm. By writing the calculation formulas and corresponding structures for everyone, the robotic arm in the simulation diagram starts to operate automatically. In an instant, the laboratory became silent. The programming code and the robotic arm are highly consistent. If the code is wrong, the robotic arm in the simulation diagram will not be able to run. This shows that Su Hai's calculations and subsequent operations were all correct. The code he wrote can be fully used in the field of robotic arms, and it succeeded at once without any errors. The most shocking person was Liang Guodong. That familiar feeling of being slapped in the face is back. Researching lithography machines and manufacturing codes are two different areas. Su Hai actually mastered these two techniques perfectly and used them so skillfully. Is he 18 or 80? Some people may never make any progress in manufacturing or developing photolithography machines or producing and programming chips in their entire life. At the age of 18, Su Hai has become an absolute expert in these two fields. Liang Guodong's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Fearing that Su Hai might faint due to overworking his brain, Huang Gang reminded him, Chief Engineer Su, you've been working for a long time. You should take a rest. Su Hai waved his hand and said, Does anyone have any questions that they don't understand? If not, I will continue to demonstrate the process below. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Many people did not understand the calculation formula just now, but it did not affect them at all, and they began to admire Su Hai. In the following demonstration, Su Hai focused on module construction. Dozens of scientific researchers transformed themselves into diligent and studious primary school students, staring closely at the projection screen. Don't dare miss a second. While observing anxiously, everyone was also guessing in their hearts. Are the IQs of today's young people so high? Oh my God, that's good. Is Chief Engineer Su a human or an alien? This is something that carbon-based organisms can do. It only took a few minutes for him to complete the module construction. Everyone be quiet, Su Hai said calmly. I have demonstrated this to you many times. If you still can't remember, I can only tell you with regret that you are not qualified to stay here any longer. Having said that, Su Hai changed the subject. I hope everyone can seize the time and keep up with his ideas and pace. Robotic arms are of great significance to Longwa's industrial manufacturing industry. Everyone must do their part to produce high-end chips that are at the forefront of the chip field, Su Hai said with emotion. I believe everyone knows that some time ago, the Eagle Sauce family used the excuse of protecting overseas Chinese to brazenly invade other countries. We dispatched a large number of fighter planes to attack the military strongholds of the Kingdom of Naray, but they were defeated by the 3 Ghost fighter planes we rented to the Kingdom of Naray. The frustrated Eagles, unable to achieve military victory, resorted to their most commonly used sanctions and listed a long list of sanctions. In the fields of economy, technology, people's livelihood, etc., they are strangling us tightly by the neck. In this day and age, chips are the nuclear weapons of electronics. Does anyone disagree? No. Huang Gang took the lead in speaking. What Su Hai said is absolutely correct. In the military field, nuclear weapons are the undisputed national weapon. In other technological fields, chips are nuclear weapons to another extent. Chips are indispensable in mobile phones, computers, and various advanced industrial machines. Longwa's current chip technology is still very immature, and the chips produced can only be used in some low-end toys and small household appliances. It's called a chip, but it's more like a circuit board, Su Hai said. Our mission is to develop our own high-tech chips for the Dragon people. Decades ago, scientists who had social status and superior living conditions abroad resolutely gave them up and chose to return to their motherland. They used what they had learned to produce the 2 bombs and 1 satellite that made our country stand tall. Now we have to inherit their spirit, make our own chips, and stand tall in the field of science and technology. Ba-ba-ba. Huang Gang's eyes welled up with tears as he listened, and he was the first to applaud. The others followed suit and applauded. The laboratory immediately became a sea of applause. Many people were excited by these words. I can't wait to get into research and development work. In front of the state, all private interests will give way to it. Not everyone is convinced by Su Hai, and not everyone is willing to follow Su Hai's command, but they are willing to contribute their efforts and talents to the country's scientific and technological development. The Eagle Sauce family suppresses the Dragon country in many ways. As Dragon State grew stronger and its weapons became more advanced, the number of military crackdowns began to decrease. Turn to suppress in other areas. An emotional researcher wiped the tears from his eyes and said, Chief Engineer Su is absolutely right. With the development of the country, we have straightened our backs in all fields. But in the field of chips, we have always been suppressed by the Western world, especially the United States. If we can really develop our own chip, my life will be worth it. After being moved, there comes all kinds of guilt. Everyone came to Su Hai one after another and expressed their sincere apologies to him. Liang Guodong lowered his head and rubbed his eyes with his hands, feeling very conflicted. I don't know whether I should apologize to Su Hai. Liang Guodong, what are you mumbling about? Are you saying bad things about Chief Engineer Su again? Before Liang Guodong could make up his mind, someone had already set his sights on him. Several researchers who had been led by Liang Guodong previously pointed their fingers at him at the same time. If it weren't for Liang Guodong, no one would be so sarcastic towards Su Hai. Liang Guodong said with a bitter expression, How could I know there really are geniuses in the world? Chapter 44. I have never seen such a shameless person. Snort. A researcher wearing glasses snorted coldly. How could you not know? We are from the same company and graduated from the same university. As soon as you entered the university, you said you were a genius. Why? You are the only genius in the world, and everyone else has to be a fool in front of you. Chief Engineer Su, I suggest that Liang Guodong be fired. He is an unstable factor. Liang Guodong, you are usually arrogant outside, but you have seen the lithography machine developed by Chief Engineer Su, and you still say those unpleasant words in a sarcastic way. Are you still a human being? Liang Guodong was furious. I'm not a good person, but these people are? Why are others not led by themselves, but only them? We are all scientific researchers and our IQ is no lower than anyone else's. It's nothing to stand on the moral high ground and accuse yourself now. At this moment, Liang Guodong suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable all over and glanced at Huang Gang out of the corner of his eye. Huang Gang's face looked frighteningly gloomy. Liang Guodong's heart skipped a beat when he remembered that Huang had been unhappy with him since they first met. Master Su, I was wrong. It's my fault for being short-sighted and treating you as an ordinary person. Liang Guodong reacted very quickly and ran to Su Hai crying. I begged Su Hai to forgive him. He was so busy mocking Su Hai that he forgot about the big guy standing behind Su Hai. With the development of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, Su Hai must have already entered the vision of the country's top leaders. If word of my mocking Su Hai gets out, my future will be difficult. Don't say that Xingdo Group won't use you. I'm afraid other people in the same industry won't want him either. Su Hai was stunned for a moment, wondering whether the guy in front of him was Liang Guodong. When you mock yourself, be as arrogant as you can. Isn't the attitude of apology now too humble? He was crying and slapping himself in the face, as if he had done something unforgivable. Su Hai said awkwardly, You don't have to be like this. Ignorance is the best. Master Su, your heart is as broad as the sea. Hearing that there was no anger in Su Hai's words, Liang Guodong continued to compliment Su Hai. He used the people at the scene as an analogy. If they're the stars in the sky, Su Hai is the bright moon. If these people were ships on the sea, Su Hai would be an aircraft carrier. Fuck, has Liang Guodong ever performed crosstalk before? How come he is so eloquent? I have lived for 26 years and have never seen such a shameless person. Is he a scientific researcher or a eunuch from the palace? He has a lot of things to praise people. Yes, there are also metaphors like the bright moon and stars, and the small dinghy and aircraft carrier. Why doesn't he just say that Chief Engineer Su is a tank and we are bicycles? You know what, Liang Guodong really wants to use these two things as metaphors later. When someone else said it first, Liang Guodong said calmly, Master Su, from now on, I am your student. Teacher, I bow to you. In full view of everyone, Liang Guodong bent down and bowed to Su Haiju. Huang Gang widened his eyes, thinking that there should be a limit to being shameless. First he praised Su Hai in a disgusting way, and today he even worshipped Su Hai as his teacher. This guy is really thick-skinned. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Huang Gang's phone rang. Seeing that the call was from teacher Wang Anping, Liang Guodong immediately walked out of the laboratory. Teacher, what do you want? How's the situation over there? In an office, Wang Pingyan was holding a mobile phone and drinking a cup of tea slowly. Besides him, there were several other people in the office. They were all CEOs of technology companies who chose to stay that day. Report to the teacher. Everything went well. Huang Gang told Wang Anping everything that happened today, word for word. It seems that Liang Guodong is not so hopeless. As long as we correct our status, it will be fine for him to stay. After hanging up the phone, Wang Anping said, Everyone, did you hear that? The robotic arm has been officially put into production and will be put into mass production soon. Mr. Wang, I never thought Liang Guodong would be so arrogant. The phone was on speakerphone, and except for Wang Anping, several people in the office heard it. As the president of Xingdo Group and Liang Guodong's direct boss, Gui Yuhang felt both embarrassed and ashamed. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Due to the signing of a confidentiality document, Gui Yuhang cannot directly name Su Hai. Even so, Gui Yuhang still took some preventive measures. Gui Yuhang gave a 2-hour class to the 40 scientific researchers selected by the company. The core meaning is only one thing. Correct your attitude and let go of past achievements. Treat yourself as an ordinary scientific researcher. We should respect our colleagues and leaders, especially the person in charge. No matter who is in charge, these people must not make disrespectful remarks or behave in a disrespectful manner. It took 2 hours and several reminders to these people to correct their attitude. The thing I was most worried about happened. This Liang Guodong is really outrageous. In other words, Su Hai has a broad mind. If it were Gui Yuhang, he would have been kicked out of the research group long ago. The other 3 CEOs also looked unhappy. The person who mocked Su Hai the most was Liang Guodong, but family members know their own business. The scientific researchers under them are not much more ambitious than Liang Guodong. It is estimated that he also participated in the siege and questioned Su Hai. Okay, these are all side issues. Now that they are over, let's get down to business. As soon as these words were spoken, several CEOs immediately sat up straight, waiting for Wang Anping to give orders. Wang Anping finished his cup of tea and said slowly, I called you here urgently, not to let you listen to this call. Instead, I want to announce some unfavorable news to you. Hearing this, everyone's mood suddenly sank to the bottom. They received a call from Wang Onping at short notice and thought that their researchers had caused some trouble. So I hurried over. I thought Mr. Wang wanted to express his views on this matter. Unexpectedly, Wang Onping wanted to convey some unfavorable news to them. For someone of Wang Onping's rank to say a few words of unfavorable news, the matter must be serious. In fact, even Wang Onping himself did not expect that the situation would become so troublesome. Yesterday, he was supposed to accompany Su Hai to attend the meeting. The itinerary was changed because of this incident. The Dragon Sword project has been leaked. What? This sentence was like a bombshell, shocking several people. How could the Lunting project, which was just launched not long ago, be leaked? Everyone signed a confidentiality document. So who leaked the news? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at him. Big beads of sweat appeared on my forehead unconsciously. Leaking important state secrets cannot be resolved by simply apologizing or imposing a fine. If things go wrong, you may end up going to jail or even getting beheaded. Everyone, including Gui Yuhang, felt that the temperature in the room was creepily cold. Chapter 45, The Dragon Plan Leaks. Gui Yuhang stood up hastily and said, Mr. Wang, I, Gui Yuhang, am willing to guarantee with my life that I will not tell anyone a single word about the contents of the Lunting project. I can guarantee that, too. The other 3 CEOs followed suit and swore an oath. The plan had never leaked from them. Are you kidding? This kind of big thing could be fatal. If they don't get themselves out of this quickly, endless troubles will be waiting for them. Several people kept reassuring themselves. He also cursed the leakers' ancestors for 18 generations. This bastard not only put them in dire straits, but also caused serious harm to the country. The chip project had just been launched and was immediately known to the United States and the Western world. Given the nature of the Eagle Sauce family, countermeasures will probably come soon. While defending themselves, everyone kept thinking in their minds, which aspect exactly has gone wrong? Who has such courage? You guys sit down first. Wang Onping waved his hand and said, calling you here to inform you is a sign of my trust in you. The relevant departments are investigating the source of the Lunting project leak. We must seize the time and complete the chip production line as soon as possible. According to insider intelligence, the United States and the Western world already know that Dragon Country has produced photolithography machines. Fortunately, they don't know the accuracy of the lithography machine yet. The attitude of the Eagle Sauce family towards our Dragon Country has always been hostile, and there will definitely be no shortage of means of suppression. They have already learned about our successful development of the lithography machine. Based on this news, it is not difficult to infer that we will mass-produce chips next. Now, we have to compete with time in terms of speed. Do I need to tell you this? Gui Yuhang immediately said, Mr. Wang, we understand what you mean. The Lunting project has just begun, and China's own chips have not yet been mass-produced. In this case, we are already at a disadvantage. The United States, which has cutting-edge chip manufacturing technology, will increase the pace of cooperation with world-renowned technology companies. Once a full-range supply contract is signed with these companies that produce various types of digital electronic products, even if Su Hai's chips are produced, it will be difficult to seize the market. There is not much time left for these companies in Su Hai. When the United States releases a new chip, being one step slow means all the steps are slow. Even though the chips manufactured by Su Hai have leading technologies, he can no longer get the contract. Therefore, Su Hai needs to speed up. Release the latest new products before the Eagle Sauce family does. As for Gui Yuhang's companies, they must also speed up. Complete the supporting manufacturing of chips and other links. Ding, ding, ding. As he was speaking, the phone on Wang Onping's desk rang. After answering the phone, Mr. Wang's face became heavy again. What you fear will come true. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wang said, Alpha Group, the largest chip manufacturer in the United States, held a press conference. In about 10 days, they will release the latest model of chips, and the production capacity will be greatly enhanced compared to before. The enemy's countermeasures have already been revealed, and the burden on each of you has become heavier. Elder Wang said word by word, do your job well. As for whether we can produce a perfect chip within 10 days, I will discuss this matter with Su Hai. Wang Onping believes that Su Hai has the ability to turn decay into magic. Only he can bring hope to everyone. After a few people left, Wang Onping picked up the phone and called Huang Gang. Master Su, the teacher wants to talk to you. In the laboratory, Su Hai was instructing everyone on programming. Hearing this, Su Hai picked up the phone and walked outside. Xiao Su, time is running out right now, so let's be brief. Wang Onping did not waste a second and informed Su Hai of all the information he had. Asked Su Hai if he can produce the chip within 10 days. No problem. Su Hai said simply and neatly. This is sloppy. Wang Onping reminded. Grandpa Wang, even though my name contains the word Hai, I never brag about Hai Cow. If you can do it, you can do it. Su Hai said seriously. How about I give you a military order as well? That's not necessary. As long as you have confidence, Grandpa Wang will be relieved. Wang Onping said with relief. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I'm gonna have to work hard on you again. Don't worry, Grandpa Wang. It's worth it to work hard for the country. After hanging up the phone, Su Hai immediately plunged into his busy work schedule. On the other side of the ocean, in the conference room of Alpha Group headquarters, a large number of senior executives of the group appeared here. George Martin, president of the Salpha Group, who was sitting at the first seat, looked at the backbones of the group on both sides. Gentlemen, you should all know that Longhua has produced its own lithography machine. Although we cannot figure out the accuracy of their lithography machines for the time being, judging from the level of confidentiality of their plans, the precision of Longhua's lithography machines should be similar to ours. Boss, I don't think there's any need to worry. The general manager of the group spoke. In the field of photolithography and chips, Longhua lags far behind us. The chips they produce can only be used in electronic dolls, radios, and bread machines. If they want to apply it to computers and mobile phones, they won't be able to do it even if they are given another 20 years. As soon as he said this, he was immediately greeted with applause from the crowd. George Martin smiled and said, "This time is different from the past. Public intelligence shows that Dragon Country has built a huge chip industrial park on the outskirts of their capital. This is already a signal. If their lithography machines were not precise enough, they would not have built such a large science and technology industrial park. In 10 days, our chips must be on the market, and the relevant production must keep up. We must seize all orders and leave them no chance." Everyone said that 10 days was enough. Supporting manufacturers are spread all over the world, as long as the chip is developed. It can increase productivity and expand production in a very short period of time. Very good. Let's adjourn the meeting. After this meeting, he will also give a TV interview. The female reporter, who had been waiting for more than an hour, went straight to the point and asked George Martin, "Is Longhua really able to produce its own chips?" George Martin laughed and said, "Ms. Reporter, this is completely a fantasy of the Dragon Country. Longhua has not made any major breakthroughs in the chip field before. How can it complete independent chip production in such a short time?" The female reporter asked again, "If Longhua really produces it, will it pose a threat to the Eagle Sauce family?" "No way," George Martin said rather arrogantly. "In the field of chips, the United States is the only dominant country, and its leading position will last forever." The TV interview instantly went online. Even domestic netizens are skeptical about whether Longhua can develop its own chips. Chapter 46, Preemptive Release of Dragon Chip. Time flies, and it is the 6th day. Today's laboratories are very different. There was no dullness or tension like in the previous few days, but instead countless laughter and joy. Wang Onping, Huang Gang, and every scientific researcher had a happy look on their faces. Gui Yuhang and 4 other CEOs of technology companies were no less delighted than anyone else. There is another joy in their hearts. Several technology companies that have been subject to strict sanctions will soon be reborn. Today is the big day when Lunting chip comes out. Su Hai is operating the computer to complete the final step for the Lunting chip. Encapsulation. A few minutes later, the exciting moment arrived. The Lunting chip, with a precision of 1 nanometer, was completely packaged without any problems occurring in the process. It can be put into the production line immediately. Gui Yuhang said excitedly, "Chief Engineer Su, please give me the chips now. I will start production immediately and ensure that the largest number of chips can be produced in the shortest time." Looking at the Lunting chip in Su Hai's hand, Gui Yuhang burst into tears. Wang Onping turned his head and wiped the tears from his eyes. Countless scientific researchers and heads of high-tech companies have waited for this moment for too long. Through the chip installed on the robotic arm, Su Hai passed on cutting-edge technology to the scientific researchers on site. These people did not disappoint Suhai. In just 6 days, he mastered the techniques taught by Suhai. Produced 1 nanometer Lunting chip. Huang Gang said excitedly. With this Lunting chip, neither the Western world led by the Eagle Sauce family nor the island countries with whom we have a feud can hold us by the throat from the key parts. In his excitement, Gui Yuhang thought of something and couldn't wait to say. Chief Engineer Su, what will be the market price of the Lunting chip after it is produced? What do you think? If you want to bring this chip to the international market, you must set a stable price for it. If the price is too high, the price of digital products will also rise. After all, only by ensuring profitability can the production of Lunting chips continue. I will answer this question. Wang Anping, who has already communicated with the state, said seriously. After comprehensive consideration by relevant departments, the market price of this Lunting chip is 1,000 yuan. How much? 1,000 yuan. Gui Yuhang and his companions were shocked. The 1 nanometer Lunting chip has a market price of only 1,000 yuan. This is a bargain price. The future pre-order price of Alpha's latest chip model has been announced. About 1,500 yuan. The price of Lunting chip is half cheaper than the other one. The performance far exceeds the other. Several people looked at each other, unable to hide their excitement. Suhai smiled and said, actually, this price is not fixed because there is still room for the lithography machine to be updated and replaced. Once we overcome other technical difficulties and produce more sophisticated lithography machines, the price of chips can continue to fall. Oh my God! Gui Yuhang's head was about to explode. There is still room for further upgrading of 1 nanometer lithography machines. This sentence is so inspiring. Mr. Sun, who was standing behind Gui Yuhang, said with emotion, the days when Alpha Group monopolized the chip market will never come back. With the launch of our Lunting chip, the market will not accept Alpha Group's latest chip model even if the price is reduced to the same as ours. Time is running out, and several business owners have no time to talk about anything else. Call your subordinates immediately. Command all production lines to start working overtime to produce Lunting chips. After these people left, Suhai sat down in his office chair exhausted. These days, Suhai is like a robot. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spends all his time on chip research and development. Huang Gang looked at him with great pity and said, Chief Engineer Su, now that the burden on your shoulders has been lifted, why don't you go back and take a rest? I'll be back in a minute. Suhai waved his hand, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to watch some videos to relax. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the video website, Suhai's brows immediately frowned. Ever since the Dragon Plan was learned by the Western world, a lot of mocking voices have appeared on the internet. You can talk as much as you want. In a few days, you will get to know what it feels like to be slapped in the face. Suhai closed the software, stretched his body, and returned to the dormitory to rest. I slept for a whole day. During the break, the parts for the production lines of Gui Yuhang's Xingdo Technology and 3 other companies were almost exhausted. In just one day, the production lines of several companies produced more than 1 million Lunting chips. The press conference will be held tomorrow. Even if Longwood Chip has many leading technologies, it will not be able to seize the market. On the other side of the ocean, Alpha Group headquarters, President George William Miller was in a good mood, sitting in his own office, tasting the rare red wine that he bought at an auction for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the office door. George William Miller put down his glass and straightened his suit. Come in. The general manager of the group rushed in like a gust of wind and said breathlessly, President, Longwood Xingdo Technology Group announced that it will hold a new product launch conference tomorrow. The date of the press conference is the same as ours. Could it be that their chip has already been developed? Absolutely not, George William Miller said with a gloomy face. This must be a trick of the Dragon Country people. They are deliberately bluffing to distract our attention. Don't worry about him. Tomorrow's press conference will go on as usual. The good mood was completely destroyed by this piece of news. George William Miller, with the inherent arrogance of Westerners, was certain that the chips made in Longwo would never be brought to the market without a few months. As for the product launch conference to be held by Xingdo Technology tomorrow, the new products used in the products will definitely be inventory chips. Before the sanctions list was drawn up, Alpha Group exported a large number of chips to Longwo. George William Miller determined that this was certainly the case. A new product launch cannot change any situation. The senior executives of the group who came one after another, after listening to George William Miller's calm analysis, also felt that they were worrying too much. Although Longwa has been developing chips for a long time, it has not made any technological breakthroughs. Even if the lithography machine is manufactured, chip programming is still an insurmountable mountain, due to the time difference between the two countries. The new product launch event of Shingdo Technology is held before that of Alpha Group. When the time came, George William Miller and other senior executives of the group sat in the conference room, waiting to see the Dragon people make a fool of themselves with the mentality of watching a farce. Gui Yuhang, wearing a suit, appeared on the screen. First, the various excellent performances of the new products were introduced. The chip used in the new product is the Lunting chip independently developed by our Longwa. The chip uses 1 nanometer lithography technology, and its performance far exceeds that of the chip made by Alpha Group's 3 nanometers lithography machine. Chapter 47, Eagle Sauce, High-Altitude Reconnaissance, is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the press conference fell into complete silence. The audience couldn't believe their ears. The 1 nanometer lithography machine was actually conquered by Dragon Country, and it was quickly put into production. When the scene was silent, Gui Yuhang had already started his presentation. The time that digital products are turned on has reached a level that is invisible to the naked eye. Oh my God! Are they using alien technology? How is this possible? Absolutely not. It's fake. It's all fake. The 1 nanometer lithography machine is a technology that only God can possess. In the conference room on the other side of the ocean, Gui Yuhang's words were like a slap in the face of people like George William Miller. Immediately afterwards, Gui Yuhang announced that the price of the flagship digital machine would be 3,500 yuan. George William Miller was completely crazy. He threw the half bottle of red wine he had prepared for the celebration onto the ground. Voila! The wine bottle fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces. The mentality of the Alpha Group's top management shattered into pieces as the wine bottle shattered. George William Miller's mind went blank. The emergence of Lunting chips not only broke the chip monopoly in the Western world, it will also cause Alpha Group to completely lose the Longwa market. Before the United States imposed chip sanctions on China, China was Alpha Group's largest customer. But now, everything is over. President, we need to lower the price of our new products immediately. Otherwise, all of our products may become hoarded goods. The group general manager who responded the fastest immediately made suggestions. Modify the price of the upcoming chip. Cancel all the marketing methods previously adopted to increase sales, including limited production, limited purchase quantity, etc. Go down and implement it immediately. George William Miller roared. The blood in my body began to accelerate. The early release of the 1 nanometer chip is a major blow to both Alpha Group and the Eagle Sauce family. Although many senior executives believe that Longwa cannot produce the 1 nanometer chip launched at the Shingdo Group's conference. But other things can be faked. The data generated by on-site testing cannot be faked. One step slow, every step slow. At a subsequent press conference, Alpha Group lowered the price of its new product. The final result was still of no avail. After just 3 days of rest, Su Hai received a new work assignment. Meet the Navy on a special plane. Xiao Hai, we meet again so soon. In the airport lobby, Mr. Zhao came to pick us up in person. Su Hai smiled and said, I didn't expect that we would meet again in less than half a month. Grandpa Zhao, are all the equipment ready? I'm ready. Mr. Zhao had a serious expression on his face as he took Su Hai to a military factory affiliated with the Navy. There are a large number of spare parts and machine tools in the military factory. Su Hai looked around and said, Don't worry, Grandpa Zhao. Give me 2 days, and I will build you 10 new unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Xiao Hai, I'm really sorry to trouble you this time. Mr. Zhao sighed and said, The Navy's reconnaissance capabilities have always been a shortcoming. If we weren't incompetent, we wouldn't let you run around like this. Grandpa Zhao, please don't say that. I'm a member of the military and an old friend of the Navy. Now that the Navy is in trouble, how can I just sit there and watch? Su Hai took off his coat and put it aside, then immediately got down to work. The incident started more than half a month ago. Su Hai was very busy but also had some free time. He took 20 days to help the Navy update a destroyer. The destroyer launching single-handedly paralyzed the entire 7th Fleet. The Eagle Sauce Air Force and Navy were crushed to the ground. The Eagle Sauce family will naturally not suffer such a loss. The 7th Fleet restored power and returned to the military port for rest and recuperation. Joseph, the United States President of the United States, issued a special order to increase military aid to the island country. The latest radars are deployed in large numbers in island countries. Nearly 10 F-35 fighter squadrons also moved into the island nation's Air Force Base. In addition to these, the number of Patriot missiles deployed on the island nation continues to increase. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The Americans say that the United States is increasing military aid to island countries, but it would be more accurate to say that it is used to strengthen the first island chain. In order to deal with this sudden military struggle, the Navy once again thought of Suhai. With the help of Suhai's intelligence and talent, a batch of high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were manufactured for the Navy. Detect radars, fighter jets, and ground-based missiles deployed by the United States on the island country fully grasped the enemy's military deployment. To achieve the goal of defending against the enemy first and responding calmly to subsequent military deployments. In the words of Suhai, the biggest gangster in the world, the island nation is the vanguard of this thug. Once the Eagle Sauce wants to do something, the island country will either provide manpower or manpower. The mainland has been open to the Americans. Allow the Americans to deploy all kinds of weapons on their own soil. Seeing Suhai entering into a state of absorbed work, Mr. Zhao carefully stepped outside. Sun Qianjin, who had rushed over, was about to go in and say hello to Suhai, but Mr. Zhao stopped him. Xiao Hai is working, don't distract him. What's the situation now? It's very grim, Sun Qianjin said solemnly. As our country is catching up vigorously in the Air Force and Navy, the Eagle Sauce family has fallen into a state of paranoia. In addition to sending a large amount of weapons and equipment and combat personnel to the island nation, the garrison commander, Air Force commander, and chief of staff will all be replaced. We have sent 3 hawkish generals who have extensive military experience and are very familiar with our country's situation. Mr. Zhao, this is the information we just received. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao took the information from Sun Qianjin. The rotating island chief is named Thompson. He is 51 years old this year and was promoted to 4-star general 10 years ago. His chief of staff was 3-star Lieutenant General William Miller. The Air Force commander is 3-star Lieutenant General Antonio. All 3 are young and vigorous hawks. As the supreme commander of the Eagle Sauce family's garrison on the island country, a series of things will definitely happen next. The Navy asked Suhai to help them urgently produce a high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. It is very necessary to understand in detail the military deployment of the United States in the island country. 2 days later, 10 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were lined up in an orderly manner on the runway. Eagle Sauce, high-altitude reconnaissance is coming. Suhai laughed strangely while controlling the drone to take off. The Navy's various docks and military ports are often subject to high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft surveillance by the Eagle Sauce government. 80% of these reconnaissance aircraft come from the island nation's Air Force bases. This time, it was the turn of the Longwa aircraft to fly to their territory for reconnaissance. Because the high-altitude drone did not deliberately appear to be low-key, it was quickly photographed by spy satellites. Half an hour later, he appeared in front of 3 military commanders. The Long Kingdom has taken the lead in the field of 6th-generation aircraft, and it is used in the military field. The emergence of drone intelligence attracted the attention of the 3 people. A high-level military meeting was immediately convened. The 3 senior generals looked at these photos over and over again. His expression was very solemn. Chapter 48, Embarrassing My Grandmother's Island Country. You two, the situation is very clear. The Dragon Country's drone has taken off and is heading for us. Thompson went straight to the point and determined that the new drone was the latest secret weapon developed by Longwa. Its function should be to serve as an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. It won't be long before this drone descends upon them. Shoot from various angles. William Miller and Lieutenant General Antonio looked at each other and felt uneasy. Lieutenant General William Miller, the commander of the Eagle Sauce Air Force stationed in the island nation, said in a stern tone, "Sir, we can't draw any conclusions just from these photos for the time being. As for your claim that drones have reconnaissance and high-altitude strike capabilities, that does not conform to the design principles of drones." Upon hearing this, Admiral Thompson said, Longwa was the first to research and manufacture the 6th-generation aircraft. Their achievements in the field of aircraft are obvious to all. We can't treat this drone with common sense. Any speculation or judgment can be put forward. Antonio sighed. The United States, which has always been the overlord of the air, has now been stopped by a small drone. William Miller said in a deep voice, No matter what kind of technology this drone uses or what kind of combat capability it has, we must not allow it to appear over the island nation. The commander-in-chief and the counselors are very dissatisfied with the ghost fighters free coming and going. If we continue to allow the Dragon aircraft to show off its might above our heads, the Great Eagle Air Force will lose face and become a laughingstock of other allies. Thompson understood what William Miller meant. If possible, he would do everything he could to prevent the drone from getting close. But is this possible? It's difficult. Apart from anything else, once the drone uses the Ghost Fighter's stealth system, all surrounding radar stations will fail. Without being able to track down the drone, it would be a pipe dream to drive it away. Report to the commander. The early warning aircraft has captured the position and speed of the Dragon Country drone. When a soldier came in to report, all 3 people in the conference room were surprised. How is this possible? Admiral Thompson said in disbelief. According to Dragon Country's technology, it is not impossible to install a stealth system on a drone. William Miller asked, "Where is the Dragon Country's drone now? What is its flying speed? At what altitude is it?" Reporting to the commander, the latest model of the Dragon Country's drone is flying towards the island country with a speed of Mach 1 and an altitude of 20,000 meters. "Sir, I suggest sending out fighter jets immediately to intercept it." Antonio thought about it and stood on the side of Lieutenant General William Miller. It is believed that fighter jets should be sent to intercept drones outside the island country, and drones must never be allowed to enter the island country's airspace. The 2 were resolute. If the Longwood drone refuses to leave, the fighter jet sent out will directly launch missiles to shoot it down. We would rather fight a public opinion war with Longwa than let the Eagle Sauce military lose face. Admiral Thompson sat down in his chair, frowned, and pondered the interests involved. William Miller urged, "Sir, if we don't send fighter jets to intercept, the drone will soon be over our heads. Send 8 F-35 fighter jets to drive away the drone." At a loss for words, Admiral Thompson decided to follow the advice of his 2 subordinates. Order fighters to intercept. As soon as he received the order, William Miller immediately contacted the Air Force Base. The newly deployed F-35 fighter jets were dispatched to intercept. 8 F-35 fighter jets took off into the sky at an extremely fast speed. According to the coordinates sent back by the early warning aircraft, a fire network was formed to intercept the drone first. According to international practice, your aircraft has entered the airspace of the island nation. Leave here immediately. One of the F-35 fighter jets used a public channel to issue the most severe warning to the Longwood drone. Order the drone to leave the island nation's airspace immediately. If you don't leave, they will attack with force. The island country has signed a large number of military alliance agreements with the United States. One of the provisions states that if an island country is threatened by armed forces of another country, the United States has the responsibility to assist the island country in defending its homeland. Destroy the invading enemy. If a drone enters the airspace, the United States can take over the island country's flying self-defense force and enter the air to drive it away. Through the camera on the aircraft, the interception scene in the air was clearly transmitted back to the Navy Command Center. Su Hai said sarcastically, "It is said that the island countries are the dogs raised by the Eagle Sauce. This is absolutely true. Our plane entered the airspace of the island country, but the island country's flight team did not come out to intercept it. Instead, the Eagle Sauce family rushed out to kill us. It is really shameful to have to hand over the defense of our own country to another country." Sun Qianjin said solemnly, "From the current situation, the Eagle Sauce family has made up their minds this time. Even if there is a diplomatic conflict with our country, they will launch an attack first." Both Sun Qianjin and Admiral Thompson are veterans with rich military experience. Sun Qianjin could more or less guess what was in Admiral Thompson's mind. They suffered a loss at the hands of the 7th Fleet if they allowed drones to fly over their heads insolently. Even if Thompson had not been dismissed, nothing good would have come of it. A cornered dog may open fire first. Use Patriot attack drones. Su Hai said contemptuously, "Isn't this better? They fired the first shot, and we have sufficient reason to fight back. Besides, the Patriot missiles they are equipped with cannot damage my plane at all. Just wait and see the show." Su Hai had already made a comprehensive plan in his mind. With both hands on the keyboard, he kept typing out strings of code. The code is transmitted to the drone. The drone that was confronting the F-35 in the air suddenly began to turn around. The American pilots, who had been on high alert, all breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Hai, be careful next time." In the command center, Mr. Zhao said with a cheerful face. If my guess is correct, the Patriot missiles that the Eagle Sauce family has in the island country have now entered the launch state. Once our drone is locked, a large number of missiles will be launched at it. Grandpa Zhao, you can rest assured, not to mention being destroyed. Even if it is locked, it will be considered a loss for me, Suhai. Suhai Tukei entered a string of code again. Perhaps in the eyes of the Americans, the mission of this drone is to show off its technology. If they really thought so, Suhai could only say that they had a hole in their heads. Rather than showing off the drone's leading technologies at high altitudes, Suhai has a more far-reaching mission this time. Chapter 49 Forgotten Its Detection Properties. Thompson was not wrong. The drone manufactured by Suhai does have reconnaissance capabilities, and the technologies used for reconnaissance have surpassed the existing reconnaissance technologies on Earth. Soon, the drone will make a surprise attack in midair, entering the island country at a very fast speed. In this case, the F-35 will definitely turn on its fire control system. The moment they turn on the fire control system, the drone's reconnaissance system will scan and analyze the Eagle Sauce's fire control system. In addition to collecting information about the F-35's fire control system, the drone will also collect radar signals from these fighter jets. In addition, ground radar and other related data are also within the detection range of the drone. In short, the ultimate mission of the drone is to collect as many signals and data as possible from all aspects. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. While Suhai was upgrading Longwa's weapons, equipment, and various facilities, the Dragon Kingdom also needs to collect as much data as possible on various weapons and equipment from the Eagle Country. To truly know yourself and your enemy, will it be locked by fighter jets in the sky and radars on the ground, and suffer a double attack from both the sky and the ground? Suhai was not worried at all. Seeing Suhai's confident look, Sun Qianjin and Mr. Zhao also relaxed at the same time. When perfecting the plan yesterday, Suhai patted his chest and told the two of them, no matter what weapons the island country and the United States use, it is impossible to shoot down this drone. Now Suhai is full of confidence, so the two have nothing to worry about. I really want to see all the top-secret data of the Eagle's F-35 fighter jet right away, and those radar systems they have on the ground and the Patriot missile sites. Sun Qianjin laughed. Mr. Zhao continued, whether it's the island nation or the Eagle Sauce nation, they would never have dreamed that our high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft would not only have to break through their air defense network, but also be discovered by them and collect their intelligence data. After finishing the last line of code, Suhai half-jokingly and half-complained, Grandpa Zhao, you are sometimes too cautious. If we equip the drone with weapons, we might have a chance to test its combat capabilities. Xiaohai, please give some face to the island country and the Eagle Sauce family, Mr. Zhao said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The drone, which was not carrying any weapons, had caused them to be in a state of panic. If the drones were armed, it would scare the crap out of these people. That being said, Mr. Zhao really couldn't let Suhai equip the drone with weapons. This is also due to considerations of the international situation. No matter what, the United States is still the world's #1 overlord. A large number of land, sea, and air forces, as well as high-tech weapons, are deployed near Longwa. They really need to be pushed to the point of being furious and ready to fight. This is definitely not good news for the developing Dragon Country. It was also because Sun Qianjin, who understood Mr. Zhao's painstaking efforts, joined him in persuading Suhai. Give up the idea of adding weapons to drones. It's flying back again. In the territorial waters of the island nation, an F-35 fighter jet preparing to return detected the location of the drone through radar. The drone, which had already turned around and was heading back, suddenly flew back here at an extremely fast speed. The speed is much faster than before. The news immediately reached Admiral Thompson. In the conference room, Admiral Thompson was furious and slammed the table, saying, "This is a provocation, a serious provocation. The Dragons are planning to use their secret weapons to play tricks on us again." Lieutenant General William Miller gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, please authorize the fighter jets to launch an attack to strike the arrogance of the Dragon Nation." Fighters launch missiles, Admiral Thompson said without hesitation. "Sir, our fire control system cannot detect the drone and the missile cannot be launched." 10 seconds later, 8 F-35 fighter jets in the sky sent back messages. Their fire control systems were on, but none of the fighters were able to lock onto the drone. If it cannot lock onto the target, the air-to-air missile cannot be launched. On the other side, the speed of the drone was getting faster and faster, and it had already arrived over the largest Air Force base of the Eagle Sauce family on the island country. All the planes at the Air Force base should take off. I don't believe that not a single one can lock onto it. Admiral Thompson's greatest fear came true. Thompson confirmed the news 100% through the pilot's message. This drone is here to show off powerful technology. All 4 fighter squadrons at the air base took off. Nearly 100 fighter jets turned on their fire control systems at the same time. While locking onto the drone, the Air Force base issued another warning. Order the drone to leave immediately with a warning. If the drone refuses to leave, it will suffer a devastating blow. The drone seemed not to hear the repeated warnings. No message was sent back. It circled over the Air Force base as if strolling in a garden. It's gone again? Lieutenant General William Miller almost vomited blood when he received the latest news. What exactly does Longwa's drone want to do? All 4 fighter squadrons at the air base took off. The drone only hovered in the air for 3 or 4 minutes before these fighter jets could form an encirclement. The drone flew away from their encirclement. Will it come back? Thompson looked up at the 2 deputies. Sir, I'm afraid even the most experienced staff officer can't answer your question. The 2 said bitterly. The meeting room fell into depression. Thompson, William Miller, and others showed anger and endless helplessness on their faces. There's something wrong here. Soon, Admiral Thompson rubbed his temple. If they were showing off their power above our heads, it would be impossible for them to leave in such a short time. There must be some problem in the middle, which I have overlooked. Sir, do you want to call a senior officers' combat meeting? Notify other senior officers immediately and hold a meeting here in half an hour. Half an hour passed in a flash. The originally empty conference room is now packed. Thompson presented his analysis to everyone and asked them to discuss it immediately. It was confirmed that the drone from Longwa came over the island country and flew for a short time. Is it to show off their aviation technology, or is there some other purpose? After an unknown amount of time, an officer said uncertainly, Sir, could this high-altitude drone be used to collect intelligence on our military deployment? You're right. That's probably the case. Thompson was furious. Damn it, he had forgotten that. All attention and energy are attracted by the drone. I had unknowingly forgotten its reconnaissance properties. It is not difficult to judge from the flight trajectory of the drone that the drone flew over multiple Air Force bases and military ports. Finally, we arrived at the largest Air Force base. Chapter 50. The Unreachable Reconnaissance Drone. Why do this? The answer is simple. Take aerial photos of military ports and Air Force bases. Understand the entire military deployment of the Eagle Sauce family in the island country. If it appears again next time, who among you can destroy it in midair? Thompson asked a fatal question. In the future, Longwa will definitely equip itself with a large number of these terrifying high-altitude drones. If we can't find a way to destroy it, the territorial waters and airspace of the island country will become the back garden of the Dragon Country's high-altitude drones. It can come as it pleases and go as it pleases, and no force can stop it. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent again. The reason why the F-35 fighter jet was unable to lock onto the drone was because its takeoff altitude reached an astonishing 60,000 meters. Although the F-35 is the latest fighter jet of the United States, in theory, it can only reach an altitude of 50,000 meters. And at this altitude, all the performance of the aircraft will become extremely unstable. It cannot even guarantee its own performance, let alone attack a drone at an altitude of 60,000 meters. General, I see you look thoughtful. Have you come up with any solution? Thompson looked to the left. Lieutenant General William Miller, who had been silent since the beginning of the meeting. Lieutenant General William Miller looked grim and said, Sir Generals, I am just like you. I have no way to deal with this high-altitude drone. The reason I didn't speak was because I was thinking about another question. What's the problem? Thompson asked. What if the next time there's not just one plane, but dozens? If these high-altitude drones appear on American soil one day, will the American people still be able to defend themselves? After hearing this, everyone's expression became uglier than the other. William Miller's speculation was not groundless worry, but reality. If the Dragon Kingdom can manufacture this type of high-altitude drone, it is possible to manufacture hundreds of them. If more than 10 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft are sent out at one time, they will break through the Air Defense Command Center of the United States. Once you enter the airspace above the United States, there are no secrets at all at the military bases, secret research and development centers, and weapons testing grounds. Although the Dragon Kingdom's high-altitude, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft does not have a stealth system, its speed is no less than that of the Ghost Fighter. Generals, there is another question that I'm afraid we have overlooked. William Miller said word by word, "This high-altitude drone is not equipped with weapons. If Long will load small missiles on it, it will pose a huge threat to our F-35 and F-22. The appearance of this sentence completely brought the atmosphere on the scene to the bottom. This is absolutely impossible, Antonio retorted. As we all know, adding missiles to drones will greatly slow down their speed. Once they slow down, our F-35 will be able to launch an attack on them first. Antonio, you and I have both seen the performance of this drone. Whether the missile will slow it down is just our guess. There is no paper evidence." William Miller shook his head. He is not as optimistic as Lieutenant General Antonio. As a senior staff officer, when William Miller faced many impossible things, he had to first regard them as possible and then design various response plans. It is true that the drone is not equipped with missiles, but if it is modified, it has attack capability and the missile does not significantly affect its speed. Drones equipped with missiles can easily enter the airspace of island countries, or go directly to the homeland of the United States. You two stop arguing. I will report this to the Commander-in-Chief immediately and continue to dispatch new fighter jets. We cannot defeat them technically, so we will win by numbers. Both of them have some truth in what they say, and Thompson puts their content together. Assume that Dragon Country's drones are capable of carrying missiles. Once an attack is launched, the island nation will suffer heavy losses. Only by continuously replenishing the number of aircraft can we defeat quality with quantity. Only then will it be possible to reduce the threat from drones. William Miller smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, have you ever considered that if we continue to dispatch aircraft to the island country, the congressman may not agree? After all, the Eagle Sauce family has too many military bases in the world, and each military base needs to be stationed with a certain number of fighter jets. Continuously dispatching fighter jets here will cause other military bases to lack stable air superiority. And allies will be skeptical of our military prowess. Relying on its military strength and economic means, the United States has a large number of allies in the world. These allies are either loyal or on the fence, or maybe they choose to take sides with other purposes. If the Eagle Sauce family remains strong, its allies will not dare to have any second thoughts. But once the Eagle Sauce family encounters a threat, they will lose face. These unreliable allies will come up with all kinds of wishful thinking, seriously damage the global strategic plan of the United States. Sir, the drone is back." The door to the conference room was pushed open. The bad news was like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's heads. Thompson was almost going crazy, and he shouted angrily, "We have fighter planes in the air. Send them over to intercept immediately. Shoot down all the ground-based missiles." Wait a minute. Just as the soldier was about to go out to convey the order, William Miller suddenly stopped him. "Sir, no firing." "Why can't you fire?" Admiral Thompson said angrily. "The Dragon Nation has repeatedly sent its drones to demonstrate in front of us, which shows that they are fearless or they are expecting us to shoot down the drone." Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting was puzzled. What does Long mean by doing this? Why expect them to shoot down the drone? Lieutenant General William Miller looked around and said helplessly, "The drone is not equipped with weapons, so the impact of entering another country's airspace will be minimized. If we destroy it, Dragon Kingdom will find all kinds of excuses to blame us. Who knows, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they will send more drones to conduct reconnaissance. We could take down one plane, but can we take down several, dozens, or even more? No, that's impossible," Antonio yelled. William Miller added, "All we can do now is to drive away these drones and never shoot them down." The drone goes back and forth just like it is passing through a city gate. Each time it hovers over the island country for a few minutes, and then leaves at Mach speed. Not long after, the drone came back again. Repeat this cycle over and over again, and never get tired of it. There was a moment. Thompson even suspected that this high-altitude drone came here intentionally to consume the fuel of the Eagle Sauce plane. All night long, all the military bases of the Eagle Sauce family in the island country are brightly lit. Chapter 51. Fatigue Tactics Developed by Drones. The radar at the Eagle Sauce military base has been turned on all the time. Planes are constantly taking off and landing on the airport runway. Every time a plane lands to refuel and the pilot leaves to rest, a new plane takes off into the sky. By taking turns on duty, they drove away the drone created by Suhai. The next morning, the drone finally left. After staying up all night, Admiral Thompson, who was almost exhausted, took a big gulp of coffee. His bloodshot eyes stared at the radar screen. An hour passed, and the radar showed no signal from the drone. After resting for a few hours, William Miller and Lieutenant General William Miller entered the command room. Lieutenant General William Miller advised, "Sir, you have been working all night. Why don't you go down and rest for a while? You stay here and continue to monitor. I'm going to take a rest." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Admiral Thompson was about to leave, the shrill alarm sounded. The radar screen showed 2 spots of light appearing in the sky. The appearance of the light spot means that the Dragon Country drone has arrived again. And this time, there were 2 of them. In the past 2 days, Suhai has made 10 drones by hand. It's enough for the Eagle Sauce family and the Japanese country's chicken feet basin to have a drink. The appearance of the 2 drones once again made the Eagle Sauce family feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. An F-22 fighter squadron that had just returned to refuel took off urgently to replace the F-35 fighter squadron that is running out of fuel. Damn bastards. The Dragon Nation is using fatigue tactics on us. As noon approached, Admiral Thompson not only did not feel sleepy at all, but was more energetic than ever. Starting at 7 in the morning, Longwell would send out an additional drone every 30 minutes. Now, the number of drones hovering over the military base and near the military port has reached 8. The frequency of these drones' activities is very active. Unlike before, when we turned around and returned from time to time. In order to fully monitor the drones, all fighter jets were taken off. The American pilots, who were already extremely tired, flew their fighter jets into the sky again and again. Early warning aircraft and refueling aircraft were also sent up. Xiaohai, it seems that you slept well last night, and you are full of energy. At noon, Sun Qinjin, Suhai, and Zhao Lao were sitting in the cafeteria, chatting and laughing while eating delicious food. The drone is controlled by computer code. The code runs according to what Suhai has preset, and there is no need for real-time monitoring. Even if the drone malfunctions, it will return for maintenance as soon as possible according to the code commands. The Navy Command Center has personnel on duty for combat readiness, so Suhai doesn't need to worry at all. At night, all 3 of them return to their own residences to rest. Recharge your energy and welcome a new day. Today, all drones will be dispatched. The drone uses a scaled-down version of a water fuel engine. The water fuel engine studied by Suhai is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine in principle. As long as there is water, it can keep running. The Americans can't do this, so they can only send tankers to continuously refuel their fighter jets. Hundreds of fighter jets of various models are continuously flying in the air. Even if there were gas pumps to refuel them, it wouldn't last long. The gas pumps were rising and falling, and the American ground staff were so tired that they kept cursing. The fighter pilots of the Eagle Sauce family have reached the extreme point both mentally and physically. During the flight, several fighter jets made mistakes one after another. "Sir, this can't go on." Chief of Staff Lieutenant General William Miller was extremely anxious. The Dragon Country can afford it, but the island country's garrison can't afford it anymore. "We can't waste time with them any longer," William Miller said hurriedly. "From yesterday morning until now, this cat-and-mouse game in the air has been going on for 24 hours. The pilot's physical strength has reached a very dangerous critical point. I just received news that several pilots requested to return to the ground for rest. If they continue to fly, they're likely to drive the plane into the sea." Bang! Admiral Thompson slammed his fist on the table. William Miller's meaning is clear. Continuing to fight with these drones will not only be counterproductive. There will also be heavy casualties and damage to aircraft. Pilots are valuable military assets in any country, especially a country like the United States, which is highly dependent on advanced weapons of war. Whether it is the pilots operating the F-22 or the F-35, they cannot be lost easily. After hesitating for a moment, William Miller continued, "Sir, should we send a request for assistance to the South Korean garrison and let several flying squadrons stationed in South Korea participate in the expulsion?" "It's useless." Admiral Thompson waved his hand and said, Although we in the United States also have air forces stationed in South Korea, we are not as good as the island country in terms of both aircraft types and numbers. Transferring them here won't solve the fundamental problem. Soon, more unfavorable news came back. The first group of pilots who requested to land and rest have returned to the airport. After inspection, it was found that there was a certain degree of malfunction in the flight. It is completely unable to fly. According to mechanics, there are far more planes experiencing flight failures than these. There are so many fighter jets flying in the sky, and I'm afraid many of them have mechanical risks. William Miller sighed and said, "This kind of high-intensity flight will have a great impact on the safety of the aircraft, especially the F-35 and F-22 fighter jets." As an Air Force commander, Antonio is well aware that the F-35 and F-22 are both delicate and expensive models. A large number of precision components are assembled on it. Previously, the constant rise and fall of these fighter planes had caused severe wear and tear on their parts. Then it flew in the air for a long time. It would be strange if there were no problems. Antonio was silent just now, calculating the cost of repairing the plane. Among the dozen or so F-35s that returned to the ground for rest, 90% had malfunctions. The failure rate of those combat aircraft in the air should be quite high. So many problems added together. The cost of repairs will be at least hundreds of millions. While the United States and the island country are facing a formidable enemy, the atmosphere in China is quite relaxed. The multiple drones sent by the Navy caused uninterrupted harassment to the island country and the American Air Force stationed on the island country. The Eagle Sauce plane is overwhelmed. There were numerous mechanical failures. Continuous aerial surveillance and harassment has lasted for 3 days. With the authorization from the headquarters, Navy Commander-in-Chief Sun Qianjin was interviewed by Long Guotai on TV, used to counter the public condemnation from the Eagle Sauce family. In the studio, Sun Qianjin was wearing a brand new Navy uniform, like a tall pine or cypress sitting on a chair. Opposite him was a middle-aged reporter in his 40s. Seeing the director making an okay gesture to him, the reporter picked up the microphone and asked, "Hello, General Sun. In the past 3 days, the Navy has conducted multiple drone test flights in the southern waters. The drones produced and designed in our country have demonstrated various excellent performances. The island countries say that drones threaten their national security and continuously invade their territorial waters and airspace. What do you think of this issue?" Chapter 52, I didn't expect you to have such a poor mental tolerance. This is a completely false accusation, Sun Qianjin said seriously. Our drone test flight near the high seas is a normal flight behavior in compliance with international law. The reason for long, uninterrupted flights is mainly to better test the performance of the drone. Through uninterrupted flight tests, we can find and solve problems. As for the protests from the island countries, I think our dragon country is more qualified to protest. The drones produced by the Navy did not carry any weapons and were only undergoing general test flights. The Eagle Sauce Air Force station on the island took off in large numbers and unreasonably expelled the drones. I am here to warn the Eagle Sauce. If you continue to harass our test flight area, you will suffer the consequences. After Sun Qianjin finished speaking, the reporter asked again. The drone has been in the air for a long time for flight testing, so it should be equipped with high-performance batteries, right? Sun Qianjin smiled slightly. The drone uses a number of leading technologies from its interior to its fuselage, and the production cost is very low, and it can bring a lot of economic value if it is used in the civilian field in the future. As for the battery used, I'm sorry, this technology is currently confidential. Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy. Mr. Zhao and Su Hai watched the TV broadcast together. Sun Qianjin showed his attitude with the demeanor of a great general. The various weapons developed by Longhua are only used for self-defense. It will not be used in war first. We repeatedly warn the Americans and the island countries that peace is hard-won and anyone who dares to destroy it will. The Dragon Kingdom will fight back fiercely. Su Hai laughed and said, "Through this flex of muscle, the first island chain that the Eagle Sauce family has set up for us will become a world joke." The island chain defense line that was built at the cost of countless funds and huge profits has now been completely penetrated by us. Mr. Zhao sighed. Who would have thought that the first island chain would be destroyed by these drones? At this moment, Mr. Zhao was full of emotion. In order to break through the island chain, Longhua has made countless efforts. Every time I fail. Today, although the first island chain exists, it has long been a joke in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. Whether for the Ghost Fighter or this drone, the first island chain is just a decoration. With 10 drones, all the Eagle Sauce aircraft in the island country were mobilized. It is not only a great victory, but also a declaration to the whole world. The island chain containment plan, led by the United States, has officially failed. Ding, ding, ding. Mr. Zhao's phone rang. Shanghai, the Eagle Sauce garrison is about to collapse. I just received news that the 3 planes that returned to the airport for rest will all undergo major repairs. There were 2 more F-35s ready to land, but due to the pilots' extreme fatigue, they collided on the runway and are now both written off. The pilots of the Eagle Sauce family are not made of iron. They have performed exceptionally well to have been able to hold on until now. Su Hai gloated. This kind of thing will continue in the future, unless the Eagle Sauce family lowers its stance and takes the initiative to seek peace with us. I think it will be soon, probably in these 2 days. Shanghai, please go back to the military factory first. I will send someone to inform you if there is any news. Good. Returning to the naval arsenal, Su Hai thought about the drone again. The first generation of drones developed by themselves are already capable of carrying various types of missiles. After being modified by Su Hai, the launcher can quickly identify the model of the missile. After that, launch it without any hindrance. Drones and ghost fighters all use stealth systems. Can this kind of stealth coding be used on missiles? Su Hai called out the system and said, "System, if we use invisible coding on missiles, how difficult will it be to modify them?" After a while, Su Hai showed a sly smile. Stealth missiles, just thinking about it is exciting. When he was in school, Su Hai was not a well-behaved child, always able to come up with all kinds of clever ideas and little tricks. Because of this, the teachers often asked my parents to come over. Every time I went home, I would be severely scolded by Su Changtian. Now we have a system in place and a platform that provides ample room for development. If Su Hai doesn't turn things upside down, he'd be letting down all the clever ideas in his head. Among the various technology sequences given by the system, conventional warfare weapons have the lowest level. It is also the most convenient to make. At lunch the next day, Su Hai revealed a big news. Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with you? It was learned that Su Hai developed a missile with stealth capability specifically designed to attack aircraft carriers in just 1 day. Mr. Su's face turned purple with excitement. He covered his chest tightly with his hands. Sun Qianjin on the side called out Mr. Zhao's name loudly. I am fine, Mr. Zhao said with difficulty. Xiao Hai, repeat what you just said. Su Hai said with a sad expression. I'm sorry, Grandpa Zhao. I didn't expect that you would have such a poor tolerance. If I had known, I would have told Uncle Sun alone. Mr. Zhao was both angry and amused. It's not that I have poor psychological endurance. It was really that the missile developed by Su Hai was extremely powerful. Who could have believed that an unprecedented stealth anti-ship missile could be invented in just 1 day? Su Hai called this missile the Tianhui anti-ship missile. It means that the missile is like fire falling from the sky, and no one can stop it. It came silently, and with existing detection methods, it was impossible to detect the missile launch trajectory and the direction of the target to be hit. In fact, Sun Qianjin's situation is not much better than that of Mr. Zhao. I am also suppressing my inner joy. Su Hai first helped the Navy convert an outdated destroyer into a new warship. The tonnage has doubled, and there is still room for growth, and the weapons and equipment are as advanced as those in science fiction movies. 1 battery shell paralyzed the entire 7th Fleet. Thinking about it now, Sun Qianjin still feels it is very enjoyable. After a while, medical staff rushed to the cafeteria. I started measuring Mr. Zhao's blood pressure and checking his heart. Su Hai confirmed again and again that the Tianhui missile can indeed be invisible. Elder Zhao pushed the medical staff aside, grabbed Su Hai's hand, and said, Xiao Hai, Grandpa Zhao really doesn't know how to thank you. Where are your design and samples? Grandpa Zhao wants to see them right away. And me, I want to see it right away, too. Sun Qianjin followed closely behind. Su Hai said, in the workshop of the military factory. Let's go. Old Zhao acted like a young man, pushing away the people who wanted to support him. Grabbing Su Hai, he walked towards the military factory. Sun Qian, who was following behind, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and called an officer. Move all the Marines of the 1st Brigade, which are currently undergoing maritime training, to the military factory for defense. Use all the equipment you can to make sure not even a fly can get in. Yes. After giving the order, Sun Qianjin jogged to catch up with Su Hai and Mr. Zhao. Soon, the three entered the military factory. The security forces that received the order first have already completed the deployment of defense at the military factory. The Marines are being urgently dispatched here. Chapter 53. Come to the Navy and modify the ships as you like. Xiao Hai, is this the Skyfire missile you mentioned? On the weapon rack of the military factory, there is a red missile the same size as a conventional anti-ship missile. Mr. Zhao wiped the sweat from his palms with his sleeves and carefully stroked the red missile. Su Hai said, Grandpa Zhao, it is the Skyfire missile. There are two types. The model you see now is the conventional model used on ships. Later, I will design a smaller version of the Skyfire missile that will be installed in drones. Okay, that's great. Mr. Zhao couldn't hide his excitement. He turned around and asked, Xiao Hai, tell Grandpa Zhao about the specific parameters of the Skyfire missile. Su Hai said without hesitation, the flight speed of this Skyfire missile is Mach 10, and it has the same stealth capability as the Ghost fighter and drone. Let alone the current detection radar of the Eagle Sauce family. Even if they are given another 20 years to develop a detection radar, it is impossible for them to detect this missile. Su Hai could name the relevant data at will, and each item came from the system's black technology. As a mobile fortress on the sea, the aircraft carrier has very strong self-defense capabilities. In particular, the United States nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is equipped with radar and anti-missile systems. The level of advancement is at the world's leading level. In addition to deploying a large number of fighter jets on the island, the most eye-catching one is the 7th Fleet. Last time, the 7th Fleet was paralyzed by the electromagnetic bomb launched by the destroyer Lunting. That doesn't mean they are vulnerable. Once the 7th Fleet opens fire at full power, except for Longhua and a few other countries, the naval forces of other countries will be destroyed in the first round of fighting. A fleet can almost destroy a country's naval power. This shows how strong they are. After suffering such a huge loss last time, the Americans will definitely have to make some modifications to their aircraft carriers and other warships. The enemy is moving, and Su Hai cannot sit idle. This Skyfire anti-ship missile was developed specifically for the nuclear-powered missiles that the United States is proud of. You can tell from the name, anti-ship missiles are specifically designed to attack ships. The Tianhua missile is tailor-made for nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The attack is launched silently, but once it arrives, it will be like fire from the sky burning the earth. The radar and anti-missile systems installed on the aircraft carrier will become deaf and blind in front of it. Xiao Hai, tell Uncle Sun the truth. Is this Skyfire missile aimed at the second island chain of the Eagle Sauce family? Sun Qianjin is not a scientific researcher, and he seems to understand the various data that Su Hai mentioned. He vaguely heard another meaning from Su Hai's words. The Skyfire missile is specifically designed to attack aircraft carriers. The biggest challenge in breaking through the second island chain is how to deal with the aircraft carriers of the United States. Su Hai said with a smile, Uncle Sun, you are as smart as Uncle Liang. You understood what I meant before I even said a few words. You are really thinking long-term, kid. Just after breaking through the first island chain, you set your sights on the second island chain. Sun Qianjin was both relieved and annoyed. I was confused as to why it wasn't the Navy that discovered Su Hai first. Liang Yiming is really stingy. A genius like Su Hai was only awarded the rank of major. In the Navy, he would be at least a lieutenant colonel. Thinking of this, Sun Qianjin showed a kind face and said softly, Xiao Hai, you are now a major in the Air Force, right? Yes. Su Hai said, Uncle Sun, is there any problem? Xiao Hai, your name contains the character Hai, and you have designed so many advanced weapons for our Navy. This shows that you have a connection with the Navy. Are you interested in joining our Navy's development? Can the military branch be changed? Su Hai said in astonishment. Theoretically, no, but as long as you agree, Uncle Sun will help you with the rest. Feeling that there was a way, Sun Qianjin tried his best to persuade them. Every time our Navy encountered a problem, you came to help in time. It further proves that you have a connection with our Navy. As long as you are willing to come, you can modify any Navy ship or submarine you want. If you want a submarine, Uncle Sun will arrange for you to buy submarines ranging from the old models from decades ago to the latest models today. Even if you want to change the aircraft carrier, Uncle Sun can help you achieve it. In order to dig into the Northern War Zone, Sun Qianjin began to make various promises to Su Hai. I think we should forget it. Su Hai pursed his lips and said, Uncle Liang is very good to me. Besides, Grandpa, Chen may not agree to my leaving the northern war zone. Xiaohai, don't worry about these. I'll take care of everything. Sun Qianjin was determined to poach talent. We must recruit Su Hai to the Navy. All destroyers, frigates, aircraft carriers, and submarines will undergo major modifications. At that time, the Navy will be able to act with ease. There is no such thing as the first, second, and third island chains. The Americans always claim that their aircraft carriers and fleets can defeat the navies of the world. With the addition of Su Hai, the Dragon Kingdom Navy can defeat the Eagle Kingdom Navy and make it flee in panic with just one formation. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the 1st Marine Brigade has been ordered to report. Outside the workshop door, a report was heard. Sun Qianjin calmed down and said, "Follow the established plan and drive away all irrelevant people. The area within 5 kilometers of the arsenal is a military-restricted area." Yes. Returning to Su Hai, Sun Qianjin found that Su Hai was chatting with Mr. Zhao again. We still talked about relevant data and technical issues. This Skyfire missile is equivalent to an anti-armor missile on land. It will be of great help to our Navy. Mr. Zhao's mind was full of thoughts on how to make the Skyfire missile exert its maximum deterrent power. Su Hai said it very clearly. The Skyfire missile is specifically designed to target nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Once the test was completed, all the data were exactly the same as what Su Hai introduced. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which the Americans are so proud of, will completely lose its deterrent capability. The overall diplomacy and future military strategies of those Western countries that closely surround the Eagle Sauce family, as well as the neighboring countries around Dragon Country, will undergo earth-shaking changes. No longer follow the lead of the Eagle Sauce family. An olive branch will soon be extended to the Dragon Kingdom. Little Sunday. Mr. Zhao, please give your orders. Prepare for the test immediately and conduct a launch test of the Skyfire missile. I'll arrange it right away. After Sun Qianjin left, Mr. Zhao asked about Su Hai again. On what types of ships will the Skyfire missile be installed in the future? Su Hai said casually, any kind of warship will do. The Skyfire missile has no special requirements for the ship it is installed on. It can be placed on a surface ship. It can also be launched from submarines and even placed on missile launchers. Ha ha ha! Mr. Zhao couldn't stop laughing. The Skyfire missile is really not picky and can attack any kind of projectile. Chapter 54. The Skyfire missile is born, targeting the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. Over the years, the Navy, Army, and Air Force have all suffered humiliation from the Eagle Sauce family. That night, Mr. Zhao and Sun Qianjin had some discussion. It was decided to hold a naval exercise in the name of the Navy. On the one hand, the attack and stealth capabilities of the Skyfire missile are tested. On the other hand, it allowed Su Hai to have a comprehensive understanding of the Navy. Deepen the Navy's impression on Su Haixin. The protagonist of this exercise is still the Lunting destroyer. After all, it was a destroyer modified by Su Hai himself. As the protagonist of the exercise, the Lunting destroyer slowly left the military port and anchored on the sea. The launch system that was installed yesterday is now ready for immediate use. On the front deck, Mr. Zhao, Su Hai, and a large number of naval generals were waiting for the most exciting moment. 1,000 kilometers ahead, on the sea, there was an abandoned warship anchored. The warships will act as imaginary enemies and be attacked by Skyfire missiles. A distance of 1,000 kilometers is the launch limit of shipborne missiles. When reaching 1,000 kilometers, the accuracy of anti-ship missiles will be greatly reduced. Among the dozens of people gathered on the deck, only Su Hai, Mr. Zhao, and Sun Qianjin were full of confidence. The naval officers in the rear were whispering. Many naval officers were skeptical about the Skyfire anti-ship missile. Is the goal of 1,000 kilometers too far? I think it should be set 500 kilometers away. At such a long distance, anti-ship missiles may not be able to hit it. There is another problem. If the missile is launched from here to 1,000 kilometers away and detected by the enemy's radar and anti-missile system, the attack value of the anti-ship missile will be greatly reduced. Officers from different naval units have their own ideas, mainly focused on the stealth effect of anti-ship missiles. The launch distance from here is as long as 1,000 kilometers. It's too easy to be detected by the other party. Su Hai said that the Tianhua missile has an attack speed of 10 Mach, which made everyone feel incredible. But no matter what, speculation is just speculation. The exercise is about to begin. Whether the Skyfire missile is a true black tech weapon will soon be revealed. The exercise officially began at 10 o'clock in the morning. Captain Skyfire, who commanded the launching destroyer, bit his lips hard. Suppress your inner joy. Everyone get ready. Start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, Skyfire pressed the launch button. The Skyfire missile installed on the back of the launching destroyer took off into the air. Skyfire immediately ordered the radar soldiers on the ship to detect the flight trajectory of the Skyfire missile. Oh my god, this is an anti-ship missile, or a ballistic missile. It's so fast. The missile was successfully launched and will soon enter the second round of testing. We must not let everyone down. After the missile launch was completed, everyone rushed into the captain's command room. Through the electronic equipment inside, continue to observe the launch trajectory of the Skyfire missile. As for the second round of testing that everyone is talking about, this means that after the missile is launched, the submarine will launch an interception attack. Assume that the missile launch is known to the enemy. The submarine, located at the front of the missile's flight, receive an order to launch an intercepting missile. Can it intercept the Skyfire missile? Reporting to the headquarters, our submarines are unable to monitor the Skyfire missiles. The interception system cannot be activated. After a while, the voice of the submarine commander came from the communicator. As ordered, they have surfaced. Turn on the anti-missile radar. However, there was nothing on the radar. The location of the Skyfire missile could not be found at all. Without a specific location, the anti-missile system is just a decoration. Keep searching. After a few minutes, the Skyfire missile had flown out of the submarine's interception range. Inside the captain's room, everyone was laughing and talking happily. The second round of testing was a complete success. A third round of testing will follow. Also, submarine interception. This time, the submarine knew the location of the missile. Launch interceptor missiles. A surprising scene appeared on the radar. The Tianhua anti-ship missile seems to have eyes. Faced with various missiles that intercepted him, he made agile, evasive movements. Like a manned fighter jet, it easily avoided anti-missile missiles launched by submarines. Several anti-missile missiles exploded in the air. None of them hit or affected the Skyfire missile. The Skyfire missile completed the evasion and continued to attack the intended target. Boom! Soon, the drone captured a complete picture of the Skyfire missile flying vertically downwards to attack the imaginary enemy ship. The retired warship anchored at sea was directly hit by the Skyfire missile. There were continuous explosions on board the ship. The scene was really like a fire burning in the sky. The boat was engulfed in flames and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. In addition to the Dragon Kingdom's naval generals, senior military officials from the Eagle Sauce family also watched the exercise. The Eagle Sauce family has always had the habit of spying on the Dragon Country's military exercises. This time is no exception. The entire exercise process can be clearly observed through space spy satellites and various aircraft. What kind of RD talent did Manhwa obtain? Why did advanced weapons appear in such a short period of time? Island Garrison Headquarters. Admiral Thompson stared at the screen. Witness with your own eyes how the Skyfire missile evaded interception by 2 submarines and accurately hit the intended target. It only took 1 missile to sink the old battleship. The scene was shocking enough, but the thought that one day a Skyfire missile would fall on one of our own ships made me feel depressed. Thompson and the other 2 felt a chill at the same time. A few days ago, the first island chain jointly built by the United States and the island countries was already in name only. 10 drones flew back and forth over the island nation. No man's land. The first island chain has become a decoration, and the emergence of the Skyfire missile has posed a serious threat to the second island chain. The United States' position as the world's hegemon has once again faced serious threats. Lieutenant General William Miller said, "Sir, this military exercise of the Dragon Kingdom is a very obvious strategic deterrent. We must respond early. Otherwise, the 7th Fleet will suffer huge losses." Admiral Thompson understood this truth very well, but he had no idea how to deal with it. Before they could figure out how to deal with the drones from Long Country taught them another lesson. The Skyfire missile is like a sword hanging over the head of an aircraft carrier. If the sword holder is slightly dissatisfied, the sword with a cold glow will immediately chop him down. Cut the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier into 2 parts. Our maritime advantage is decreasing little by little, Admiral Thompson said painfully. In the past, the 7th Fleet was sufficient to complete the blockade of the Dragon Navy. Let alone the 7th Fleet now. even if other fleets were transferred here and all aircraft carriers were placed in the waters of the island nation. It is also impossible to pose an effective threat or containment to the Dragon Kingdom. William Miller let out a sigh of empathy. The most powerful Navy and Air Force of the United States were successively countered by the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 55. Phase 2 of the Dragon Plan. The Ghost Fighter has all-round advantages over the Eagle Air Force. The American nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is trembling with fear under the threat of missiles. Any major movement would likely result in a devastating blow. Admiral Thompson was right. In a short period of time, Dragon Country's high-tech weapons really appeared like a blowout. For the Eagle Sauce family, the pressure from the Dragon Country is not only from the Navy and the Air Force. With the advent of the Lunting chip, Alpha Group's monopoly position in the chip field suffered a severe blow. While the Navy was conducting military exercises, a heavyweight guest arrived at the office of the president of Xingdo Group. Mr. Wang, these are the orders I received in the past 2 days. I put them together and presented them to you as a gift. Gui Yuhang said excitedly. Look, there are 11 million orders for mobile phones alone and 8 million orders for laptops. Together, that's nearly 19 million orders. Xiao Gua, your companies have so many orders, so you don't have to worry about being strangled anymore. Why are you still worried? We in the Dragon Country have our own Lunting chip. I don't know who will dare to hold us back in the future. Gui Yuhang said happily. We can be happy, but we must keep up with the production. We must not follow the example of the monopoly giants like Alpha Group and limit sales. We must open up the supply. Mr. Wang, don't worry. Although I, Gui Yuhang, am a businessman, I also know what can be done and when cannot be done. Gui Yuhang promised seriously. The market demand will definitely be met, and the company's production lines are running at full capacity. Seeing you send me 2 pieces of good news, I am just as happy as you. Wang Onping couldn't stay here to celebrate with Gui Yuhang. He needed to go to the central building immediately. Hearing this, Gui Yuhang asked cautiously, Mr. Wang, are you going to see the number 2 leader? Wang Onping said, the chief has just issued an order that an important meeting will be held tonight. After saying that, Wang Onping walked out of the office and took a special car to the central building. At 5:30 in the afternoon, a car with a Navy license plate stopped in front of the central building. After passing through numerous security checks, Su Hai and Sun Qianjin walked in together. What kind of meeting is this? Su Hai talked to himself. Sun Qianjin was also puzzled. The exercise had just ended when Zhang Weiguo called Sun Qianjin and Su Hai over. This shows that the standard of this meeting is very high. Maybe the heads of several war zones will also show up here. There is still more than an hour until the meeting starts. Sun Qianjin left Su Hai in the lounge and went to Zhang Weiguo's office. Commander, please give me some advice. After talking a lot, Zhang Weiguo just focused on drinking tea. Sun Qianjin was extremely anxious as the meeting was about to begin. Once the content of the meeting involves Su Hai, the Navy will no longer be able to keep him. What did I say? Agree to your childish request. Give Su Hai, who can bring great value to the country, to your Navy? Zhang Weiguo said expressionlessly. Commander, Xiao Hai can also make contributions to the country by joining our Navy. Sun Qianjin said without giving up. The state has its own arrangements for Su Hai's work. Just do your job well. Zhang Weiguo put down the teacup in his hand and said sternly, if your Navy needs anything, I will ask Su Hai to come over and give you technical support. But don't even think about incorporating Su Hai into your Navy. Commander, I'm not begging you. I'm explaining a very serious fact to you. Holding on to his last hope, Sun Qianjin emphasized the importance of Su Hai to naval construction. The Lunting destroyer he modified for the Navy posed a powerful deterrent to the entire 7th Fleet. Also, there are drones that are constantly hovering over the island country, conducting surveillance and reconnaissance. The island countries have no way to deal with them. The Americans are also helpless. In order to drive away these drones, the United States has lost several new fighter jets in succession. Just today, the Skyfire anti-ship missile completed a series of tests. Achieved perfect test results. The Skyfire missile once again posed a powerful deterrent to the United States. Their nuclear-powered aircraft carriers cruising in the oceans will become cautious. You said these are all true, but the Dragon Nation cannot be completely strengthened just by upgrading its weapons and equipment. Zhang Weiguo said. To revitalize the Dragon Kingdom and make it a world-class power, weapons and equipment are an indispensable cornerstone. Science and technology are indispensable nutrients. Don't think that having a few advanced warships and missiles that can threaten aircraft carriers will kick the Eagle Sauce family off the throne of world hegemony. The gap between Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce comes from many aspects. Weapons are just one of them. You can get out now. I will be at the meeting place on time. Sun Weigwa only considered the military aspect. As the second in command of the country, Zhang Weigwa needs to consider issues from all aspects. After sending Sun Qianjin away, Zhang Weigwa poured himself another cup of tea. At 7 o'clock sharp, bigwigs from all sides gathered in the conference room of the central building. Zhang Weigwa, who was sitting in the first seat, said calmly, "I called you here this time to discuss an important matter." Hearing this, everyone present looked at Zhang Weigwa at the same time. Zhang Weigwa said, "The country is preparing to conduct the second phase of the Lunting project in half a year." So fast. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hai suddenly spoke. He kept wondering, what was the theme of this meeting? I only now realized that this is the second phase of the Lunting project research. I thought it would take at least 1 or 2 years. I didn't expect that the country was more anxious than me. The plan was set for half a year later. Wang Anping beside Su Hai also suddenly realized. Sun Qianjin said, "Commander, is the second phase of the Lunting project also a research on photolithography machines?" In the first Lunting project, except for researchers provided by private technology companies, the remaining researchers were from the national level. There are both scientific research institutions and scientific researchers from the 3 armed forces. Those attending the meeting are all senior executives who know about the Lunting project. Zhang Weigwa said, "Xiao Hai, tell us about the Lunting Phase 2 research." "Yes." Su Haijing performed a polite gesture, stood up, and looked at everyone. "We have achieved success in the first phase of the Lunting project and produced a 1 nanometer lithography machine. The second phase of research is to upgrade the 1 nanometer lithography machine to 0.1 nanometers. Su Hai was admitted to the hospital due to overuse of his brain, and Zhang Weigwa visited him in person. The two talked about the 0.1 nanometers lithography machine for a full 3 hours. After the research and development time of the 0.1 nanometers lithography machine project was determined, Su Hai became excited again. At the same time, Sun Qianjin understood everything. No wonder Zhang Weigwa wouldn't let him go. It turned out that the plan was to keep Su Hai and organize the second round of lithography machine research and development. Chapter 56. Hosting the Dragon Country Chip Conference. Su Hai's subsequent speech can only be described in 4 words. Shocking. Seeing everyone's extremely shocked expressions, Su Hai felt puzzled. "I'm just telling the truth about the industrial innovation that the 0.1 nanometers lithography machine can bring. Various technological benefits will be created for Dragon Country in the future. Is it necessary for everyone to be so surprised? Oh my God, what is there that this kid can't develop?" Sun Qianjin has been a soldier for decades and has seen all kinds of storms. Su Hai's speech of just a few minutes shocked him and made him feel deeply moved. "I couldn't believe what I heard, but I couldn't help but believe it." According to what Su Hai said, the 0.1 nanometers lithography machine will not only lead chip technology for 100 years. At the same time, chips manufactured by 0.1 nanometers lithography machines can be used in weapons. It will bring amazing power. In addition, chip prices will also drop to a lowest point. These few words alone are enough to shock the whole world. Okay, Xiao Hai, let's talk about some things later." Zhang Weigwa waved his hands quickly. If Su Hai continued talking, it was estimated that someone would have to go to the hospital for emergency treatment due to a heart attack. Su Hai said with lingering thoughts, "Commander, you don't have to worry about me. I'm in good health, and I won't faint no matter how much I talk." Zhang Weigwa smiled bitterly. I don't know whether Su Hai did it on purpose or was pretending to be confused. If he is not afraid of fainting, then isn't he afraid of these elderly experts and generals in the meeting hall fainting? "Xiao Hai, come here for me." After the meeting, Zhang Weigwa called Su Hai to his office alone. "You don't have to be so restrained. Just treat it as your own home. You should have said so earlier." Su Hai breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa without any image. Zhang Weigwa shook his head and said, "Xiao Hai, I called you over this time because I want to discuss something with you." "Commander, please speak. Don't be so polite. Just tell me what you want to say." Zhang Weigwa said calmly. "Our Dragon Country's lithography machines and chip technology have made a leap forward. In the past, internationally renowned chip conferences were all held in the Western world. I plan to hold a chip conference ourselves. Public display is our scientific and technological achievements. On the one hand, it boosts people's morale, and on the other hand, it effectively fights back against those rumors created by the Western world online. Ever since the Lunting chip came out, all kinds of slanderous rumors have emerged one after another. The worst false accusation came from the Alpha Group. They publicly claimed that Lungwa's chip technology was stolen from Alpha Labs. He changed it into something new and passed it off as his own technology. What? Do they have any shame? Suhai was furious when he heard this and stood up and said, "These bastards have no ability themselves, so they just throw mud on the internet." Xiaohai, please pay attention to your manners. Zhang Weiguo coughed twice and said, "I am just as angry as you are, but it is not enough to just fight back online. Only by holding a chip conference and publicly fighting back in front of the media and representatives from various countries can these rumors disappear without a trace." Suhai nodded repeatedly and said, "Commander, you are absolutely right. If you want to slap someone in the face, you should hit them directly in the face. There's no point in arguing with each other from a distance. This is a war of public opinion, not swearing on the street." Seeing that Suhai's words were becoming more and more inappropriate, Zhang Weiguo felt really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This child is good in every way except that his temper is like a powder keg and he gets irritated at any time. More guidance will be needed in the future. We must not let Suhai become arrogant and complacent. Suhai continued, "Chief, you asked me to come here to talk about this matter. Do you want me to be a representative and attend the chip conference?" "Yes, I have some thoughts on this. You have made so many contributions to the country. It's time to take a look at your research results and their status in the eyes of the people." "Commander, just wait and see," Suhai said excitedly. "The Alpha Group should be invited to this chip conference, right?" At this point, Suhai smiled evilly. "When their representatives come, I promise to beat them into submission." No. They are too embarrassed to face the world." Seeing Zhang Weiguo glaring at him, Suhai quickly changed his words. Slapping people in the face is his favorite thing to do. That evening, the national TV station officially announced the news of the chip conference. Countries around the world looked at Dragon Country at the same time. No one expected it. Longwa has just produced lithography machines and chips, so it is so anxious to hold a chip conference. In the past, chip conferences were either held in America or in major Western countries. Every chip conference is a stage to show off a country's national strength. This time, Longwa held a chip conference without any warning. Countries around the world are well aware that this is clearly aimed at the United States. In other words, it is targeting the Alpha Group, a giant in the chip field. Arrogant, so arrogant. George William Miller had just gotten up when John Smith, the group's general manager, informed him of the news. Seeing the invitation letter from the Dragon Embassy, George William Miller threw it on the ground with disdain. John Smith said, "President, I think we should not only participate, but also take the group's top chip products. Tell me what you think." George William Miller took the coffee handed to him by the servant and took a sip slowly. John Smith said, "Longwa claims that they have produced a 1 nanometer lithography machine, and the precision of the chips produced is far higher than that of our Alpha Group. Everything is just their unilateral claim. I still don't believe that there is a scientific research institute in the world that can produce 1 nanometer lithography machines and chips. There's definitely something wrong. Go on." John Smith gushed, "The XM7 chip produced by Alpha Group took 3 years and hundreds of scientists in the team to develop, spending a lot of money to develop it. What about Longwa? From the launch of the chip to the development of the lithography machine, it took less than a month. There must be a technical defect in the chip." More than half an hour later, George William Miller's previous unhappy expression disappeared. He patted John Smith's shoulder with a satisfied look. "John, I personally promoted you to be my general manager. More than a decade ago, I felt that you would definitely be my successor in the future. My judgment is absolutely correct. You have the analytical ability of a genius. I now authorize you to represent Alpha Group and take our latest XM7 chip to Longwa to attend their so-called chip conference. President, I will not only let the world know again that the only overlord in the chip field is our Alpha Group. At the same time, we must expose the Dragon Kingdom scam and bring their international reputation to its lowest point." Chapter 57. Compatriots slap Alpha Group in the face. A week later, a large team appeared at the Lunting Exhibition Center. There were only 7 days between the announcement of the news and the holding of the chip conference. Top technology groups from all over the world were all invited. In addition to Lunting chip independently developed by Longwa, The most popular chip is Alpha Group's XM7 chip. Half an hour before the meeting starts, John Smith, who led a delegation to the exhibition, held a small press conference at the entrance of the convention center. With the arrogance typical of Westerners, they devalued the Lunting chip to nothing. Not only did it continue to use its usual smear tactics, it also claimed that Longwa had stolen the design ideas of the Alpha Group's XM7 chip and manufacturing processes, but the steel wasn't perfect. There are many technical problems with the Lunting chip. Asshole, if there weren't security guards out front, I would have given him a few big slaps. It is natural for them to produce high-tech chips. The chips produced by Longwa are technology stolen from others. The double standards are really amazing. This is the Western world. I'm so pissed that my lungs are going to explode. The Chip Conference is a public exhibition. In addition to major technology groups, there are also a large number of visitors with different identities. The Dragon Country audience who have been waiting here early in the morning saw a terrible scene before they even entered. Here they come. Our representative is here. Someone shouted, and all the Dragon Country audiences turned their eyes towards the parking lot. More than a dozen Longwa official cars were parked in the parking lot one after another. The first person to come down was a young man. Who is he? The first person to get out of the car should be a member of the entourage, right? That makes sense. How could a big shot be the first to get out of the car? Suhai, who couldn't wait to slap someone in the face, didn't care who came down first or later. As soon as the car stopped, he rushed out. Looking at the huge crowds of people in front of him, Suhai looked down at his hands. Civilized people don't hit their faces with their hands. We must use technology to crush the Alpha Group and the Western arrogance under our feet. Chief Engineer Su no, Xiao Su, slow down. The security guards can't run faster than you. The second person to get out of the car was Huang Gang. As Suhai's old partner, he was responsible for the detailed introduction of the Lunting chip this time. Uncle Huang, it's obvious that you guys came down too slowly. Suhai walked inside with Huang Gang, talking and laughing. Meanwhile, John Smith's small press conference came to an end. Bring the relevant personnel to their booth. Oh my God! Is this a convention center or a stadium? Why is it so big? As soon as Suhai walked in, he was shocked. The convention center is actually larger than a football field. Huang Gang has been here several times and introduced. In addition to undertaking some exhibition projects, many national-level events are also held here at the Lungdu Exhibition Center. Every time it is held, it attracts a large number of spectators. So at the beginning of the design, the first thing we consider is the audience capacity. Suhai nodded and asked, Uncle Huang, where is the Alpha Group's booth? My 40-meter sword is thirsty. Hearing this, Huang Gang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since last night, Suhai has been muttering words like slap in the face. Now what about the big knife? How badly does this kid want to teach Alpha Group a lesson? Their booth is not far from ours, about 20 meters away. I'll take you there. After he finished speaking, Huang Gang walked in front to lead the way. The technological capabilities are not that great, but the ability to decorate the booth is quite impressive. If Alpha Group can't make it in the future, they can set up a subsidiary to set up booths for companies, which will definitely make a lot of money. Suhai showed another skill, his sharp tongue. The Alpha Group booth covers an area of approximately 400 square meters. The design is very technological. The electronic screen alone is 15 meters wide and 10 meters long. It looks very intimidating. Suhai asked, How big is the electronic screen in our booth? Huang Gang thought for a moment and said, 8 meters x 8 meters. Why is it so small? Suhai said unsatisfiedly. Can it be changed now? The activity has already started. Even if we want to change it, we can't do it in one day. Huang Gang explained patiently. We are competing with Alpha Group in terms of technological capabilities, not who has better decoration or bigger electronic screen. That's true. Suhai nodded with a smile. Half an hour after the exhibition started, people began to visit the Alpha Group's booth. Soon, they all left again. After more than 10 minutes, the number of visitors to the Alpha Group's booth became very small. Get to the bottom of it. Everyone witnessed the high-speed operation capability of the Lunting chip. Compared with the XM7 chip, it is equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. Don't go. A blonde foreign man reached out and grabbed a man and a woman, 2 young Dragon audience members. Sir, miss, I haven't introduced the main point yet. Please wait a moment. If the 2 of them left, the booth would seem even emptier. Regardless of whether the 2 were willing to listen or not, the blonde and blue-eyed engineer talked incessantly about the XM7 chip and the various technologies it used. Not only does it use Alpha Group's latest 3 nanometers lithography machine, the chip power consumption rate is the lowest among all chips in the world. In addition to low power consumption, the chip frequency is the highest. The main frequency technology is far ahead. No one can surpass it within 10 years. The young boy rolled his eyes and said, "You guys are so embarrassed to show off your 3 nanometers lithography technology?" The Lunting chip is made using a 1 nanometer lithography machine, and its quality is far better than your XM7 chip. Please, come up with technology that surpasses the Dragon chip next time. If you try to fool people with these old things, no one will care about you. If you don't take your hands off me, I'm going to call security. The young girl refused to give in and said, "Believe it or not, I screamed molest." Hearing the word molestation, the engineer quickly let go of his hand. First he apologized to the two men, then the engineer said, "You two have been deceived." The Lunting chip was not produced by a 1 nanometer lithography machine at all. All the technology used in the chip comes from our Eagle Sauce family. Bah? The young audience member spat on the ground. If the technology of the Lunting chip comes from your family, why is its running speed higher than yours? Next time you brag, can you please write a copy first instead of just saying it without thinking? The young man and woman mocked him harshly, rolled their eyes, and turned away. Su-hai and Huang Gang looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially Su-hai. He said he would come over to give me a slap in the face, but it seems he has already been beaten by the two compatriots in front of him. Huh? Seeing Su-hai's strange and aggrieved look, Huang Gang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 58. Give some advice to the Eagle Sauce family. It really proves the old saying. Facts speak louder than words. Is the Lunting chip plagiarized from the United States? Is it 1 nanometer lithography machine technology? The common people have their own yardstick in their hearts. You are all fooled. You are blind idiots. I would never believe that a technologically backward country like Longwa could develop a 1 nanometer lithography machine and produce high-precision chips. Tom, why are you so angry? Just then, another blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigner walked by. The technical engineer named Tom said, "Robin, I am introducing our group's leading technology to 2 ignorant dragon people." But they didn't listen at all, believing that the technological level of the Lunting chip far exceeded that of our XM7 chip. Tom, I don't think you need to be angry about this matter. They are dragon people and will definitely speak for their country. Robin consoled. Think about it. The more they do this, the more it shows that they are guilty. I have an idea that can prove that our chips are the world's top chips. What can you do? Tom said urgently. Robin looked at the big screen next to Xiang and said, "Use this super large screen to live broadcast our chip technology." Good idea. I'll go connect the screen. The two hit it off immediately. One was responsible for connecting the screen while the other started preparing for the demonstration. As various data of the XM7 chip appeared on the big screen, many people were attracted. Stand under the big screen and look up. Seeing more and more people coming to watch, Tom worked harder to introduce the XM7 chip. Who is in charge? Can they come out and take care of it? I wonder if the noise is disturbing the residents. With this technology, it's not even worthy of carrying Lunting chip shoes. This guy spoke such a long string of words in his half-baked Longwood dialect without even drinking a sip of water. His spirit is commendable. Brothers, do you think that this guy who is in charge of the commentary has a talent for selling health products? The words of a Dragon Country audience member caused everyone to burst into laughter. Su-hai and Huang Gang, who had been staying here and watching coldly, burst into laughter at the same time. With the idea of watching the fun and not minding the trouble, everyone was talking at once, belittling the XM7 chip to be worthless. That's enough. Stop talking. As he was talking, Tom felt something was wrong. The audience attracted by the big screen was not praising their technology at all. Instead, they said weird things and mocked the XM7 chip. Tom, furious, held the microphone in his hand and roared, "You ignorant idiots! Have you all forgotten that your laptops, mobile phones, and other digital products are all equipped with chips from our Alpha Group? The chips from Dragon Country are simply junk." In an instant, a large number of paper balls and mineral water bottles hit Tom like a tide. Tom was so frightened that he ducked under the table. The commotion at the scene did not last long. Security personnel came over immediately to maintain order. After much persuasion, the angry Dragon Country audience was finally persuaded to leave. "They've left. You can come out now." Hearing the sound, Tom came out cautiously. "You won't hit me?" Tom said nervously. I am a civilized person, and I don't hit anyone with my hands. Su-Hai smiled evilly and said, Do you know why I don't want to listen to your introduction? Because they were deceived and brainwashed by the so-called dragon chip. Tom said angrily. No, because you overlooked one thing. Su-Hai shook his fingers in a very serious manner. What have we overlooked? Are you a professional RD person? Su-Hai asked. Tom nodded and proudly introduced himself. I finished high school at the age of 16, entered college at the age of 17, and was 22 years old. Stop. Su-Hai interrupted Tom and said, I didn't ask about your academic qualifications. You are a scientific researcher who only knows technology, but not marketing. Of course, it can't beat the Dragon chip. What do you mean by that? Tom was confused. Su-Hai leaned close to Tom's ear and said, Do you know what marketing is? The visitors didn't come here because they were attracted by the marketing strategy of the Longwa booth. You can follow suit. I see that you have quite a few people here. Organize a dozen people to attract the audience back and say that you have prepared a large number of gifts. As long as the audience grows, you can introduce it again. Why should I believe you? Tom was stunned by what Su-Hai said. I don't understand why a Dragon Country audience would want to tear down their own country stage. Su-Hai said indignantly. Because I have a grudge against their leader, Huang Gang. As soon as these words came out, the corner of Huang Gang's mouth twitched. Although I don't understand what Su-Hai is discussing, it is definitely not for the sake of Alpha Group. What's your grudge against him? He stole my girlfriend. Cough. Huang Gang turned his head and kept coughing. My daughter is about to graduate from junior high school. Su-Hai really speaks without thinking. If other people hear this, it will be spread online in no time. I think of my wife with a tiger's temper. Huang Gang was sweating profusely when he saw his daughter, who was so smart and clever. I understand. Tom said, Thank you, sir. I immediately called someone over to attract the audience back. By the way, what kind of gift should I prepare? There is an old saying in our Dragon Country. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. You guys can do whatever you want. Go quickly, or it will be too late. After saying this, Su-Hai returned to Huang Gang with a smile. You are so mean, Huang Gang said speechlessly. You are basically pushing these people to the edge of the cliff. Who told them to call our Dragon Country's chips garbage? Su-Hai seemed like a different person. Su-Hai no longer had the smile on his face. He said in a cold tone, They will soon experience what the vast ocean of the people means. Tom, unaware of the trap, called all the engineers with whom he had a good relationship to his side. He vividly described the plan to recruit people to the Longwa booth. Is this okay? I feel like there's something wrong with this plan. Robbins said doubtfully. Absolutely. Looking at his hesitant colleague, Tom said seriously. The people of Longwa know marketing the best, otherwise their products would not be sold all over the world. We attracted the attention of visitors through marketing words, and they also gave us gifts, so we had no one interested in our booth, while the Longwa booth was overcrowded. Everyone follow me and bring the people back. They were all simple RD personnel, and no one could see the bad intentions Su-Hai was planning. Incited by Tom, more than a dozen engineers took some so-called gifts and ran to the Lunting chip booth to recruit people. Since I had to accompany Su-Hai, I also had to make sure he didn't make things too serious. Huang Gang was unable to introduce the chip in person, so the job was handed over to his deputy Xie. Chapter 59. Two chips compete. At the Lunting chip booth, Huang Gang's deputy Xie introduced the superiority of the Lunting chip from various angles. The front of the booth was surrounded by visitors in 3 layers. When it came to the key point, Xie suddenly noticed a commotion behind the crowd. What's going on? Xie temporarily stopped introducing and waved to a staff member not far away. I don't know what the technicians from the Eagle Sauce family were thinking. They came to our side to recruit people. Look, this is the gift they got. The staff complained. Isn't this an airplane souvenir? When Xie saw what the staff member was holding, he was completely speechless. If you come here to recruit people, you should prepare some decent gifts. What I brought were all airplane souvenirs. I guess it was a small gift given by the airline for free when flying first class. The audience here includes not only Chinese people, but also chip enthusiasts from all over the world. Data and performance displays cannot deceive people. Even foreign audiences did not believe in the performance of the Lunting chip at first. But as the explanation went on, the balance in their hearts was tilting little by little towards the Lunting chip. When I got to the crucial point, someone suddenly interrupted the situation. We need to take them to the Alpha Group's booth. It's true that only my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. All kinds of insults are heard everywhere. In addition to Longwa dialect, there are also languages from other countries mixed in. Tom happily brought people over and tried to bring the audience back. Before the plan even started, people surrounded us. Shameless, so shameless. An American audience member felt deeply ashamed. In his opinion, Tom and his people were simply stealing and robbing. Don't stop. Keep introducing. We helped get rid of this bunch of rubbish outside. Come on, keep explaining. I'm enjoying it so much. Sir, I have to admit that your Dragon Country's Dragonting chips are far superior to Alpha Group's chips. I apologize to everyone for the unreasonable behavior of my compatriots. Tom and his group, covered in dust and dishevel, ran towards the Alpha Group booth in a panic. Suhai couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. Hearing the laughter, Tom rushed to Suhai with anger. You liar! The method you said is useless. If there were no fools, how could the swindlers succeed? Suhai said without changing his expression. When it comes to this deception, you, the Alpha Group, are the seniors. The little tricks I used just now were all learned from you. When the Lunting chip came out, you spread all kinds of rumors and slandered me. It's obvious that my own technology is not up to par, but you insist that the Dragonting chip is a technology stolen from you. If Ingjan's family can do it on the first day, why can't Suhai do it on the 15th? You did it on purpose. No matter how stupid Tom was, he understood it now. I was completely fooled by Suhai. It's too late to see it now. Suhai stretched out his tone and said sarcastically, I advise you not to glare at me, and don't even think about solving it with your fists. With your body, I can kick you away with just one kick. Tom stared at Suhai with his eyes wide open. If looks could kill, Suhai would have died 100 times already. What happened? A commanding voice came from behind Tom. Tom turned his head, and his expression immediately became respectful. General Manager, this damn dragon countryman fooled me. Tom recounted what had just happened with exaggeration and looked at Suhai with hatred. Sir, please apologize to my scientific researchers. Who are you? As Suhai spoke, he looked at the other person's badge. Oh, you are the general manager of Alpha Group. You look quite decent. Are you from Lunting Chip? Longwa is the largest market of the Alpha Group. From the technical staff to the general manager John Smith, everyone can understand and speak the half-baked Longwa dialect. John Smith was thinking about calling security to drive Suhai away. Suddenly, I saw Huang Gang standing behind Suhai. According to information, Huang Gang is the spokesperson for Lunting Chip. Suhai, who was with him, must also be a staff member of Lunting Chip. No wonder they came here to cause trouble. Mr. Huang, I strongly protest to you, John Smith said angrily. Your staff shamelessly provoked my defense technicians. This is highly immoral behavior. Huang Gang seemed not to hear it and looked around vaguely. Suhai said, You are not as good as them in technology, so you deserve to be bullied. That's what you said to our dragon country before. And I said it more than once. You are using technological barriers to strangle us, and using your chips as a weapon to control and threaten our dragon nation. Now the tide has turned, and it's your turn to suffer a setback. You can save your face if you want, but it depends on whether you have the guts to do so. Suhai didn't give John Smith any chance to fight back. He mocked him harshly. As he spoke until his mouth was dry, Suhai raised a finger on each of his left and right hands. It is through technology that we can tell whether someone is a hero or a loser. Do you dare to use your XM7 chip and our Lunting chip to conduct a technical test? Can. John Smith had never imagined that a person could be so proficient in mocking others. Every word Suhai said was heart-wrenching. Lunting Chip was released, a high-tech enterprise in Longwa led by Xingdo Group. We have launched a number of digital products equipped with Lunting chips. Alpha Group immediately followed suit and lowered its prices. Arrogant measures such as purchase restrictions and delayed delivery have been canceled. I brought a large group of people to the meeting. The venue was decorated in a very formal manner, but few people came to listen. Including the United States, a large number of Western audiences, and even audiences from Japanese countries, rushed to the Lunting chip booth. Shut up. Shut your mouth. We're going to do the test right away. John Smith yelled. Tom, you're the technician for this test. After a while, Suhai Gang brought John Smith, Tom, and others to the Lunting chip exhibition area. There was a large crowd of spectators gathered here. With the idea of giving someone a slap in the face at any time, Suhai chose this place as the venue for the competition. Tom said in a provocative tone, It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. If the roaster fails, your lies will be popped like a balloon. Not only will you be embarrassed, but the countries behind you will also be embarrassed along with you. That's nothing for you to worry about, Su Hai said lightly. Speaking of failure, it will only be you. The Lunting chip has already been tested countless times. If you want to see us make a fool of ourselves, we will never be able to do that in this lifetime. I won't be able to do it in my next life either. The testing method is very simple. Just put the 2 chips into the computer used for testing. The 2 chips will undergo various rigorous tests in computers. Chapter 60. Comprehensive Crush. Chip Orders from Abroad. John Smith looked at his men beside him with a smug smile. No one, including Tom, doubted that the XM7 chip was the winner. Huang Gang walked onto the stage and announced the content of the competition. Dear audience, please be quiet for a moment. I am now announcing the start of the baking machine test. This burn-in test used a dedicated test computer. Both chips will be tested on computing and image processing. The test officially begins. The 2 computers started running one after another. The Lunting chip and the XM7 chip have both demonstrated top performance in the initial stages. Gradually, something was not right. More than 40 seconds later, the computer equipped with the XM7 chip began to emit pungent black smoke. Everyone disperse quickly. Be careful of the explosion. This is the performance of the XM7 chip. It didn't even last a minute. We can't say the XM7 chip is garbage. The main reason is that the difficulty of this test is too abnormal. It won't really explode, will it? Who cares? Anyway, the Dragonting chip is fine and is still performing high-speed calculations. Guess how long the Dragonting chip can last? As everyone was talking, the chip's operating capacity reached its peak. A minute later, there was nothing abnormal with the Lunting chip. 5 minutes later, the Lunting chip continued to perform as well as before. On the other hand, let's look at the chips from the Eagle Sauce family. After 1 minute, it was overwhelmed and stopped computing. General Manager John, do you have the nerve to say that your XM7 chip computing power uses the most advanced technology? Su Hai sneered with a wry smile. From the clicking sound just now, I thought you were putting old wine in new bottles and took out the old chips. John Smith opened his mouth. I want to refute Su Hai, but I don't know how. Su Hai said it lightly. Don't you even consider what level of test this is? Lasting for more than 40 seconds is enough to demonstrate its superior performance. Su Hai said disdainfully. Hurry up and take your broken chips away. If they destroy our test computers, you will have to pay compensation. John Smith was so angry that he was shaking all over and wanted to strangle Su Hai more than once. This bastard's mouth is so poisonous. Huang Gang stepped forward and said, General Manager John, your chip failed this test. It's best to be careful with your words and actions in the future, so as not to bring shame upon yourself. From the beginning to the end, Alpha Group has always insisted that the technology of the Lunting chip came from their laboratory. Facts speak louder than words. The Lunting chip lasted for 5 minutes without any abnormalities. In less than 40 seconds, the XM7 chip began to emit black smoke. The dirty water thrown at Lunting chip has become a huge joke. Reporters captured the wonderful scene. John Smith's face was as red as a ripe, rotten tomato. The photo of Su Hai with a smug look on his face and John Smith looking furious was quickly spread online. It forms a sharp contrast. Shindo Technology Group, President's Office. Gui Yuhang, who is over 50 years old, has never laughed so happily as he does now. Mr. Gua, another order has come in. The assistant rushed into the president's office, gasping for breath. How many more have come? Gui Yuhang closed his computer. During this period, the number of domestic chip orders is so large that it is impossible to count them, and the machines on the production line are almost smoking. The workers work in 3 shifts. Even so, there are still certain problems with production. Fortunately, Gui Yuhang had a plan in advance. The expansion of production lines has already begun. In a few days, the new production line will be completed. There will be absolutely no delay in order delivery. There are 27 orders in total. The smallest order is 7 million, and the largest is 13 million. All of them are from abroad. All from abroad? Gui Yuhang stood up suddenly. He signaled his assistant to quickly show him the order contract. Soon, Gui Yuhang saw these order contracts and his expression was filled with joy. Previously, most orders came from domestic sources. Foreign companies have more or less doubts about the performance of Lunting chips. The chip conference is held at such a timely and critical moment. The Lunting chip crushed the XM7 chip into an abyss of no return with an absolute, overwhelming force. Domestic chip orders continued to appear in Gui Yuhang's hands. The once united Western world is now divided. More than half of the foreign orders come from America's traditional allies. It took Gui Yuhang several minutes to suppress his inner joy. Immediately double the amount of workers you need to hire. After the production line is completed, production staff must be in place immediately. We would rather increase wages than have the production line running, but no one working. I've memorized it all. I'll go recruit people right now. After the assistant left, Gui Yuhang turned around and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. After countless efforts, the day has finally come when the fruits of labor will finally come. Foreign chip blockades will no longer exist. The so-called technical barriers have become ridiculous decorations. The next second, Gui Yuhang's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID clearly, Gui Yuhang wiped away his tears. Mr. Wang, I have received a large number of orders from our allies in the Eagle Sauce family. Lunting chips are now going global. The other end of the phone, Wang Anping burst into tears and said, I called to tell you this. This is the first time we have received a chip order from a Western country. We must ensure that we deliver the goods in both quality and quantity, and never allow others to find fault with us. I will move to the production workshop tomorrow and personally oversee the production of these chips. There will definitely not be any problems. Gui Yuhang assured. Wang Anping smiled happily and said, the biggest contributor is not you, nor me, but Su Hai. Without the Lunting chip he designed and manufactured, we wouldn't be living the good life we do today. It's ridiculous that Alpha Group overestimates its own capabilities and wants to compete with us. I have brought shame upon myself. All the anger I have accumulated over the years is now vented out today. Gui Yuhang nodded heavily. Today is really a day to be proud of. Su Hai strives to do well, and Lunting chip strives to do even better. Gui Yuhang said with emotion, as the greatest contributor, I have to stay behind the scenes. This is the only solution. Wang Anping sighed. Su Hai is not only a genius on the scientific and technological front, but also a prodigy in the field of military research. Once the Eagle Sauce family learns Su Hai's true identity, he will be met with endless assassinations and attacks. In Wang Anping's mind, Su Hai's status is equivalent to nuclear weapons. It's not that the country doesn't want Su Hai to be in the spotlight. Once you become famous, your life will face various uncontrollable threats. The way the Americans do things is something I can never get, so no other country can expect to get it either. The Eagle Sauce family has done this kind of thing more than once. When Longwa was developing nuclear weapons, the Eagles even prepared to launch an air strike on the nuclear weapons test site. Otherwise, the leader of the Eagle Sauce family would have been assassinated. I dare not even imagine what was to come. Before Longwa becomes fully powerful, Su Hai will have to be an unsung hero for a while. Chapter 61. Return Frenzy, Eagle Sauce Cries. The 3-day lithography machine conference came to an end at 5 o'clock tonight. During these 3 days, Lunting chips not only crushed the chips produced by Alpha Group with a powerful attitude, it also obtained a large number of orders from the West for several major technology companies in Longwa, relying on world-leading technology and military capabilities. The Eagle Sauce family has always been surrounded by a large number of younger brothers. Now, these younger brothers suddenly turned against us and sent chip orders to Longwa. Once again, he pressed Ingjiang's face to the ground and rubbed it back and forth. Xiaohai, come on, let's go. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at a well-known night market snack street in Longdu, citizens looking for food after get off work can be seen everywhere. In front of a barbecue stall, Su Hai, Xia Wen, and Master Huang Gang gathered here to drink and chat. Huang Gang, who had already drunk quite a bit, picked up the wine glass and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. Xia Wen advised, Dr. Huang, please drink less. If you drink so much and come home, your sister-in-law will not let you in again. She dares. Huang Gang's eyes widened as he said, this drink is for our Dragon Country hero. If she doesn't let me in, I'll just stay in a hotel. Ha! Su Hai put down his wine glass and said jokingly, Uncle Huang, you are still a henpecked husband. We were doing chip research together before, and the way you taught Liang Guodong a lesson was so scary. I never thought you had this side to you. Xiaohai, you don't understand this. Huang Gang said slowly, I'm not afraid of my wife. I'm just showing my love for her. You don't understand this now, but when you have a girlfriend, you will understand. Xia Wen on the side joked, Dr. Sue, you're almost 19 years old, right? When do you plan to find a girlfriend? How about I introduce a few to you? As long as the eagle sauce is not destroyed. How can we have a home? We'll talk about it later. Sue Hai made a bold statement. I feel that finding a girlfriend is a matter of fate. You may not like something that others introduce to you. The three of them drank for a while, and Huang Gang's phone suddenly rang. Teacher, we are still eating here. It will probably take a while to finish. Do you have anything to do? Okay, I got it. I'll tell Xiao Hai right away. After the call ended, Huang Gang asked mysteriously, Xiao Hai, do you know who called me just now? Su Hai said speechlessly, Uncle Huang, you said it yourself. Your teacher must be Mr. Wang. Look at my brain. Huang Gang rubbed his unclear head and said, Guess what good news the teacher told us on the phone? Su Hai thought for a while and said, It must be related to the Alpha Group. They just made a fool of themselves at the chip conference. It fully demonstrated what it means to overestimate one's own capabilities and shoot oneself in the foot. You are absolutely right. Huang Gang raised his thumb and said, 2 days ago, consumers in Western countries began to return their Alpha digital products. Alpha Group is a comprehensive multinational enterprise engaged in chip research and development and digital product sales. The group has a large chip R&D team. At the same time, it produces a large number of advanced computers, mobile phones, and other digital products. Every time a new product is released, it will set off a buying frenzy around the world. But all these are old news. On the first day of the chip conference, small-scale returns occurred. On the second and third days, the return trend intensified. All kinds of digital products sold are facing returns across the board. According to Wang Anping's estimate, the total amount of returns reached 90% of their sales. Thank you so much, Su Hai said in surprise. Alpha Group is going to be in a lot of trouble this time. Of course. Huang Gang had a drink. In the past, Alpha Group relied on its leading technology and the upgrading of digital products to reap huge dividends and cultivate a large number of loyal consumers. Today, their chip technology has been completely crushed by Lunting chips, and even the most loyal consumers know how to shop around. Why use old stuff when there are products that perform better and are cheaper? With this favorable trend, all digital products produced in Manhwa are equipped with Lunting chips. This chip enables digital products such as mobile phones and computers to run at rocket-like speeds. As one gains, the other loses. Alpha Group's sales are falling. On the first day of the conference, John Smith overestimated his own abilities and challenged himself to a Lunting chip competition. Not only did it slap him in the face, but it also made the group's sales even worse. The related video has not only been widely circulated on the domestic internet. Foreign online forums and video websites also have related content. In less than 40 seconds, black smoke came out of the smart chip and then stopped working. The Lunting chip lasted for 5 minutes and was still able to operate normally. Facts speak louder than words. Huang Gang said with some pride. The leaders of Western countries follow the Eagle Sauce family, but the business community and consumers below are not so loyal. After listening to Huang Gang's analysis, Su Hai agreed with it deeply. That's true. Everyone wants to spend the least amount of money to buy the best products. The money in the hands of foreign consumers is not blown by the wind. Even if Alpha Group doesn't declare bankruptcy this time, it will definitely suffer a serious loss. It will take at least 10 or 20 years for them to recover from the loss. At this point, Su Hai picked up a skewer and started chewing it, saying vaguely, I think they can seriously consider my suggestion. Xiaowen asked curiously, Dr. Su, what advice did you give them? We changed from a technology company to an exhibition company, specializing in setting up booths for participating companies. Huh? Xiaowen was completely confused and Huang Gang almost burst out laughing. A few days later, Su Hai still remembered this incident. When the meeting started, Huang Gang and Su Hai went over to see what was going on. Alpha Group's chip technology is probably not mentioned. The booth was well arranged. Su Hai complained about the large electronic display screen alone countless times. President, please take care of yourself. You are the backbone of the group. If you are hospitalized due to illness, the group will be leaderless. It's all our fault. President, please take care of yourself. The group is about to collapse. What's the point of me taking care of my health? The night in Manhwa is the daytime in Ingjiang's home. The conference room at the Alpha Group headquarters. President George William Miller was so angry that he was fuming. These idiots only care about flattering themselves. Let them find a way to reverse the current situation, and each one of them is better at talking nonsense than the other. President, the return trend is getting worse. I suggest closing the return channel. Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone in the meeting looked at the person who spoke. It was none other than John Smith, the general manager of Alpha Group. Chapter 62. Drinking poison to quench thirst and treating consumers as fools? On the second day of the chip conference, he was so humiliated that he abandoned his team and returned to the group alone. On the one hand, I am too embarrassed to continue staying in Longwa. The more important reason is that the return wave is getting more serious day by day. As the general manager of the group, he must come back immediately to assist the president, dealing with this unprecedented crisis. General manager, I'm afraid this isn't a good idea. The senior sales executive frowned and said, our Alpha Group has a good reputation in the international market. If we refuse to accept returns from consumers, the group's reputation will be severely damaged. As soon as this was said, it attracted a lot of people's approval. The reason why Alpha Group has a large number of loyal fans. On the one hand, it is technologically advanced, and on the other hand, it relies on the reputation accumulated over decades. If the consumer's return request is rejected, it is like 1,000 years of cultivation being dispersed in an instant. Looking at the general manager whom he promoted himself, George William Miller felt extremely complicated. If it were someone else who had embarrassed himself in Dragon Country, he would have been waiting for a letter of dismissal. But John Smith is different. Not only was he George William Miller's confidant, but he was also his chosen future successor. George William Miller personally put someone in the position of general manager. If John Smith is fired, who can take up the banner of the future? Tell me what you think. George William Miller said, yes, President. John Smith called into work and interconnected his laptop with the projection. Please look. As of now, including Dragon Country, the number of people who have returned products around the world has reached 37 million. And the number is still increasing, with the total amount of returns equivalent to 92% of sales. If we agree to these people's return requests, the chips that took several years to develop will not only be completely abandoned by the market, but the funds invested will also be wasted. Market reputation is very important for the group to grow and develop, but compared with the life and death situation at hand, we must make a decision. At this moment, John Smith showed his ruthless side. Choose the lesser of two evils. Agreeing to return the goods, the group suffered unprecedented losses. This kind of loss is unacceptable to Alpha Group. Lost reputation can be earned back slowly. Once problems arise in the group's operations, the direct result will be the collapse of the entire group. In this case, we have to make a choice. I suggest that we revise the return policy and not accept returns for all products sold. John Smith added, it would also be inappropriate to simply refuse consumers' returns. We have to come up with a reason to minimize the impact on the group's reputation caused by refusing returns. A few hours later, the relevant announcement appeared on the official website of Alpha Group. Alpha Group claims that no returns are allowed unless there are any quality issues with the products. Even if there is a problem with the product, it must be sent back to the headquarters of the Eagle Sauce Company first. After identification by engineers, it was determined whether it was a human failure or a mechanical failure. Only then can you enter the next stage. This announcement, which is full of unfair terms from beginning to end, was just issued not long ago. Alpha product consumers around the world went wild at almost the same time. The first half of the announcement seemed fine. If there is no quality issue, it is normal not to accept returns. But in the second half, the taste was not right. Sending it back to the Eagle Sauce headquarters for identification is simply asking too much. Except for the local consumers of Eagle Sauce, other consumers are far away from Eagle Sauce, especially consumers in Longwa. It's more than 14,000 kilometers away from Eagle Sauce's home. The express delivery fee for sending digital products to the Eagle Sauce headquarters would be at least thousands of yuan. It's such a long distance. What if there are any bumps on the road? People can directly think that the product is damaged by human factors. Hinaiva, give me your money back. You bastards, they are too heartless. They should just say they don't want to return the goods. If I buy any Alpha Group product again, I'll be a dog. Baka, Alpha Group has lost its conscience. Oh my God, is this still the Alpha Group that was famous for its credibility? It has turned into a shameless rogue. I'm ashamed to have ever been a fan of theirs. Major forums around the world are flooded with angry messages. Alpha Group's shamelessness has deeply shocked consumers around the world. They clearly have the option of refusing returns, but they choose to use this self-deceptive method to fool consumers' intelligence. It's really something that my uncle can't tolerate, and neither can my aunt. This is simply drinking poison to quench thirst. It seems that the normal cash flow can be maintained, but in fact, the reputation and credibility have been lost, and it is only half a step away from bankruptcy. Shindo Technology, President's Office. Gui Yuhang browsed the comments and gave his own judgment. Drinking poison to quench thirst also depends on how to use it. Announcements like the one made by Alpha Group directly mock consumers' intelligence and are full of arrogance. Will further crush the Alpha Group. The assistant said, President, Alpha Group refuses to refund consumers. I think we can take advantage of this opportunity and modify the return agreement appropriately. We think alike. Gui Yuhang smiled faintly. According to industry rules, digital products have a 7-day unconditional return and exchange period. I decided to hold an industry meeting to change the unconditional return period from 7 days to 2 weeks. Modify some other details to make it as convenient as possible for consumers to return or exchange goods. The enemy lost their composure and made foolish strategic arrangements. If Gui Yuhang doesn't take advantage of this opportunity, he would be letting down the God-given opportunity. The most feared thing in the world is comparison. Comparison between Lunting's new product and XM7 chip. This resulted in the Alpha Group encountering a product return crisis. The other party refused to return the goods. Shindo Technology Machine opens the door to convenience for consumers and extends the return time. After the second comparison, not only Lunting chips can go global. Digital products manufactured in Longwa will quickly occupy a mainstream position in the international market. In just a few days, the technology sector has undergone tremendous changes. The Lunting chips produced by Longwa have been recognized worldwide. The Alpha Group, a well-established enterprise, has now become a pariah that is the target of public criticism. As for Su Hai, who played a decisive role in this turmoil, he was on his way home. Literally coming home, a first-class cabin of a commercial airliner. Su Hai held his chin with one hand and looked at the white clouds outside the window. Xia Wen and Huang Gang, who were in the first-class cabin, sat together. Look at the map of Jingxi City in front of you. Jingxi City is an important city in the north. Decades ago, Longwa and Mao Xiong fell out. With millions of soldiers deployed on both sides, the Northern Military Research Institute was born. In addition to the Northern Military Institute, major domestic scientific research institutions have sent personnel and allocated funds to establish a large number of branches in Jingxi City, especially provide technical support for the Northern Army. Chapter 63, Bringing a Big Project to My Hometown. This time, the superiors decided to integrate the major scientific research institutions in Jingxi City. Move to the high-tech industrial park of the future. A team of 3 experts went to Jingxi City for investigation first. Select the most appropriate place to serve as the future park of the high-tech industrial park. Su Hai glanced at his watch. It would take about an hour for the plane to arrive in Jingxi City. Looking at Huang Gang and Xia Wen, who were busy with their work, Su Hai smiled secretly. The two only knew that the construction of the Science and Technology Park in Jingxi City was an order from their superiors. In fact, this was a suggestion made by Su Hai. Jingxi City is Su Hai's hometown. Integrate scientific research institutions and move them to industrial parks. It can not only drive the economic development of Western Beijing, but also enhance scientific research capabilities. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After spending half a day and making many promises, Su Hai finally convinced Zhang Weiguo. Agree to set up an industrial park in Jingxi City. My father always said that he wanted me to bring honor to our family. Bringing such a great development opportunity to Jingxi City can be considered as bringing honor to our family, right? Su Hai couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. From childhood to adulthood, I have heard the words, bring honor to my family, so many times that my ears are almost calloused. Su Hai's current achievements can already be regarded as bringing honor to the family. Unfortunately, every research he participated in was highly confidential. Don't tell your parents and don't tell your wife and children. Can only be an unsung hero. A large group of people gathered in front of the VIP passenger channel of Jingxi International Airport. These people share a common identity. Scientific researcher. Almost all local scientific research institutions came out in full force. The next high-tech industrial park is closely related to these scientific research institutions, according to the notice from superiors. An hour later, the plane carrying the expert group will arrive at the airport. Behind the crowd stood Su Hai's parents. Husband, when do you think our son will be able to come back? He was gone for months, and I missed him every day. Yidilukit Voriet. Xiao Hai is taken care of by the country and lives a better life than us. He will come back naturally when it's time for him to come back. Su Changtian responded with a few words absent-mindedly. Stand on tiptoe and look forward. As a father, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Yili said unhappily, Is Xiao Hai my own child? It has nothing to do with you. Who said I don't care about him? Su Changtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Xiao Hai hasn't come back for so long. He must be doing top-secret research. When he finishes his research, he will definitely come back to visit us. Don't think about it for now. Let's wait and welcome the expert team. An hour later, a civilian airliner escorted by 2 fighter jets slowly landed. After receiving the notice, the city chief Gao Yuan, who was leading the team, immediately asked everyone to cheer up. He learned the news since he was a child. The country is likely to build Jingxi City into the future technology capital. If the news is true, any local industry can reap huge benefits from it. The first people to walk out of the VIP channel were 15 men in black suits, with smart movements and alert eyes. Gao Yuan was shocked when he saw these people. The secretary seemed to remember something and whispered, Mayor Gao, are these people the Dragon Guards? Stop talking. Gao Yuan raised his hand to interrupt the secretary. These people are most likely from the Dragon Internal Security Force. A few years ago, Gao Yuan went to Longdu on business. I have seen the style of the Internal Security Forces. It is said that the Internal Security Force only has 300 members. Everyone has the ability to be worth 10, responsible for protecting senior leaders. Gao Yuan knew that the expert group coming this time was of high caliber, and he had arranged comprehensive security arrangements a day in advance. I never expected this. The expert group was actually protected by Dragon Guards. There are more than a dozen Dragon Guards, which means there must be national-level leaders among the expert group. Notify the police immediately and raise the security level to the highest. The secretary immediately took out his phone and contacted the police chief. Adopt the security level suitable for welcoming top dignitaries. Meet the experts who are coming out. A few minutes later, 15 more Dragon Guards wearing the same suits appeared inside. Gao Yuan's eyes widened. What kind of big shot can mobilize 30 Dragon Guards? 30 people, equivalent to 1/10 of the internal security force. Is it possible that the superior leader is here? If it was really the superior leader who came, why didn't the relevant department inform me? The 30 Dragon Guards were so far away that it was hard to look directly at them. There seemed to be 4 big words written on his face. Keep away, strangers. It's coming out! It's coming out! Someone shouted, and everyone looked towards the VIP exit. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked out. Pa, pa, pa. Gao Yuan was the first to applaud. Hundreds of scientific researchers applauded together, and the scene was extremely lively for a while. The girl in charge of presenting the flowers walked over at a leisurely pace, following Gao Yuan's eye signal. The girl who presented the flowers was not very old. He said the welcome speech that he had recited countless times in his heart in a pleasant voice. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Jingxi City, we welcome the expert group. Thank you for your warm welcome, young lady, but I can't accept this flower. You should present this bouquet of flowers to our team leader. The girl was stunned for a moment and looked at Gao Yuan with an awkward expression. The man was the first to come out with a refined scholarly air about him. If he is not the team leader, who is? Gao Yuan was also stunned. The reason why the girl gave flowers to the middle-aged man was because Gao Yuan recognized the man's identity. He is a favorite student of National Meritorious Academician Wang Anping. Dr. Huang Gang, a pillar of the scientific community. Thinking of Huang Gang's status in the scientific community, Gao Yuan believed that he should be the team leader. I didn't expect such a mistake. Huang Gang said in a friendly manner. Girl, our team leader is here. You can give the flowers to him. Following Huang Gang's gaze, the girl froze in place. Su Hai, who came out, was also stunned. I couldn't help but make eye contact with the girl. Su Hai. Wang Xiaolu. At this moment, the applause stopped abruptly. No one expected that the leader of the expert group was so young. What he didn't expect was that he would know the girl who gave him flowers. Husband's son. It's our son. Behind the crowd, Yili patted her husband's shoulder with an excited expression. Su Changtian's mind went blank. I never expected that the leader of the expert group was Su Hai. What he didn't expect was that the country attached so much importance to his safety. More than 30 bodyguards were sent for protection. If he knew what departments these dragon guards he treated as bodyguards came from, what his identity represent, Su Changtian would probably be frightened to death. Hello, Dr. Huang. I visited Longdu Academy of Sciences a few years ago and met you. Gao Yuan revealed his identity and passed the inspection of Long Wei, then went straight to Huanggang. The current situations are different from what Gao Yuan had expected. Unable to figure out the reason, Gao Yuan could only go to Huanggang to find out the truth. If you don't ask clearly, you'll probably make a fool of yourself next time. Chapter 64. The leader of the expert group is my son? I remember now. You are Mayor Gao. Huanggang said politely. Hello, Mayor Gao. It's been a few years since we last met, and you are still as energetic as ever. Dr. Huang, is he really the head of the expert group? Gao Yuan didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and asked about the confusion in his heart. Huanggang nodded and said with envy. Team Leader Su is not only the leader of the expert group, but also a local of your Jingxi city. Wang Xiaolu, why are you here? On the other side, Su Hai didn't expect that when he walked out, the first person he saw was not the local leader of Jingxi City, but his high school classmate Wang Xiaolu. Wang Xiaolu was completely confused and stammered. Su Xiuhai, how come you are in the expert team? I just heard that expert call you team leader? Yes, I am the leader of the expert group. Su Hai shrugged his shoulders and said with a grin, Squad leader, you didn't expect that. After 2 years, I have become a scientist. So, son. As he was speaking, Su Hai's attention was drawn by a sound. Looking from afar, Su Hai couldn't help but feel happy. Dad, Mom, come here quickly. In an instant, everyone looked behind them. Yili took her husband Su Changtian's hand and ran toward Su Hai. Hubby, our son is calling us over. Stop being in a daze. Let's go. As the two rushed over, Gao Yuan was stunned and asked, Boss Yi, Researcher Su, is Team Leader Su your son? Yili said happily, Mr. Gao, he is our son Su Hai. That's great, that's great. Gao Yuan's hands were shaking with excitement. No wonder the superiors suddenly wanted to build a high-tech industrial park in Jingxi City. It turns out that it was all Su Hai's credit. At this moment, Gao Yuan's mind was working faster than anyone else at the scene. After getting over the initial shock, Gao Yuan thought through a series of things. No matter how young Su Hai is, he became the leader of the expert group. No matter why there are dragon guards protecting him. In short, Su Hai's current identity is very important. This can be seen from the degree of respect he receives. Escorted by fighter jets and closely protected by 30 dragon guards. Shocking, really shocking. I have lived for more than 50 years, but I have never felt so shocked as I do today. The high-tech industrial park is most likely Su Hai's way of giving back to his hometown. A project specially brought to them. Even if it is not a project brought by Su Hai, it can be implemented in Jingxi City. Su Hai also definitely played a key role in the middle. Otherwise, with so many experts and senior executives, why did they only send him here to inspect? Son, you are really promising. Mom is proud of you. Yilike has no time to think about these things. She hugged Su Hai and laughed nonstop, as happy as a child. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Su Hai has been away from home for several months, and Yili misses her beloved son every day. At the beginning, Yili could still talk to Su Hai through video chat. See if Su Hai has lost weight and whether he eats on time. Ever since Su Hai took charge of the lithography machine project, Yili suddenly cut off contact with him. Every time I sent a message, Su Hai said he was busy. After just 2 sentences, the other party stopped believing. This is really a great honor for the family. Su Changtian turned around and rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes. A few months ago, Su Hai was taken away by Liang Yiming and Chen Lao. Knowing that his son has caught the attention of senior management, I'm looking forward to Su Hai's better performance. Strive to become the country's youngest academician before the age of 30. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. In just a few months, Su Hai has become so powerful. He became the leader of the expert group at a young age. The plane was also escorted by fighter jets. Even though Su Hai is not an academician yet, his style is enough to be compared with that of an academician. The person who was most shocked at the scene was Su Hai's classmate Wang Xiaolu. Wang Xiaolu's understanding of Su Hai is no less than that of Yi Li and Su Changtian. The worst student in the class suddenly became the leader of the expert group. What is wrong with this world? I'm not dreaming, am I? At the same time, hundreds of researchers, experts, and professors at the scene looked at Su Changtian and his wife with envy. More than 20 minutes later, The convoy drove from the airport to the main road in the city. Every few meters, a security guard appears on the roadside. The entire main road was blocked. In the business car, Su-hai interrupted Gao Yuan, who was talking nonstop. Mayor Cao, I can assure you that there won't be any problems with the high-tech industrial park being established in Jingxi City. As for the several alternative addresses you listed, I will investigate them one by one. But before you investigate, you'd better listen to my thoughts first. Team Leader Su, please speak. Gao Yuan took out a pen and paper to take notes. Su-hai said seriously, I have been to the places you mentioned when I was a child, so I am not unfamiliar with them. But I just went there for fun and didn't learn much about it. I need you to reorganize the information in these places. They must meet the following 3 conditions. It should be conveniently located, not too close to the city, and there should be no residents living nearby. Speaking of this, Su-hai thought of another thing. Real estate development is not allowed within a 10-kilometer radius. If these points can be met, I will go over to investigate. Team Leader Su, why is this? Gao Yuan's heart moved. I can understand the first few points, but I just can't understand why real estate development is not allowed. After the completion of the high-tech industrial park, it will indirectly drive the development of nearby supporting equipment. The high-tech industrial park not only has a large number of scientific research institutions, but also houses many high-tech enterprises. Corresponding supporting facilities and buildings must be built accordingly. Schools, subways, shopping malls, kindergartens, and hospitals will all serve them. At the same time, it drives up land prices and builds residential communities. Su-hai directly cut off this possibility. Gao Yuan really couldn't understand it. Su-hai said seriously, in the future, a large number of high-tech products will be born in the industrial park. If there is a complex flow of people nearby, a large number of buildings will appear. What if there are spies from other countries snooping around or stealing the scientific research results inside? Can you bear the responsibility? These words are definitely not alarmist. Su-hai, who has participated in many secret research and development projects, has received confidentiality training many times before conducting research and development. The string of confidentiality has always been kept tight. The area around the high-tech industrial park must be absolutely quiet. No ancillary facilities may be built. After hearing this, Gao Yuan suddenly understood. Su-hai is right. Safety awareness is a must. We only focus on economic development and forget the inherent attributes of the high-tech industrial park. The units that move in are either scientific research institutions or high-tech enterprises. Who doesn't have some top-secret research? If we were really spied on by spies. Not to mention that the local person in charge cannot bear this responsibility. Even Gao Yuan, the mayor of the city, will probably be in trouble. The reason why we attach great importance to safety is also due to Su-hai. Now that the industrial park has been completed, Su-hai has sufficient reasons to come here to conduct research. You can go home to see your parents from time to time. Although Longdu is a good place, it is too far away from my hometown after all. Jingxi City has a supporting scientific research environment. It is also reasonable for Su-hai to conduct research nearby. Chapter 65. A poor student becomes an expert. Don't be ridiculous. My dear son, tell me what you have been doing during this period of time. Su-hai declined the welcoming banquet prepared for him by Gao Yuan and related personnel. He sent Xia Wen and Huang Gang to attend on his behalf. I followed my parents back to my home after being away for several months. Su-hai said in embarrassment. Mom, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but you are also a scientific researcher. You should know the confidentiality regulations, right? After hearing this, Yili suddenly felt unhappy. How could I not know the confidentiality clause? You haven't learned anything else, kid, but you've learned to speak in an official language. Yili said dissatisfiedly. I am your mother. How could I tell others what you said? Wife, please stop asking. If you continue asking, Xiao-hai will make mistakes. Compared to Yili, who was eager to know Su-hai's recent situation, Su Changtian did guess some of it. What has Su-hai done recently? Su-hai mentioned the confidentiality regulations, explaining that he has been doing research recently. And it's top secret. All right. Can't I just stop asking? Son, go take a shower first. I'll make you some of your favorite dishes. After recovering from the surprise of seeing her son, Yi Li's mind gradually regained its composure. As a senior executive of a scientific research group, Yi Li knew clearly what she could ask and what she could not ask. I was just too happy and said that. Half an hour later, Su-hai came out of the bathroom refreshed. A nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own home. Coming to the sofa that couldn't be more familiar, Su Hai lay down directly. Su Changtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "You are a big shot now, but why do you still not know how to sit or stand properly?" "Dad, I'm in my own home. Who can see me like this?" Su Hai disagreed. The downstairs has already been under martial law. Reporters and irrelevant people can't even get close, let alone come in. Su Hai yawned. "Comrade Lao Su, I want to talk to you about something now." "You little brat, who are you calling Lao Su?" Su Changtian laughed and scolded. "Tell me, what do you want to discuss? Can you please stop sending messages to my phone from girls I don't know?" Su Hai pouted and said, "Every morning when I wake up and open my phone, I always see a lot of messages from girls." "Dad, do you think no one wants me, your son? Or do you want to go in and operate the sewing machine as soon as possible? I'm only 18 years old, and you're already planning for me to get married and have children. It seems that I am not yet of legal marriage age." Su Changtian's nose was almost crooked from anger. After determining that Su Hai could become an academician, Su Changtian began to think about the next 10 years. The girl's messages sent to Su Hai were all carefully selected by Su Changtian. She has both good looks and intelligence. The brat didn't even like any of them. After working in the Engine Research Institute for many years, Su Changtian is very clear that after becoming a top expert, his time will no longer belong to him. Once the country issued an order, it was common for Su Hai not to return for several months. Introduce a girlfriend to your son first. When you reach age, get married and have children. The children were left in their care. Even if I can't see my son, it's good to see my grandson. My good intentions were actually ridiculed by that brat. Don't send him any more messages. With our son's ability, he will be able to find any girlfriend he wants in the future. After a while, Yili brought some of Su Hai's favorite dishes to the table. The family of 3 sat at the dining table and started chatting about family matters. At the same time, in the cafeteria of Jingxi University of Science and Technology. After completing the task of welcoming guests, Wang Xiaolu sat alone at the dining table. He absent-mindedly used chopsticks to fiddle with the food on the plate. "I still can't believe what happened at noon. It seemed like a dream. Lulu, what's wrong with you? There are hundreds of female candidates in our school, and you are the only one selected. Giving flowers to an expert. Why are you not happy?" Just then, Wang Xiaolu's roommate, Lu Yi, came over with a tray of food. "Well," Wang Xiaolu sighed. "I don't know how to explain it to Lu Yi." The leader of the expert group to whom she presented flowers was her high school classmate. Su Hai is often used as a negative example by parents. "E, do you believe there are geniuses in the world?" "Of course I believe it." Lu Yi put down the plate and said, "Aren't you a genius? I was already qualified to study for a master's degree without taking an entrance exam in my sophomore year." Then, Lu Yi joked, "Lulu, you didn't ask this on purpose, and then you wanted to be Versailles, did you? Hate it. What kind of genius am I?" Wang Xiaolu pursed her lips and said, "Today I was laying flowers at the airport and saw my high school classmates." "So what?" Lu Yi said nonchalantly. "There are so many people coming and going at the airport, so you can see all kinds of people. What's so strange about seeing a high school classmate? He's on the panel." "Ah," Lu Yi said in surprise. "You said your high school classmates are members of the expert group?" "Lulu, your joke is not funny at all." While eating, Lu Yi said, "I was really scared by you just now. Your high school classmates are probably in their sophomore year, just like us. How can a sophomore enter the expert group?" Okay, stop joking with me and eat. I'm not kidding you. He is not only a member of the expert group, but also the leader of the expert group." Wang Xiaolu told everything she saw at the airport in one breath. "I just can't figure it out. How did Su Hai, who failed to get into university for 2 years, become the leader of the expert group? Although Su Hai's parents have a certain social status. But no matter how high his status was, it was impossible for him to raise his son to such a high position. Don't lie. This is simply impossible." Lu Yi tapped Wang Xiaolu's forehead. "What happened to my best friend? I guess it was because I was so happy to participate in such a large-scale event." Deliberately joking to make yourself laugh. "The expert group came here on behalf of the country to conduct an inspection. I heard that at least hundreds of scientific research experts went to the airport to greet them. Now you tell me that your high school classmate, who was a poor student who failed to get into college for 2 years, has become the leader of the expert group. Don't say I don't believe it. There are so many students in the cafeteria, no one would believe it. Let alone joining the expert group. I'm afraid I'm not even qualified to drive for the expert group. No matter what Wang Xiaolu said, Lu Yi only had 2 words. Don't believe it. No, I must ask clearly. After finishing her dinner absent-mindedly, Wang Xiaolu was busy mustering up her courage on the way back to the dormitory. I found Suhai's profile picture in the high school classmates group. While adding him as a friend, he wrote a line of words. Student Suhai, I'm Wang Xiaolu. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. After a while, the other party chose to agree to be added. Sorry, no time. Chapter 66, Cabinet Meeting, the Future of the Island Nation. Gentlemen, today's meeting concerns the fate of the island nation for decades to come. Please express your opinions. Speak your mind and don't hold back. The conference room of the island nation's leaders' official residence, including the chief minister, Soichi Amami. Almost all the senior cabinet officials on the island gathered here. Among them are 3 generals from the maritime, army, and air force self-defense forces. Senior military and cabinet officials gathered together, not for any other reason, but because the island nation is facing a life-and-death situation. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was solemn. Tian Haizong looked at the Minister of Economic Affairs sitting on his left. The Minister of Economy stood up, bowed his head, and said, Sir, we absolutely cannot sign the dozen or so commercial contracts sent by the Eagle Sauce family. Once it is signed, not only will we all have to step down, but the domestic economy will probably continue to decline. Recently, business people from the United States have been appearing in the island country one after another. There is only one purpose, which is to force the island countries to sign a large number of economic agreements. All kinds of products from the United States are sold to the island country in a manner that is almost dumping. In the past, faced with the various requests from his father, the good boy island country would never dare to say a word. But times have changed. The island nation's economy is suffering an unprecedented blow. For several months, the Eagle Sauce family has been constantly provoking the Dragon Kingdom. The Long Kingdom no longer swallows its anger as it did before and fights back with a tit-for-tat approach. The 2 sides fought each other, and the island country suffered a great loss. Not to mention the far ones. Just recently, large numbers of drones are constantly flying over the island country. Ordinary people generally believe that a war is about to break out between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. As the news spread, a large number of citizens on the island began to stockpile supplies, leading to a full-scale recession in the island's stock market. Prices are rising and the currency is depreciating. Capital and start withdrawing funds. In the conflict between the 2 great powers, Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce, the island country was affected. The losses amounted to trillions. And this loss continues to worsen. In order to deal with the Dragon Country, the Eagle Sauce family has continuously appeared secret weapons and started to reap the wool of the island country. Just like the Plaza Accord back then, the sickle is lit again. The Fiery Ground Self-Defense Force Commander, 4-star Admiral Yasuo Kobayashi, stood up. The Minister of Economy is right. If the island nation accepts the unreasonable demands made by the Eagle Sauce family, it will further exacerbate domestic unrest. The Plaza Accord has already severely damaged the island nation's vitality. Now, the Eagle Sauce family and the Dragon Country are engaged in a certain degree of arms race. We are caught in the middle and have suffered huge losses. Kobayashi Yasuo took a tough stance and rejected the rude request from the Eagle Sauce family. Xiao Linkuan, what can we say no to? The Eagle Sauce's 7th Fleet is right next to us, in our country, with more than a dozen military bases, a large number of combat personnel, and fighter jets. If we reject the demands of the Eagle Sauce family, the consequences will be unimaginable. Air Self-Defense Force Commander Makoto Demoto said in a serious tone. The various institutions of the island country have been heavily staffed by the Eagle Sauce Party. We are completely powerless to stop their unreasonable demands. These words brought the atmosphere in the venue to the bottom again. I saw General Liu and General Hang quarreling with each other. Oyama Yukichi, who represented the Maritime Self-Defense Force at the meeting, stood up and tried to smooth things over. Everyone sit down. The Chief Minister Tian Haizong said in a deep voice. I called you here today to discuss countermeasures, not to quarrel here. After the meeting room fell silent, Tian Haizong looked around. You are all the pillars of the island nation. Only by working together can we find a way out for the island nation's future. Today, the situation in the island nation has reached its most critical juncture. If we reject the demands of the Eagle Sauce, The Eagle Sauce will use strong measures against the island country. But if we agree, the country will never be able to rise again. We will completely become puppets of the Eagle Sauce family. Next, Soichi Amami talked about the island country's former glory. In the last century, the island country defeated the United States many times by relying on its maritime power. Even if the island nation is defeated in the end, it will be able to recover in a very short time. There was even a time when the land price in the island country's capital was enough to buy the entire United States. In the end, the Eagle Sauce family had to resort to some tricks. Force the island country to sign the Plaza Accord. The economy of the entire island nation plummeted. I'm just recovering now. Just when the situation had improved, the Eagle Sauce family recklessly provoked the Dragon Kingdom again. Launched military threats again and again. It would be fine if it achieved results. Unfortunately, every time he shoots himself in the foot, the 7th Fleet was paralyzed by shells fired from a Dragon State destroyer. The fleet commander became a laughingstock throughout the world. Not long after, the Eagle Sauce family provoked again. All senior commanders stationed on the island were replaced by hawkish generals. Increased threats and reconnaissance against Dragon Country. This move was once again countered by the Dragon Kingdom. 10 drones like 10 ghosts, circling continuously over the island country. The Dragon Country's counterattack almost caused the island country's stock market to collapse. Ordinary people are even more panic-stricken, and the economy is further deteriorating. The Eagle Sauce family lost face in the Dragon Country. Instead of settling accounts with the Dragon Country, they're trying to reap the benefits of the island country. Gentlemen, the island nation does have the habit of learning from the strong, but that doesn't mean that the world's most powerful country, the Eagle Sauce family, can bully us at will. Tian Haizong said with all his might. Think about your ancestors. They were warriors with great military achievements. We must unite again to deal with the pressure from the Eagle Sauce family and strengthen our military strength. We must not allow the Eagles to reap the economic benefits from us any longer. Tian Haizong said passionately. The ministers looked dejected. Why would they want to be dogs for the Eagle Sauce family? But what can I do if I don't become a dog? The island nation is almost entirely controlled by the Americans from top to bottom, from national defense to economy. Previously, there was a chief minister who felt that the island nation's economy had taken off. There is no need to be afraid of threats from the Eagle Sauce family anymore and to openly turn against them. Less than a week later, he died in a bizarre suicide. Anyone who dares not listen to the Eagle Sauce family will either be driven out of office or killed. The ministers knew the inside story of these matters. Without exception, it was all done by the Eagle Sauce family. But even though I know it, what can I do now? Land General Kobayashi Yasuo slammed the table and said, Your Excellency, ministers, the reason why the Eagle Sauce family dares to bully us all the time is because we are restricted by the peace constitution. We cannot vigorously develop the military if we have powerful weapons of our own. The Eagles would never dare to do such excessive things to us, let alone put their fleets and fighter jets in front of us. They say they are protecting the island nation, but isn't this also a threat? Admiral Oyama Yukichi said, It is not easy to get the Eagles to give up their economic exploitation of us. Chapter 67 Emergency Transfer Order. Return to Longdu immediately. We can manufacture part of our weapons and equipment ourselves, but the rest of the cutting-edge technology is in the hands of the Eagle Sauce family. Once they stop supplying spare parts, our fighter jets in the sky and our warships in the sea will all become scrap metal. We want to develop nuclear weapons. Kobayashi Yasuo roared. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the meeting hall. Demoto Cheng shouted, You are going to destroy this country. No, I'm saving the island nation. Kobayashi Yasuo said gloomily. Everyone, besides the Dragon Country, which country does the Eagle Sauce family want to get rid of the most? Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. It seems everyone remembers it. Yes, it's the North Koreans. The Eagles hate them to the core, but they can't do anything about them. Why? Because they have nuclear weapons. A poor country that is not well known has nuclear weapons. The world's most powerful country, the United States, only dares to impose sanctions on them, but does not dare to carry out in-depth strikes. Think about it again. Those oil-producing countries are extremely rich. Whether in terms of weapons and equipment or national economy, they can be considered world-class. But what happened? It would be easier for the Eagles to control them than to smoke a cigarette. Without powerful weapons, everything is in vain. We not only need to develop nuclear weapons, but also conduct research on intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nuclear weapons installed on intercontinental ballistic missiles will become a knife against the neck of the Eagle Sauce family. Kobayashi Yasuo roared with a crazy expression and bloodshot eyes. At that time, if the Eagle Sauce family wants to have a dialogue with our island country, they must sit on an equal footing, instead of arrogantly giving us orders like a master. You're crazy. You're totally crazy. Demoto Chung scolded angrily. I'm not crazy. I'm more sober than ever. After saying that, Kobayashi Yasuo looked at Amami Soichi. Sir, I know that after saying this, I will most likely be assassinated or arrested by the Eagle Sauce family, but in order to restore the glory of the empire, we must take a gamble. You are gambling with the fate of the country. Demoto Chung said angrily. Kobayashi Yasuo sneered. More than 100 years ago, we had a conflict with the Mao Bears. Who would have believed that the empire could defeat them? The final result was that the empire achieved complete victory, laying the foundation for the empire to become a powerful country. Amami Soichi, who had remained silent, was the first to stand up and applaud. The other ministers followed suit and applauded. Although Kobayashi Yasuo's plan was crazy, it touched their hearts. More than 100 years ago, the island nation, which was just a third-rate small country, won a fortune by betting on its national destiny. Not only is it viewed with respect by other countries, and all the major powers have extended olive branches. By betting on the fate of the country, they won war after war. If it weren't for the Eagle Sauce family dropping 2 nuclear bombs on the island country, no matter what the final outcome of the war is, I am afraid history will have to be rewritten. There is no economy to speak of. North Korea is extremely poor. Because of its nuclear bombs and ballistic missiles, it has become a force that no one dares to underestimate. Whether in terms of economy, military, scientific research, etc., the island country is thousands of times superior to North Korea. If they can develop it, the island countries can do it too. And its power will definitely exceed that of the North Korean by countless times. Kobayashi Yasuo's crazy remarks took the meeting in an unpredictable direction. Amami Soichi said, Gentlemen, missiles and nuclear weapons are the important foundation for the survival of our island nation. I have decided to develop these 2 weapons immediately. Who of you agrees and who disagrees? Sir, if we really do this, we will suffer the consequences. Demoto Chung said with an unpleasant expression. To conduct nuclear weapons research, one must definitely conduct nuclear tests. Given the detection capabilities of the Eagle, Dragon, and Mao countries, I'm afraid they've already noticed our nuclear test just as it began. If the 3 great powers attack us together, we will fall into an abyss from which there is no recovery. You're right. Let's stop here for today and adjourn the meeting. Something happened that he didn't expect. Just as he finished speaking, the chief minister, who firmly supported the development of nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles, suddenly announced the adjournment of the meeting. Although he was full of confusion, Demoto Chung still left the meeting room. That evening, the island country's major news media published a news story on the front page. Air Self-Defense Force 4-star General Shigeki Demoto is on his way back to his base. After colliding with a truck, Chung Demoto died on the spot. The truck driver was driving under the influence of alcohol and was fully responsible for the accident. The next day, the new commander took office. For a time, the situation in the island country changed drastically. A large number of scientific researchers and military personnel received mobilization orders. After so many days of hard work, I finally chose the address. Uncle Huang, Uncle Xie, it's still early today. How about you guys go to my house for dinner? After 5 days of visits and discussions, Su Hai finally selected the location for the industrial park. Su Hai, in a good mood, took the initiative to invite Xie Wen and Huang Gang. The two looked at each other, and Huang Gang said, "Is it convenient?" "It's not inconvenient. Uncle Huang, let me tell you, my mom's cooking is delicious." Su Hai said with a smile. "My father pursued my mother because he ate the food she cooked. From then on, he became a wife slave." Ha ha! Seeing Su Hai telling Su Changtian's embarrassing stories in a serious manner, Xie Wen and Huang Gang laughed good-naturedly. According to the latest news received by this station, the funeral of Admiral Demoto Shigeki of the island nation's Air Self-Defense Force will be held at noon tomorrow. A piece of news was broadcast on the TV in the business car. After listening to the news, Huang Gang put away the smile on his face and said, "He is the only dove in the island country's military." Now that Demoto Shige is dead, I don't know what kind of impact it will have on the future situation. The island nation is a thing of the past. It doesn't matter whether they are doves or hawks. They can't cause any trouble anyway. Suhai disagreed. A few decades ago, the island country was still worthy of Dragon Country's attention. Now he's just a little brother. That's not the way to say it. Xiaowen interrupted. The island nation's economy has been hit hard recently, but their manufacturing industry and technological research and development capabilities should not be underestimated. The Eagles are getting anxious too. They don't even care about their reputation anymore and are directly fleecing the island countries. The Japanese may tolerate it again and again, but if the Eagle Sauce family continues to do this, I am worried that one day it will completely anger the Japanese. Causes them to do crazy things. How crazy can it be? Building an atomic bomb or building an aircraft carrier? Suhai sneered. If the island country really did this, there would be no need for the Dragon Country to take action. The hawkish father of the island country can knock this rebellious son into the dust with just one slap. At the same time, step on him twice. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Gang's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the incoming call number, Huang Gang hurriedly sat up straight. Chapter 68, the next project, the anti-fission jammer. Commander, I understand. I will inform Xiaohai now. After hanging up the phone, Huang Gang said, Master, stop the car for a moment. The commander ordered us to return to Longdu immediately. A car will pick you up when we arrive. What happened? Suhai was completely confused after hearing this. What's the hurry? Why do you want me to go back to Longdu directly? Huang Gang smiled bitterly and said, At my level, do you think the chief will tell me the reason? Suhai said, Can I go home and say goodbye to my parents? No. Huang Gang shook his head and said, I heard the commander's tone was very serious. I guess something big must have happened. Let's go quickly. As for greeting your parents, let the local comrades help notify them. In this way, Suhai was taken to the airport in a daze. Take the nearest flight to Longdu. The plane landed at Longdu International Airport, and a bulletproof car was parked not far away on the airport apron. As soon as Suhai came down, 4 dragon guards immediately escorted him into the military vehicle. After leaving the airport, Suhai became anxious. The car that was waiting for him drove to the runway, which showed how anxious Zhang Weiguo was. Central Building Office. Suhai rushed in panting. Commander, I'm back. What happened? As soon as Suhai got off the car, he ran towards the side at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. I was so tired that I was out of breath and almost collapsed on the ground. Zhang Weiguo, who was concentrating on his work, slowly raised his head. Xiaohai, I have something to see you about. You don't have to be so anxious. Sit down first. I'll get you a cup of tea. After he finished speaking, Zhang Weiguo put down the pen in his hand, stood up, and poured a cup of tea for Suhai. Suhai drank the tea in one breath, sticking out his tongue constantly. It's too hot. When will you change your clumsy behavior? You don't drink tea like that. Zhang Weiguo sat down opposite Suhai and glanced at his watch. Take a rest. We will have a meeting in 5 minutes. Oh. Suhai nodded and continued to stick out his tongue. In less than 5 minutes, there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged man in casual clothes and ordinary appearance walked in. Xiaohai, this is Director Wang of the Intelligence Bureau. Hello, Director Wang. Suhai hurriedly stood up and shook hands with the middle-aged man. Director Wang said with a pleasant face, Comrade Suhai, I have heard of this name a long time ago. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you. I didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. After some greetings, Director Wang sat on another sofa. Xiaohai, I've already read all the information you gave me a few days ago. I asked you to come here today for 2 things. First, let's talk about this information. Hearing this, Suhai quickly stood up and made a promise. Commander, I assure you that the contents of the information have been deduced countless times by me, and there is absolutely no problem. What we lack now is funding, relevant personnel, and an absolutely hidden research and development base. Before leaving Longdu, Suhai spent an entire night writing an application. In addition to the application, a large amount of information is also included. Continuously counterattack the Eagle Sauce family. Whether it is the American military or other departments, they have hated Longguo to the core. This group of warmongers are likely to use weapons of mass destruction. In order to take preventive measures, Suhai chose a black technology, specifically targeting big killer weapons from among the many black technologies in the system. Anti-fission jammer. The United States has the most nuclear weapons in the world. Anti-fission jammers are the nemesis of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons can release large amounts of radiation through nuclear fission. It seriously damages soil, water sources, and human body. The nuclear radiation released by nuclear weapons may not completely dissipate even after dozens or hundreds of years. Suhai has no idea yet on how to deal with the nuclear radiation produced by the atomic bomb explosion. But Suhai has found a way to control the fission of nuclear weapons. Anti-fission interference devices can effectively curb the decomposition process produced during nuclear weapon fission. It is equivalent to completely curbing the possibility of an atomic bomb explosion from the root. It sounds extremely powerful, but the research is also difficult. It requires a large amount of funds, personnel, and materials. It is an astronomical figure. Without the leadership of the country, Suhai would never be able to accomplish anything. Making an atomic bomb is extremely difficult. Making an anti-fission jammer to contain an atomic bomb increases the difficulty by dozens of times. Once invented, the atomic bomb will become scrap metal. The nuclear threat from the United States is another effective means for them to deal with other countries. Decades ago, Lunting had not yet developed nuclear weapons. During the founding war, the Eagle Sauce family clamored to use nuclear weapons more than once. Due to the limitations of the international situation, the United States did not ultimately launch a nuclear strike. Many years later, Lunting began to secretly develop its own nuclear weapons. The Americans have once again taken up the stick of nuclear threats, threatening to completely destroy Lunting's nuclear facilities. Shanghai, calm down first and listen to what I have to say. Zhang Weiguo waved his hand, interrupting Suhai's inexplicable excitement. The country has agreed to initiate a project to conduct research on anti-fission jammer devices. This project is codenamed Dragon Shield, and we hope to build a solid anti-nuclear shield for us. Suhai patted his chest and assured, Commander, you can rest assured. As long as the things I need are in place, I will be able to develop the anti-fission jammer device within half a year. For this research, the state will provide you with a lot of funds, personnel, and equipment. Zhang Weiguo said, I only ask one thing of you. Success only, no failure. Yes. Suhai saluted. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Zhang Weiguo asked Suhai to sit down with a smile on his face and said, I have already chosen a research test site for you. It is in the Gobi Desert where nuclear weapons were developed back then. This place is spacious enough, and there are military research units nearby, all of which can cooperate with your research. Suhai was so happy. At that time, Suhai handed the application and information to Zhang Weiguo. I thought Zhang Weiguo would make the final decision on the spot. Unexpectedly, Zhang Weiguo had his own difficulties. The amount of money spent on the research and the number of people required to be mobilized are simply too much. It would take some time just to raise funds for Suhai. I didn't expect that the project would be approved after I went home. Suhai's face was full of joy, but Director Wang, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, had a complicated expression. Shanghai, our conversation will only be known to the three of us. You can't even tell your parents. Do you understand? Zhang Weiguo said seriously. Suhai said aggrievedly, Chief, you still don't trust me. This time when I returned to Jingxi City, I didn't say a word that I shouldn't have said. Zhang Weiguo nodded and said, Xiao Wang, next, you will introduce the situation. Chapter 69, New Project, Old Assistant. Director Wang took out a file bag from his bag and handed it to Suhai. Suhai quickly opened the file and took out the information from it. Oh my God, this is crazy. These bastards are absolutely crazy. Suhai was so surprised that he almost jumped up. As soon as he saw this information, Zhang Weiguo was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. I had the same idea as Suhai. These lunatics, how dare they? Intelligence comes from the secret front. The commander of the island nation's air self-defense force did not die in a car accident, but was murdered. A few hours before his death, Demoto Makoto attended a secret meeting. The meeting was chaired by the chief minister of the island nation. According to intelligence analysis, the island country may be conducting some secret research. Demoto strongly opposed this research. It is most likely research on nuclear weapons. We are still trying to determine whether the island nation's nuclear weapons research has been authorized by the United States. If they do, the nuclear weapons they possess will directly threaten the Dragon Nation. From a normal perspective, without the authorization of the United States, even if the island countries had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to manufacture nuclear weapons. Dove Representative Demoto, Chung strongly opposed the nuclear weapons manufacturing plan. He was eventually murdered to silence him. In order to keep it secret, a 4-star general was eliminated, which shows how much importance the island country attaches to this research. So that's how it is, I understand. Suhai suddenly realized. No wonder the anti-fission jammer project was launched so quickly. It turned out to be to guard against island countries. In recent years, the development of the island nation has been stagnant. Correspondingly, Longwa's economy and all aspects are booming. The people of Dragon Country have long stopped considering the island country as an adversary. The only one that Dragon Country cares about is the Eagle Sauce family. This bunch of lunatics couldn't stand the loneliness and jumped to the front stage to stir up trouble. Chief, when do I leave for the Gobi Desert? Knowing that time was running out, Suhai got back to the topic. Hopefully we can set off now. Zhang Weiguo said. You are the commander-in-chief of this plan. When you get there, someone will contact you. Go now. After receiving the authorization, Suhai said goodbye and left the office. Several dragon guards seemed to know everything. Without Suhai's words, he drove Suhai to a military airport in the suburbs of Longdu. A military plane was parked at the military airport. There were also 20 dragon guards who followed Suhai onto the special plane. The special plane took off slowly and soared into the sky. Soon, several fighter jets took off to provide escort. 4 hours later, the plane landed in Liangsheng, an important town in the northwest. Suhai took a helicopter again and came to the local Nuclear Physics Institute. Since Suhai set out early, the relevant personnel had not yet arrived. We need to wait here for a day. Tomorrow at noon, scientific researchers transferred from various departments will gather here. The assistant and deputy commander assigned to Suhai will also arrive one after another. Dung dung dung. The next morning, Suhai, who had been busy all night, had just laid down when he was immediately awakened by a knock on the door. Uncle Huang, why are you here? Suhai looked at Huang Gang, who appeared outside the door, in disbelief. Huang Gang smiled slightly, took out his work ID, and hung it around his neck. Xiaohai, I'm going to call you Commander Su now. Last time, since we have worked together many times, you ordered me to be your assistant and coordinate the relationship with various departments. When saying this, Huang Gang felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He is a scientific research leader and an expert in the chip field. Since participating in the lithography machine project, my identity has changed unconsciously. Became Suhai's personal assistant. Whenever Suhai wanted to participate in a project, he would be his deputy, responsible for contacting various departments for Suhai. It's great to have Uncle Huang as my assistant. Suhai pulled Huang Gang into the house and said happily, I was worried about how to deal with them when I came here alone and didn't know anyone. With your help, it will be much more convenient for me. Are you thirsty? I'll get you a bottle of Coke. Are you hungry? How about we go to the cafeteria to eat first? Xiaohai, no, Commander Su, please don't be busy yet. I had already eaten when I came. Huang Gang pulled a chair and sat down. Go wash up first, and I'll take you to see the Deputy Chief Commander of the project, Academician Yang Xiongyang. He is a nuclear physicist in my country. He has trained a large number of outstanding talents for the country and has also studied nuclear weapons jammers. But unfortunately, the research encountered many difficulties at the very beginning, and the project was forced to be discontinued. I think you two will have a lot to talk about after you meet. Okay, wait for me. I'll go wash up and change clothes. Suhai trotted all the way to the bathroom. It only took 5 minutes to finish washing. Then, Huang Gang took Suhai to an office at the Institute of Nuclear Physics. Academician Yang Xiong, who is the director of the Longdu Institute of Nuclear Physics, is already waiting in this office. Yang Xiong, who is over 70 years old this year, is like this young boy. As soon as Suhai came in, he listed a lot of questions. Commander Su, I've read your information. The content is a bit complicated. It's hard for me to understand it by myself. Can you explain it to me on the spot? Academician Yang, what questions do you not understand? Suhai said modestly. Take this question, for example. Yang Xiong took out a copy of the information and said, in your imagination, the interference device in the future can effectively interfere with nuclear fission. So how do we prevent the associated nuclear energy from changing? Immediately, Suhai gave Yang Xiong a detailed explanation of the relevant theories. Effectively interfering with nuclear fission requires research from multiple directions. After this, the two of them talked until the evening, until Huang Gang came over and reminded them that it was time for dinner. The two of them were distracted from the academic discussion. Oh, it's so late. Yang Xiong said apologetically. Commander Su, let's go eat first. As one of the people who knew the situation, Yang Xiong accompanied Su Hai to the cafeteria for lunch while introducing the situation of the base. According to Su Hai's request, the engineers have already reached the Gobi Desert. They are working overtime to build the base, and various equipment are being transported there. In about 5 days, the base will take shape. For this research, more than 10,000 troops were dispatched just to be responsible for the security of the base. 2 temporary airports were built together with the base. It is convenient for Su Hai to enter and exit the base. The base was built in the heart of the desert next door, where there are no people and the wind and sand are blowing all year round. The weather changes suddenly. If you want to travel, the most convenient tool is a helicopter. In addition to tanks and armored vehicles, the military's last cavalry was also withdrawn. The cavalry regiment, originally stationed on the border, has now become a rapid reaction force. In the vast desert, cavalry on horseback can move faster than armored troops. Su Hai didn't expect that all departments would be mobilized for this base. I didn't expect it. In addition to the base, there are so many things to repair. Since so many teams... Chapter 70. Go to the island country to shear the sheep. A secret underground base on the island country. We are in a very busy state. Countless scientists in white uniforms are constantly debugging various machines. Accompanied by Kobayashi Yasuo, Soichi Amami carefully checked each location. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Your Excellency, the personnel and equipment are all in place, including dozens of scientists who have participated in the research of nuclear power or other nuclear energy projects. With their technology, I am confident that we can enter the testing phase within a few months. Tian Haizong patted Kobayashi Yasuo on the shoulder and said, Kobayashi-kun, for this plan, the island country has once again suffered huge losses, signing a large number of unequal contracts from the Eagle Sauce family. You must live up to what we have done. Yes, Kobayashi Yasuo saluted. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will not disappoint the cabinet and the hopes of all the people. Very good. Tian Haizong nodded and said, George, the president of Alpha Group, will have relevant negotiations with me soon. I have to go back now. I leave everything here to you. There must be no problems. Immediately afterwards, Kobayashi Yasuo personally sent Amami Soichi out. In the leader's special car, Tian Haizong rubbed his temple. In order to further confuse the Americans and make them relax their vigilance against the island country. Just a few days ago, Soichi Amami, the chief minister, signed a series of business contracts. It has seriously damaged the interests of the island countries. In the past 2 days, people have been shouting that the traitor should be punished by heaven. Some people even sent bullets directly to the door of the official residence. The business negotiations ended today. Tian Haizong couldn't imagine that the next time someone sent something, it might not be a bullet, but a bomb. Through analysis from various channels, the purpose of George's trip was to dump a large number of digital products and chips that they could not sell to the island countries. Everyone knows. Lunting chip has the advantage of dimensionality reduction attack against various chips of Alpha Group. Product returns are happening all over the world. Sir, we have arrived. Before they knew it, the convoy returned to the chief's residence. George William Miller arrived here 1 step ahead, sitting at the head of the meeting room like the owner. He was smoking a cigarette with a glass of red wine next to him. As Tian Haizong came in, George William Miller just nodded symbolically. Tian Haizong suppressed his anger and put on a respectful smile on his face. President George, sorry to have kept you waiting. We can start now. This is the export list we prepared. If you have no problem with it, just sign it and approve it. After receiving the export list from Secretary George, Tian Haizong was furious. This was totally different from what he thought. From the intelligence he obtained, Alpha Group was about to dump 20 million chips on the island nation. The number on this list has increased 50 times. These chips would have been world-class products a month ago. But times have changed. With the Lunting chip as a comparison, even if Alpha Group gives its chips away for free, others will consider it. Let the island country import billions of chips. They're basically taking advantage of the island countries. Mr. Chief, as long as you sign this contract, I can help you lobby Congress to sell the abandoned warship to you. George William Miller sneered. For example, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that your island nation has always dreamed of. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? Tian Haizong was stunned and said, President George, you are not kidding me, right? As he spoke, Tian Haizong's heart was trembling wildly. In recent years, The United States has frequently sold warships to island countries, but it never includes aircraft carriers. George William Miller said, unhappily, I am lobbying Congress on behalf of the capital community. The chances of success are very high, as long as you agree to my conditions. The capital community will release unexpected goodwill. Tian Haizong is under a lot of pressure. George William Miller had a hard time either. Alpha Group issued a notice refusing returns, which earned it ridicule from consumers around the world. The group's stock price continued to plunge. Longwood technology companies took the opportunity to add another blow. Publicly announced changes to the return and exchange terms, extending the time from 7 days to 2 weeks. A lot of content that is beneficial to consumers has been added. As a result, consumers who were originally hesitant about whether to send the items back to the Eagle Sauce headquarters have completely made up their minds. If this continues, Alpha Group will collapse. Fortunately, George William Miller has built up a lot of connections over the years. In addition, the Eagle Sauce family is preparing to harvest wool from the island country. George William Miller took the ship. All the unsold digital products and chips are dumped into the island country. Obtain funds from the island country to resolve Alpha Group's internal and external problems. The island country was asked to purchase 1 billion chips at once. The leaders and ministers of the island nation will surely be eaten by the common people. How can they do things obediently if they are not given some benefits? Thinking that the island country had always wanted to own an aircraft carrier, George William Miller set his sights on a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that was about to be decommissioned. Mr. Chief, we in the Eagle Sauce family have always been the most trustworthy in doing business. As long as you eat the chips in the contract, you promise not to return them to us. I can definitely help you get the aircraft carrier you want. It was a surprise, but then I saw the number of chips on the contract. Tian Haizong's heart kept twitching. This is not 10 million, let alone 100 million, but 1 billion. Buy a billion chips. This money is essentially wasted. Most consumers in the island country have already purchased digital products from the Dragon country. These digital products are equipped with Lunting chips. Has excellent performance. Who would care about Alpha Group's chips? Looking at the silent Amami Soichi, George William Miller said dissatisfiedly, Your Excellency, Chief, I have to remind you that there are more countries that want to buy Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier than just your island country. South Korea, which is not far from you, also has this demand, and they have agreed in principle to purchase a large number of chips. If it weren't for the fact that the United States has always been a friendly country with the island country and a strategic partner, I would never have chosen the island country as my first stop. There was already a strong threat in his words. If Amami Soichi does not buy it, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that is about to be decommissioned will soon become South Korea's naval equipment. The island nation and South Korea have always been at odds. The two countries have been fighting openly and covertly for decades. Once it has a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, South Korea, whose naval strength is not as strong as that of the island countries, will directly catch up. Mr. President, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this with the cabinet members. Better hurry up, I don't have that much time to stay here. Very quickly. After calming down George William Miller, Soichi Amami immediately made a phone call. Notify cabinet ministers of a meeting. Purchasing 1 billion chips is no small matter. The cost of purchasing it is more than building a modern aircraft carrier. But then again, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have nuclear energy systems. Once it is bought back, it will not only strengthen the power of the Maritime Self-Defense Force. It is also possible to reverse engineer the key core of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. An hour later, the meeting ended. On behalf of the cabinet, Soichi Amami agreed to purchase Alpha Group chips. George William Miller had expected this outcome. He snorted arrogantly. We have found a piece of meat that we have dug out from the island country. The Alpha Group has finally overcome its difficulties. Chapter 71, Land of Hope, National Feelings. In the poems of literati and poets, the desert represents desolation and sadness. And it is this uninhabited, harsh environment in the Northwest Desert. An important cornerstone for defending the Dragon Kingdom was born. Buildings are rising from the ground, and tens of thousands of engineers and soldiers are adding bricks and tiles to the secret experimental base. After several days of working day and night, the anti-fission jammer research and development base has begun to take shape. Huang Gang, Su Hai, and Yang Xiong, accompanied by several guards, stood outside the base and sighed that human power can overcome nature. Pooh. After only a dozen minutes, Su Hai's neck and mouth were full of sand. even wearing windproof clothing and windproof glasses. The sand was still like a ghost that could penetrate any hole, making Su-hai extremely depressed. Different from Su-hai, who was wearing a full set of anti-wind and sand equipment. A large number of soldiers on horseback were moving back and forth nonstop, like athletes galloping on the battlefield. To protect the base, Huang Gang looked at the wind and sand in the sky and couldn't help but think of a poem by an ancient poet. A solitary smoke rises straight up in the desert, and the sun sets over the long river. After saying that, Huang Gang shook his head and continued, "If it weren't for the experiment, I think there wouldn't be a single building here in a few decades, or even hundreds of years." Yang Xiong smiled and said, "This is the heart of the desert, and the locals call it the Sea of Death. Even the camel caravans in the past would not go this way." Looking at Su-hai, who was shaking off the sand, Yang Xiong smiled and said, "Commander-in-Chief Su, this is your first time in the heart of the desert. It must be quite interesting, right?" "Interesting? I don't feel that at all." Su-hai spat out the sand in his mouth again and said, "I only feel the hardship. In the past, I saw those meritorious predecessors who, in harsh environments, braved the wind and sand and severe cold, ate steamed bread and drank cold water, and used abacus to make an atomic bomb. I didn't feel anything at the time. I just simply admired him. Now I realize that what I read in books is less than 1/10 of the hardships and tribulations that those scientific research predecessors have experienced. It is in this barren and harsh desert that we produce the nuclear weapons that belong to our dragon nation. Ballistic missiles carrying nuclear weapons were also developed here." Yang Xiong was fortunate enough to participate in the project that year. Although he is just an ordinary technician, he can witness the entire research and development process with his own eyes. Immediately, Yang Xiong stretched out his finger and pointed at the Gobi Desert in the distance. "Commander Su, look this way. It was in that area that we tested the first intercontinental ballistic missile, the Dongfeng 2. Although the test launch failed, no one was discouraged. Failure is the mother of success. Only with this failure can we lay the foundation for our next success." Following the direction of Yang Xiong's finger, Su-hai looked towards the impenetrable edge of the desert with a solemn expression. The hardships endured by the 2 bombs and 1 satellite factory could not be described even if we talked about them for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, the country is strong now, and future generations will no longer have to suffer such hardships. Yang Xiong's memory suddenly went back to several decades ago. At that time, the first intercontinental ballistic missile test failed, and everyone's mood fell to the lowest point. The commander-in-chief at the time told everyone with an optimistic spirit, "Failure is nothing. Only with failure can there be success." With his encouragement, everyone cheered up and concentrated on finding the cause of the failure. No one expected it. An intercontinental ballistic missile test failed due to a small gyroscope. "Commander Su, a gyroscope caused the failure of the first test launch of the Dongfeng 2. Our research this time is more significant than the Dongfeng 2 ballistic missile. The country has mobilized a large number of personnel and funds. All we need to do is to develop it. Only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed." Su-hai nodded heavily. The anti-fission jammer device is more important than any other project. Once successfully developed, all nuclear weapons in the world will lose their effectiveness in an instant. The so-called nuclear threats and nuclear strikes will no longer exist. To commanders, it's getting late. The situation in the desert will become complicated after dark. Let's go back. Huang Gang glanced at his watch. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It gets dark early in the desert. Once it gets dark, the danger increases exponentially. For the safety of the 2 commanders, Huang Gang had to interrupt their sighs. Remind the 2 to take the helicopter back to the Institute. At 6 o'clock tonight, Su-hai will give a class to the staff of the Institute. 20 minutes later, the 3 arrived at a makeshift airport. Get out of here by helicopter. In a blink of an eye, it was already 6 o'clock. From the endless desert, back to the city full of modern facilities. In just a few hours, Su-hai felt as if he had traveled through time. At this time, Su-hai was standing in a modern conference room. There is a computer and a projector in front of me. Sitting in the front are dozens of experts from various fields who are involved in this project. Dear experts, let's start the class now. The first lesson I will teach you is how to interfere with the fission of nuclear weapons from the core and then affect its decay and fission. The mission was urgent, and Su-hai had no time for small talk. Get straight to the point. Turn on the projector and place your written content on it. Expand theoretical explanation. The experts on site are all top scientific researchers in the industry. You can understand what Su-hai said with a little understanding. Before I knew it, the class had lasted more than 40 minutes. Su-hai looked at the whiteboard behind him and said, I have finished explaining the main content to you. If you want to curb nuclear weapons, you must first change its nuclear fission process. After listening to Su-hai's series of stories, there were bursts of exclamations at the scene. What a genius idea. Don't even think about it. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Indeed, after Su-hai's in-depth and detailed narration, everyone seemed to have suddenly been enlightened. I was excited and couldn't help but sigh. Changing the composition of uranium-235 is equivalent to cutting off the basis of nuclear weapon fission. If the uranium-235 component is destroyed, nuclear fission cannot occur. Wouldn't nuclear weapons become useless? In the remaining days, Su-hai led the experts to start calculating complex formulas. All the contents are in Su-hai's mind. It is impossible to express your ideas clearly to the public through computers. Just like a teacher in school, even if you have a wealth of knowledge, you still have to stand in the classroom and explain it word by word to the students. Just write down the knowledge in your mind as lesson plans or blackboard notes and let the students read it themselves. I'm afraid that even after reading it for a few years, you may not be able to understand its meaning. The Research Institute is working intensively to overcome the various difficulties of the jammer. On the other side of the ocean, plans against the Dragon Country are gradually taking shape. Joseph, the leader of the Eagle Sauce family, who had been hospitalized twice because of the Dragon Country's development of secret weapons, had just come out of the hospital and immediately held a secret meeting. Chapter 72, Eagle Sauce High-Level Meeting, Stirring Up Trouble. The senior executives from the two major camps were sitting in the conference room. On the left is the joint meeting of the three armed forces of the United States. On the right are members of the White Palace decision-making think tank. Joseph looked to both sides. These people can constantly influence the strategic decisions of the Eagle Sauce family. At the same time, it can also stir up the world situation. Gentlemen, generals, everyone is clear about the current situation. The Dragon Nation is rising step by step. Not only have they made rapid progress in terms of weapons and equipment, but even the chip technology that we are most proud of has been surpassed by them. This kind of humiliation cannot be tolerated by the great Eagle Sauce family, and it is a serious provocation to world peace. Joseph directly raised the tone of the meeting to world peace. Walala! The military and staff applauded. The United States has always been a world leader. It is also the only superpower. The words of the Eagle Sauce family represent supreme majesty. The chief of the joint meeting of the Army, Navy, and Air Force said, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, Dragon Country has not only surpassed in the field of chips and lithography machines, but according to the information obtained by the Intelligence Department, they are currently brewing an astonishing plan. What's the plan? Commander Joseph asked. Use water instead of gasoline. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. A senior staff member asked with difficulty, General Hopkins, is the intelligence accurate? This is so outrageous, even God can't do this. After repeated confirmation by the Intelligence Department, this information is 70% credible. The United States has many intelligence agencies, and the Joint Conference of the Army, Navy, and Air Force has an intelligence department that is exclusive to them. Admiral Hopkins just got hold of this information through a spy lurking in Dragon Country. The Dragon Nation can never do this. This is God's forbidden zone, an area that humans can never touch. Another staff member retorted sharply. Using water to replace oil is no joke. It's something only a madman would think of. In the 1970s and 1980s, science and technology experienced rapid development. A dazzling variety of new technologies have emerged. Some people have raised the question of whether water can be used instead of oil. As soon as this proposal was put forward, scientific communities in various countries conducted detailed research on it. Finally, a clear determination was reached. This is absolutely impossible to achieve technically. Using water instead of oil is like someone claiming to have invented a perpetual motion machine. This is completely contrary to current scientific theories. Everyone, please calm down. I am just telling you the intelligence obtained by the military. The intelligence is true, but it doesn't mean that Dragon Country has this technology. Hopkins pointed at the table and told everyone seriously. He suspected that what Longwood did might be an attempt to further damage the economy of the United States and other allies. Commander Joseph said in a deep voice, General Hopkins' analysis makes sense. For several months, our important allies, island countries, have suffered economic downturns one after another. Island nations do not produce oil themselves, but they are more dependent on oil than any other country. Once the Dragon Nation claims that they have produced water fuel that can replace oil, the island nation's economy is likely to collapse again. The current situation of the island nation can only be described in one word: a rapid decline. Commander Joseph described it in an exaggerated way. The new weapons produced by Manhwa exploded like a blowout. Every time a new weapon is developed, it shocks the whole world. The island nation is too close to the Dragon Nation and is most affected by the Dragon Nation. Plus, they are strategic allies of the Eagle Sauce family. The economy, as a weather vane, will directly affect the future direction of their country. Commander Joseph's tone became more serious. Everyone, there is one more thing that we must plan for early. An aide said, I just did some statistics before the meeting. Western countries are importing Lunting chips from Manhwa. In the field of chips, Manhwa has made huge profits. On the other hand, our Eagle Sauce family, including Alpha Group, Chip, and New Digital RD companies have suffered heavy losses one after another. Products are unsaleable, and no one is interested in chips. If this situation continues to deteriorate, not only will the island nation's economy collapse, but our economy will also likely regress by decades. The purpose of this meeting was to launch a series of strategic strikes against the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to start, the direction of the meeting will change. Various problems were successively put before Commander Joseph. The water fuel technology, whose authenticity cannot be verified, will have a serious impact on the oil market. Regardless of whether the technology is true or not, as long as the plan is announced, oil prices will plummet. As we all know, the economy of the United States is linked to oil. Through oil hegemony, the United States has produced a large number of world-class oil tycoons. The mission of the American soldiers around the world is to add fuel to the fire. The most important point is to grab oil. Wherever there is oil, there they are, regardless of whether this country has offended the Americans. Once oil is discovered, it will be the next target of the Americans. Science and technology and military force are the other two driving forces of the Eagle Sauce family. The three forces are working in parallel to make the United States the world's hegemon. Oil took a hit. The situation of chips, which represent cutting-edge technology, is even more dire. Manhwa continues to upgrade its 1-nanometer lithography technology, produce more advanced lithography machines. Commander Joseph put his hand over his chest, feeling a vague pain in his heart, and breathing became difficult. The strategic advisor beside him said, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, do you need to call a doctor in? Joseph held on and waved his hands. Gentlemen, generals, we must not allow the Dragon Kingdom to continue to grow stronger. The 1-nanometer lithography machine has already destroyed the technology field of the United States. If their lithography machine technology continues to be updated, by producing more sophisticated chips, all industries in Manhwa will see unprecedented development. The dominant position held by the Eagle Sauce family will no longer exist. As soon as these words were spoken, sighs were heard one after another at the scene. Commander Joseph clearly understood the strategy. Alpha Group is hated by consumers all over the world. President George led the capital community in lobbying Congress. Sell a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that is about to be decommissioned to the island nation, in exchange for Alpha Group's renewed vitality. Because Alpha Group has close ties with various industries in the United States, it is also one of the pillar industries of the Eagle Sauce family. Congress and President Joseph turned a blind eye to the sale of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers to the island nation. Gentlemen, I have a plan that may be able to curb the development of Dragon Country in the short term. Even if it cannot be fully contained, it can cause serious disruption to the Dragon Kingdom's economy. The strategic advisor stood up and talked incessantly about his plan. Chapter 73. Continue to plunder the island nation. My plan has two parts. First, fully arm the island nation. The Dragon Nation and the island nation are old enemies. Although their hatred has lasted for decades, it has not completely disappeared. Arming the island nation's self-defense forces in large numbers will certainly cause serious concern to the Dragon Nation. We can use the excuse of supporting the island nation's economy to allow their maritime self-defense force and air self-defense force to continuously carry out provocative actions along the coast and in the airspace of Dragon Country. Further divert the attention of the Dragon Nation. Admiral Hopkins asked. Mr. Gray, do you mean to let the island nation act as our vanguard and distract the Dragon Nation from all directions? After that, we will free up time for scientific research and military development to crush the Dragon Nation again. The strategic advisor nodded heavily. This is the only thing to do now. The United States' major Western allies have shown signs of becoming alienated from them. This is not difficult to see from their large purchases of Lunting chips. Once Longwood develops more advanced weapons and equipment, as well as scientific products, it is only a matter of time before we abandon sanctions against Long Kingdom and fully surrender to them. Gentlemen, it is because of the powerful industrial and military capabilities of the Eagle Sauce family that the Western world has always been by our side. Now, the challenge has emerged. Although Western allies are still standing by us, they dare not support our decisions as firmly as before and then blockade Longwa from all sides. Some strictly restricted technologies are flowing to Longwa through different channels. After saying this, the strategic advisor called the secretary. Share the information you have with everyone. Everyone, please take a look. These are the top technologies that Western countries have authorized Dragon Country to transfer to Dragon Country through other excuses during this period. A month ago, these were top secrets that were strictly restricted from flowing into Dragon Country. After reading the contents of the paper, Commander Joseph sighed. A struggle between the world's second largest economy and the largest economy. It has entered a white-hot state. The following countries will certainly choose to take sides. Even if he did not show his support for Longwa, he would definitely leave himself a way out. I agree with your suggestion in principle, but how do we convince the island nation? Commander Joseph looked at the strategic advisor beside him. Ask a critical question. Although the island country is an important ally of the Eagle Sauce family, it is also a dog kept in the Eagle Sauce family. But once the island country does this, it will face severe counterattacks from the Dragon Country. It affects not only the economy of the island country, but also its national defense and security. In the past, the island country might have done so with the support of the United States and the Western world behind it. But now, there are signs that the Western world is having different ideas from the Eagle Sauce. The shrewd and insidious Japanese people may not necessarily help the Americans to take advantage of the situation. Your Excellency, the Great Commander, your worries are completely unnecessary. I've already said that if we want the island countries to help us contain the Dragon Country, we have to give them some benefits first. Arming an island nation is a benefit. The strategic advisor sneered sinisterly. The island nation has been trying to amend its pacifist constitution to turn its self-defense forces into a regular army. As long as we agree and sell them some of the weapons they dream of, the islanders know what to do. By the way, we can also exchange some funds. There is no need for the strategic consultant to say more about the rest. Everyone present at the meeting is the best of the best. They're too familiar with how to exchange funds. And everyone has done it. When selling cutting-edge weapons to other countries, they are often paired with a large amount of outdated and obsolete equipment. The Americans have been using this tactic for decades. The profit is huge. The throne of the island country's second largest economy was taken away by the Dragon Country. But it is still the third largest economy in the world. The economic reserves are considerable. Fleeing the wool from them is what the Eagle Sauce family is most willing to do. It was true in the 1990s, and it is still true today. A few days after the meeting, the island nation's chief minister, Soichi Amami, suffered the same treatment as Commander Joseph. He was so angry that he was sent to the hospital, in a ward with strict security level. Soichi Amami, who was wearing a hospital gown, had his muscles trembling all over. He stared at the Eagle Sauce business representative with gritted teeth as he turned and left. Sir, the Eagle Sauce family is going too far. As soon as the business representative of the United States left, Kobayashi Yasuo, who was accompanying him in the ward, threw the cup of water to the ground, always claiming it's for the safety of allies. The Eagle Sauce family made a decision that went against their ancestors. Sell large quantities of advanced weapons to island countries. When they heard the news, Soichi Amami and Yasuo Kobayashi were so happy that they couldn't control themselves. When they saw the list of weapons, Soichi Amami was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. Yasuo Kobayashi almost drew out his ancestral samurai sword and chopped the negotiating representative representing the Eagle Sauce family. On the weapon sales list worth hundreds of billions of US dollars, 75% of the equipment are outdated and worn-out weapons. The only thing that can be considered advanced is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that is about to be decommissioned. as well as tanks, armored vehicles, individual weapons, and aircraft that the island nation is fully capable of independently developing. To put it nicely, it is a military sales list. To put it bluntly, it's basically selling military garbage. It's still just garbage that can only be sold as scrap metal. This is too much. This is really too much. Tian Haizong propped himself up and sat up, gritting his teeth, and said, "How is the secret nuclear weapons research going now?" "Report to Your Excellency. Everything is going well. It's not much different from the time I promised you." Immediately, Yasuo Kobayashi began to report the cycle and progress of the secret research and development of nuclear weapons. "I have decided to formally sign and agree to this arms sales list in 3 days." Kobayashi Yasuo said worriedly, "Sir, if you do this, the people will regard you as a traitor. For the sake of the island nation's revival, it doesn't matter if I'm called a traitor." Tian Haizongi said resolutely, "For our island nation, spending hundreds of billions of dollars to acquire a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, we can quickly replicate the second and third ones. The island nation's shipbuilding technology is in the leading position. Although restricted by the peace constitution, it is impossible to produce large warships, let alone design aircraft carriers. It doesn't mean that it can't be manufactured. If island countries master the technology of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, within a few years, they will also be able to own aircraft carrier battlegroups. Its overall combat capability may even surpass that of the United States 7th Fleet. On that day, the island nation will become a top power. Your Excellency, your good intentions are admirable. On behalf of all the people, I pay tribute to you." Yasuo Kobayashi bowed 90 degrees. The island nation has endured for so many years and has reached its limit. The neighboring Dragon Kingdom is becoming stronger step by step. If the island nation continues to endure, the empire will never have a chance to revive. Chapter 74. Future Lunting Chip Solution. The Western world has already started to make its own plans, but the Americans dare not to point fingers at them and only dare to let us, the island nation, take risks for them. Hearing what Soichi Amami said, Kobayashi Yasuo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode again. It is also an ally of the Eagle Sauce family. Western countries often give the Eagle Sauce a hard time, but the Eagle Sauce allows it and only gives 2 warnings at most. If there is any disturbance in the island country, the Eagle Sauce will counterattack with extremely strong means. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the most important department of the island country. Island District Prosecutor's Office. Completely obey the orders of the Eagle Sauce family. They do whatever the Americans tell them to do, without giving any face to the island's cabinet. Serious psychological imbalance. Coupled with the Eagle Sauce family's bone-sucking, the island's cabinet was completely enraged. They not only want to build nuclear weapons, but also intercontinental ballistic missiles. We also need to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. A few days later, the island country signed a series of arms purchase agreements with the United States. It immediately caused an uproar across the country. According to media reports, the island nation's 100 million citizens are almost driven crazy. They say it's arms sales, but what they're selling are all junk. Among them is the M1 carbine used by American soldiers in the last century. This thing may not even be considered an advanced weapon if placed on the tropical continent. Su Hai finally completed all the theoretical teachings. On this weekend, Su Hai slept in for a rare time. After 2 weeks of lectures, almost all the top experts involved in the project understood Su Hai's ideas. Next, it's time for experimentation and production. Zang zang zang. Su Hai had just gotten up from the bed and was about to take a break from his busy schedule to play on the computer when a hurried knock on the door distracted him. "Uncle Huang, today is the weekend and you don't have to work. Why are you up so early?" "Xiao Hai, we have to leave again." "I have to leave again?" Su Hai was speechless and said, "What on earth is the commander doing? You just transferred me here. Why are you letting me go again?" Huang Gang walked into the room and closed the door. "The commander has learned that you have completed the theoretical teaching. You also said that even if you are not here, the experts can make jammers according to your theoretical knowledge. Is that correct?" "That's right, but I put a lot of effort into this project, and now I'm leaving just like that." "Xiao Hai, we are the country's scientific researchers. Once the country needs us, we must immediately report to where we are needed." Huang Gang rarely showed a serious expression. "Tell Su Hai clearly. Scientific and technological personnel, like military soldiers, are the cornerstone of the country. They will be moved wherever they are needed. An urgent order was issued from above, asking Su Hai to go to the capital to meet with the leaders. Huang Gang keenly realized that something big must have happened somewhere again, and only Su Hai can solve it. Otherwise, the superiors would not send orders in the early hours of the morning. The research and development is just about to begin, and the base cannot do without Commander Su. Will Commander Su come back? I will. This project is personally in charge of Commander Su. He will definitely come back to lead us to complete the project. Upon learning that Su Hai was going to Longdu for a meeting, a large number of scientific researchers followed him to the airport, saying goodbye to Su Hai reluctantly. Inside the cabin, Su Hai felt very uncomfortable. Su Hai has witnessed the entire process from the start of construction of the base to the present. Now I was suddenly ordered to attend a meeting, and according to Huang Gang's guess, he will most likely have to accept a new task. Su Hai, who was not even 20 years old, felt very reluctant to leave. But no matter how reluctant you are, you have to obey the orders of your superiors. 10 minutes later, the plane slowly took off, fly into the clouds, and receive fighter escort. A few hours later, the plane descended to Longdu International Airport. The convoy stopped on the runway of the airport, just like last time. After getting on the bus, the group was taken to a state-owned 5-star hotel. Shanghai, due to some new circumstances, the chief will postpone seeing you for 1 day. You can rest here first. Huang Gang came over again to deliver orders. With previous experience, Su Hai didn't ask any more questions. At Huang Gang's level, he is only responsible for conveying orders. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, the phone in the room rang. Su Hai was stunned for a moment. He used a secure phone. Except for the chiefs, military leaders, and bigwigs in the scientific research community, ordinary people can't get in at all. Hello, I'm Su Hai. Who are you? Chief Engineer Su, you are finally back in Longdu. I am Gui Yuhang. It's Mr. Gua, Mr. Gua. What can I do for you? Gui Yuhang glanced at Wang Onping next to him. Wang Onping nodded and signaled Gui Yuhang to speak the next part. The phone used was Wang Onping's confidential phone number. The technology of photolithography machines can continue to be updated, and it is said that in a year or two, the 1 nanometer photolithography machine may become 0.1 nanometers. I want to talk to you about this in detail. Gui Yuhang is a leading figure in private technology companies, qualified to know some secrets. Gui Yuhang had no idea what the future would be like. Wang Onping was equally unsure. I would like to invite Su Hai to talk specifically about the future development of chips. Understanding what Gui Yuhang meant, Su Hai thought for a moment and said, "It's almost evening. Why don't we find a place to have a quick meal and chat while we eat?" No problem. Gui Yuhang readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Gui Yuhang immediately called his assistant to arrange a place to eat. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Hai, Gui Yuhang, Huang Gang, and Wang Onping appeared in a time-honored restaurant in Beijing. In the private room, people were chatting and laughing, and there was not a single guest to be seen in the hall. Inside and outside the door stood dragon guards in plain clothes. There are snipers guarding every commanding height. The 2 streets in front of the door had been placed under martial law in advance. Xiao Hai, eat slow. No one is going to snatch it from you. While eating, Wang Onping realized something was wrong. Su Hai seemed to have just returned from the tropical continent. He ate voraciously, and Su Hai finished 3 plates of mutton by himself. Huang Gang laughed and said, "Teacher, Xiao Hai has suffered a lot during this period. He only lived in the institute for 4 days before he brought everyone to the Gobi Desert Base. The supplies there are far inferior to those in the city. Thank you for your hard work, kid." Wang Onping picked up the chopsticks, picked up 2 slices of luncheon meat, and put them on Su Hai's plate. Su Hai smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, how do you know that I like luncheon meat the most? I feel embarrassed to pick up my chopsticks when this thing is placed in front of you. What are you embarrassed about, kid? Come on, eat more." Wang Onping placed a plate of luncheon meat in front of Su Hai. After Su Hai had eaten his fill, Gui Yuhang finally spoke up. "Chief Engineer Su, what do you think about the new chip?" Su Hai put down his chopsticks and said, "Mr. Wang, can I talk to Mr. Guo freely?" "Yes." Gui Yuhang has signed a confidentiality agreement and obtained some confidential information, Wang Onping said with a smile. Chapter 75. Eagle Sauce's mentality collapsed. Continue to arm the island nation. Su Hai wiped his mouth twice and said, "The country will conduct the second phase of the Lunting project in half a year, and the new lithography machine will be officially put into use at that time. In other words, You have half a year to adjust the industrial structure and sell our Lunting chips to countries around the world. The new Lunting chip will also be sold by you and other technology companies. What about half a year later? Gui Yuhang smiled bitterly and said, Chief Engineer, Su may not know that since the Lunting chip became a big hit, I have increased the expansion of the production line. The orders sent to me are already scheduled for a year later. These production lines can only produce chips made by 1 nanometer lithography machines. How can we solve this problem? Su Hai said slowly. This problem is easy to solve. When the time comes, send some scientific researchers over and I'll give them some special treatment. Tell them how to modify the production line. All your production lines can be modified and used. That's good. That's good. Commander Gui Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Gang interrupted and said, Xiao Hai, we have been out for more than an hour. What do you think? Su Hai looked at Gui Yuhang and said, Mr. Gua, do you have any other questions? No more. No more. Gui Yuhang smiled. I'll go back first. Su Hai was listed as a strategic level talent like nuclear weapons. No matter where you go, you will be followed by a large number of security personnel, and you must report in advance. Carry out personnel evacuation and various protective measures. While we were having our meal, 2 streets were put under martial law. There are security guards on the rooftops. Huang Gang was worried that someone would use this incident to attack Su Hai, so he kindly reminded Su Hai that it was not appropriate to stay outside for too long. Wang Omping on the side showed a relieved expression. This student of mine is now able to stand on his own. Not only does it have extremely high technological research and development capabilities, but its work capabilities in other areas are also close to maturity. One morning later, Su Hai appeared in Zhang Weiguo's office. Zhang Weiguo poured a cup of tea for Su Hai and reminded him, Xiao Hai, don't drink it all in one go like you did last time. Drinking tea requires calmness and indifference. Tea should be drunk sip by sip, and things should be done one by one. Commander, please stop playing dumb with me. What exactly happened? Su Hai put down his teacup and said with a wry smile, I was wondering yesterday why the commander transferred me back from the base, and what made you postpone the meeting with me. Please tell me. Wait a moment. Zhang Weiguo returned to his desk, picked up the red phone, and said, Has Sun Qianjin arrived? We're already here. Let him come up. After a while, Sun Qianjin walked into the office. He didn't chat enthusiastically with Su Hai like before, and his expression showed 2 words. Dignified. Su Hai looked at Sun Qianjin's solemn expression, then looked at Zhang Weiguo. It seems like I understand something. Commander, there must be something wrong at sea, right? Sun Qianjin, tell Xiao Hai. Yes. Sun Qianjin calmed down and smiled. Xiao Hai, I'm going to trouble you again this time. There is indeed a big trouble at sea. Not long ago, the United States publicly announced that it would sell a series of weapons to the island country for national defense and self-defense. 90% of the items on this weapons list are not worth paying attention to, but there is one item that we should not underestimate. It's not an aircraft carrier, is it? Su Hai blurted out. It's an aircraft carrier, and it's a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The island nation has gone crazy, and the Eagle Sauce people are going crazy with him. Su Hai was filled with shock. Before heading to the Northwest Desert, Su Hai was authorized to obtain a top-secret intelligence. It is very likely that the island nation is secretly developing nuclear weapons. Not long after, Su Hai once again received news that could poke a hole in the sky. The Eagle Sauce family is going crazy again and again. Not only did it authorize island countries to develop nuclear weapons, it even dared to sell them nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. If it was just a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, we wouldn't have called a genius like you over. We are worried now. With the island nation's shipbuilding technology and their research on nuclear energy, we just need to give them some more time. One nuclear-powered aircraft carrier may very likely become 2, or even more. Sun Qianjin said. Except for their own or D capabilities, the movements of the Eagle Sauce family are now hard to figure out. First, it allowed the island country to secretly develop nuclear weapons. And selling them nuclear-powered aircraft carriers is a crazy move step by step. Even professional intelligence analysts are unable to come up with a specific analysis now. There are concerns that the island country will imitate this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and produce more aircraft carriers. The intelligence agencies have another concern. Will the Americans do something even crazier next? For example, continue to sell nuclear-powered aircraft carriers to island countries. Or perhaps teach intercontinental ballistic missile technology to island nations. The Dragon Country and the Island Country are too close. The island country possesses a large number of lethal weapons, which is like a person holding a sharp knife standing where you lie. No one is sure when this man will drop the knife. And this guy is a lunatic. Commander, Uncle's son, although this matter is serious, I don't think it's to the point where we can't sleep or eat. Su-hai crossed his legs and drank the tea beside him while saying, although the island country has nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and is about to develop nuclear weapons. But we are not without means to deal with them. The destroyer Lunting is fully capable of dealing with them. Not long ago, the electromagnetic shells fired by the destroyer Lunting paralyzed all the ships of the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet can be paralyzed, let alone a small nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. If we take the initiative to destroy this aircraft carrier, won't the problem be solved once and for all? It's not as simple as you think. Zhang Weiguo said in a serious tone. If the first shot is fired at a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, whether it is a real shell or an electromagnetic shell, it all means that we have ambitions to expand outward. What will the peace-loving countries in the world, as well as the Western powers whose attitudes are wavering, think of us? Do you think that our military equipment has made rapid progress, and we are ready to learn from the Eagles and wield the war stick around the world? The international situation cannot be decided by just thinking about it. Everything needs to be thought through. Using the launching destroyer to take the initiative seems like a good idea. But the hidden concerns behind this are huge. Taking action first is equivalent to giving the Eagle's sauce a knife. It will also seriously affect the image of Longwa in the world. The Lunting chip suddenly appeared, and the staunch allies of the Eagle's sauce family began to waver. It was too late to pull them. If we really accidentally fire at the island country, the results will outweigh the gains. Longwa's style of doing things is upright. Firing the first shot may bring temporary benefits, but it will affect the overall plan. Chapter 76. A flying fortress built with Star Destroyer technology. Xiaohai, remember, our Dragon Nation will never seek world dominance. We will not be like the Eagle Sauce family, who rely on force and other means to oppress and exploit the people of the world. I was worried that Su-hai was young and frivolous and might have inappropriate dangerous thoughts. Zhang Weiguo told Su-hai in a serious tone that it is the national policy of Dragon Country to live in peace with other countries in the world and seek development together. It won't change now, and it won't change in the future. The Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to the principle of peace-loving. Developing the economy and national defense is not for the purpose of coveting the territory of other countries, nor will they fire the first shot at other countries. At this point, Zhang Weiguo changed the subject and said, Longwa loves peace, but that doesn't mean we are afraid of war. If other countries dare to attack us, the Dragon Country will give the enemy the most severe counterattack. Xiaohai, do you understand? Understood. Su-hai sighed. He understands the truth. But they have already come to my doorstep. Should I just let it go? The atmosphere felt a bit heavy. Sun Qianjin tried to smooth things over. Xiaohai, I called you here today because I want you to help the Navy think of a way to improve the level of weapons and equipment again. Can we modify or independently develop a powerful marine weapon that will shock the world? Use it to deter the Eagle Sauce family and its vassal island countries so that they dare not act rashly. Sun Qianjin looked at Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo returned to his seat and sat down, nodding slightly. Seeing this, Sun Qianjin said again, for example, can you help modify our existing aircraft carrier? Install electromagnetic weapons and wide-range radar? If our aircraft carrier technology level exceeds that of existing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, the Eagles will have to think twice before causing trouble. Su-hai thought about it, then turned and looked at Zhang Weiguo. Commander, you called me here so that I can develop and modify the aircraft carrier, right? Zhang Weiguo nodded and said, after research and discussion, the country believes that it is necessary to strengthen its aircraft carrier capabilities. In terms of other naval equipment, the Dragon Kingdom is not much different from the Eagle Kingdom. The only area where there is still a considerable technological gap is in aircraft carrier technology. All of the aircraft carriers of the United States are nuclear-powered, while the 2 aircraft carriers launched by the Dragon Kingdom are both conventionally powered. In terms of power, it is far behind the United States. The various technologies inside the aircraft carrier are not as good as those of the United States. Zhang Weiguo believed it was necessary to ask Su-hai, the young genius, to help the Navy strengthen its aircraft carrier technology. Sun Weiguo continued, Xiaohai, let me research with Mr. Zhao before you come. The water fuel engine you installed on the Lunting destroyer should also be installed on an aircraft carrier, right? If an aircraft carrier has a water fuel engine, its power should be no less than that of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Weapons and equipment can also be copied from the Lunting destroyer. As for carrier-based aircraft, I don't think it should be difficult for you. After hearing this, Su-hai smiled slightly and said, Uncle Sun, Commander, since Longhua is not as good as Yingjiangjia in aircraft carrier technology, I suggest not to continue developing aircraft carriers. What did you say? Sun Qianjin was shocked when he heard this. Ben was waiting for Su-hai to give them a surprise. Unexpectedly, Su-hai said that there was no need for Longhua to research aircraft carriers. Zhang Weigua's expression was calm. I know Su-hai will definitely have something else to say. Xiaohai, have you thought of a device that can replace aircraft carriers and serve as a strategic weapon at sea? The chief is the chief, that's right. Su-hai smiled. You are absolutely right. I just thought of a piece of equipment that can not only replace aircraft carriers, but can also, to some extent, serve as our mobile military base and fixed radar reconnaissance station. Serving as a mobile military base, a radar reconnaissance station? Even Zhang Weigua, the second-in-command, was confused by Su-hai at this time. What exactly is the equipment that Su-hai is talking about? What equipment can serve as a mobile military base? Looking at the two people who were confused, Su-hai said loudly, Commander, can I use the paper and pen on your desk? Can. Zhang Weigua stood up and gave his seat to Su-hai. Su-hai was not polite and sat in Zhang Weigua's seat. He picked up a pen, found a piece of manuscript paper, and started drawing on it quickly. Zhang Weigua and Sun Qianjin stood on both sides of Su-hai, looking down at what Su-hai had drawn. After a while, Su-hai drew a line that looked like a warship. This ship is completely different from existing warships. Sun Qianjin was puzzled and asked, Xiaohai, what did you draw? It looks like a battleship to me, but it also looks a little different. Su-hai said proudly, It is certainly not a battleship. I will temporarily name it an air fortress. Sky Fortress? Isn't this the bomber of the Eagle Sauce family? Sun Qianjin blurted out. Su-hai shook his head repeatedly and said seriously, Uncle Sun, you misunderstood. The Space Fortress and the Eagle Sauce Bomber are two completely different things. Besides the name, there is another thing that is the same. What's the difference? Sun Qianjin asked hurriedly. You can fly. This time, Zhang Weigua was completely surprised. Judging from Su-hai's strange-looking sketch, he should have drawn a boat. The length of the boat must be quite large. A water-fueled engine may not be able to provide enough horsepower. Besides, there are too many areas involved in making a ship fly. Sun Qianjin took off his military cap and scratched his sparse hair. Xiaohai, please stop keeping me in suspense. I'm confused by you. You said it was called a Sky Fortress and that it could fly. I really don't understand. Can you start from the beginning? Then I'll start from the beginning. The strange-looking ship, in the eyes of the two, was actually the main body of the air fortress. Su-hai will add a large number of weapons and various military equipment to this ship, using a completely new power system. Relying on this power system, the air fortress can remain suspended in the air for a long time. It can also be moved to any area at will under the control of technicians. The defensive capabilities of the Sky Fortress are equally astonishing. Even ballistic missiles can't penetrate it. Attack and defense capabilities reach top level at the same time. Su-hai will also give it powerful detection capabilities. Commander, Uncle Su, I call it an aerial fortress, and I must build it like a real fortress. Not only can it carry loads, but it can also fight. With an air fortress, it can completely replace an aircraft carrier. Its flying speed is equivalent to that of a civilian airliner, and it can move freely across several oceans without any problems. The Sky Fortress that Su-hai mentioned has another name, Imperial-class Star Cruiser. The reason why it has to be renamed is, after all, a material issue. To create a true Imperial-class Star Cruiser, whether it is funds or various metals, the figures are astronomical. The vast majority of metals do not exist on Earth. Chapter 77. Too many projects, not enough people, and money. Even if Su-hai raised enough funds and manpower, it may not be possible to produce it in a short period of time. In view of this, Su-hai chose to settle for the second best. If the big one doesn't work, make a small one. According to the design concept of the Imperial-class Star Cruiser, drastic changes were made. Take a simplified manufacturing approach. Replace metals that are not available on Earth with metals and components that can be found. The technical level content has dropped from 100 points to 40 points. Although it is a scaled-down version, it still needs to be placed somewhere. If placed on Earth, it would definitely be a terrifying weapon of war. Even if the power system technology of the Sky Fortress is transferred to the Eagle Sauce family. Even if they were given hundreds of years, they still wouldn't be able to produce it. Not only can it not be produced, but even 1/10 of the design drawings cannot be analyzed. After Su Hai's detailed and easy-to-understand introduction, Zhang Weiguo and Sun Qianjin finally understood. What does Sky Fortress represent? Terrifying attack power and powerful defense capabilities. No fighter planes or ships are needed for protection. Just like its name, it is itself a terrifying war fortress. The air fortress located in the sky can accommodate thousands of people. Even if the Eagles dispatched all their aircraft carrier battle groups, they would not be able to hurt it at all. Su Hai said proudly, "Commander, the Navy already has an air fortress. Why do we need to build an aircraft carrier?" Using the money for building aircraft carriers to build more air fortresses is the most cost-effective solution. After the research and development is successful, we will build more than a dozen of them. Some of it will be placed near the border, and the rest will be placed at sea. Its power is even greater than that of an aircraft carrier, and its deterrent effect is even greater. Su Hai talked incessantly. Zhang Weiguo was so excited that he couldn't control himself. If it is true, as Su Hai said, the Sky Fortress has many advantages. There is indeed no need to continue building aircraft carriers. After a few minutes, Sun Qianjin let out a long sigh. While the naval generals were still busy with matters at sea, Su Hai had already leaped to other heights. Once the aerial fortress floating in the air is designed, the Dragon Kingdom Navy will be invincible. Give Su Hai some more time. If things go wrong, he might break through the atmosphere and fly directly into space. Don't mention it. Su Hai really has such an idea, and also have such technology. Due to material problems, we are currently unable to produce interstellar-level war weapons. However, with the materials we have now, we can create weapons that can fight in Earth orbit. Still more than enough. Xiao Hai, you have been emphasizing that the Sky Fortress will use a special power source. Can you tell us about this special engine power source? What material is used? How much money will it cost to manufacture it? How many people will be mobilized? And how long will it take? Zhang Weiguo, the second in command, quickly recovered from his excitement. Thoughts begin to extend further afield. Once the Sky Fortress project is approved, it will inevitably involve a large amount of funds and personnel transfers. This year, the country has set up 2 large-scale projects. The level of each project is unprecedented. The anti-fission device research base located in the Gobi Desert gathers a large number of scientific researchers. The amount of funds transferred is an astronomical figure. Half a year later, Lunting's second-phase research project will officially begin. It also requires a lot of personnel and funds. If Su Hai's next aerial fortress plan is to be carried out, a large number of personnel and funds will be required. Zhang Weiguo must plan ahead. How to squeeze out funds and from where to select scientific researchers. Without thinking, Su Hai said, "Commander, the special engine power I mentioned is called the antimatter engine. Not only can it provide power for the entire aerial fortress, the surplus power it generates can also charge the weapons on it. Sky Fortress brings together various military units. Radar, aircraft, artillery. It also has functions such as ocean cruising, rescue, etc. The various weapons and equipment equipped in the air fortress no longer rely on external weapons, ammunition, and fuel. The air fortress's own power source can be used to directly load weapons and maintain power. The Sky Fortress will be a strategic weapon of the Dragon Country in the future. As long as the power is not extinguished, the personnel and weapons and equipment inside can be completely self-sufficient. The flying speed of the Sky Fortress cannot yet reach the terrifying speed of sound of the Ghost Fighter. But it's not slow anymore. It can match the speed of top civil airliners. Possess a certain degree of rapid strike and rapid response capabilities. Amazing. The equipment you have conceived is truly amazing." Su Hai talked about the advantages of the air fortress with saliva flying. Zhang Weiguo gave a thumbs up. Sun Qianjin was so excited that he could hardly control himself. "I can't wait to get this project started now. Make the air fortress as quickly as possible. The aerial fortress with rapid strike, fast movement, and super strong defense is simply a giant in the sea and sky. Mobile military base. Commander, I will continue to answer your next question." Su Hai sorted out his thoughts and said, You just asked me how much money and personnel the Sky Fortress needs. I can tell you clearly now that the funding is no less than 1 trillion. As for the supporting our D personnel, it will probably be more than 10,000 people. So many are D personnel? Zhang Weigua could accept the funding issue. It is not easy to mobilize more than 10,000 scientific and technological personnel. Zhang Weigua frowned and said, Xiao Hai, you know the current situation. The 2 large projects were launched at almost the same time. One is the anti-fission jammer, and the other is the 0.1 nanometers lithography machine you are responsible for developing. For these 2 projects, the country has mobilized a large number of scientific researchers. If we start the Sky Fortress project right away, we may have to suspend a previous project. Can't pause. Su Hai hurriedly said. Whether it is the anti-fission interference device or the 0.1 lithography machine research, it is of great significance to our dragon country. You can only speed up, never slow down, let alone pause. As for the research and development of the Sky Fortress, even if I am given enough manpower and funds now, I may not be able to manufacture it without 2 to 3 years. Su Hai obtained ideas and technologies from the Imperial-class starships. Although it is a scaled-down version, it is also an interstellar weapon. This was the first time Su Hai made this kind of equipment, and he had neither experience nor any reference examples. The only thing you can rely on is the design plan given by the system. 2 or 3 years is already the most conservative consideration. Together, the investment in this project is as high as 1 trillion. There can't be any problems anywhere. You have to be extra careful. Once problems arise during the development period, it is likely to cause significant delays. I heard that the Sky Fortress will take 2 or 3 years to manufacture. Zhang Weigua thought for a while and came up with his own plan. Chapter 78. The project will be launched at the beginning of next year, waiting for the visit of various countries. Xiaohai, how about this? By the end of this year, you should be able to complete the manufacturing of the anti-fission jammer and nanolithography machine research, right? If possible, the Sky Fortress project will be launched early next year. I will prepare all the funds and personnel you need for you as soon as possible. Zhang Weigua and Sun Qianjin have witnessed Su Hai's imaginative manufacturing concepts more than once. Miraculous manufacturing capabilities. There was not the slightest doubt about what he said. Can. Su Hai nodded and said, the Sky Fortress project is going to take several years. There is not much difference between starting the project now and starting it a few months later. Su Hai then chuckled, start to have wild thoughts. A few years later, the majestic air fortress appeared over the sea. Would the American fleet roaming the ocean be frightened if they saw this? Will you scream that aliens are invading the Earth? Thinking of the extremely horrified expressions on the Eagle Sauce family's faces, Su Hai couldn't help but want to laugh. Recently, Su Hai often browses foreign websites online. Many foreign netizens believe that the rapid development of Dragon Country's technological strength is related to aliens. Get inspiration and ideas from the technology granted by aliens. That's why we were able to master the lithography machine and produce the 6th-generation fighter jets. As time goes by, speculation that Longwa has obtained alien technology has gained more and more supporters. Once the Sky Fortress appears, such remarks will be completely regarded as facts. At that time, it will be fun to watch. The Dragon Country, which has been suppressed by the Eagle Sauce and Western countries for decades, has produced genuine alien technology weapons. Wouldn't Western countries be scrambling to pay their respects to Dragon Country? Ha ha! As he thought about it, Su Hai couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiao Hai, what are you laughing at? Why are you so happy? Sun Qianjin asked. Uncle Sun, in a few years, when the Eagle Sauce family sees the Sky Fortress we built, will they be so scared that they dare not sleep? Need I say more? They'll probably scare us to death. Sun Qianjin said sarcastically. It turns out that their proud aircraft carriers have lost their effectiveness in front of the air fortress. Not only will they be scared out of their wits, they will probably try every possible means to ask us to teach them some techniques. They can't even think about it. Su Hai sneered and said, don't the Eagle Sauce family know what kind of character I am? In order to suppress our Dragon Country, they in the Western world have set up one technological barrier after another. Our Dragon Country wants to develop a certain technology, so we discuss technology licensing with them. These people are shaking their heads one by one, as if they're going to die. Whether it's chips or other high-tech products, if we want to buy them, we have to pay a lot of money. Maybe half of what I buy is industrial waste. What Suhai said are the facts that Longwa has encountered in recent years. Relying on technological monopoly, capitalists in the Western world make a lot of dirty money. No matter what Longwa wants to buy, they will add several times the price. They often come with unfair terms and conditions that prohibit returns. Hai, don't gloat over others' misfortune. Give me the relevant information about the aerial fortress and the application report as soon as possible. Yes. Suhai saluted quickly. Looking at Suhai's unseemly military salute, Zhang Weiguo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now that we have finished our business, it's time to talk about something else. Commander, is there anything else? Do you still remember what Liang Yiming said to you when he sent you to Longdu? What did Uncle Liang say to me? Oh, I remember now. Suhai slapped his forehead and blurted out. Uncle Liang told me not to disappoint everyone's hopes. Once the lithography machine is developed, he will give me a mysterious gift. After saying this, Suhai seemed to have thought of something. Is Uncle Liang planning to give me a promotion? What a clever little fellow. Thinking of the deterrent power brought by the aerial fortress, Zhang Weiguo was in an unprecedented good mood. It was rare for him to joke with Suhai. Then, Zhang Weiguo told Suhai with a smile. On behalf of Liang Yiming, I will award Suhai a new military rank. Before coming, Sun Qianjin didn't know about this. Upon learning that Zhang Weiguo was going to replace Liang Yiming to promote Suhai, Sun Qianjin muttered, "Since I met Liang Yiming when I was young, I knew that this guy was a miser." Xiao Hai earned so much face for him and contributed a lot of science and technology to our national defense, but Liang Yiming only gave Xiao Hai the salary of a major. If he were in the Navy, Xiao Hai would have been a colonel long ago. After a bit of sarcasm, Sun Qianjin said with a smile, Xiao Hai, do you still remember our last conversation? If you come to our high county, I will personally award you the rank of colonel. Ahem. Zhang Weiguo coughed a few times, and Sun Qianjin trembled. It seems that there is no hope of poaching Suhai's people. Then, Zhang Weiguo opened the drawer and took out a few things. Colonel shoulder straps and a brand new officer's certificate. A first-class military medal. Xiao Hai, these things are honor and mission. Zhang Weiguo said with a serious expression. From this moment on, you are a colonel of the Dragon Kingdom. The burden on you is heavier than ever before. You are carrying the expectations of countless people, and you will also be responsible for strengthening the country's national defense. Yes, I will ensure that the task is completed. Suhai responded with a serious expression. Whether it is a military medal or the rank of colonel, it is not only a reward given to me by the country, but also a heavy expectation. He hopes that he can continue to work hard and use his intelligence and talents to strengthen national defense, improve people's livelihood and economy. Holding these things in his hands, Suhai couldn't help but feel happy. If my parents saw this, they would probably go crazy with joy. Maybe my father will even drag me back to the countryside to worship our ancestors. All uncles and aunts were called together, and Suhai was solemnly written into the family tree. Maybe in a few decades, my photo will be displayed together with those of the Su family's ancestors. During festivals, he accepts incense and offerings from his descendants. It makes me excited just thinking about it. As for money, Suhai doesn't care at all. If they cared, they would not transfer the lithography machine technology to the country for free. The country was also very kind to Suhai. In addition to a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan, special allowances and bonuses together amount to almost 10 million yuan. After a few months, all in all, Suhai had assets worth nearly 100 million. It's not comparable to the top rich people, but it's enough to spend. Whatever Suhai wanted, the relevant departments would deliver it to him in minutes. As a top national scientific researcher, money is no longer of much use to Suhai. By the way, Commander, since the Sky Fortress project won't be launched until early next year, can I return to the Gobi base in the next 2 days? Chapter 79. Temporary order to modify the exoskeleton mecha. Thinking of the reluctant expressions on the faces of the scientific researchers at the base when they saw him off, Suhai couldn't help but feel eager to return home. Xiao Hai, you finally came back, don't leave in a hurry. Sun Qianjin smiled and said, how about you stay in our Navy for 2 days and help us upgrade some equipment? Don't worry, Mr. Zhao has already prepared the personnel and materials you need, and is just waiting for you to come over. Sun Qianjin, don't set your sights on Xiao Hai. The country has other plans for him. Zhang Weiguo's words stopped Sun Qianjin from thinking of taking Suhai away. Sun Qianjin was unwilling to give up and asked, "Commander, what plan could be more important than strengthening the Navy?" "The research that Xiao Hai will be in charge of will add a new type of combat equipment to the Army." Sun Qianjin was stunned for a moment and said, "Commander, do you want Xiao Hai to help the Army develop secret weapons?" "It's not a secret weapon. The research and development has been going on for several years," Zheng Wei was said in a serious tone. As the United States suddenly stopped exporting chips to China, research and development work had to be suspended. Now we have our own Lunting chip, plus the various advanced technologies mastered by Su Hai. With him in charge of this research, the results will definitely be greater than expected. Sun Qianjin asked curiously, "Commander, what's the plan?" Zhang Wei was said, "The individual exoskeleton armor project." After these words were spoken, even Su Hai was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the country had already started researching exoskeleton armor a few years ago. "Commander, what capabilities does our exoskeleton have now?" "My explanation of technology may not be comprehensive enough. You will know when you take a look." Zhang Wei's tone suddenly became serious. "Su Hai, from now on, you will serve as the new chief designer of the exoskeleton project. Do you have the confidence to design our own mechanical exoskeleton as soon as possible?" Su Hai said firmly. That night, a large number of design drawings and our D plans appeared in front of Su Hai. It took Su Hai several hours to read all of this. A few years ago, the Army applied to its headquarters for the development of individual mechanical exoskeleton armor. Enhance the combat capability of individual soldiers and use it to conduct operations in special areas and at special levels. The project mobilized hundreds of scientific researchers and billions of dollars in funding. The early stages of the project have gone very smoothly, and a prototype has already been produced. In the middle stage, it encountered chip problems and had to be shelved temporarily. After understanding the research and development content, Su Hai set off the next day with Huang Gang and a large number of security personnel. We took a car to the third branch of the Army Equipment Research Institute located in the suburbs of Longdu. After meeting with relevant personnel, Su Hai immediately got down to work. Started to program and install the mecha on the transferred Lunting chip. What kind of hand speed is this? It's too fast. Even the world's top programmers can't reach 1/10 of his speed. Even if I practice for decades, I still can't have his hand speed. The researchers at the Sanfin Institute made familiar exclamations. At that time, Su Hai was in a laboratory, demonstrating programming techniques to Lunting chip technicians. Same hand speed. Nowadays, mecha researchers are also impressed by Su Hai's programming skills and speed. Huang Gang stood behind Su Hai with a smile on his face. Since becoming Su Hai's assistant, he has seen this kind of situation countless times. Every time Su Hai enters the research and development stage, he will attract waves of exclamations. At this time, a middle-aged researcher suddenly waved to Huang Gang. "Old Chun, what's wrong with you?" "Old classmate, where did you find this great man?" A researcher named Lao Chun graduated from the same university as Huang Gang. "They're classmates and alumni," Huang Gang said self-deprecatingly. "I don't have the ability to invite such a great god for you. To tell you the truth, this is a top expert sent by the country. Learn from him carefully. I guarantee that everyone will benefit greatly." Su Hai is now at a confidential level. Among the more than 1 billion people in Dragon Country, there are less than 100 people who know Su Hai's specific identity. It's not only very beneficial, it's also been an eye-opener. Old Chin sighed. "I'm in my 40s and I'm considered the most experienced researcher in the project team. Compared with this young expert in front of me, I feel like a primary school student. It really corresponds to the old saying, comparing people will make you die. Comparing goods will make you throw them away." Huang Gang comforted him. "Old Chun, you don't have to feel so inferior. He is not only a genius, but also a genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. It's normal that you can't beat him. If you can beat him, that's abnormal. Hey, old Huang, I haven't seen you for a few years, and your words are getting more and more poisonous." Lao Chen rolled his eyes deliberately. "Can you tell me what research this expert has done before? If my research field overlaps with his, I can ask him for advice." Huang Gang frowned and said, "I'm sorry, I've just said everything I can say. If there's anything I can't say, just ask me 1,000 or 10,000 questions, and I won't be able to say one more word to you. Got it? Keep it a secret." Lao Chen has participated in many secret projects. The confidentiality regulations are crystal clear. Since Huang Gang said so, Lao Chen shut up at the right time. Wa Suhai Pavam Aten TV. It took Suhai a day to complete the chip programming. Then, Suhai led everyone to install the chip. The semi-finished exoskeleton has undergone drastic transformation and upgrades. 3 days later, everyone who received the order gathered at the Sanfen test site. Hundreds of our D personnel looked at each other. Suhai arranged for them to gather here at 8 o'clock in the morning. The time has come. Neither Suhai nor the exoskeleton that was to be tested today was seen. Did Chief Su oversleep? A young researcher said. It's already 8:05, and Chief Engineer Su hasn't shown up yet. I think he worked overtime last night and should still be resting in the dormitory. Impossible? Another researcher said. Even if Chief Engineer Su overslept, Dr. Huang would remind him. Neither of them showed up. Could something have happened? Someone else said, Brother Chin, why don't you give Dr. Huang a call and ask what's going on? Okay, I'll give it a call and ask. As he spoke, Lao Chen took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The next second, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook. There's an earthquake. Everyone run. This isn't an earthquake zone. How could an earthquake occur? Don't worry about it for now, just run. If you don't run, you'll die. Everyone wait a moment. What do you see ahead? The ground was shaking more and more violently, just like the signs before an earthquake. Chapter 80. One mecha is worth a combined brigade. When everyone was about to disperse, Lao Chen stared straight ahead. Not far away, a huge monster was walking towards them. The giant is about 3 meters tall and looks very much like Iron Man in foreign movies. Oh my God! Is that Iron Man? Iron Man, a superhero made up in the movies. How could he appear here? Strange. Why do you look familiar to me? It looks familiar to me, and it seems to be our exoskeleton. No. Our exoskeleton is only 1.9 meters tall, and this one is at least 3 meters tall. The giant creature was getting closer and closer to them. With every step, the ground shook violently. The so-called earthquake is caused by the vibration of footsteps. Old Huang, what on earth is this? Is it the mechanical exoskeleton we are researching? Seeing Huang Gang appear, Lao Chun ran over with gritted teeth. Holding Huang Gang's hand, he asked him all sorts of questions. The behemoth looks somewhat similar to the mechanical exoskeleton that everyone has spent years of effort to create. But when you look closer, it seems to be something completely different. Huang Gang said, This is a new type of mechanical exoskeleton armor that Chief Engineer Su spent 3 days upgrading and remodeling. It's 2 different things from what you developed. Is this a new type of exoskeleton mecha? It's a complete combat robot. Old Chun was stunned. In 3 days, Suhai upgraded his 1.9-meter tall mechanical exoskeleton to 3 meters. This alone is not something they can do. Not to mention just one person. Even if we send all the people up there, 3 months wouldn't be enough. Hello everyone. Suhai, who is both the designer of the exoskeleton and the first pilot, controlled the exoskeleton arm to wave and say hello to everyone. Hearing the familiar voice coming from inside, Lao Chen was surprised and asked, Chief Engineer Su, are you the one controlling the mecha in there? It's me. Suhai smiled and said, Everyone come and have a look at my modified and upgraded mechanical exoskeleton mecha. Isn't it particularly majestic and domineering? The people, who were in a state of shock, ran over one after another. Just like Granny Lou visiting the Grandview Garden, people kept looking at this mechanical exoskeleton mecha. Chief Engineer Su, the armor of the exoskeleton mecha seems to be made of a different alloy than the one we use. Lao Chen hesitated and asked, Did you make alloy armor for it again? Yes. Suhai's confirming voice came from the exoskeleton. The original armor alloy was indeed changed. It uses the same alloy technology as the Wraith. Weapon equipment system? One researcher asked. I have also modified it, giving it powerful combat capabilities. Suhai introduced it to people in detail. According to the original design concept, the mechanical exoskeleton can only perform simple combat tasks. It's like special forces. The mechanical exoskeleton mecha modified by Suhai has a combat capability equivalent to that of a synthetic brigade. It not only has powerful ground combat firepower, but is also capable of flying combat. Old Chin couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. The other researchers either opened their mouths, pursed their lips, or slapped their faces. I suspected that I didn't hear it clearly, or I was not fully awake yet. Huang Gang introduced. You heard it right. It can indeed fly. Huang called everyone to the back of the exoskeleton mecha and pointed to several turbine devices behind the mecha. Look everyone, the reason why the exoskeleton mecha can fly is because of these devices. Once the turbine starts, it will generate a strong boost to help the exoskeleton fly into the air. Everyone, please spread out. I'm going to conduct a flight test. Hearing the order coming from the headset, Huang said, "Everyone, make way and retreat 10 meters away." Then, everyone dispersed in all directions, leaving a 10-meter open space. Suhai, who used brain waves to control the aircraft, began to transmit flight commands. In an instant, the turbine behind the mechanical armor began to rotate violently, making a buzzing sound. The next second, the exoskeleton mecha controlled by Suhai took off into the air. It stopped in the air about 5 meters high. Su Haiping raises the right hand of the exoskeleton. An unexpected scene appeared. The exoskeleton's right arm changes rapidly. It went from a normal arm to a machine gun. Da-da-da. The weapons fired instantly. Several targets set up in front of the test site were turned into powder by bullets fired from machine guns. After completing the high-altitude ground attack test, Suhai gave new instructions to Huang through the pager. Arrange a test tank for trial. Old Chen, contact the laboratory logistics department immediately and drive a tank over. Hearing this, Lao Chun went to handle the matter personally. 10 minutes later, an old main battle tank was driven to the test site by logistics personnel. This time, Suhai did not use machine guns to attack. Suhai landed in front of the tank, stretched out his arms, and bent the tank's gun barrel. Is this still a tank? Why does it look like it's made of paper? How powerful is the mecha? Bending a gun barrel is as easy as bending a twig. Although it is a retired old tank, a main battle tank is still a main battle tank. It's incredible. Exoskeleton tearing tanks apart with bare hands. Can you believe it? Everyone had an excited look on their faces. Everyone talked about their own intuitive impressions. The mechanical exoskeleton mecha is more than just awesome, it's extremely awesome. After a moment, Suhai clenched his fist and hit the front armor of the tank hard. With a dull bang, a hole was punched in the solid front armor by the fist. Old Chen looked shocked. The front armor is the most powerful part of the tank's overall defense. Even armor-piercing bullets may not be able to penetrate it directly. Just one punch, and a hole was made in it. It should be no problem to deal with the new main battle tanks of the Eagle Sauce family. Everyone present was an expert in land warfare weapons. Very knowledgeable about land warfare weapons. In order to make up for its technical deficiencies, this old main battle tank has undergone many modifications. The armor's defense is quite strong. For main battle tanks of the same level, when firing from a distance of several hundred meters, the shells cannot penetrate the front armor. In other words, it is a new type of mechanical exoskeleton mecha that has been modified by Suhai. The attack force generated by a punch is equivalent to the power of multiple artillery shells. Suhai once again showed them how to tear a tank apart with his bare hands. He punched a hole in the front armor of the tank and put his hands in. The tank was torn open and a bigger hole was torn. A few minutes later, the main battle tank was torn into pieces by Suhai. I was a little skeptical before, but now I am convinced. Old Chen was completely convinced by Suhai's strength. With such strong attack power and the ability to fly into the air to fight, placing it on the battlefield is enough to influence the direction of a battle. If we put a few more of them in place, it could even change the outcome of a battle. Chapter 81. Low-Cost Exoskeleton Armor. Aerial bullets rained down the ground, and tearing tanks apart by hand were just Suhai's appetizers. Next, Suhai turned the other hand of the mechanical exoskeleton into a flamethrower. The blazing flames gushed out from the nozzle. The test targets in front of them were all burned to ashes. The Third Research Institute specializes in the study of land combat weapons, and the test site has a large number of test targets. After completing the flamethrower test, Suhai flew into the air again. This time, Suhai dived from a high altitude and rushed straight towards a small bunker. The bunker was built using the finest reinforced concrete and was specifically designed to test the power of high explosive shells fired from individual rocket launchers. There was a test here 2 days ago. There were many traces of explosions around the bunker. The left side was collapsed by a high explosive bomb, but the right side remained intact. Suhai was like a meteor falling from the sky. Without using any weapons, the bunker was destroyed by relying solely on the weight of the mechanical exoskeleton. Old Chen clapped his hands and started joking. Old Huang, Is this Chief Engineer Su here to test the new mechanical exoskeleton armor? Or is he here to destroy the house? He has almost dismantled everything on the test field, Huang Gang said with a smile. Chief Engineer Su has a characteristic. His thinking is very imaginative. Even the chief has a hard time predicting what Chief Engineer Su will do next. The mechanical exoskeleton he designed, the weapons and equipment on it, and the flight power are all things we dare not even think about. Old Chin sighed. The mechanical exoskeleton, which we regarded as a special equipment for individual soldiers, has become as powerful as a combined forces brigade after being modified by Chief Engineer Su. If he were to make a few more, that would be the combat power of an entire army. On the battlefield, he would kill any god that stands in his way and any Buddha that stands in his way. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the approval of the researchers around. It can not only fire machine guns, but also spit out flames. It can also easily destroy fortresses. This mechanical exoskeleton is a deadly weapon no matter where it is placed. Dr. Huang, this mechanical exoskeleton modified by Chief Engineer Su must be very expensive, right? A researcher asked about the cost. Before Su Hai came, they were developing an old model of mechanical exoskeleton. The research and development has only been completed halfway, and almost $7 billion has been spent. Today, a new mechanical exoskeleton has emerged. It looks somewhat similar to the exoskeleton they designed. Other places are simply remanufactured. In terms of cost, it would be at least $20 billion, or even more. Huang Gang proudly raised a finger and waved it at everyone. Why don't you guess first? What is the approximate manufacturing cost of this mechanical exoskeleton? I guess it won't be less than $20 billion. The researcher who spoke earlier had a firm tone. I think it should be closer to $30 billion. Another researcher said, it would take $30 billion to research the flight capability alone, not to mention the dazzling weapon system on it. You all guessed wrong. In fact, I have already given you the answer. Huang Gang laughed out loud. Given the answer? Lao Chen scratched his head and said, are you saying that the finger you extended is the answer? Huang Gang nodded and said, Old Chen, why don't you guess how much this mecha costs? $10 billion. Wrong. Huang Gang shook his head again. Old Chen's eyes widened as big as fish eyes, as if he had seen a real alien. It costs $1 billion? That's too cheap. If the RD cost is really that low, with our country's production capacity, we can produce at least 100 to 200 units by the end of this year. How can 1 or 200 be enough? Our territory is so large, and there are so many countries that are hostile to us. We need at least 300. Everyone was discussing excitedly how many more units would be manufactured in the future. 300 exoskeletons only cost $300 billion. For the current Dragon Kingdom, it is just a drop in the bucket. As the world's second largest economy, Dragon Country has abundant financial reserves. 300 units will be produced by the end of the year for pediatrics. No problem, Huang Gang said. You guessed wrong again. I said 100 million. Thump, thump. Accompanied by a series of muffled noises, 1/3 of the hundreds of researchers fell to the ground. The other 2/3 were either stunned or gasped. This terrifying war machine can fly into the sky and hide on the ground, and can tear apart tanks as easily as tearing paper with your hands. The manufacturing cost is only 100 million? Old Huang, this is not the way you joke. It's too big. Old Chun swallowed his saliva and said, let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the mechanical exoskeleton we are researching. The material cost is far more than 100 million. Chief Engineer Su designed this complete model. And you told us that its cost is only 100 million? Isn't this fooling people? I'm not fooling you. The price is really 100 million. When Huang Gang heard the actual cost, he was just as shocked and surprised as everyone else at the scene. For national-level project research, 100 million is equivalent to 100 yuan in the pocket of ordinary people. If you tell ordinary people that they can buy the latest flagship mobile phone for 100 yuan, either they think you are a liar, or they just think you are crazy. In short, this is impossible. Look, what is Chief Engineer Su doing? Everyone's attention was drawn to the content of Huang Gang's words, and Su Hai made another speechless move. Su Hai returned to the ground and continued to control the mechanical exoskeleton, doing push-ups on the ground. Sometimes he does push-ups with one hand, sometimes he straightens his body and claps his hands together. The cycle continues. What happened here soon reached the headquarters of the three armies and the ears of Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo was too busy with official duties to come and check the situation in person. Several generals were sent to visit. Among them were Sun Qianjin and Liang Yiming, who came to Longdu for a meeting. The two battle-hardened and knowledgeable generals were extremely shocked when they saw the mechanical exoskeleton controlled by Su Hai. Lao Liang, are we dreaming? I don't think so. Liang Yiming was stunned and asked, is this a transformer or a mechanical exoskeleton? I think it's like Iron Man in the movie. Bang, bang, bang. As the two were talking to each other, the ground shook. Su Hai drove a mechanical exoskeleton and walked towards them. Although we know that the mechanical exoskeleton will not hurt us, anyone would feel nervous and shocked when facing such a huge monster. Su Hai raised his hand and greeted, Uncle Liang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Uncle Sun, you are here too. Xiao Hai, come down first. Uncle Liang has a bad cervical spine and can't lift his head for a long time. Liang Yiming smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll be right down. After releasing all operating devices, Su Hai opened the control door and jumped to the ground from the middle position of the mechanical exoskeleton. Chapter 82. Using Mecha to fight the Iron Torrent. My little ancestor, please be careful. If you make a mistake, what will we do? Sun Qianjin supported Su Hai and asked him about his life. I was afraid that Su Hai would sprain his feet if he jumped down. Su Hai smiled and said, Uncle Sun, you don't have to worry about me. I used to jump over walls all the time when I was in school, and nothing happened to me. When he was in high school, Su Hai climbed over walls many times. The wall was more than 2 meters high, but Su Hai climbed over it just like that. The action was done in one go, without any delay. The students screamed continuously, and the angry teachers often called the parents. It is said that the more naughty a child is, the more promising he is. The words of our ancestors really make sense. Sun Qianjin patted Su Hai on the shoulder and said, Xiao Hai, we have both heard about the power of this exoskeleton. When they fly into the air, they can provide high-altitude fire suppression for a long time. When they land on the ground, they can use flamethrowers to destroy the enemy's manpower. These 2 points are enough to determine the direction of a battle. I heard that the armor of this mechanical exoskeleton can withstand missiles, which is even more impressive. Liang Yiming interrupted and said, Xiao Hai, this is not the place to talk. How about we go somewhere else? Come to my temporary office. Feeling that Liang Yiming's expression was a little serious, Su Hai took the two of them to the office. Huang Gang helped himself stand outside to prevent all visitors. There were only 3 people left in the office. Su Hai glanced at Liang Yiming and then at Sun Qianjin. I feel like both of them have something on their mind. Liang Yiming spoke first. Xiao Hai, I came to Kyoto for a meeting this time, specifically for you. Can you tell Uncle Liang a time, once he gives you sufficient funds, manpower, and materials? In 3 or 5 years, can we build the aerial fortress you mentioned? Uncle Liang should hope that I can make it as soon as possible. If so, I will think of a way to make it in advance. Su Hai thought for a moment and said, I will try to achieve this within 2 years. No, I want a specific time. Liang Yiming interrupted Su Hai with a very serious tone. Sun Qianjin stared straight at Su Hai. Su Hai felt uncomfortable being stared at by the 2 men and said, I really can't give a specific time. I can only give an approximate time. The earliest is 3 years, and the latest is 3.5 years. Hearing this, Sun Qianjin breathed a sigh of relief. If it's 3 years, it should still be in time. Lao Yang, how about you? Liang Yiming said in a complicated voice. My problem is not that big. Xiao Hai proposed this plan. I don't know how much trouble it will bring him in the future. Su Hai said blankly, Uncle Liang, my Sky Fortress project is of great help to military development. How could it bring trouble to myself? Xiao Hai, let me explain to you. Sun Qianjin sighed and asked if there was a world map here. After rummaging through boxes and drawers, Su Hai found a world map. Sun Qianjin hung the map on the wall and said, The ocean area of the Earth is far greater than the land area. All countries bordering the sea, no matter how big or small, strong or weak, will have their own navy. Once the Sky Fortress appears, the navy of the whole world will be out of work. The navy of the whole world will be out of work. Su Hai stood up in surprise. Liang Yiming went on to say, the Sky Fortress can stay suspended in the air for a long time, and its movement speed is comparable to that of a civil airliner. It has the ability to move quickly and strike quickly. With such equipment, what is the use of the Navy? Except for a small number of submarine forces that can perform missions on the seabed, ships on the surface of the sea will not be of much use. When Sun Qianjin and Zhang Weiguo heard the aerial fortress design proposed by Su Hai, their minds were filled with joy. After calming down, they both thought of a question. The Sky Fortress is equivalent to a mobile floating fortress. With this kind of thing, surface ships will be useless. Spend a lot of money to build aircraft carriers and upgrade ships. There is absolutely no need. Submarines were retained because aerial fortresses could not enter the deep sea. If we had the ability to enter the deep sea, even submarines would probably have to be abandoned. Sun Qianjin has received the news. The Navy has stopped developing new aircraft carriers, and the technical transformation of ships will be further reduced. Everything is in preparation for strategic transformation. Sky Fortress is undergoing evaluation and review from all parties. Once the evaluation and review is passed, it will be launched as scheduled next year. The reduction of the Navy has become an accompli. Su Hai did not expect that the aerial fortress he invented would have such a big impact and could not help asking, if the aerial fortress is built, what will those people in the Navy do? You don't have to worry about this. With the launch of the Sky Fortress program, the Navy's personnel will be reduced to a certain extent. Some will retire normally, while others will receive secret training to familiarize themselves with and understand the Sky Fortress. We will become the combat personnel and technical personnel of the Sky Fortress in the future. Liang Yiming and Sun Qianjin came here this time to broaden their horizons. Let's see how powerful the mechanical exoskeleton mecha made by Su Hai is. On the other hand, tell Su Hai what kind of changes in the military and strategic landscape will be brought about by the emergence of the aerial fortress. After getting the desired time answer, Sun Qianjin can arrange the next work in an orderly manner. Liang Yiming noticed that the atmosphere was a bit dull and smiled and said, Xiao Hai, I haven't seen you for a few months. You have grown stronger and taller, and your intelligence and talent are becoming more and more amazing. Uncle Liang, please stop praising me. I feel a little embarrassed. Su Hai showed a shy expression. Let's change the subject and talk about mechanical exoskeleton armor. Uncle Liang, I suggest that the Northern Theater should equip a large number of these mechanical exoskeleton armors. Su Hai walked to the world map and pointed to the defense zone of the Northern Theater. Then he moved his finger to the home of the Russian Bear, which borders the Northern War Zone. Since its establishment, the Northern Theater has had only one mission, to guard against the Russian Bear in the north. In the 1960s, Longhua and Maoxiong broke off completely. In a rage, the Russian Bear dispatched a large number of armored troops and deployed combat personnel on the border with the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom showed no sign of weakness and also deployed a large army. The two sides deployed millions of troops and confronted each other for many years. Although the tense atmosphere has long disappeared over the past few decades. As the saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Although the Russian Bear is not as strong as it was in the past, it still has a large number of armored forces. No country can underestimate their armored torrent. Even the Americans have to be wary of the steel torrent. I don't understand international relations or world strategy. I only know that the Russian Bear has more than 20 armored divisions on our border. Once there is any friction, they can quickly form a new steel torrent. Chapter 83, the highest level meeting. To deal with this torrent of steel, we must equip a large number of exoskeleton mechas that I made. Su Hai told the two of them confidently. The research on exoskeleton mecha has achieved all-round success. As long as the funds and production lines are in place, at least 50 units can be produced per month. As long as the Northern War Zone is equipped with 100 mechanical exoskeletons. No matter how big the Soviet Union steel torrent is, these mechanical exoskeletons can smash them to pieces. Not only can it keep the enemy out of the country, but it can also completely wipe out the invading enemy armored forces. Xiao Hai, according to your estimate, how much money would it cost to set up a production line? Liang Yiming entered working mode and took out paper and pen to take notes. Su Hai said without thinking, I estimate that it will cost 6 billion to set up a production line, but such an investment is worth it. I think we should immediately build a corresponding production line in the Northern Theater and equip a large number of mechanical exoskeletons to ensure that our Dragon Nation remains undefeated in the ground war. It's a funding issue again, Liang Yiming said helplessly. Sun Qianjin shrugged his shoulders and gave a sympathetic smile. The military has been trying every possible way to update its equipment in recent years. The demand for funds is also increasing day by day. This year, Su Hai has launched several major projects. The money spent is as endless as a buffet. Otherwise, Zhang Weiguo would not have scheduled the launch of the Sky Fortress at the beginning of next year. The reason is, in one word, money. Xiao Hai, let's go see the chief first. Whether the money will be approved depends on him. Tell the commander all the functions of the mechanical exoskeleton and the strategic value it can generate. I think the commander will approve a certain amount of funds for the Northern Theater. Liang Yiming knew that the country's research and development funding was tight recently. We also know what benefits exoskeleton armor will bring to national defense security when it is installed in war zones. Going directly to Zhang Weiguo may not necessarily result in the money being returned. If Su Hai was brought along, the situation might be different. A few hours later, Liang Yiming got the funds he needed with satisfaction. Su Hai was in a better mood than Liang Yiming. The leader is the leader, and he always considers issues from the overall perspective. Not only did he readily approve the funding, but he also decided to integrate and unify the various military research institutes with different names belonging to the Navy, Army, and Air Force. A National Defense Science and Technology Research Center was established, which was directly under the headquarters of the three armed forces and under the direct charge of Zhang Weiguo. Whether it is the Navy, Air Force, or Army, the required equipment is developed by the National Defense Science and Technology Research Center. After we finished talking about the relevant things, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Hai stood up from the sofa, stretched, and said, "Commander, we have finished talking about the serious matters. I will go back to rest first." Xiao Hai, wait a moment. I'll take you to a place after I review these documents. Zhang Weiguo said without raising his head. Oh. Su Hai sat back on the sofa. Half an hour later, Zhang Weiguo finished approving all the documents in his hand, called Su Hai, Sun Qianjin, and Liang Yiming, and left the central building together. As soon as he went downstairs, Su Hai was startled. When I arrived, there were few people at the entrance of the building. When he came out again, a large number of senior military generals gathered at the door. There were stars hanging on everyone's shoulders, which made Su Hai dizzy. Everyone got on the cars and slowly left the city under the protection of more than a dozen military vehicles. We arrived at a military airport in the suburbs, where several helicopters were parked and ready to take off. Zhang Weiguo, Su Hai, Liang Yiming, and Sun Qianjin boarded the first helicopter. The other generals followed and boarded the following planes. The helicopter took off, and Su Hai leaned against the window, trying to see where he was. Unfortunately, it was too dark. Apart from the light of the helicopter behind, I couldn't see anything else clearly. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the helicopter slowly landed. My goodness, where is this? Su Hai shouted loudly. It feels like some secret research base. After landing, Su Hai looked around in surprise. There is a cave ahead, surrounded by a large number of guards. It can be said that there is a sentry every 3 steps and a guard post every 5 steps. Heavy firepower is deployed in many places. The inside of the cave was brightly lit. Although the number of soldiers was not as large as outside, it was only relative. The security is as tight as that of a central building. There is an elevator in front. Everyone went up one by one, and the elevator descended to the underground. Arriving here, Su Hai couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Commander, we have come so far. Where is this place? Is it a secret base or a weapons launch center?" This is the underground bunker of the Supreme Command Center. After Zhang Weiguo's explanation, Su Hai finally knew where he was. Once the Dragon Kingdom encounters a full-scale war launched by the enemy. If an important city becomes a target of enemy nuclear strikes, the command system will be transferred immediately. Move here and enter the underground command bunker. From the outside, it looks like a huge cave. It is actually a cave. It's just that this cave is not that cave. The inside has been reinforced countless times and can not only withstand attacks from conventional weapons, it can also defend against nuclear weapons and nuclear radiation. In addition, strategic-level nuclear weapons for counterattacks are placed in certain secret areas of the underground command center. The command system was transferred here, including the 3 military agencies and the highest leaders, able to command troops from all over the country to launch counterattacks without any obstacles. 5 minutes later, the elevator finally reached the underground. Led by the security guards, everyone came to a meeting room. Everyone, including Zhang Weiguo, underwent strict examination. Su Hai's heart was pounding. Late in the night, Zhang Weiguo did not let him go back to sleep, but brought him here instead. With so many big guys around, it's obvious that something big is going to happen. What's the big deal? Why can't we discuss it in the central building? Why do we have to come to a place like this? After everyone sat down, Zhang Weiguo told everyone directly without any greetings. This meeting was at the highest level, and the content of the meeting was known only to them. If it gets out, it will be treated as treason. After he finished speaking, Su Hai felt depressed and nervous. Zhang Weiguo said, "Just now, I received an important message. The anti-fission interference device, led by Su Hai and with design ideas provided by him, has made a breakthrough at the Northwest Test Base. We are very close to complete success. Everyone is so awesome." Su Hai was overjoyed. "Even though I am not at the base, scientific researchers can still overcome difficulties without being affected. Achieve breakthrough progress." Many people heard about anti-fission jammers for the first time and were confused for a while. They all looked up at Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo said to Su Hai, "Xiao Hai, you are the person in charge of this project, and you are the one who will teach the technology to the researchers step by step. Tell us what an anti-fission jammer is." Chapter 84. Cutting funds and fully supporting the suspended fortress project. Yes. Su Hai wiped the sweat from his head and explained the principle to everyone carefully. Anti-fission drying device can be understood as a tool to destroy the fission of nuclear weapons. With it, nuclear weapons cannot produce fission. There would be no nuclear explosion. Everyone present was shocked after hearing this. It turned out that the country had already started this research without their knowledge, and significant progress has been made. After the shock, everyone's faces were filled with joy. In this way, all other countries' nuclear weapons will become scrap metal. The nuclear threat will no longer exist. After talking for 10 minutes, Su Hai felt a little dry in the mouth. Ask Zhang Weiguo if he can sit down and have a drink of water. Zhang Weiguo nodded, and Su Hai sat down immediately. He picked up the water cup at hand and drank the water in big gulps. "I asked you to come here for a meeting, firstly to keep it confidential, and secondly to inform you of another important event." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff placed the information that had been prepared in front of the generals attending the meeting. Cut the Navy's budget? Stop the production of various types of ships? Commander, what are you doing? An old general with 3 stars on his head couldn't believe what he saw. Sky Fortress, what is this? A floating fortress? It can float in the air and attack from a long distance. There was more than 1 page of information, and when someone turned to the second page, he almost fell off his chair. Cut naval funding and stop ship construction. The decision was surprising enough. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning. After reading the following content, everyone wondered if they were dazzled. Cut funding, stop shipbuilding, and transform the Navy. The Sky Fortress will be launched next year, and all this is true. Zhang Weiguo said word by word. The name of the Sky Fortress is ambiguous. After discussion, we decided to call it the Floating Fortress. The research and development will be officially launched at the beginning of next year. Whether it succeeds or not will affect the future of Longwa for more than a decade, or even decades. Before the meeting, a large number of scientists who had signed confidentiality agreements conducted various discussions based on the air fortress plan proposed by Su Hai. Special attention is paid to the antimatter device that allows the aerial fortress to fly. If only the technology existed. Not only can it make huge objects like the Sky Fortress fly, but any object can fly. My goodness, this is a big deal. A general sitting at the end of the meeting room turned to the last page. 200,000 tons of steel, and the United States nuclear-powered aircraft carrier uses less than half of that. What kind of power can lift 20 tons of steel into the air? What is an antimatter device? The same question appeared in everyone's mind one after another. If the Sky Fortress could be realized, they could accept cutting naval funding and stopping shipbuilding. The main question is, what kind of device can carry a behemoth made of 200,000 tons of special steel into the air? The relevant technical issues will be discussed at the next meeting. This meeting is to let you know that there is this project. All research and funding must give way to this project. Zhang Weiguo convened this meeting and did not intend to discuss too many key issues at the meeting. The main purpose is to unify thoughts and let everyone have a clear understanding. The Sky Fortress project was even more top secret than the nuclear weapons development of that year. Once the plan enters the research and development stage, all departments must fully cooperate. We must also try our best to provide Su Hai with the materials he needs. It is both a scientific research project and a national defense project. There must be no problems in any link. Zhang Weiguo will personally supervise the plan. The funding is provided by the state. The generals help to provide the scientific researchers and various supplies in the plan. The military has a large number of scientific researchers. A large number of manpower needs to be withdrawn from each unit. Xiao Hai, go down and have a rest first. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours, and Zhang Weiguo found that Su Hai was about to fall asleep. Zhang Weiguo gave a helpless smile and ordered someone to take Su Hai to the lounge to rest. When he woke up the next morning, Su Hai learned that Zhang Weiguo and various military leaders had returned to Longdu overnight. As for myself, Zhang Weiguo gave me a week's vacation, commending Su Hai for his new contribution to the army. Produced a unique mechanical exoskeleton armor. Don't follow me. I can go up alone. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Hai stood downstairs of his apartment building. He waved his hand and ordered the dragon guards who were protecting him to set up post on the spot, and there was no need to go up with him. Having lived in the apartment building for more than 10 years, Su Hai knew every household surname, name, and number of people. I don't worry at all that anyone might hurt me. You little brat, you still remember to come back? Looking at Su Hai walking into the house with a grin on his face, Yili turned her head away, pretending to be unhappy. I'm sorry, Mom. I received an urgent mission last time and had to leave immediately. I didn't have time to inform you. Su Hai took Yili's arm and begged for mercy like a child. Okay, I was just kidding you. How can a mother be angry with her son? Yili couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Su Hai said, I know that my mother treats me the best. By the way, where's my father? Don't mention it. Yili pulled Su Hai to sit on the sofa and complained, You came back in glory last time, and our family also enjoyed glory along with you. After you left, someone came to see your dad every day. It's either this director or that director. He has to deal with endless dinner parties every day. He has been an ordinary researcher for decades. Now your father's appearance is more prestigious than your mother's. Yili complained, Not only did I get a special car to pick me up, but the hotel I went to was no less than a 5-star hotel. Tell me, why didn't anyone invite me? Su Hai laughed out loud when he heard this. My mother is not angry. She is jealous. You are a government official and the vice president of a state-owned group. Most of the wealthy businessmen in our area are not as good as you in terms of status and class. Even if they invite you, you may not go. Su Hai consoled him. My dad is different. He is determined to make me a great success. He has been unsuccessful for decades. Now that he has benefited from my influence, he will definitely go if someone invites him to a meal. Yili waved her hands and said, Forget it. Let's not talk about him. How long can you stay this time? If it's a little longer, I'll immediately arrange a blind date for you. Blind date? Su Hai stood up and said in astonishment, Mom, why are you the same as my dad? Every time I call, my dad asks me if I have a girlfriend and when I plan to get married. I've finally stopped sending me pictures of girls. Why are you doing this again? Mom, how much do you and my dad want to be grandparents? Chapter 85, The Island Nation's Tactic of Procrastination. Yili pulled Su Hai to her side and said, Mom has seen that the country values you very much, and the burden on you will become heavier and heavier. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. In the future, you will be able to go home less and less often. Find a girlfriend first. Even if we can't see you, we can still see her. It's also a thought. Mom, don't say anything. As long as I have time, I will definitely go home often. Feeling like his mother would cry if he continued talking, Su Hai immediately changed the subject. He talked about interesting things that happened recently and showed off his military medals. Ding, ding, ding. As he was talking, Su Hai's phone rang. Seeing that Huang Gang was calling, Su Hai pressed the answer button. Xiao Su, the island nation's aircraft carrier has officially been launched. Cut. Su Hai rolled his eyes and said, A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that is about to be decommissioned becomes a treasure in the hands of an island country. It has been in service at sea for more than 20 years, but the island nation transformed it into a new aircraft carrier by giving it a coat of paint. They even have to hold a launching ceremony for it. I'm not afraid that people who know the situation will laugh their heads off. After hanging up the phone, Yili asked, Xiao Hai, what aircraft carrier did you say was launched? You too. Don't care about the latest news. Su Hai said seriously. The Eagle Sauce family and the island country have reached a package of arms sales agreements. 90% of the items on the sale list are junk, except for one thing that's a bit of a hassle. Is this the aircraft carrier you mentioned? Yili really hasn't watched the news much recently. She also oversees the logistics department and has been busy with its chores for 2 months. When Yili heard Suhai say that the Eagle Sauce family was selling an aircraft carrier to an island country, she immediately took out her cell phone to search. After reading the news online, Yili was surprised and asked, "What is the Eagle Sauce family going to do?" It would be fine if it was an ordinary aircraft carrier, but the one being sold is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. As the vice president of a state-owned technology group, Yili has some understanding of the international situation and weapons and equipment. Yili knew very well what a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier represented. More clearly understand the scientific research capabilities of island countries. By obtaining this nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, we will most likely be able to fully understand the nuclear power system, and then produce the island country's own nuclear power plant. Suhai said with a fake smile, "Mom, you don't have to worry too much. Let these little devils run rampant for 2 days. Before long, they will know that their efforts are in vain." "Son, do you know something?" Yili asked in a low voice. Suhai nodded and said, "Mom, please don't ask any more questions. If you do, I will ask you to copy the confidentiality agreement." "You little brat, last time I asked you, you used the confidentiality agreement to deal with Mom. Now you're saying something like this again. You're such a heartless, ungrateful person." Yili reached out and touched Suhai's forehead. "It seems that the country has already responded to this matter. Since you have chosen to sit back and do nothing, there is no need for me to worry about it. The whole world knows that the aircraft carrier purchased by the island country from the United States is an old equipment that has been used for more than 20 years. No matter how old it is still a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It is a strategic-level weapon. A military port on the island country attracted a large number of citizens and media reporters. The island nation's chief minister, Soichi Amami, the commander of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, and a large number of other important officials accepted interviews from reporters with smiles on their faces. Immediately afterwards, Soichi Amami announced the start of the aircraft carrier launching ceremony. Before the event was over, Soichi Amami was sent back to the hospital. During this period, bad news reached his ears one after another. "I thought that after buying this aircraft carrier, I could conduct research on the nuclear facilities on it with peace of mind. I never expected that the Eagle Sauce family would have such a big appetite. There are endless strings attached. First, they were forced to buy alpha chips, which were basically junk. Tian Haizongi gritted his teeth and swallowed it. The American military found him again. The island country is required to familiarize itself with aircraft carrier operations as soon as possible, and use aircraft carriers as flagships to carry out uninterrupted interference with the Dragon Country. In addition to Soichi Amami, there were also Admirals Oyama Yukichi and Kobayashi Yasuo in the ward. Dashin Yukichi said in a heavy tone, "The Eagle Sauce family is like a hungry wolf, eating away our flesh and blood bite by bite. First, they used nuclear-powered aircraft carriers as bait to force us to buy a large number of alpha chips with backward technology. They threatened us not to hand over the nuclear power plant and asked us to be their pawns. They have started to provoke the Dragon Nation nonstop, and it is clear that they are trying to put our island nation on the fire." Hearing this, Kobayashi Yasuo's face turned red with anger. The island nation wants to rise again by developing nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles. It will take a lot of time to get rid of the control of the Eagle Sauce family, gain a period of stable development. Any turmoil will affect both projects. Once following the orders of the Eagle Sauce family, they will launch continuous provocations against the Dragon Kingdom, send aircraft and ships to violate their airspace and territorial waters. The attack from the Dragon Kingdom came as expected. The island nation's economy, already overwhelmed, is on the verge of collapse at any time. At this time, Oyama Yukichi suddenly said, "Sir, the Eagle Sauce family asked us to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that they discovered our secret plan?" "It shouldn't be possible," Tian Haizong said. "According to my understanding of the Eagle Sauce family, if they discovered the secret plan, there is no need to use this method. They will directly break into the research and development base, seal off the base, and arrest all those involved." Hearing this, Kobayashi Yasuo and Oyama Yukichi nodded in agreement. In the island country, the Eagle Sauce family is not only like the Emperor, but also has a lot of rights that are not granted by law. It's not hard to think about the two of them. If the Americans were to discover this, they would know that the island nation is secretly researching nuclear weapons and an intercontinental ballistic missile system equipped with nuclear warheads. I'm afraid that the American soldiers stationed on the island have already rushed into the base to arrest people. We need time to develop, and so does the Eagle Sauce family. Tian Haizongi thought for a moment. I think the Americans are doing this to push the island country out to take the bullets for them. Let the island country and the dragon country engage in a certain degree of confrontation. This will give the Eagle Sauce family a period of buffer time. Sir, we are now faced with a dilemma, Oyama Yukichi said with a bitter expression. If we reject the Eagle Sauce family, they will definitely find a way to retaliate against us. If we agree, Longwa will continue to send planes to circle over us, and our economy will further accelerate its decline. If that horrible destroyer came to the open sea and attacked our aircraft carrier, the consequences would be disastrous. Let's delay it for now. In desperation, Tian Haizongi chose to delay. I am recuperating in the hospital. Next time the Americans continue to talk about this, use illness as an excuse. Delay it as long as you can. Now that the atomic bomb has been successfully developed, there is no need to delay any further.